And Jaehyun opens with a bitter truth. In real life he was always called trash, no matter how hard he tried. But in VR games he finally found the one place where he was better than everyone else. In the era of Warlord, skill meant money and fame, so in Jaehyun threw everything into gaming with no hesitation. After 4 brutal years, his goal was finally within reach, and he only needed one last push. Then the comrades he trusted most betrayed him, and everything he built vanished in an instant. He tried to fight back, but with a hole through his stomach and his trust shattered, he was left swearing never to rely on anyone again. When he got another chance to begin, he chose one answer for himself: the solo path. The story jumps to Olbert Woods, a deadly warlord hunting ground where only players above level 250 can survive. This place is usually almost empty, because fewer than 5,000 of Warlord's 10 million players can even stand here. Today, though, the quiet forest is packed with more than 40 elite players surrounding one man. At the center stands Jaehyun, dressed like an ordinary hiker instead of a famous top player. The people hemming him in wear the yellow and green uniform of the Stormhunter Guild, making the trap impossible to misunderstand. And Jaehyun locks eyes with Kim Dong-soo and demands to know why his own brother-in-arms is doing this. Kim Dong-soo can only force out a weak apology, and that makes the betrayal feel even worse. That apology hits Jaehyun hard, because 4 years ago Kim Dong-soo was the famous player who asked him to build a future together in Warlord. They had fought side by side for years, even dying over and over to save each other in a game where death still carried a real price. So seeing Kim Dong-soo wearing the Stormhunter emblem feels less like politics and more like being stabbed by family. And Jaehyun tries to laugh it off, asking if this is some sick surprise party and mocking Stormhunter as those lightning-struck lunatics. But his joke falls flat, and he knows perfectly well this is a real setup. He demands the reason, furious that he dropped everything and logged in only to be sold out to Stormhunter of all people. When Jaehyun asks how much he was paid, Kim Dong-soo denies betraying his comrades at all. That answer is so absurd that Jaehyun can only react with stunned, mocking disbelief. Then Kim Dong-soo reveals the real blow. As of today, the Haho Mask Guild belongs to Stormhunter. And Jaehyun laughs emptily, because the betrayal has already stripped the scene of anything human. Kim Dong-soo finishes it by saying only one person in the old guild needs to die, and Jaehyun himself. The laughter vanishes, and the look in Jaehyun's eyes turns so cold that even the surrounding players tense up. Then Choi Sulian steps out from behind a tree, beautiful, confident, and clearly enjoying the moment. And Jaehyun instantly knows exactly who she is, and his disgust is personal. She is the untouchable heiress and guild master who built Stormhunter into one of Asia's strongest forces in Warlord. For a long time no one in Asia could stop her, until Jaehyun showed up. When she says his name again, Jaehyun snaps back with open contempt and reminds her he beat her badly before. She just repeats his name and smiles harder, because humiliating him now is part of her revenge. Her taunt drags up the real source of this hatred. 4 months ago, the Haho Mask Guild challenged Stormhunter for a place among the top 30. The clash came down to a one-on-one duel between Storm Queen Shur and the hero Slaughterer Hurricane. The whole game world was obsessed with that match, and expectations were sky high on both sides. Instead of a close fight, Jaehyun crushed Choi Sulian so completely that it looked like a tiger mauling a puppy. That victory should have pushed the Haho Mask Guild into the top 30 and finally brought Jaehyun the wealth and fame he spent years chasing. He had only needed to wait 2 more months, which is why Kim Dong-soo's betrayal still makes no sense to him. The one thing he is sure about is that Choi Sulian engineered all of this to drag him straight into hell. When she asks how he feels, Jaehyun answers with a grim joke that throws her own old humiliation back in her face. Her teasing smile disappears, and the guild master finally speaks plainly. Choi Sulian offers him one last chance: kneel, swear loyalty to her, and live as her subordinate. And Jaehyun knows the sensible choice would be to accept, because otherwise Stormhunter, and even his own old guild, will hunt him down. He tells himself humiliation is cheap compared to losing everything, and he has swallowed worse before. But after losing everything else, the one worthless thing he still cannot hand to Choi Sulian is his pride. So when Choi Sulian asks for his answer, Jaehyun says nothing at all. Kim Dong-soo tries to push him to answer, but Jaehyun ignores him completely. Instead, Jaehyun's hands move fast to the dial on his watch, turning the whole clearing electric with alarm. The Stormhunter side panics and rushes to activate their own gear before he strikes. At the command slot on, sticky liquid bursts from their watches and hardens into armor, robes, and holy uniforms across their bodies. And Jaehyun equips too, covering himself in tight black leather instead of flashy armor. Then he grabs the Haho mask from his waist and pulls it over his face. With the mask on, the ordinary hiker is gone, and the hero Slaughterer Hurricane stands in front of them again. And Jaehyun declares that they will regret this day for the rest of their lives, openly starting a war against both Stormhunter and the guild that sold him out. At a convenience store counter, Jaehyun buys a 10,001 lottery ticket like a man with no better plan left. The clerk keeps staring at his face and asks if they have met before, but Jaehyun takes the ticket and walks out without answering. Once Jaehyun is gone, the clerk shrugs off the feeling and goes back to the video he was watching. On the tablet, Kim Dong-soo confidently explains that Stormhunter's team has already crippled the albino dragon's right wing, and is pushing the raid forward. Kim Dong-soo talks like victory is only a matter of style, saying their team does not worry about failure, only how they will win. The clerk grins at Stormhunter's strength, then sighs that the guild would be even scarier if it still had the hero slaughterer. Outside, and Jaehyun curses the fact that even buying a lottery ticket still takes a humiliating trip in person. His anger shifts when he remembers the raid video, because he knows exactly how valuable that level 439 albino dragon really is. He already paid to watch the raid before, and knowing Stormhunter only won on their 5th try makes the bitterness even worse. And Jaehyun thinks that if he had still been there with his old team, the dragon would have died on the first attempt. What really hurts is simple. If he had killed that dragon himself, he would not be standing here buying lottery tickets. He runs through the numbers in his head, from live ticket sales to edited raid videos, and every figure screams how rich Stormhunter just got. Then he thinks about the dragon's body itself, because in Warlord every piece of a boss monster can be turned into more money. By the time he adds it all up, and Jaehyun figures Stormhunter probably made around 100 billion won from one kill. That is the cruel age he lives in. One monster in a game can be worth more than a major company's yearly earnings. His thoughts turn ugly, because he knows he could have been one of the heroes of this era if he had swallowed his pride back then. Instead, the people who betrayed him got the money, the fame, and the luxury, while he is left scraping by alone. 5 years later, he is almost 30 with nothing to show for it except game skills and a life that barely holds together. His watch suddenly vibrates, and the caller is Young Toon. Toon starts by poking at the old wound, asking if Jaehyun still has his warlord character, and what shape it is in. When Jaehyun says the character is stuck at level 250, even that simple exchange drags him back into the wreckage of his old war. He remembers how he declared war on Stormhunter and the betrayers, and at first his raw skill let him hunt them down anyway. But a lone player could not outlast entire guilds, and every death cost him 48 hours while his enemies kept grinding past him. The net around him tightened even further when nobody wanted to party with him, buy from him, or challenge Choi Sulian's pressure in the real world. In the end, losing his main weapon broke the last of his fight, and he quit Warlord altogether. Since then, he has only survived through another game called The Legend, where he first met the broker Young Toon. Hoon finally gets to the point and offers him a job in a Chinese workshop for 5 million won a month plus bonuses, all cash. The offer lands like an insult, because he knows a Chinese workshop is just a gaming sweatshop for people with nowhere else to go. Humiliated, he snaps back that he is the hero slaughterer, a man who killed Stormhunter players 733 times, not a dog for a workshop chain. Toon does not back off and bluntly reminds him that level 250 means nothing now, because more than 100,000 Warlord players have already passed him. Toon keeps pressing, saying one ugly year could still earn in Jaehyun 100 million won before he turns 30. And Jaehyun cuts him off and hangs up, too angry to hear anymore. For a moment he just stands there furious, wanting to throw the device away even though he cannot afford to replace it. Then the number itself starts poisoning his thoughts, because 5 million a month could become the seed money for a new start in some future game. He convinces himself that if he can build 100 million won and enter a fresh game from day one, his talent could still carry him back to the top. Once that stubborn hope wins, pride stops mattering, and he raises his wrist to call Toon back. As the call connects and the ringtone plays, and Jaehyun waits for Toon to answer, already stepping toward a future he hates. Then a giant truck suddenly smashes into the bus stop and catches Jaehyun mid-call in one brutal hit. After the fatal crash, the impossible truth hits him, and Jaehyun has returned to 2036 with all his memories still intact. The world itself is reframed. This is the VR era, and Warlord became its king because Tobatsoft built it around a management AI called MI. Warlord exploded because it offered a huge stable fantasy world, even though just entering the game cost a fortune and every month drained more money. That money turned top players into celebrities, because rankers in Warlord could earn sponsorships, fame, and fortunes through gaming alone. But the dream was brutally unfair, since only a tiny fraction made real money and talent mattered more than effort or grinding. The richest part of Warlord was live broadcasting, and because only 30 channels were licensed, the top 30 guilds locked down the whole market. The only real threat to that monopoly was the rising Haho Mask Guild, whose masked members started climbing fast enough to scare the establishment. At the center of that storm stood Hirkin, the hero slaughterer, a player so absurdly talented that other rankers looked ordinary next to him. His problem was not cruelty but strength, because Hirkin usually only killed famous players after they came for him first. That made him too dangerous to absorb and too dangerous to ignore, so the top 30 guilds all had a reason to want him gone. When Haho Mask chose to betray Hirkin and join Stormhunter instead of fighting the entire system with him, his isolation became complete. So the legend everyone knew was simple and cruel. Hirkin was betrayed out of Warlord because he was too great for the world around him. But for Jaehyun, that tragedy is no longer fixed history, because he now stands in the past before it all happens. The chapter closes on the real twist, and Jaehyun has gone back to 2036 with every memory of betrayal, failure, and Warlord still alive inside him. Back in his tiny apartment, and Jaehyun stares into the mirror with a bright grin, almost mocking the miserable life he used to have. He remembers just how absurdly bad his luck was. Right after deciding to start over, he died instantly when a truck smashed into the bus stop. Then he opened his eyes on January 1st, 2036, alive again, with his memories, body, and mind completely intact. He does not waste time questioning the miracle. To him, the only point of going back is simple. This time he is getting rich through Warlord. When he checks the date and time, relief quickly turns into frustration because Warlord has already been running for 10 months. He knows that gap is brutal, because nearly every true ranker started in Warlord's first month and never let go of the lead. He remembers even a freak case like Myogio needed years of insane grinding to break into the top 100 after starting late. Still, Jaehyun has one unfair advantage no one else has. He remembers the future titles, hidden opportunities, and the best ways to hunt. He decides the 10-month gap is not impossible to close, as long as he works hard and monopolizes the rewards that have not appeared yet. But before any comeback starts, he runs into the ugliest reality first. He is almost out of money in this year too. He calculates the cost of entering Warlord and realizes he needs about 7 million won up front for a V-gear, and the extra setup fees. Even after counting his savings, he is still short by 5 million, and every normal option sounds either impossible or desperate. So he lands on the one answer he hates most: private lenders, the kind of debt that feels like locking shackles onto himself. Money solved only one problem, though. Because his real plan still has a flaw, Warlord's best payouts come from raids built for teams, not solo players. He knows Hirkin, the swordsman build he once mastered, can never truly solo that content no matter how skilled he is. The rational move would be joining a top guild's backup roster, getting funded, and climbing under their protection. He rejects that path instantly, because his memories of being crushed and discarded by powerful guilds still burn too deeply. Instead, he forces himself to think of one thing only: a class that can survive, fight, and raid alone. Then the answer hits him all at once, and he blurts out the nickname tied to the solo necromancer example he remembers: Rich Lich. He remembers why necromancers stayed unpopular anyway. The class can do almost everything, but raising all those branches takes too much time, money, and patience. In raids, the class is even more awkward, because standard magicians cover most of the same jobs with fewer restrictions and stronger elemental options. The summon side is worst of all, since serious necromancers pour absurd amounts of money into cores just to keep their undead army useful as they level. Even the class image scares people off, because controlling skeletons, ghouls, and zombies in full VR is far more disgusting than watching them on a screen. Still, one man forced everyone to respect the class: Subrata Dutta, the rich player called him Allah, better known as Rich Lich. He was awful at VR combat, but he had enough money to keep feeding his build until he gave up fighting personally and let his summons do the killing for him. Everything changed when Rich Lich solo killed the elite Queen Blaze Ant, proving a necromancer really could clear impossible content alone. That example tells Jaehyun the class can work, and with his own combat skill added on top, the ceiling might be even higher than Rich Lich ever reached. But the gamble is brutal, because if this necromancer plan fails, he will have no pride left, and no choice except crawling under someone else's command. He decides that is exactly why he has to do it, because he did not come back to repeat old history. He came back to rewrite it around himself. And he knows the top guilds will eventually come after him again if he grows too big, so becoming strong enough to fight them is part of the plan from the start. With that settled, Jaehyun finally makes a concrete move in the real world. He is going out to borrow money. On the way, he remembers how he first touched Warlord through workshop labor, the ugly business where real people were hired to grind for rich players. That old experience taught him exactly how V-Gear loans worked, and where desperate borrowers ended up when they could not repay them. An hour after deciding, he is already seated in a private loan office, drinking coffee across from the man holding the strings. When Park Wyong asks if he wants money for a V-Gear, Jaehyun answers yes without hesitation. Park Wyong sizes him up as another ordinary fool chasing Warlord dreams, the kind of customer who never escapes the interest. Confident he has found easy prey, the lender offers the loan at a vicious 29.9% interest. Then Jaehyun shocks him by asking for 10 million won, not the smaller amount a beginner usually needs. Jaehyun pushes harder and says that if he cannot repay it, the lender can dump him into a workshop and make him work it off like a dog. Park Wyong goes silent for a beat, because this customer is not reacting like a desperate amateur anymore. Jaehyun snaps him back to reality and bluntly asks whether the deal is happening or not, making it clear he has no time for games. Trying to recover control, Park Wyong agrees but demands Jaehyun's one-room deposit as additional collateral. Jaehyun accepts instantly, grabs the contract before the lender can play host, and starts reading it himself. Without waiting for a sales pitch, he fills in the amount, stamps it with his legal seal, and turns the paper back around. Then he shoves the finished contract back to Park Wyong and coldly orders him to stamp it. The loan hits in Jaehyun's account, and he wastes no time heading straight for the Peach Store to turn that borrowed money into a shot at Warlord. He arrives at the Peach Store, the giant VR chain built to make expensive V-Gear feel like the gateway to a whole new era. Inside, Jaehyun takes in the test floor full of customers lounging in helmets and gloves, already lost in virtual worlds. When an employee offers help, Jaehyun bluntly says he is buying a level 1 V-Gear right now and wants his warlord character setup handled too. The employee warns that first-time users should test for dizziness first, but Jaehyun shuts that down because he already knows exactly what he needs. On the way to the contract desk, Jaehyun suddenly spots an emerald V-Gear and instantly realizes it is no ordinary machine. He identifies it as a level 6S test model, a rare special series unit so powerful and expensive that normal players would never even see one up close. The employee says it is not for sale, and Jaehyun quickly concludes it must have been rushed in for troubleshooting by some absurdly important owner. That guess leads somewhere ugly, because Jaehyun suspects the owner is Choi Soo-yeon, the woman he hates most. The employee mistakes that look for anger at the store, so Jaehyun smooths it over and tells him to continue with the purchase and character creation. Even as he walks away, Jaehyun throws one last bitter look back at the 6S, already imagining how satisfying it would be if it really belonged to her. A little later, 2 card swipes wipe out the money he just risked everything to borrow, and Jaehyun feels the cost hit hard. He swallows that pain and doubles down on his resolve, telling himself he will earn and spend like a king once he makes this gamble pay off. When the employee asks where to do the fine-tuning, Jaehyun chooses to handle the V-Gear settings in the store. Nearby, 2 elite Peach programmers are already cursing over the Emerald 6S because their VVIP tester says the machine makes her body feel sluggish. Their status makes the situation even stranger, because men important enough to build the level 6 are now stuck here like glorified repair techs for one powerful customer. They narrowed the complaint down to a climbing test issue, but they still cannot figure out why her reactions feel a bit slow. Jaehyun deliberately steers his own setup closer so he can hear more, then casually confirms that the machine really is a 6S test model. Once he hears the tester feels sluggish, Jaehyun instantly points to the new extended sensory system as the likely cause. He explains that the level SIXS expanded sensory input can overload a user, so the fix is to cut it in half first and raise it in careful 5% steps during the climbing test. That detailed answer stuns the programmers, because Jaehyun sounds like someone with insider tester knowledge, not a random customer buying a level 1. Desperate, one programmer asks him to help test the 6S, but Jaehyun refuses on the spot. His real reason is simple and vicious. If that machine belongs to Choi Soo-yeon, he would rather die than help her. He brushes past their disappointment and tells his own assigned programmer to get back to his settings. The guess is confirmed when a glamorous Choi Soo-yeon removes the Emerald 6S and says the exact sensory adjustment made it feel much better. With one glance, she signals her female bodyguard to dismantle the machine immediately, making it painfully clear everyone here moves on her timetable. Then she casually hands the programmers fat blank checks, and their simmering resentment dies on the spot. Just before leaving, Soo-yeon asks about the climbing test ranking because she noticed her result only placed second. Her own 2 minutes 51 seconds on the A-level test is already monstrous, so the fact that someone beat it genuinely unsettles her. When the programmers pull up first place, they find an impossible 2 minutes 33 seconds and hurriedly blame it on a bot test run. Back home, Jaehyun stares at his newly installed level 1 V-Gear in a foul mood because his own climbing time only landed in the 30s. He hates the drop from his old peak, and that humiliation makes him realize he has to rebuild his own condition before anything else. Still grim-faced, he downs glucose candy, pulls on the V-Gear glove, and gets his body ready for the dive back in. Then Jaehyun lies down, seals the helmet over his face, and enters Warlord with one hard promise to himself: he will be the one laughing last. Warlord became famous because it refused to soften VR combat, making battles look cruel enough that plenty of first-time players could barely stomach them. To keep people from quitting on the spot, the game forced every beginner through a brutal 280-minute tutorial packed with killing and getting killed. When those fresh players finally reached Figure's castle, most of them sat in the beginners and looking half dead and openly wondering if they should just quit the game. Then in Jaehyun's avatar Hurricane came downstairs in the exact opposite mood, stretching like he had just finished a satisfying workout. For Hurricane, that nightmare tutorial was not torture at all. It felt like his long-lost battle sense had finally started moving again. While the other beginners silently decided he had to be insane, Hurricane ignored them completely and basked in the feeling of being back where he belonged. The innkeeper rewarded him for clearing the tutorial with Warlord's famous 1,000 cubic centimeters melon beer, and Hurricane took it like a man greeting an old favorite. He chugged the whole thing in one go, enjoying the sweet melon flavor and remembering how many years it had been since he last tasted it. The moment he stepped back into the sunlight, Hurricane felt it clearly: the hero slaughterer had returned to Warlord. Outside, he checked his pathetic level 1 status window and felt the sting of starting over from almost nothing. Still, he knew his first real move was simple: get his class before worrying about the endless grind ahead. He headed for the nearby class tower already knowing his route: take the magician class, choose black magic, and start down the necromancer path. For most players, the best first spell was a basic attack, but Hurricane had no intention of wasting early growth on the wrong skill tree. He made the key decision immediately: his first spell would be Summon Skeleton, because a necromancer who neglects that core skill cripples his future class growth. The class tower itself was a chaos zone, packed with players and recruiters because every guild wanted to catch useful magicians at the moment they picked a path. That recruiter frenzy existed for a reason. Skilled magicians were vital in raids, and smaller guilds often had no choice but to raise promising newbies themselves. One especially desperate scout named Suduri spotted Hirkin, decided he looked like an easy loser, and lunged before he could slip inside. Suduri pitched his guild with fake friendliness, but his tight grip on Hirkin's wrist made the threat underneath the sales talk obvious. Hirkin instantly read the guy for what he was, but unlike in his later famous days, Level 1 Hirkin could only answer with a hard stare and a measured question. When Hirkin asked if any magic attribute was acceptable, Suduri bragged that his guild would support him no matter what he chose. The moment Hirkin clarified that he meant black magic, Suduri's confidence cracked, and he tried to redirect him toward the more common curse magician route. That answer briefly excited Suduri again, because even a curse magician was still useful enough for a struggling guild to exploit. Then Hirkin killed the idea completely by saying he was not becoming a curse magician at all. He was becoming a necromancer. To Suduri, that instantly turned Hirkin from loser to freak, and his hand finally slackened enough for Hirkin to yank his arm free. Hirkin gave him one last chance to answer if he still wanted to support him, and Suduri replied by turning away and spitting him off. Hirkin walked into the tower, but under his breath he left Suduri one cold final warning: "Touch my left wrist again and I will kill you." That threat mattered because in Warlord a player's left wrist always carries the smartwatch that marks them as a player and controls everything important. Since pikers loved cutting off that wrist to cripple quick slot swaps and steal the dropped watch later, veteran players treated any hand on it like a serious threat. For Hirkin, who had more ugly memories than most, Suduri's grab had already pushed him into the edge of a murderous mood. After forcing himself to calm down, he moved deeper into the tower and found the usual split: a crowded line for white magic and a nearly empty one for black magic. The pitying looks from the white magic line only confirmed how dead black magic looked to everyone else, but Hirkin never hesitated. At the black magic desk, an old NPC named Golko greeted him and made the warning plain: if he chose this class, there was no easy turning back. Hirkin ignored every caution and answered with a simple yes, because this road had already been chosen long before he stepped inside. Golko demanded proof of that resolve in the most warlord way possible: a stack of black magic contracts that Hirkin signed without blinking. Once the signatures were done, Golko took Hirkin's palm and inscribed the number 3 onto it as his key to the next step. Golko explained that the mark would open one numbered room upstairs, where Hirkin could browse the library but leave with only a single book. With the temporary key on his hand and the instructions logged to his watch, Hirkin clenched his fist and prepared to claim the spell he actually came for. At the class tower, Hirkin barely glances around before grabbing the only starter skill a necromancer really needs: Skeleton Fragment. He learns the book on the spot, and the system immediately rewards him with the title A Simple Necromancer. After tossing the spent book aside, Hirkin checks the new skill and fixes on the real issue from the start: how smart his skeleton's combat AI will be. He activates Skeleton Fragment for the first time, and a tiny skull-shaped fragment appears in his palm with a warning that it is only a basic version without an offering. Even before fighting, Hirkin worries that money can improve skeleton stats, but bad combat instincts would be a much harder problem. He heads into the Subjugation Association's training dungeon, the beginner arena where players below level 10 learn how real combat feels. A coal wolf emerges from the opposite entrance, and Hirkin treats the weak starter monster as a perfect test subject instead of an actual threat. Rather than kill it himself, Hirkin throws his fragment forward with a flashy pose and summons his first skeleton warrior. The fragment swells into a full skeleton in an instant, a short human-shaped warrior with blue fire in its eyes and a deeply eerie presence. When Hirkin orders it to kill, the skeleton charges straight in with zero finesse, and Hirkin instantly fears the AI might be hopeless. The coal wolf simply slams into it, sending the skeleton warrior flying and proving Hirkin's first impression was even worse than expected. Seeing his summon fight like a complete idiot, Hirkin starts wondering if picking Necromancer was a huge mistake. The coal wolf switches targets and rushes Hirkin himself, forcing him to stop thinking and start fighting. At the last second, Hirkin slips the lunge by a hair and drives his dagger into the wolf's left eye with terrifying ease. Even after that perfect counter, the skeleton warrior blunders right back into the wounded wolf and gets smashed away all over again. This time the wolf learns caution from Hirkin's skill and starts circling instead of charging blind, which only makes the skeleton look dumber by comparison. Hirkin switches the skeleton into defense mode with a finger snap and remembers there is also a mysterious special command tied to 3 snaps. Since he is testing everything now, Hirkin tries the 3 snap command just to see what his summon will do. The skeleton warrior answers by moonwalking across the dungeon floor, and Hirkin can only hide his face and wonder if he should delete this character and reroll as a swordsman. Back in the real world, and Jaehyun logs out drenched in sweat, peeling off the heavy V-gear in his overheated one-room apartment. He hates the heating bill, but he keeps the room brutally warm on purpose because his real body's condition directly affects how well he can fight in Warlord. The real reason he logged out is worse: his skeleton warrior is nothing like the necromancer's summons he studied, and now he thinks his whole class choice might be wrong. He has already watched necromancer videos and training clips, but none of them explain why his own skeleton is this bad. With only 3 months to produce results before debt work swallows him, Jaehyun gives up on guessing and decides to buy expensive information. He chooses Helgen, the highest level necromancer he can find, a level 61 player famous enough to monetize lessons but still niche enough to feel oddly forgettable. Even though the lesson costs him about 1.1 million won, Jaehyun pays because he knows useful warlord knowledge can be worth a lifetime of profit. Helgen's video starts with the exact subject Jaehyun needs, and the veteran necromancer appears in a huge snakeskin robe with 12 skeletons lined up behind him. When Helgen calmly claims skeletons actually have excellent combat AI, Jaehyun watches with open skepticism. Helgen demonstrates defense mode first, showing that the real problem is not low intelligence but lack of battle knowledge. That explanation finally clicks for Jaehyun. Skeletons have to learn simple defense first before they can understand when and how to attack. Helgen's skeletons prove the method in practice by blocking a monster, countering with spears, and resetting their formation like trained soldiers. Jaehyun admits the lesson is worth the money, because Helgen also explains what monsters to train on and how to build better skeleton warrior cores. But the more he thinks about it, the more Jaehyun sees Helgen's ceiling. Defense first works on weak enemies, not on monsters strong enough to break skeletons in one hit. He realizes Rich Lich solved that problem with absurd money, but Jaehyun cannot afford that path and refuses to settle for becoming an ordinary necromancer. What matters most is the answer he did get. His skeletons are not stupid, they are blank slates, and that gives him a new plan. Jaehyun grabs a mouthful of glucose candy, puts the V-gear back on, and dives in with one clear idea: if the skeleton can learn, he will teach it himself. Back in Warlord, Hirkin begins brutal hands-on training by knocking his own skeleton warrior around and forcing it to get back up. Even after it clumsily reattaches its head, Hirkin keeps pressing, because he only wants one thing from it now: learn to move when danger comes. He spells out the new doctrine plainly: getting hit and hiding behind shields will not be enough later, so the skeleton has to dodge first and attack second. He also makes the stakes brutally clear to himself: if this training fails, he will abandon Necromancer entirely and restart as a swordsman. On the next exchange, the skeleton warrior finally starts to adapt, slipping past Hirkin's first punch instead of eating it. It keeps improving through the combo, ducking the elbow and lifting its foot to avoid the sweep like it is finally reading his intent. It still overdoes the final dodge and topples backward, but that mistake makes Hirkin grin because now the problem is balance, not stupidity. Hirkin sees the bigger potential at once. A skeleton body is light, flexible, easy to reset, and may be perfect for evasive combat if trained hard enough. That thought turns into real excitement when Hirkin imagines a whole squad of skeletons moving like him instead of like disposable shields. Grinning now, Hirkin taps the music app on his wristwatch, fills the dungeon with Billie Jean, and tells his skeleton the real training is about to begin. 5 days into Warlord, Hirkin finally hits level 10 in the training dungeon, and the system immediately tells him this safe leveling stage is over. He knows the pace is decent, but compared to the truly gifted players he remembers, this run still feels slower than it should. Even so, Hirkin quickly decides the delay was worth it because his personally trained skeleton warrior now fights better than most ordinary players. What really excites him is that summons can fight without fearing death, since he can repair them with magic or resummon them after cooldown. And after being betrayed in his previous life, Hirkin is grimly impressed by one simple fact: his skeleton will never turn on him no matter how brutally he trains it. With the beginner dungeon exhausted, his next real problem is bigger than combat. He has to decide what kind of necromancer he is going to build. After studying necromancers and even questioning Helgen, Hirkin narrows the known options down to summon build, explosion build, and the future Lich-style immortal build. If he played it safe, he would copy Rich Lich and go with the standard summon path, because that is the proven road to solo raiding. But his own skeleton's performance changes everything, because if his summons can dodge well enough, he might get away with spending fewer points on magic power. That idea creates a strange requirement. For the skeletons to keep improving, they need Hirkin himself as their combat model. The catch is brutal. If he stays physically weak, stronger skeletons will outgrow his ability to teach them in hand-to-hand combat. So the answer staring back at him is ugly but tempting: a necromancer who invests in strength and turns into the kind of messy hybrid build most players avoid. He knows that road could dead end completely, but he would rather chase a crazy dream than live with another safe, mediocre choice. With a bitter grin, Hirkin pulls up his watch and commits to the idea anyway: an all-strength necromancer. The numbers look exactly as reckless as expected, and seeing them makes even Hirkin grit his teeth for a second. He confirms the immediate drawback right away. With this build, he can only safely handle about 2 skeleton warriors once summoning, upkeep, and repairs are counted. He also sees the future problem clearly. If he keeps dumping points into strength, this build will hit a wall long before higher-level necromancers do. Items could patch that weakness, and for a moment he thinks of the absurdly valuable Anugas's necklace, but he dismisses the idea almost immediately as unrealistic. Instead, Hirkin bets his whole plan on titles, because titles can add huge stats in ways money alone cannot buy. He knows planning a character around title hunting sounds insane, but being called crazy no longer scares him, so he decides to push straight ahead. The scene shifts to a castle's subjugation association, where players crowd around quest lists because the game's monster hunting world runs on these missions and the stars tied to them. While everyone else hunts for easy rewards, Hirkin arrives with a very different attitude, quietly convinced he understands this system better than they do. Instead of chasing fresh quests like the crowd, he deliberately sorts by age because old failed quests secretly become more valuable and draw less competition. The branch gets even noisier with players shouting for party members, and Hirkin can only look at them like overexcited kids. Then one keyword stops him cold, Mtbima, a name he remembers from a special title quest list he once memorized. He digs through his memory and realizes this is one of the rare low-level quests tied to the Rising Star title. When he opens the details and sees the vague additional reward, Hirkin knows he just found exactly what he needs. The Rising Star title is perfect for him, because it boosts a magician's core stats by percentage, and only players under level 15 can still claim it. He almost laughs at himself for once studying this obscure quest list so seriously, because that obsessive preparation is suddenly paying off. Without hesitating, Hirkin accepts a cave in Mtbima and locks in his next move. As the quest begins, Hirkin starts stacking bigger ambitions on top of it, imagining a future built on multiple percentage titles instead of a normal build. By the end of that thought, he no longer sees himself as a broken hybrid at all, but as something every gamer wants to become, a cheat. The story opens by warning that Warlord's tutorial makes beginners feel strong on purpose, but that confidence usually shatters the moment they step into the real field. A typical level 10 party runs into a deadwood wolf and instantly falls apart when their swordsman trips and gets pinned under the monster. That is the normal beginner experience in Warlord, losing 48 hours to one bad fight, but Hirkin has no intention of paying that price. Even though he is a necromancer with a reckless strength build and cheap gear, Hirkin lights up when he spots a rare blue werewolf because he sees money, materials, and a good video. Hirkin trusts his build because strength lets him move like a predator, and he has already studied enough old videos to fight smarter than most late starters. He opens with his real advantage, throwing down a skeleton fragment and summoning a skeleton warrior to bait the monster first. The skeleton warrior does not trade blows. Following Hirkin's orders, it keeps a wide distance and survives while the werewolf chases it. While the monster focuses on the skeleton, Hirkin slips behind it and drives his subjugation association knife straight through its back. He instantly ducks under the counterattack, crashes into the werewolf's knee, and sends the heavier monster flipping backward. The fall drives the buried knife deeper into its chest, and the skeleton warrior jumps on top to stab down in a savage follow-up. But the skeleton gets greedy, keeps stabbing too long, and the werewolf finally smacks it flying off its body. Hirkin calmly backs off, notices his magic training, and grumbles that even his summon still needs to be taught how to mount properly, and retreat. The werewolf is leaking blood from multiple deep wounds, and Hirkin knows the fight is basically won as long as he keeps it from entering recovery mode. Instead of risking himself to close in again, he picks up a rock and keeps the damage ticking with a veteran's cheap but effective trick. The rock cracks the werewolf in the head, and the humiliated beast drops into an enraged rush straight at Hirkin. Hirkin smiles at the predictable aggro, snaps his fingers twice, and lets the skeleton warrior spear into the werewolf's exposed flank. The dying werewolf still throws one last head-crushing swing, but Hirkin leans back and dodges it with room to spare. Then his triumph instantly sours because he remembers he recorded the whole fight with his bare face instead of wearing the Haho mask. The chapter shifts into Hirkin's reasoning. In Warlord, paid videos are big money, but only creators with a strong concept can survive the flood of uploads. That reminder pulls him into a memory of how he and Kim Dong-soo once searched for a guild identity that people would actually remember. And Jaehyun was the one who pitched the Haho mask, both as a striking Korean-style image and as a way to make every guild member look equal. The idea worked, the Haho mask guild rose fast, and that mask became too tied to Hirkin's pride to ever throw away now. Back in the present, Hirkin watches the finished Blue Werewolf video and admits it is great footage, but useless for the masked persona he wants to build. He could blur his face or edit a mask in later, but without money for professional work he decides to scrap the upload entirely. After a brief self-directed rant, he steadies himself and focuses on the real profit still lying at his feet, the Blue Werewolf materials. The recap briefly explains the item economy. Monsters do not drop finished gear, so players harvest skin, bones, and rare jewels and feed those materials into crafting cubes. That same material rule powers Skeleton Fragment 2, so Hirkin grips the blue werewolf bones and converts them into a new summon core. When he throws the new fragment down, a wolf-skulled skeleton warrior rises instead of the old basic one. Hirkin immediately tests it with a fake punch, and the new skeleton dodges fast enough to prove the blue werewolf bones really improved its speed. The upgrade excites him, but it also makes the cost painfully clear because every stronger skeleton will eat valuable monster bones he could have sold. Even so, he decides this is exactly when he has to lock in his concept, and finally pulls out his Haho mask. He even takes out a second Haho mask for the skeleton warrior, ready to make the whole image consistent. Then the plan crashes into one more stupid mistake when he realizes a normal Haho mask cannot fit over the summon's protruding wolf snout. Staring at the mismatch, Herkin can only curse at himself again for being brilliant at games and a dumbass everywhere else. In the empty Baima forest, Herkin's skeleton warrior lands on a deadwood bear's back, stabs it, and springs away before the beast can shake it off. The enraged bear loses sight of the skeleton among the trees, and that opening lets Herkin step in as the next threat. Herkin smashes a rock straight into the bear's nose, snapping its attention onto him. When the bear finally turns, Herkin winds up like a pitcher and drills its right eye with a second perfect throw. Blinded by anger, the bear drops to all fours and charges Herkin without checking its surroundings. That reckless rush is exactly what Herkin wanted, and the wolf-skulled skeleton tears into the bear's side with a savage bite. The deadwood bear keeps charging for a few more steps, then suddenly collapses as the stack damage finally empties its HP. A level up notice appears, and Herkin quietly notes that he already hit level 11 in less than a day after reaching 10. That pace reassures him that his real combat skill is back, because his necromancer leveling speed now feels as good as it did when he was a swordsman. He studies the upgraded skeleton warrior, and realizes the blue werewolf bones gave it far more speed and biting power than he expected. The result excites him, because if monster traits transfer this well, stronger bones could unlock absurd future possibilities. His skeleton fragment proficiency is rising fast too, and Herkin estimates he can push the skill to rank E before level 20. But the good mood sours when he remembers his new spell, Devil Curse, is strong on paper and nearly unusable for him because his magic power is too low. He knows curse magic is incredibly valuable, which only makes it more irritating that he can barely make use of one of a necromancer's best tools. His body modification path is blocked too, since he still cannot afford the skin sewing skill book that would finally help fix his miserable stamina. Once again, the answer comes back to the same ugly truth. Every useful upgrade he needs costs money he does not have. For a moment he even thinks about piking for loot, which tells him just how desperate his situation has become. He rejects the idea because, for all his bloody reputation, Herkin only ever fought back or settled scores after others came for him first. Still, he needs visible results within 3 months, and the pressure leaves him grinding his teeth and muttering for some rude idiots to hand him an excuse. After venting, Herkin takes a breath, gets up, and moves on toward Empty Baima. A system notice marks his arrival at Empty Baima, and Herkin stares up at the strange pillar-like summit towering over him. The trip took 26 hours because he chose to level and record videos on the way instead of sprinting straight here. Reaching the mountain is only the start, because now he has to find one specific cave somewhere inside a huge monster-filled area. The search is risky too, since monsters here go up to level 30 and Herkin knows he cannot beat one of those head-on yet. He also treats the whole quest like a business move, because rising star title hunts attract viewers and he plans to use that curiosity as bait. His idea is simple: release the Empty Baima video for free, hook people with the title quest, and build his first 1,000 regular viewers off his fighting style. Elsewhere on the mountain, the Ralph family is introduced as a 3-man PK squad that enjoys tormenting easy targets before killing them. They talk through their usual rules, avoiding guild-backed parties and random messy kills, but still hunting for victims they can safely bully. What they really enjoy is making someone furious first, because humiliating an angry victim is more fun for them than the PK itself. Then they spot a lone masked player climbing the mountain off-trail, and to them he looks like easy prey. Because Herkin is wearing basic Subjugation Association gear and moving alone, they convince themselves he has to be some weak pushover pretending to be brave. Certain their instincts are right, the Ralph family decides Herkin will be their last Empty Baima catch before leaving the area. To sell the bait, Herkin spends 10 whole minutes clumsily fighting a weak slime dog like a bad low-level swordsman. Right as Herkin raises his sword for the finishing hit, Hebola slams into him with his shoulder and steals the kill. Hebola gives a fake apology with a grin, making it obvious he did it on purpose. When Herkin protests, Hebola instantly drops the act and turns threatening. The other 2 Ralph family members slide in behind Hebola, turning the argument into a very obvious 3-on-1 intimidation routine. Hebola twists the story, claiming he made a harmless mistake and Herkin is the one causing trouble. The trio piles on with insults, and Hebola keeps shoving Herkin backward to squeeze out the angry reaction they want. Herkin finally snaps at them that if they keep this up, he will fight back, and the gang thinks they have hooked the perfect fish. Delighted, Hebola accepts the fight, expecting nothing more than a one-sided beating. The instant Hebola commits, Herkin drives a knife straight into his right eye. Before Hebola can even process it, Herkin destroys his left eye too and blinds him completely. With Hebola panicking in darkness, Herkin tilts his head back and starts carving up his neck with rapid, machine-like knife work. Hebola finally screams, flailing in blind panic as Herkin slips behind him and keeps cutting without pause. The other 2 attackers are so stunned by the reversal that they just stand there for a heartbeat, unable to move. The swordsman finally snaps out of it and draws his purchased blade, but even then he hesitates because he has no idea how to save Hebola. Herkin hears that hesitation and instantly throws out skeleton warrior fragments at the other 2. A wolf-skulled skeleton warrior appears in front of them, and the pair realizes too late that their supposed swordsman prey is actually a necromancer. Because they have barely even seen undead monsters before, the sheer sight of that werewolf-based skeleton blows apart what little composure they had left. Hebola hears his friends losing it and panics even harder in the dark, while Hirkin keeps stabbing at his neck like a ticking clock. Then Hirkin calmly turns Hebola toward his own teammates and says this is self-defense, and none of it is his fault, which only makes him sound more frightening. He leans in and forces Hebola to agree, turning the whole thing into a mock confession under a knife. The moment Hebola tries to speak back, Hirkin jams the blade into his mouth and silences him completely. Watching that, the other two freeze all over again, because this has gone far beyond the kind of easy PK they came looking for. Behind the mask, Hirkin calmly sizes them up and realizes they are weak, poorly trained bullies in the early 20s at best. He had spotted them stalking him long before this and deliberately staged the whole slime dog act to hide his class, widen the gap, and lure Hebola in careless. Since he was outnumbered and physically weaker, Hirkin knew raw power would fail, so he built his opening around shock, blindness, and absolute panic. Their collapse proves they are the lowest kind of trash by Hirkin standards, the sort of players who never got proper guild discipline. And once Hirkin confirms they have no guild backing to avenge them, he smiles behind the mask and decides he can strip them clean. As Hebola lies trapped in game over, Hirkin keeps stabbing until the kill is absolutely finished, making the whole fight feel less like a duel and more like an execution. Jayu and Drell freeze instead of rushing in, because the swordsman cannot get past Hirkin's upgraded skeleton warrior, and both men are suddenly staring at a predator they did not expect. Hirkin knows he loses in a straight level and gear contest, especially with his fragile all-strength build, so he leans even harder into fear and timing instead of trading power for power. Then Hirkin starts his real trap and coolly claims this was only self-defense, knowing the lie will shake them even more. Jayu snaps back in anger, but he and Drell only end up looking at each other for answers, too scared to commit to either fighting or fleeing. Seeing them wobble, Hirkin offers a truce and even raises both hands, making himself look sincere for exactly one reason: he wants them to relax first. The bait works instantly, and Jayu lowers his guard just enough for Hirkin to know the moment has come. Hirkin snaps his fingers, and the skeleton warrior explodes forward before Jayu can recover from that tiny mistake. Startled, Jayu swings hard but sloppily, and the skeleton warrior ducks under the wild slash like it expected the exact move. Instead of contesting the sword, the skeleton warrior bites straight into Jayu's exposed ankle and wrecks his footing in one vicious hit. Jayu reacts by stabbing down into the skeleton, but that only pins the summon for a second and leaves his face wide open. That opening is all Hirkin needs, and he darts in close enough to destroy both of Jayu's eyes with a brutal stab. From there Hirkin moves behind the blinded swordsman and finishes him the same ruthless way he finished Hebola. Hirkin never bothered with the priest first because he already judged Drell as useless under pressure, and the moment Jayu falls, that judgment proves correct. Drell runs for his life, and Hirkin lets him go because chasing one survivor is not worth risking the pile of loot he just won. With the field finally quiet, Hirkin starts stripping the dead for profit and quickly realizes the Ralph family had been carrying a fortune in stolen watches. He checks the crafting drops next and finds the kind of bonus he was hoping for: a black goblin's eyeball, a rare material that perfectly suits magician gear. The haul is already worth serious money, but Hirkin is just as excited by the other reward now sitting in his hands: recorded PK footage sharp enough to become his first real calling card. So the instant he secures the loot, Hirkin heads straight back to Figure's castle, because carrying that much treasure alone is practically inviting another ambush. Inside the castle, he keeps the black goblin's eyeball for himself and dumps the rest fast, taking a discount just to turn dangerous loot into safe cash. Then the 10 watches pay off harder than expected, and Hirkin stares at 2 rare item windows in genuine disbelief. One prize is black goblin leather pants, a rare level 15 piece that boosts both intelligence and magic power, and gets even better as a set. The other prize is even stranger: a deadwood essence sword, a badly matched craft for most players but a bizarrely perfect weapon for Hirkin's build. Once he combines that sword with future black goblin gear, Hirkin can already see the payoff, because this setup will spike his magic output the moment he reaches level 15. That calculation leads to a clean new goal: hit level 15 fast, equip the rare items, and clear empty Bima before the rising star opportunity disappears. So for Hirkin, the answer is simple again: stop celebrating and go break leveling records through sheer grinding. Back in the real world after logging out, and Jaehyun pulls up Romani films on his tablet and winces at the 300,001 editing fee for the PK footage. He still decides the price is worth it, because this video is supposed to introduce Hirkin to the world, not just sit around as raw footage. He knows Romani's work from his ruined future and trusts the editor's skill, but that confidence does not make the money problem hurt any less. His stomach growls at the worst possible time, a blunt reminder that everyone he spends on the video is coming out of a very hungry life. Elsewhere, Romani opens the new request with almost no expectations, because level 10 PK brag videos are usually rich kid garbage to edit. Then he starts the footage, and his whole mood flips the second he realizes this masked player is not flashy at all, just terrifyingly effective. What hooks Romani is the tension in Hirkin's scheme, especially the moment he talks his enemy into lowering his guard before striking. Romany doubts the clip will ever be mainstream friendly because the cruelty is too strong, but that only makes the job more exciting to him. As Warlord's video market turns skill into fame and money, one lucky clip reaches someone far above ordinary standards, Choi Sulian. Even with her absurdly high bar, Choi Sulian sees something different in the masked level 10 player and starts studying him instead of dismissing him. She reads the fight like a veteran, deciding his battle sense is far beyond his level and guessing he must have carried serious experience from another game. Then instinct takes over analysis, and Choi Sulian reaches a simple conclusion she cannot quite explain: she wants this man on her side. By the end of the video, Choi Sulian has already locked the name into memory, marking the first time a major player truly notices Haho Mask Hirkin. A level up alert hits in the silent forest, and Hirkin throws both hands up in pure relief because he has finally reached level 15. He keeps dancing and humming like a man, because this level means the Ralph family loot is finally usable and his magic shortage is about to end. He sheathes his old sword, calls up his second equipment slot, and swaps gear on the spot. The new setup appears all at once: glossy black leather pants, matching boots, and a long sword, but the look is so wrong on him that his mood drops instantly. When he feels how smooth and skin-tight the black goblin pants are, Hirkin realizes with disgust that this piece was almost certainly designed by a woman for a woman's silhouette. He hates the fashion disaster, but he cannot afford to be picky, so he forces himself to accept the gear for its stats and mobility. To calm himself down, he opens his status window and sees exactly why the ugly gear is worth it. His intelligence and magic power have exploded upward. Now that his magic pool is strong enough to support skeleton summons without constant stress, his real priority flips from leveling up to avoiding any more experience at all. He reminds himself that one more level would ruin his shot at the Rising Star title, so he decides to finish a cave in Empty Bima within 2 days and stop wasting time. After searching Empty Bima all day and checking cave after cave, Hirkin finally steps into the 7th one and gets the quest confirmation he was hunting for. He steps right back out and stares at the entrance instead of rushing in, because irritation is creeping up on him and he knows impatience gets players killed. He repositions, dismisses his skeleton warrior back into fragment form, switches to non-combat mode, and makes the smartest choice he can before a dangerous cave run: log out and rest. Back in the real world, Jaehyun brushes his teeth and forces down cheap dietary supplements, grimly aware of how far he has fallen from his better-fed old life. He drops onto his bed and hugs his pillows into position, satisfied that resting now is safer than risking a forced logout inside the cave. He reminds himself that cave monsters hit harder in cramped tunnels, and that good players protect their real body condition before any serious raid. Then he proves he really does have a ranker's talent by falling asleep almost instantly, muttering in his sleep about those cursed leather pants. When he wakes, Jaehyun prepares his own dirt-cheap doping recipe by drowning a giant mug of coffee in glucose candy. The taste is awful, but the caffeine and sugar hit fast enough to snap his sleepy brain into focus. Fully awake now, he opens Warlord News and starts filling in the future he remembers with the details he never knew. A headline about the Hydra Guild finding the first level 100 monster makes him piece together the next major scenario line and curse the timing, because he knows he is too low level to join that race. He tells himself that if he misses this main scenario, he will make up for it at the next one, the Immoral Prince, and he starts grinning at the thought of beating the top guilds to the last laugh. That mood sours the instant he sees Choi Sulian's name in another headline, because even now the sight of Stormhunter Queen is enough to give him a headache. He shuts the tablet, downs the rest of the coffee like medicine, and crunches the leftover candy with all that bottled-up anger. Back in Warlord at the cave entrance, Hirkin turns on his watch flashlight and fixes the glowing orb onto his skeleton warrior's skull like a miner's lamp. He smacks the skeleton on the head and sends it ahead first, treating the whole run like a mission he has to clear in one clean attempt. He steels himself with the ugly truth of the challenge. The Rising Star title means solo clearing what should feel like a level 20 quest built for a 3-man party. 10 straight minutes pass with no monsters at all, and the constant tension in the dark starts to get under his skin. Finally he cuts the recording and vents his frustration, because staying on edge that long for nothing has become its own kind of torture. Once he steadies himself, Hirkin realizes the empty tunnel probably means the cave is saving all its danger for a smaller number of stronger enemies ahead. That lowers the risk of accidental leveling, but it also means his next fight could be brutal, so he restarts the recording and keeps going anyway. A little later, the skeleton warrior suddenly freezes in place, and Hirkin stops joking around the instant he senses this is not random. When he steps forward, he finds a wall of pitch-black darkness that even the skeleton's light cannot pierce, and touching it triggers an enter stage prompt. He immediately understands what he found, not just a quest cave, but an instance dungeon sealed off from the outside world. The catch hits just as fast. Once he enters, he cannot run, cannot call for help, and cannot leave until whatever is inside is dead. Most players would back out there, but Hirkin starts counting the upside instead: a solo instance clear, the Rising Star title, and maybe another quest-linked title on top. Because the cave sealed him off before any fighting, he knows he still has full strength, no outside interference, and the best possible condition for a one-shot attempt. Then his streamer instincts fully kick in, and he realizes this exact kind of insane solo challenge is perfect bait for viewers and paid video sales. He convinces himself that nobody sane would attempt this alone, which is exactly why people will want to watch him do it. So Hirkin makes his call at last. He will wait for Skeleton Fragment's cooldown to end, and then he is going in. Hirkin steps through empty Baima's black barrier and lands inside a cramped octagonal arena that feels less like a cave and more like a deadly ring. Light bursts from the skeleton warrior's head and spills down from the ceiling, turning the room into a moody stage that Hirkin instantly likes for the video he is recording. A huge werewolf finally growls out of the dark, and Hirkin immediately sees this is not the blue one from before. When Hirkin notices the beast's red and black marbled eyes, he realizes this fight is tied to the Corrupt Count main scenario and suddenly becomes much more valuable. That clue hits hard because Hirkin knows main scenario quests pay in rare titles, massive attention, and videos valuable enough for top guilds to fight over. He knows the top guilds are already far ahead on that storyline, but even a small piece of the iceberg is too good to pass up. Hirkin opens the fight at once, sending his skeleton warrior forward while he writes demon on his palm to prepare a curse-coated blade. He presses that dark aura into his long sword and bets everything on a simple plan. The skeleton only has to survive for 30 seconds. The plan almost dies instantly when the corrupted werewolf smashes the skeleton warrior apart in just 2 brutal swings. Even with his summon wrecked, Hirkin coolly measures the boss and decides the monster is survivable if he can avoid taking more than 3 hits himself. Instead of freezing, Hirkin thrills at the danger and charges straight in because this razor-edge tension is exactly what makes him feel alive. As he runs, he snaps his fingers again and forces the skeleton warrior back together behind him. The werewolf's first swipe nearly takes his head, but Hirkin ducks under it so closely that its claws shear strands of his hair. The second strike comes in diagonally, and Hirkin bends around it by a hair too, showing this was not luck but a deliberate read. In that tiny opening Hirkin was hunting, he slips in one light cut, not to wound deeply, but to land the demon curse. After creating space, Hirkin stares the corrupted werewolf down and openly taunts it to keep its attention on him. That taunt buys the opening he wanted, and the restored skeleton warrior jumps onto the werewolf's back and buries its bone knife into it. The boss rips out the knife and hurls it back, and Hirkin uses that moment to study its aggro pattern and confirm it will switch targets the instant it feels threatened. Once he understands the pattern, Hirkin commits fully to the rhythm of the fight. He will keep the monster's eyes on him, and the skeleton will be the fangs in its blind spot. From the skeleton warrior's side of the battle, it waits for the opening its nasty master creates and throws itself like a dart at the monster's back. This time the skeleton drives the knife deep into the old wound and, hearing Hirkin's continued order, refuses to let go. It starts biting and clawing madly into the boss's flesh, turning a support summon into the one finishing the kill. Power surges through the skeleton warrior, and after tearing off a chunk of flesh, it throws its skull to the sky in a silent victory cry. When the fight finally ends after 5 brutal minutes, the first surprise is not the quest clear, but a message saying Skeleton Fragment has already ranked up. Then the corrupted werewolf's body crashes to the floor, and only now does Hirkin finally let himself breathe. Before celebrating, Hirkin checks the price of the win and finds his left arm badly torn by 2 long claw wounds. Still hurting, he uses his watch to end the camera first because the recording itself is part of the reward. The next check confirms the skill jump was real. Skeleton Fragment is now rank E and can summon 2 skeleton warriors. Then he opens the title rewards and sees Rising Star exactly as planned. A second title catches him off guard with a bonus he did not expect here, one who challenges the position of hero. The third title hits even harder because it is completely new to him, proving this run has already gone beyond his old life, pursuer of corruption. After adding everything up, Hirkin finally breaks into a grin and declares that things are at last going his way, without realizing an even bigger reward is still coming. Far from that dungeon, the top 30 guilds keep treating the corrupt count like the biggest prize in Warlord, so even scraps of related information are watched closely. One monitoring team flags a strange new video because it shows a level 15 player killing a corrupted werewolf alone. The real hook is that this solo player is a necromancer who fights on the front line and also earned the Rising Star title, so the room immediately takes him seriously. Back in the real world, and Jaehyun stares at his tablet in disbelief because the video he uploaded yesterday has already passed 6,000 views. He knows that kind of early traction is unusually fast, and the surprise leaves him dazed for a moment in front of the screen. After a sip of coffee clears his head, he realizes the momentum is finally with him and starts reconsidering his whole pace. He had planned to build his reputation later, around the high 20s, but this wave is arriving early enough that he thinks he should spend now and ride it harder. Remembering how his old guild only broke through by all-inning on a moment of attention, he concludes better gear is the fastest way to turn buzz into real growth. The money problem still hurts because he is already trying to scrape together 10 million won, but he decides he has no choice except to spend anyway. He even jokes bitterly that he should have borrowed 20 million and, staring at his thin wrist, admits he may have to give up meat for a while. Back in Warlord, Hirkin heads straight to the Subjugation Association in Figure's castle and is stopped by a higher-level NPC named Hotan. Hotan confirms the thing Herkin saw in Empty Bima was a monster twisted by the Corrupted One, which means the next scenario step is already opening. Knowing how Warlord NPCs work, Herkin does not play passive and immediately presses for more, asking what the Corrupted One is and how he can help. Hotan first says Herkin is still too lacking to fight that enemy, and Herkin instantly asks what he must do to earn the chance. That answer proves his worth, and Hotan finally opens the door, saying Herkin's result at Empty Bima has earned him a recommendation. Hotan sends him east to Banks Castle with a letter for Himbri, and the name alone shocks Herkin because this is not just another quest giver. When he checks the quest details and sees a unique rank reward with a skill book at the end, Herkin has to physically hold back his grin. His excitement finally leaks out anyway, and nearby players start staring because the guy in the tight black leather pants suddenly looks half crazy with happiness. Herkin quickly connects the dots and realizes the Rising Star title overlapped with the Corrupt Count route to unlock an Ahimbri disciple quest that most magicians would kill for. He knows his level is still too low for a top-end prize, but the chance is so good that he accepts it without hesitation. With his next route decided, Herkin heads for the item workshop first so he can cube his materials before going to meet Ahimbri. In the beginner castle, Herkin heads to the item workshop, a place so packed with desperate crafters that it feels more like a casino than a game hall. The sight hits a nerve, because Herkin remembers the players who bet everything here and sees too much of his old self in them. He ignores the crowds, sits at an empty cube, and pays the gold just to open the crafting interface. Using the Corrupted One's essence and the werewolf materials he just earned, Herkin scrolls through the possible crafts and spots something far better than expected, a necklace recipe. That instantly matters, because accessories are so rare this early that most players cannot touch them until much later. He wastes no time feeding in the bone coins, skin coins, and crafting jewel, then starts shaking the cube himself. When the success alert appears, he is already annoyed by the clumsy process, so he opens the cube expecting nothing special. Then Herkin freezes, because the necklace is not rare at all but a chronicle unique tied to the Pursuer of Corruption title. The find leaves even him reeling, because chronicle uniques normally come from main scenario progress and are both stronger and much harder to obtain than ordinary unique gear. He cannot sell it, but he is still thrilled, because this kind of luck is exactly what his build needed. So Herkin immediately opens the bonus option menu and picks the black magic bonus that adds one more summon to skeleton fragment. Soon after, Herkin strides toward Banks Castle in a ridiculous but upgraded outfit, happily singing because his power just jumped again. A forest bear lumbers out to attack, but instead of cursing his luck, Herkin almost looks relieved to finally have something worth testing himself on. His confidence is simple: new rare gear, the chronicle unique necklace, and 3 freshly crafted skeleton fragments should let him test a much stronger fighting style. He throws the fragments down and summons 3 bulky skeleton warriors with lizard-like skulls, each carrying a knife and a bone shield. As the forest bear charges, Herkin puts on his Haho mask and starts recording, turning the test into content the moment the fight begins. The bear's first swing tears past Herkin's head, but he does not retreat and keeps its full attention on himself instead. That is exactly what he wants, because while the bear roars at him, one skeleton warrior slips in from behind and buries its knife in the beast's back. But the next skeleton warrior rushes in too obviously, and the bear simply smashes its head clean off. Herkin instantly yells at his summons, furious that they still fight like separate idiots instead of a team. When the last skeleton warrior starts repeating the same mistake, Herkin snaps his fingers and forces it into defense before it can get wrecked too. The brief lull only makes the problem clearer, especially when the headless skeleton warrior wanders off to fetch its own skull like a clumsy child. Herkin realizes their individual combat sense is fine, but their teamwork is awful, and every mistake wastes precious magic he cannot spare with his strength-heavy build. So he gives up on the dream of lazy necromancer play and accepts that he will have to teach them from the front line himself. He charges the forest bear personally, turning the fight into hands-on training for his summons. Later, in the real world, Jae-hyun studies 3 camera angles of the same hunt and uses the footage to break down exactly how his skeleton warriors are improving. He likes what he sees in their growth, but he also knows he now has to build a whole training curriculum for them from scratch. Even so, he is genuinely excited, because once necromancer summons expand to things like golems, the shape of his battles will change completely. That dream points to something bigger too. If this keeps scaling, Herkin might one day be able to solo raids. But the fantasy crashes into reality when he remembers the real urgent problem is still money, and the deadline coming up fast. He checks his channel and sees solid momentum, with tens of thousands of views and 10,000 subscribers already gathering around Herkin. Still, he knows potential is not enough, so he decides his next videos need to prove results by focusing on rapid leveling instead of just stylish fights. Elsewhere in Warlord, a blonde man in scarlet armor watches Haho mask Herkin's video and quietly calls it amazing. A red-haired woman walks over to ask what has him so impressed, and he tells her he is watching Herkin's newest battle video. She brushes Herkin off as a gross gimmick in a mask and ugly leather, but Shev pushes back and says the real point is how unusual his fighting style is. He rewinds the footage to show her the real shock. Herkin kites a mud troll while his skeleton warriors hit from both flanks with near-perfect timing. To Shev, that is the terrifying part, because plenty of players can coordinate like that, but summons almost never move with this level of trained teamwork. Once he factors in that Hirkin has only been playing for about a month, Shev realizes this might still be only the beginning. The idea of skeleton warriors one day fighting as well as Hirkin himself sends a real chill through him. Before he can dwell on it, the red-haired woman cuts in and reminds Shev their own hunt goes live in 5 minutes, snapping him back to business. She bluntly tells him to stop staring at a small fry, because he is Matador Shev, the Red Bull's leader, and their audience just paid heavily to watch him win. Shev closes the hologram, summons his brutal horned helmet over his head, and the moment turns from analysis back to top-tier raid business. As the red-haired woman calls the Red Bulls to prepare for battle, the chapter closes on one more reminder that even the top guilds are moving under huge stakes. After the mud troll dies, Hirkin hits level 20, but instead of celebrating, he quietly pulls up his watch and judges the fight with a hard, disappointed stare. He shuts the status window and calls his skeleton warriors over, only to watch them ignore his hand signals until he finally shouts at them. Once they gather, Hirkin crouches and diagrams the battle in the dirt like a commander, lecturing them on how the flanks should move when the enemy turns. He even snaps into practical critique, fake attacking one skeleton and scolding it for jumping to dodge like a fool with no way to turn in midair. He knows the skeletons cannot learn from speeches, so the whole rant is really Hirkin reviewing his own mistakes, and he only gives that battle a harsh 60 out of 100. Still, he quickly moves on, satisfied that he reached level 20 12 hours ahead of schedule and now has enough results to support his plans. With Banks Castle in sight, Hirkin decides it is time to harvest more than levels and heads for town. Before entering, he uses slot change to swap out his ugly hunting gear for plain Subjugation Association clothes, keeping the Haho mask on because even he cannot bear to walk into a crowd dressed like that. The moment he steps through Banks Castle's gate, guild recruiters swarm him from every side, trying to drag the obvious solo player into their offers. By the time he finally reaches the Magician class tower, his good mood is gone, and he grumbles that the old him would have buried every last one of them. He comes here for the free level 20 skill and takes bone armor exactly as planned, because that skill is a key step toward the summon build he wants later. He also thinks ahead to curse magic, but those skill books cost far more than he can afford, so money stays a constant irritation hanging over every choice. From there he heads straight to the Subjugation Association branch, because the real prize today is not bone armor at all but making contact with a Himbri. He steels himself on the way in, knowing that if he wants more from a Himbri than a single reward, he has to read the NPC's intentions perfectly and talk his way into a lasting connection. When his turn comes, he presents Hotan's recommendation letter at the Subjugation Association counter, and the clerk immediately tells him to go up to the 7th floor. The guards let him pass after seeing the letter, but the players tailing him are blocked at the stairs, exposing them as the usual hyenas chasing anything that smells profitable. Hirkin leaves the hyenas below and searches the 7th floor hallway until he finds the door with a Himbri's name on it. The door opens on a cramped office buried in books and papers, and at the far end sits the bearded man Hirkin has only ever seen in rare public footage, a Himbri himself. After reading Hotan's letter, a Himbri coolly warns that Hotan's favor means nothing here, so Hirkin answers just as bluntly and asks for a chance to prove himself. That directness works on a Himbri, who smiles through his beard, says his standards are much higher than Hotan's, and remarks that Hirkin reeks of black magic. Then a Himbri flicks a book through the air to him, saying it is Hotan's gift, and closing out that part of their business. The moment a Himbri says he is seeking someone to fight the power of corruption, Hirkin's completed quest rolls straight into a new unique quest called Nested Egg. But a Himbri immediately adds a warning. Hirkin gets only one shot at this test, and only 19 people sent by Hotan have ever passed. That number hits Hirkin hard, because it means other players have already cleared a Himbri's test ahead of him, and he may be stepping onto a dangerous trail. Sitting alone on the branch staircase afterward, he checks his new skills and looks almost homeless from the outside, even as his eyes gleam with excitement. Bone armor is exactly what he expected, but Madness Helm shocks him with its raw power at rank F and the promise of turning one summon dramatically stronger. He quickly pieces together why the skill stayed obscure, then worries that the helmet might also drive his skeleton warrior berserk and make it impossible to control in a real fight. When he opens the new quest, the description is almost insulting in its vagueness: find an egg in a nest, with no reward listed at all. He grumbles at Warlord's usual cruelty, but he has seen quests like this before, so he cuts off the complaint and focuses on the real danger waiting outside. Because a Himbri is a major NPC tied to big scenario content, Hirkin knows guild watchers and spies will be posted around him, and the branch has only one way out. After weighing it, he decides there is no answer in hiding on the stairs and walks down, trusting that no one should know he actually met a Himbri. The instant he reaches the crowded first floor, the same hyenas who tried to tail him before stand up and lock onto him again. Before they can crowd him, a short but dangerous player in a white mamba armor set barges through the stalkers, yanks one aside, and takes control of the whole scene by force. The room recognizes the white mamba set at a glance, and the hyena's attitude flips from aggressive to submissive the second they realize a level 70+ monster just arrived. The armored man asks for a bit of Herkin's time, and with all eyes on them, Herkin has no clean way to refuse. The questioning starts immediately with floor number, quest details, and guild affiliation, but Herkin is ready and plays the part of an ordinary player who just happened to get a quest on the 3rd floor. Herkin deliberately hides any link to a Himbri, because if a major guild learns he is connected to that NPC during the Corrupt Count arc, they will cling to him by any means necessary. Then the armored man abruptly offers a left-hand handshake, which looks polite on the surface but instantly sets off alarms in Herkin's head. To sell his inexperience, Herkin takes the left-hand shake anyway and mouths off like a normal, annoyed low-level player before ending the meeting. After Herkin walks off, an unnamed robed woman with a masculine aura joins the armored man, and the two decide he probably is not connected to a Himbri after all. The armored man explains the test plainly. Any real veteran would hesitate at a left-hand shake near the watch, so Herkin's easy response made him look inexperienced. They also revealed the bigger picture. The Corrupt Count quest is nearly over. No rising star who passed a Himbri has appeared in 3 months, and they see no reason to recruit anyone new now. With that, they finish their report talk and leave the branch as if the matter is settled. But Herkin never truly left. Hidden where he could watch them, he realizes the left-hand bait confirms these people are far more dangerous than ordinary scavengers. He immediately sees the real problem. If he keeps following a Himbri's quest, he may run into them again, and next time the pressure will be even worse. Even so, Herkin refuses to back off, deciding that sooner or later he will have to face bastards like these anyway, so he might as well push forward and take a Himbri's test head-on. And Jaehyun sits down with coffee and a tablet, trying to decode a Himbri's absurd clue about finding an egg in a nest. Using Banks Castle as the center and the words egg and nest as his guide, he narrows the quest down to 3 nearby monster zones tied to birds, reptiles, or insects. He quickly rules out Cave Snake Cliff and Sawtooth Ant Tunnel because their monsters are far above his level, leaving Lizard Swamp as the only realistic choice. That choice actually suits him, because green lizards are strong enough to be worthwhile but unpopular enough that skilled players can farm them efficiently. Then his mood sours, because if Lizard Swamp really is a Himbri's testing ground, any flashy hunting video from there could expose him. He remembers how narrowly he slipped by before, and knows wearing the Haho mask there would make suspicion much worse. What really bothers him is the unknown man in the white mamba set, because that gear screams powerful backing but leaves no trace he can identify. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that this man is part of some organized group outside the top 30 guilds, and that makes him even more dangerous. Already exhausted by the game, debt, and people like Choi Soo-hyun, and Jaehyun can only curse the world for piling on one more headache. Inside Warlord, Herkin heads toward Lizard Swamp and uses the long trip to test and refine his setup instead of just rushing ahead. He tests Madness Helm by drawing a glowing scarlet cross seal on the back of a skeleton warrior's skull. Before activating the buff, Herkin throws a fast jab to check whether his summon still uses the evasive close combat habits he drilled into it every day. The skeleton warrior dodges and creates distance on its own, proving Herkin's training has paid off. His real concern is whether Madness Helm will keep that discipline or turn the summon into a reckless brute. When he chants Helm on, horns burst from the skeleton warrior's skull and its eye flames flare from blue to furious red. Herkin immediately attacks at full force with sword and kick, trying to see how the buff changes the summon's instincts under pressure. The buffed skeleton warrior still dodges cleanly, but now it refuses to give ground, holding its position like a berserker that still remembers its lessons. Elsewhere in the real world, guilds are scrambling for late rookie talent before Warlord's 1-year mark locks the rankings in place. Choi Soo-hyun scans one promising player after another, but none of them impress her. Her secretary, Park Soo-ji, notices the mood right away and carefully asks if there is someone specific she wants instead. Soo-hyun knows the players she truly wants already belong to other top guilds, so poaching them would mean open war. Then one memory finally clicks, the masked player uploading videos to YouTube. She orders Park Soo-ji to drop the other files and dig up everything on the Haho mask guy instead. Without missing a beat, Soo-hyun also pushes Park Soo-ji to pressure the helpers for raid support, and use her name if they stall. Her mood only softens when she hears her parents are staying quiet now that Warlord has become too successful to mock. Park Soo-ji watches her beautiful, wealthy boss in quiet envy, thinking life is unfair. Back in the game, Lizard Swamp proves exactly why players hate it, as survivors slog through mud and blame each other for coming. The place is dangerous not because the lizardmen are overwhelming on paper, but because their swordplay and the swamp terrain punish anyone who fights badly. Herkin approaches the swamp methodically, testing the ground with his feet until he finds firm patches he can turn into planned battle points. To him, hunting here is simple: find solid ground, map several fallback spots, and drag every fight onto terrain he controls. He knows this swamp could make a great highlight video, which only makes it more annoying that he has to stay careful and avoid attention. Still, he promises himself that once he becomes a ranker, the people forcing him to hide now will regret it. With that bitter resolve settled, Herkin puts the Haho mask back on before starting the real hunt. His first target is a green-scaled lizard man, and he opens the fight by letting a lizard-skulled skeleton warrior test blades with it head-on. At the snap of Herkin's fingers, the skeleton warrior lunges in, and the lizard man immediately proves it can match swordplay with swordplay. The summon still fights smart, bending away from the counter and giving ground just enough to keep the duel under control. Then Hirkin upgrades the front line in an instant with Madness Helm and Bone Armor together. The buffed skeleton warrior turns ferocious and surges back into the lizard man, forcing a brutal sword exchange at close range. While their swords grind together in deadlock, Hirkin slips to the monster's flank and stabs into its scales. The stab barely sinks in, but that was enough to trigger Demon Curse and tip the stats in Hirkin's favor. Once the lizard man weakens, the skeleton warrior wins the blade contest and carves a deep slash through its shoulder. Hirkin sticks to the opening and keeps stabbing the same flank wound, turning one break in defense into a full collapse. As the lizard man starts to fail, Hirkin calmly adds another skeleton warrior and keeps the pressure perfectly layered. With the horn tank pinning it down and two attackers tearing at its flank, the lizard man is slowly butchered where it stands. When the body finally melts away, Hirkin checks the time and realizes he just killed a level 30 lizard man in only 1 minute and 22 seconds. Even he is impressed, because this setup gives him party-level killing power without the gear burden or danger his old swordsman path would have needed. Madness Helm and Bone Armor have given him exactly what he wanted, a summon that can tank hard, stay aggressive, and save mana at the same time. Riding that momentum, Hirkin decides the egg search can wait until tomorrow and commits to a full-scale hunt today. Not far away, a mud-splattered three-woman party is already regretting the trip and arguing about whether to cut their losses and go home. The leader forces the group back on its feet, insisting they cannot quit after suffering this much just to reach the swamp. Then the three women spot a masked player cutting through a lizard man with shocking skill, and their whole mood changes on the spot. Seeing an opportunity, the party leader smiles and tells the others they should stick close to him. While hunting alone in Lizard Swamp, Hirkin is suddenly approached by 3 stylish female players instead of the usual wary strangers. Hirkin sizes them up in one glance and immediately feels something is off. When Ilya asks if he has been hunting here alone, Hirkin's first reaction is suspicion, not interest. Her attention reminds him of Choi Silian, so instead of getting flustered, he only grows more distrustful. Ilya praises his lizardman kill and lays the charm on thick, but Hirkin cuts straight through it with one cold question: "What do you want?" After introducing herself as Ilya, she finally cuts to the point and asks Hirkin to help clear their quest. Hirkin instantly reads their cute act as brazen leeching and answers from the heart, "Fuck off." Even that does not stop Ilya, and when she grabs his shoulder to beg again, Hirkin notices her grip is too strong for a harmless beauty act. When she begs him to help kill just 10 monsters, Hirkin agrees, but only because his suspicion has deepened. As soon as he accepts, Hirkin privately decides these women are predators, not victims, and starts planning to turn the setup back on them. He quietly pieces the setup together. A 3-woman party came into a dangerous swamp without a real tank, so they were never here for an honest quest clear. Hirkin realizes they are not planning a direct PK but an accident, luring monsters onto him so his death looks natural. Instead of backing out, he decides that if they get caught lying, he will rob them clean. Hirkin questions Ilya about their failed hunt, and every answer she gives sounds more like cover story than truth. He lays down strict hunting rules, telling them to lure lizard men one by one and warning the priestess not to cast buffs on his skeletons. The women thank him sweetly, even calling him Appa, and Hirkin plays along with a fake grin while privately judging how practiced their act is. Once the women head deeper into the swamp to start luring, Hirkin stops listening and simply waits for their secret plan to begin. Away from Hirkin, the 3 women drop the innocent act and openly discuss whether to milk him longer or rob him clean. The magician points out that a necromancer with skeletons that strong must be carrying expensive gear, and Ilya fixates on Hirkin's purple jewel necklace as proof. Ilya decides there is little risk, because Hirkin is alone and their plan will look like a monster accident, not open murder. The 3 women laugh over their scam, but the mood snaps when a real lizard man walks up and forces the setup to begin. Back at the hunting point, Hirkin cleanly carries the party through 9 lizard men while the women mostly leech experience. Then Ilya suddenly runs in with 2 lizard men on her tail and cries for help, kicking off the betrayal attempt. Hirkin sends his skeleton warriors to intercept, and Ilya slips safely behind them while pretending this was just a bad mistake. She keeps apologizing with teary eyes before Hirkin can press her, clearly counting on pity to cover the setup. Hirkin tells her to support him, and Ilya mistakes his restraint for a man finally falling for her act. Inside her own head, Ilya revels in the scam, because tricking men with beauty and fake accidents has become the real reason she plays warlord at all. She waits for the final step, sure that her 2 friends are bringing 2 more lizard men and that Hirkin is about to die under the pileup. But the moment she expects Hirkin's summons to hold, his skeleton warriors suddenly start losing in a completely one-sided way. Hirkin suddenly claims he is out of magic power and orders Ilya to tank for a while, leaving her no clean way to refuse. Forced into the front line, Ilya finally steps toward the lizardmen herself, while Hirkin quietly confirms that the trap is unfolding exactly as he expected. Hirkin lays out the whole scam in his head at once, knowing the other 2 are bringing more lizard men and planning to finish him with an accidental spell. So instead of absorbing their bomb, Hirkin decides to throw it back at them. At the critical moment, Hirkin snaps his fingers 3 times and gives his skeleton warriors the most absurd order possible: dance. Only Herkin hears Thriller in his head, while Ilya just stares in stunned confusion as the skeletons start moving side to side. Right then, Ilya's two friends finally arrive with one lizard man each, and the whole ambush collapses the instant they see the scene. The lizard men casually chop down the dancing skeleton warriors, leaving Ilya exposed with no shield between her and the monsters. With the summons gone, the lizard men turn on Ilya, and in the sucking swamp she can barely hold them off. The other two women finally realize Herkin saw through them, and from their side of the swamp they can only watch Ilya fight for her life. Herkin, meanwhile, is openly delighted that his necromancer tricks let him turn their own fake accident into theirs. He does not save them either, and instead casually advises them that running here is worse because the swamp will drag them down. As they fight desperately and look to him for help, Herkin offers only one last cutting comment about liars getting what they deserve. One of them calls out for him to wait, but Herkin only waves and walks away, leaving the scammers to their own failed accident. In Lizard Swamp, Herkin stands over another failed ambusher while his skeleton warriors pin the man down in the mud. The defeated player swears revenge, and Herkin just mocks him to bring better loot next time. With two snaps of his fingers, Herkin orders the execution and watches without blinking as a skeleton drives its sword into the gap in the man's armor. To Herkin, the fight is already over and reduced to one number in his head. This was the 15th player he had put down here. 2 weeks into Lizard Swamp, he has shot up 7 levels while the average player would need a month to make the same climb. But leveling is only half the story, because men keep showing up to avenge the 3 women Herkin embarrassed on his first day. He thinks the women twisted the story so well that random self-righteous players now treat him like a villain they have to punish. Instead of defending himself, Herkin treats the attackers like walking loot boxes and checks their gear for profit. He figures that if these idiots are bringing level 30 gear to him for free, he might as well turn it into dinner money. He still marks the whole mess for later, promising himself the women will pay back what they started if they keep this up. For now, though, Lizard Swamp feels almost perfect to him. Fast experience, steady loot, and enemies who come to him on their own. That is what makes it sting when he admits he cannot stay here forever and will have to leave once the gains run out. His next checkpoint is level 30. And once he gets there he plans to sweep the whole swamp for the nested egg quest before moving on. If Lizard Swamp turns out to be the wrong place, he already has a backup plan to release all the secret hunting videos he recorded here. Pleased with the thought, he heads out to cash in the pile of watches he has taken from his attackers. Back in reality, and Jaehyun finally celebrates with steak as the smell alone makes him feel rich again. Today's transfer hit 2,530,000 won, mostly because one of those revenge seekers handed him a level 35 rare sword worth a fortune. He plates the steak with store-bought salads and feels absurdly grateful to the fools funding his dinner. Then one email wrecks the mood before he even takes a bite. The message is a formal scouting offer from Stormhunter Guild, a top group that should have made any Warlord player ecstatic. But Jaehyun only sees the name that ruined his life, because Stormhunter and Choi Silian are exactly what he wants revenge on. He deletes the offer immediately, because joining them is unthinkable no matter how prestigious the invitation looks. As he chews the steak like rubber, the email drags him back to his real rule. He cannot get comfortable until he takes everything back himself. So he gets up, throws the expensive dinner into the trash, and chooses hunger over weakness. A moment later, he is back to boiling water and dissolving glucose candy, forcing himself into the lonely discipline he thinks a predator needs. On his 20th day in Lizard Swamp, Herkin finally hits level 30. The milestone immediately pays off with the Lizard Hunter title and a burst of skill rank ups that make the whole grind feel worth it. He is stunned to realize he beat his old level 20 to 30 record by 4 full days. That memory stings too, because the old record was set beside Kim Dong-soo back when Herkin still believed they were building a future together. Even so, the new pace proves his current path is faster than the players chasing the top, and that confidence lifts him. His first thought after the victory is embarrassingly human. Maybe now he really has earned another steak. Then he catches movement in the distance, dismisses his skeletons back into fragments, and disappears into cover without wasting a second. A familiar loser from one of the earlier revenge attempts rushes in with 2 allies, hunting Herkin again. Instead of hiding, Herkin steps out and greets them like overdue delivery men, already eyeing them as fresh level 30 presents. After the fight, one survivor is left kneeling in the swamp, while Herkin mocks him for risking all this just to impress the women who sent him. When the man spits out another threat, Herkin answers by tapping his own wrist and signaling exactly what he wants. The skeleton batters through the man's armored glove, chops off the hand, and Herkin calmly takes the watch from it. He leaves the man alive on purpose, because Herkin has decided his time in Lizard Swamp is almost over. Too many enemies now know his name, and if they start paying stronger players to hunt him, staying here will stop being profitable. So he gives the nested egg quest 3 final days and decides that after that he will move on if the swamp still gives him nothing. His working theory is that the egg is not a normal egg at all, but something touched by the power of corruption. He also suspects that if he could find a corrupted monster, it would finally lead him to the right nest. But fan sites have nothing useful, so in the end his only real method is simple and exhausting: keep running the swamp himself. That search turns ugly fast when 7 players suddenly chase him through the swamp, screaming for him not to escape again. Hurkin realizes the fools finally learned to gang up, and he blames Ilya and the other women for organizing this larger trap. Even with his strength build and his knowledge of the swamp, Hurkin knows a full group of 10 equal or higher level players is too much to fight head-on. So he buys time the necromancer way, summoning a skeleton warrior directly into the pursuer's path as a sacrifice. The swordsman smashed the skeleton apart within seconds, and Hurkin's anger spikes because his undead servants feel more loyal than most people ever were. Then the terrain changes, and Hurkin suddenly realizes he has run into a part of Lizard Swamp he has never seen before. Not knowing whether this is a reset area or an event field, he immediately loses the home ground advantage that had kept him alive. When he spots a black swamp ahead, instinct tells him stepping into it would be a disaster. Instead of testing it with his own body, he tosses in a skeleton fragment and makes a summoned warrior dance on the surface as bait while he hides. The chasing group reaches the black swamp, sees the dancing skeleton, and takes the bait as open mockery. 3 swordsmen charge in to wreck it, but one of their allies shouts for them not to kill the summon and just force Hurkin to waste mana. Then a priest staring into the water catches a glimpse of something huge moving under the black surface. Before his warning can fully come out, a massive lizard erupts from the swamp and swallows one swordsman whole in a single snap. The whole group is left stunned as the monster vanishes back under the black water, and only Hurkin stays calm enough to understand what he just found. Seeing the level 40 dragon lizard, Hurkin immediately connects it to his quest and wonders if the nest and nested egg was pointing to this beast's lair all along. At the edge of the black swamp, Hurkin immediately senses something is off because this dragon lizard spawn does not match any normal raid field he knows. That strange terrain makes him connect a Himbri's nested egg quest to the dragon lizard's nest, and the answer is so absurd he almost wants to curse. He realizes the quest is basically asking him to take an egg from a boss meant for a level 40, 20-man raid, not from something a solo player should touch. Even so, Hurkin coolly decides he is not here to kill the boss with less than a 10% chance, he is here to use the situation. The 9 players chasing him snap out of their panic and start organizing themselves, which tells Hurkin they at least have basic combat instincts. Their leader shouts for everyone to get ready, and even the ones doubting the fight admit they still need to prepare if they want any chance to escape. When 2 swordsmen start backing out of the swamp for safer ground, Hurkin decides he will not let them withdraw so easily. He snaps his fingers and sends in a skeleton warrior, then layers madness helm and bone armor on it to turn it into a vicious frontline monster. The buff skeleton charges the 2 swordsmen so fast that one instantly decides to stay behind and hold it off so the other can run. The other 7 players focus on rescuing their allies, and Hurkin can only sneer because they still do not understand the real threat. Right on cue, the dragon lizard bursts in from the side of the distracted group, and Hurkin dives into the swamp the instant his trap pays off. In boss raids, the worst thing is any extra variable, and Hurkin's fully buffed skeleton warrior is exactly the kind of deadly distraction that ruins a raid. That trained skeleton dodges and counters so cleanly that the swordsman fighting it can do nothing but panic and curse. While the group is still reacting to the skeleton, the dragon lizard barrels into the 7 players and forces them to scatter too late. A priest is swallowed whole before the party can recover, and the raid collapses into raw panic. The swordsman who escaped hesitates, realizes his team is getting crushed, and turns back through the mud to save the ally he abandoned. Then a friendly fireball slams into his own teammate instead, and that one mistake says everything about how badly the whole fight is unraveling. With the raid in chaos, Hurkin switches goals completely and starts searching for the dragon lizard's lair like a veteran thief instead of a hunter. He leaves another skeleton warrior standing as bait and a warning signal, so if it dies, his magic loss will tell him the dragon lizard is coming back. After 15 tense minutes, he finally spots a huge nest like a giant beaver dam, and knows he has found the lair. Inside the nest, among scattered treasure, Hurkin finds an egg-shaped object that looks much more like a rock than a real egg. He loots what he can, straps the odd stone to his back, and gets out fast because the quest item matters more than the rest. The moment his magic suddenly drops, Hurkin knows the decoy skeleton has been destroyed and the dragon lizard is moving again. When he returns to the battlefield, the place is a wreck of fire, death, and dropped watches, showing the dragon lizard finished almost everyone. Among the destruction, Hurkin spots one last survivor who only lived because the dragon lizard suddenly ran off toward its lair. Hurkin notices the man's arm and face have gone black from poison, which means he is dying even if nobody touches him. Instead of backing off, Hurkin walks straight up to him and coldly says Warlord drives people insane in the strangest ways. Then he taps his mask and gives the man a warning to remember it, because if they meet again, he will make him regret speaking so boldly. The survivor tries one last desperate punch, and Hurkin answers by slipping aside and stabbing through the gap in his helmet without mercy. Even after the player is effectively gone, Hurkin keeps stabbing until only the watch remains, because he wants this warning burned into their heads. He picks up the watch and decides that if these people keep chasing him after this, then it becomes outright war. With the stones secured and revenge promised for next time, Hurkin finally runs as far away from the black swamp as he can. As he escapes, he turns the last bit of chaos into profit by contacting a nearby guild and selling the dragon lizard's exact location for $100. When the buyer immediately asks for his account number, Herkin knows he has squeezed one final payout out of Lizard Swamp. The instant he gets the nested egg, Herkin does not rest for a second and races straight back to Bane's castle before anyone can trace the quest back to him. He changes clothes, storms into the Subjugation Association, and blows past the usual hyenas waiting downstairs before they can even react. He bursts into Ahimbri's room and slams the stone down on the desk like he is rushing to finish the quest before danger catches up. Ahimbri says Herkin came back faster than expected, which almost makes Herkin choke because this absurd quest still took him more than 20 days. When Ahimbri asks if he knows what he brought, Herkin admits he does not and listens like every word might change his future. Ahimbri names it the Corrupted Stone, and Herkin instantly realizes he has stumbled into a major main scenario item with enormous value. That revelation makes Herkin's greed spike, because a Chronicle unique grade payoff might be hiding behind this stone if he plays it right. Ahimbri explains that these stones intoxicate monsters with the corrupted one's power, so the real problem is not smashing one stone but finding who is moving them. Herkin eagerly tries to volunteer for the next hunt and even the mastermind, pushing hard because he wants the next quest immediately. Ahimbri cuts him off by saying his strength is still not enough, and the cold answer hits Herkin like a bucket of water. Then Ahimbri follows it with the real reward, saying Herkin has the potential and should first build enough power to fight properly. A new unique quest, Ahimbri's Teachings 2, starts on the spot, and Herkin barely contains himself when he realizes a new skill book is on the line. The next alert hits even harder when he gains the title Ahimbri's Disciple, and that finally blows through his self-control. Ahimbri gives him a baffled look, and Herkin is left scrambling to hide the fact that he just celebrated way too hard in front of his master. Once he checks the details, Herkin learns he only has to hit level 40 to return for a skill book and the Pursuer of Corruption ring, while the new title adds another 3% to class stats. With Rising Star and Ahimbri's Disciple together, Herkin feels the gap open wider in his favor, and suddenly level 40 becomes the only thing that matters. He decides the fastest road forward is the Dead Woods, the dreaded forest packed with undead monsters. Back in Lizard Swamp, the dragon lizard's corpse melts away in the Black Swamp, while a raid party celebrates, finally bringing the boss down alive. The victorious group is the Appam Guild, and their raid leader immediately thanks the outside helper whose skill got them through the fight with no deaths. The helper politely credits the team instead of himself, which only makes the guild leader more convinced this man is far beyond the level they paid for. When the guild leader offers extra gold like a normal tip, the helper firmly refuses, which feels even stranger for someone this skilled. The guild leader starts piecing it together. Through a broker, they somehow hired a helper much stronger than their payment should ever have bought. Then the helper asks for one unusual condition. He wants full claim over everything inside the dragon lizard's lair. The raid leader agrees because a newly respawned dragon lair should be almost empty, even if the helper's insistence still leaves him uneasy. The helper even refuses help searching for the lair, keeping his real aim to himself because he suspects a corrupted stone is hidden there. In his mind, he pieces together the hidden trigger. A corrupted dragon lizard only appears if someone with Ahimbri's test and the corrupted count quest stays in Lizard Swamp for at least a week. Realizing someone else triggered this special dragon lizard event, the white-armored helper hurries alone into the Black Swamp to reach the lair before whoever started it can claim the stone. A few minutes later, a furious scream tears through the swamp when the white-armored helper reaches the dragon lizard's lair and realizes the corrupted stone is already gone. As Herkin gets ready for the Dead Woods, he remembers how undead hunting footage once changed everything for him and Kim Dong-soo. That old success still feels like proof, so Herkin decides to use undead monsters again as his next stepping stone. His first priority is obvious. Before he goes after skeletons, he needs a proper level 30 weapon that can smash bone. Then he spots a ridiculous listing nobody else wants. A rare magician's hammer that only magicians can equip. To normal mages it is useless junk, but for Herkin's all-strength necromancer build, it is exactly the cheap answer he needed. He buys the hammer on the spot, even while bracing for how brutal the rest of a real level 30 gear set will cost. Instead of whining about the market, Herkin accepts that Warlord's prices will only keep rising and focuses on ugly bargains and clever workarounds. When he finally checks the gear he cobbled together, the result is so awful that even he wants to disappear from shame. The floral shorts make it even worse, and Herkin grimly decides this look alone could provoke a fight. So he switches back to plain Subjugation Association clothes, hiding the fashion disaster while keeping the new hammer ready at his waist. With his gear settled, Herkin also takes his free class skill and learns Skeleton Magician. The new summon strengthens his lineup and points toward Golem Summon later, but it also brings a problem he cannot ignore. His mana will be tight. Even so, the prep is done, and Herkin heads for the Dead Woods ready to turn undead hunting into both progress and content. Inside the Dead Woods, Herkin opens the hunt by summoning his undead lineup, including the new Skeleton Magician. He starts testing the field against skeleton mobs, using blunt force exactly the way he planned. Herkin quickly settles into the real skeleton hunting pattern, crushing skulls to keep them from recovering while moving through planned routes so the packs cannot surround him. The new Skeleton Magician adds real firepower, but every spell reminds Herkin how quickly his mana can vanish. Even with the mana pressure, he keeps pushing because skeletons fighting skeletons is exactly the kind of footage he wanted. His standout summon shows its worth too, a horned skeleton warrior made from a rare hammering cow corpse, swinging a massive hammer through the enemy line. With his own hammer, and his undead frontline working in sync, Hirkin turns the hunt into a brutal bone-crushing routine. But the dead woods is not just fodder, and a giant enemy skeleton warrior finally steps into his path. Hirkin does not rush it head-on and instead targets the monster's knees to break its movement first. Once both knees are broken, the huge undead collapses, and Hirkin's side piles on before it can recover. The fight proves his method works, but it also confirms the real limit on this hunt is still his shrinking mana pool. Even so, Hirkin keeps grinding through the dead woods, polishing a hunt that is equal parts efficient farming and perfect footage. Later, the footage reaches editor Romani, who immediately sees how strong the material is. The skeleton versus skeleton angle hooks him right away, because the footage is grotesque, exciting, and easy to build into a standout video. There is just one thing he cannot stop staring at. Hirkin's absurd fashion is so bad it becomes part of the appeal. Instead of treating that as a problem, Romani decides to turn the whole clash of deadly skill and terrible fashion into the video's identity. With the scenario already clicking into place, Romani gives the finished concept a name, Skull Clown. Once Skull Clown goes public, it blows up fast and pushes Haho Mask Hirkin into the spotlight as a rising rookie. As the views surge, players all over the internet start talking about Hirkin's solo hunting skill and his ridiculous clothes in the same breath. The noise reaches Choi Sulian too, and when Park Suji reminds her about Hirkin, she finally sits down to watch the new video herself. She finishes the video genuinely impressed, then immediately asks if Storm Hunter's scouting offer was sent the way she ordered. Park Suji confirms the offer was sent, but Hirkin never replied at all. That silence bothers Choi Sulian more than a refusal would, because to her it feels like Hirkin did not even bother to acknowledge Stormhunter. Instead of assuming disrespect for no reason, she builds another theory. Hirkin may already belong to some other guild as a hidden card. That possibility only makes her more interested, because stealing a treasure from another owner sounds even better to her. Convinced Hirkin has ace-level potential for Stormhunter, Choi Sulian plays Skull Clown again and wants him even more. And Jaehyun checks his climbing test again and grimaces, because 2 minutes 30 seconds is better than before but still nowhere near the monster he used to be. That result hits him hard because after the Haho Mask Guild betrayal and a long break from real frontline combat, he has been fighting too safely to recover his old edge. So he forces himself to train harder every day inside and outside the game, shaving his time down step by step even while knowing he still needs another impossible 10 seconds. The frustration reminds him of something important. No summon will ever fully replace his own skill, and his real build needs summoning, curses, and body modification together. He could finally buy the key books he needs, but slow curse and skin sewing cost so much that spending the money feels like setting fire to his future. He throws himself onto the bed and half jokes to the ceiling that if Romani's Skull Clown video somehow explodes, he can buy the skills and maybe even stop dressing like this. The next day he logs out before finishing his grind for the first time in ages, because his donation account suddenly looks too crazy to ignore. When he checks the numbers again, he sees the kind of donation that makes him freeze, $1,000 from a single viewer. Then he spots the real reason for the flood. Skull Clown has jumped from a few thousand views to 40,000 in only 4 hours. He instantly guesses a major Warlord fan site must have picked it up, and now he can almost see the cut line where a good video stops fading and starts going truly viral. Once he realizes 1 million views could mean real money, sponsors, and breathing room on every debt around his neck, his whole attitude changes. So instead of hesitating any longer, he decides to bet on the momentum and go all in. That gamble buys him the 2 skills he wanted most, skin sewing and slow curse. Even though the price hurts badly enough to make him think about starving later, he still accepts the pain, because skin sewing finally gives him more defense and slow curse is a core control tool he will keep using for a long time. With Skull Clown rising and his build getting stronger, he starts chasing a second hit video that could stack with the first and drag him out of debt for good. Far away in the dead woods, 2 players finish off another victim and coldly dismiss his threat to expose them, because their faces are hidden and they are already in too deep. Once the victim dies, the pair snap at each other in frustration and reveal the reason for all this killing. They missed the golden skeleton again. Their argument also exposes the boss's nasty rule, because if they fail to kill the golden skeleton in time, it resets and they have to start from the beginning. They know they cannot keep murdering players forever just to keep the spawn secret, so they give themselves only another day or 2 to finish the job. Then a fresh order comes through voice chat, and both men immediately turn and run back toward their group. 10 days after uploading Skull Clown, Hirkin sits on a rock in the dead woods watching fresh footage of his skeletons smashing skeletons, and this time he is not impressed. Skull Clown is doing great at more than 300,000 views, but that success only makes his next move harder because a weak follow-up could kill the momentum. He pulls off his Haho mask and rubs his face, frustrated that even stronger fights still look too similar to the first skeleton video. The problem is almost ridiculous. Skin sewing made him stronger, but now he kills Deadwood's monsters so easily that the footage has no tension left. He knows viewers can smell lazy content, so releasing another near copy of Skull Clown would make him look greedy instead of skilled. Changing hunting grounds would solve the content problem, but Dead Woods is still the most efficient place for his leveling and title progress, so he cannot leave lightly. While he broods over that dilemma, his summons finish another pack and the level up alert hits, which is just satisfying enough to make him smile again. Then a new private comment pops up under Skull Clown, and one glance is enough to wipe that smile right off his face. The message comes from Bledge, an English player who says he was piked in the Dead Woods and asks Herkin to get revenge. That request instantly interests Herkin, because PK hunting would give him fresh footage, possible loot, and a break from the boring skeleton grind. He heads to the spot Bledge mentioned and arrives just in time to watch another ambush already in progress. The lone victim is overwhelmed fast, but what catches Herkin's attention is how clean and mechanical the two attackers are about it. That makes him suspicious, because real PK addicts usually toy with people, while these men kill like they are protecting something. When they quickly grab the victim's watch and move off with purpose, Herkin realizes they probably discovered something valuable and are erasing witnesses before word spreads. The answer clicks into place almost immediately for him. This has to be a golden skeleton cover-up. He remembers exactly why players would do something this ugly, because a golden skeleton is rare, time-limited, and its golden bone is worth a small fortune. Once he puts the whole picture together, Herkin is almost amused, because taking out players who are already piking to monopolize a boss feels completely fair to him. That excitement fits him perfectly, because before anything else, Herkin built his name by hunting players, not monsters. The story then shifts to the Blue Cat Guild, a small 100-man money-making guild whose 7 members found the golden skeleton and decided to keep it for themselves instead of reporting it. Their greed only deepened after they failed the raid twice, until protecting that secret mattered more to them than guild rules or basic decency. By the time the third attempt arrives, they have already crossed the line into repeated PK just to remove variables around the spawn. When someone spots a lone player nearby hunting skeletons, the group decides without much hesitation to erase him too before the golden skeleton appears again. They send out their famous 2-man combo, join the swordsman, and int the magician, fully expecting the kill to be over in 3 minutes. The pair find their target fighting what looks like an unfamiliar hammer-wielding skeleton, but they dismiss it and focus on a clean surprise attack. Int opens the ambush with an ice grenade, blasting frozen shards across the ground and forcing Herkin to dodge with a startled cry. Join charges in behind the spell to finish the job, but Herkin dodges his sword by a hair and instantly proves he is nothing like the easy prey they expected. Herkin plays dumb just long enough to bait them, loudly demanding to know if they are really trying to PK him, and warning that they will regret it. Join only smirks at the bluff and throws himself forward again, convinced that the joint duo still has the fight completely under control. But Herkin was only buying time, and the moment Join commits, the hammer-wielding skeleton warrior suddenly crashes into him from the side. At the same instant, Herkin snaps his fingers and 2 more hidden skeleton warriors burst out toward it, revealing that the whole fight was his trap from the start. Join's stamina-heavy build keeps him alive for a moment, but Herkin's curses and hammer blows still smash straight through his defense. As Join struggles to stand, he realizes Herkin is not just a necromancer but a curse user with 4 strong summons, and Int is already dead. Knowing he cannot escape, Join decides his only job now is to buy time and pass Herkin's threat level to his team. Join fires off Booster for one last fast slash, but Herkin ducks under it and crushes his knee instead. Join falls into a helpless daze, and Herkin pounds his face over and over until the fight is finished. Elsewhere, the Golden Skeleton hunting team gets Join's message that both scouts were wiped out, but they are already too deep into the boss fight to back out. Join warns them through voice chat that Herkin is abnormal and may have baited them on purpose, but the priest still thinks one enemy might be manageable. The team decides the Golden Skeleton is too valuable to abandon, so they press on and plan to crush Herkin only if he shows up. Because Herkin still does not appear, the hunters focus everything on the boss and drive the Golden Skeleton down to its escape phase. The moment the Golden Skeleton drops below half, it breaks aggro and sprints away, forcing the team into a tense chase they cannot afford to fail again. Hidden nearby the whole time, Herkin watches them chase and decides the real opening has finally arrived. When the team catches the boss again, Herkin walks out in his ridiculous mask and calmly announces that he has come to collect an apology. He keeps talking in a weirdly polite tone, demanding a sincere apology, and the return of every watch they stole from the players they piked. The hunters decide not to argue, leaving one swordsman on the boss while the other moves to stall Herkin for a few minutes. The boss-side swordsman uses Shining Sword and successfully pulls the Golden Skeleton's attention, while Herkin gets fenced off from the priests. The second swordsman unleashes a non-stop flurry at Herkin while the magician hurries a fire spell into position behind him. Even while dodging perfectly, Herkin gives one last warning that he only wants an apology before he retaliates for real. The swordsman triggers Booster, and the magician releases his attack, but Herkin's real move is already crashing toward the back line. A priest throws up light shield around himself and the magician, but that leaves the swordsman tanking the Golden Skeleton open to Herkin's hidden skeleton strike. Fire boom detonates beside the aggro holder. Herkin's skeletons hammer him from both sides, and the golden skeleton tears into his broken defense. Inside the barrier, the priests and magician freeze because dropping the shield might save their ally but will also get one of them killed by Hurricane's buffed skeleton warrior. Hurricane knows the distraction worked, but he is already badly hurt and nearly out of mana, so he abruptly turns his back and runs. His summons instantly break off and follow him, leaving the stunned hunter staring as if the whole attack was some insane prank. The trap team finally snaps back, drops the shield, and rushes to rescue their dying swordsman before the boss finishes him off. It takes them 5 brutal minutes to rebuild formation, burn through healing, and drag everyone back from the edge without losing anyone. Just as they start debating whether to flee or finish the boss, Hurricane shows up again alone and repeats that he has come for an apology. The team is more unnerved than angry now, and one priest blurts out a guild threat before the others realize exposing their own names would ruin them. Hurricane immediately presses the weakness, asking for the guild's names so he can demand an official apology from them too. Their tempers spike and they want to drop everything to kill him, but the golden skeleton is already down to 30% and the money is too close to touch. They try to bluff that they can handle him the same way again, so Hurricane backs off for the moment and disappears into the woods. Exactly 3 minutes later, Hurricane comes back with extra undead he lured over from nearby and drops the joke entirely. The battlefield collapses into pure chaos, and the first one to go down is a priest who can only spit out one last curse before dying. With only one priest left, the team loses the healing and support needed to hold both swordsmen together, and the whole formation starts breaking apart. When another swordsman falls to Hurricane's side of the chaos, the survivors finally give up on the raid and scatter in separate directions. Hurricane intercepts the last swordsman, smashes his helmet, sweeps his leg out, and leaves him perfectly lined up for the boss to kill. The golden skeleton slams its huge blade down and cuts the fallen swordsman clean in half, leaving Hurricane as the new aggro target. Instead of panicking, Hurricane grins behind the mask, delighted that the plan worked even better than he expected, and charges the boss. Later, Yahello Mask Hurricane uploads a new video called The Avenger, framed around a fan asking him to punish the bad manner PK players. The video turns his whole revenge stunt into comedy, with viewers laughing at his apology routine and the third round monster pull. Some viewers say Hurricane was too harsh, but most defend him because he got revenge on 7 PK players by himself without cheating. The Avenger blows up even faster than Skull Clown, hitting 20,000 views in a day and pulling in another wave of donations. But instead of celebrating, Jaehyun sits down with a hard expression and starts adding up every source of money he now has. When the final total comes together, Jaehyun realizes he finally has enough to wipe out his debt, and one of the chains on his life quietly breaks. At Park Hwayong's moneylender office, Jaehyun is thrown off when his debt is cleared cleanly instead of turning into a scam. Park Hwayong reads his expression and says men in his business are ruthless, but they do not cheat customers who repay on time. What really interests Park Hwayong is that Jaehyun repaid the loan far earlier than expected, instead of crawling back in desperation. Park Hwayong probes for more, hinting that Jaehyun must be doing unusually well in Warlord to make that kind of money so fast. Jaehyun shuts the conversation down and asks if he can leave instead of answering anything. Instead of answering, Park Hwayong slides over a business card and offers illegal help with conversion fees and taxes. Jaehyun takes the card, but he instantly recognizes it as bait to drag him into a dirty money trail Park Hwayong could exploit later. Because of his past life experience, Jaehyun already knows Park Hwayong also profits from illegal VR currency conversion, so there is no chance he trusts him. He leaves with a polite lie about contacting him later, making it clear this relationship ends here for now. Back in Warlord, Hurricane keeps grinding skeletons with dead-eyed efficiency, smashing them apart after days of the same hunt. He has climbed to level 39 with only a sliver left to level 40, but the non-stop skeleton farming has turned him into a bored dismantling machine. The money has been good, but Hurricane is bitter because all of it is already spoken for by fees, upgrades, and the magic gear he desperately needs. He knows level 40 will bring Golem Summon, and without more magic power he will not be able to support the build he wants. Annoyed by his broke reality, he flings a skeleton head away and watches his summons chase it like overexcited dogs. With even decent food feeling out of reach, Hurricane fixes his hopes on the reward waiting for him from a Himbri at level 40. Once he reaches a Himbri's office, the old mage silently summons a reward book out of the mountain of cluttered tomes around him. Hurricane snatches the book, reads the title Skeleton Science, and freezes because he knows how valuable that skill really is. Helgen once told him Skeleton Science was one of the best skeleton skills in the game, so getting it here feels absurdly lucky. A Himbri calls him closer and brings out the second reward, the plain-looking but precious Pursuer of Corruption ring. A Himbri explains the ring was made from the corrupted stone Hurricane brought back, which makes the reward feel earned as much as gifted. Just as Hurricane reaches for it, a Himbri catches his hand and makes it clear the ring comes with a job attached. Hurricane instantly agrees to anything, too thrilled by the reward to hesitate for even a second. A Himbri gives him the next mission: go to Chura Castle, find the missing agent Mijai, and finish the corruption investigation Mijai left behind. The moment the quest appears, Hurricane accepts without hesitation because there is no way he is letting that ring slip away. With the Himbri finally letting go, Herkin grabs the ring and slips it on like a man clutching treasure. After putting it on, Herkin checks the item and realizes the ring is a unique set accessory that gets even stronger with his Pursuer of Corruption necklace. The stat boost is massive enough to solve his immediate magic power problems, so his mood shoots from relief straight into excitement. He checks skeleton science next and sees exactly what he hoped for: stronger skeletons, lower magic costs, and one extra summon slot. With the ring and skeleton science covering his magic costs, Herkin locks on to the next step. It is finally time to build around Golem Summon. After learning Golem Summon at the class tower, Herkin heads to an empty hunting ground and finally brings the giant clay summon into the world. The summon guzzles a huge chunk of his magic power, but Herkin is too pleased by his new tank to care. To Herkin, this is the real turning point because a golem can absorb pressure his brittle skeletons never could. He is especially excited for copy mode, the feature that makes the golem mimic his own movements. At first, the synchronized mimicry feels thrilling as the golem copies his posture, head movement, and raised fists. But once he starts throwing punches, Herkin realizes the golem is slower and stiffer than the fantasy he had in mind. He laughs it off because copy mode was never meant for stylish combos anyway, just for simple grapples and suppression in real fights. Next he tests travel mode, climbing onto the golem's shoulder and setting Banks Castle as the destination. 3 minutes later his excitement crashes when the golem plods along so slowly that Herkin dismisses it in disgust and calls it a turtle. Elsewhere in a virtual meeting room, 5 top guild leaders gather for a rare and uneasy secret conference. They skip pleasantries and get straight to the crisis. Hydra Guild appears to have already identified the corrupt count. Their intel says Hydra is aiming for a March 10th raid time to Warlord's first anniversary, which makes the threat feel immediate and very public. Everyone in the room knows Hydra cannot be allowed to win, because the rewards, titles, and ratings boost would tilt the whole business in their favor. So the rival guilds do the unthinkable and agree to work together long enough to stop Hydra's corrupt count raid. Their first term is a temporary peace agreement, no physical clashes between these guilds until March 31st. Their second term is even harsher on their pride, because they will openly share all corrupt count information rather than let it die with Hydra's success. After the agreement is set, the secret meeting breaks with the promise that the documents will be sent out by email. Back in the real world, Choi Cillian removes her V-gear and sits with her jaw tight, furious that things have come to this. She hates that the corrupt count race has pushed her into joining hands with rival guilds just to keep Hydra from running away with it. Once her anger cools, she faces the harder truth that Stormhunter is simply weaker than Hydra right now in both talent and operation. That realization leads to a sharp new conclusion. She needs more elite players at her side before Hydra outpaces them again in the next major quest. As she thinks about the kind of player she wants, the image of one exceptional person rises clearly in Choi Cillian's mind. At level 40, Herkin proudly checks his stats and grins when his magic power finally breaks 240. That satisfaction sours fast when he looks himself over and remembers the cheap magic power set is literally a ridiculous lion suit. He knows why it was so cheap too. Animal suit gear used to be a flashy ranker fad, and now it only gets people laughed at. Still, the stats are too good to ignore, so Herkin bitterly swears that once he reaches level 50, he will buy gear that looks decent even if it costs him performance. With that small vow made, he heads for Chura Castle to continue Ahimbri's quest line. Chura Castle feels different the moment he arrives, smaller than the other castles but filled with veterans instead of clueless beginners. Herkin switches back into plain Subjugation Association clothes before entering, and nearby players quietly size him up instead of trying to scam him. Rather than feeling insulted, Herkin enjoys it because this is proof he has climbed far enough to be seen as a real player. That confidence carries him all the way to the Subjugation Association branch, where he expects the next step in Ahimbri's mission. The quest window looks simple enough at first. Find Agent Mijai's traces in Chura Castle's branch and continue his mission. On the branch's 3rd floor, an association NPC explains that Agent Mijai had been watching where corrupted stones kept reappearing and tracing whoever was planting them. Then the NPC names the search area, and Herkin nearly blurts out a curse when he hears it is Bober Forest. The NPC trusts Ahimbri's judgment, and calmly tells him that if Ahimbri sent him, he should be capable of finishing the job. Inside, Herkin seethes because Bober Forest is a mixed hunting ground packed with wildly different monsters, and its danger runs far beyond what a level 40 player should be handling. He knows the place is dangerous even for established players, with too many monster types to prepare for and the valuable Bober Ogre drawing stronger hunters there. Worse, the branch gives him a magic stone that will react near Mijai, making the mission official whether he likes it or not. When he checks the full quest details again, the real trap becomes obvious. This mission has a time limit and a failure penalty. If he fails, the game will take back the Pursuer of Corruption ring, and losing that much magic power would wreck his future plans. He runs through his options and hates all of them, because even if he spends the next month power leveling, Bober Forest will still be a suicidal gamble. While he broods on the 1st floor, a passing group of players talks about Hydra Guild nearly catching the corrupted one, and that rumor suddenly gives Herkin an idea. That stray conversation hits him like a switch. If the corrupt count gets captured first, Every scenario quest tied to him should end. Back in the real world in the bitter March cold, and Jaehyun huddles outside a coffee shop window to steal its free Wi-Fi instead of buying a drink. He endures the cold just long enough to send several emails, secretly pushing out the same crucial tip to multiple top guild contacts. As he finally leaves, he thinks grimly that anyone can do him the favor of catching the corrupt count and forcing open the next era. Inside the information teams of the top guilds, most submitted tips are treated like garbage, so a message claiming to reveal the corrupt count's identity looks almost laughable. Even so, Red Bulls and Stormhunter hesitate just enough to keep the tip instead of throwing it away, and that caution changes everything. Soon after, Red Bull's fighter Bullfight Keem spots Hydra's 8th head Nadal moving around in plain Subjugation Association clothes instead of his usual guild cape. Nadal answers stiffly, but Keem's teasing greeting makes it clear Red Bulls now knows Hydra is hiding something important here. The moment Nadal leaves, Keem signals his people to switch out of guild uniforms and into battle gear while he reports the sighting to his captain. His captain decides not to attack Hydra yet, warning that if this really is the corrupt count's location, Hydra's main force must be close by. Before that situation can settle, about 40 Stormhunter members arrive, and Keems instantly recognizes the short-haired Hahoe at their head. Keems goes rigid because Hahoe is the PvP specialist who once killed him, and now all three guilds have collided around the same secret. Red Bulls decides to avoid a pointless clash with Stormhunter, so Keems openly says they are here for the same reason and warns that Nadal just passed through. 3 days later, Herkin is back in game grinding while anxiously wondering whether the 29 guilds outside Hydra believed the tip or trashed it as a fake. Below him, his stone golem trades heavy blows with a level 50 giant bear, holding the monster in place even though it cannot overpower it alone. Herkin's newest trick appears next, a tiny reddish-black skeleton warrior made from a blood goblin that bursts from hiding with shocking speed. The little skeleton leaps onto the bear's back and stabs just deep enough to trigger Demon Curse and Slow Curse instead of trying to do real damage. Once the bear slows down, the golem locks it in a grapple and 4 larger sword-bearing skeletons move in to carve it apart in sequence. The bear finally drops dead, but Herkin barely notices because he is still fixated on whether his plan worked. Then the breaking news he wanted finally arrives. Hydra Guild has started the Corrupted Count raid on March 5th, much earlier than expected. Herkin jumps up in celebration so fast that he loses his footing and tumbles out of the tree. He slams down flat on the forest floor, and when his summoned undead and golem crowd in to stare, Herkin snaps in pure embarrassment and orders them to turn around. The Corrupt Count raid broadcast opens with Hydra stressing one thing. This fight is different because their target is not a giant monster, but a powerful NPC with status in the world. When asked why they are attacking a week early, Hydra says they value even a 1% better chance over timing or spectacle, then closes with a cold promise that only they will meet the Corrupt Count. Watching alone, and Jaehyun stirs cheap glucose candy into bitter coffee and immediately suspects Hydra rushed this because the situation is worse than they are admitting. He remembers that in the old timeline Hydra sold far cheaper tickets for days and made a fortune, so this one-day high-price sale tells him they had no time to breathe. That only makes him more certain the first attempt is doomed, because even in the past Hydra failed this raid once before. He recalls the old trick, dropping the Corrupt Count's HP to 0 is not the end, because the boss escapes into a chase quest instead of dying on the spot. That escape mechanic is exactly why Jaehyun leaked the Corrupt Count's identity to all 29 rival guilds at once. He wants someone to finish the job fast before the window closes. He knows selling the Corrupt Count's identity for cash would have paid insanely well, but it also would have left a trail straight to his bank account and put Tobit Soft on his neck. So he writes the leak off as a business card instead, a free proof of value he can cash in later once he has rank and credibility. Elsewhere, Storm Queen Shur and Matador Shev meet in a forest clearing with 10 elite players standing guard, turning the place into a silent summit between top guild powers. Shur opens with the obvious question about Hydra's odds, and Shev dryly answers that it is 50-50 because they either succeed or fail. When Shur mocks that lazy answer, Shev admits Hydra may have gear and plans, but starting early means their minds are probably not ready for the pressure. Shur bluntly says she would bet 1,000,000 gold on Hydra failing, and Shev refuses only because the bet is too obvious to be worth taking. That jab almost sets both sides off, with Red Bulls and Stormhunters bristling behind their leaders before anyone actually makes a move. Shev cuts through the posturing and reminds her why they are really here. Second and third in raid order are about to join hands because either can afford to waste this one chance. The alliance is unusual because rival guilds usually negotiate up or down the raid line, not merge sideways as direct competitors, which shows how valuable the Corrupt Count really is. They also compare notes on the anonymous tip, and both confirm the sender read their messages but refused to answer, which makes the hidden player even more unsettling. Because all 29 guilds got the same priceless leak, they know this was not normal black market dealing, and they decide it is safer to clear the raid before that unknown sender can interfere again. With the small talk finished, Shur offers her hand and Shev takes it, sealing a rare and uneasy alliance between Stormhunters and Red Bulls. 4 hours into Hydra's actual raid, and Jaehyun watches the chaotic battle footage for as long as he needs, then shuts off the tablet in disgust. To him, The raid is embarrassingly bad for a guild like Hydra, because once the corrupt Count's servants appeared, their battle management completely fell apart. Hydra actually handled the investigation and reveal perfectly, but they lost 3 of the 7 side fights and walked into the boss phase already crippled. And Jaehyun judges the real mistake even harder. Hydra kept their ace, so Hank, too far back when a human form boss demanded immediate, all-in aggro control. That hesitation lets the corrupt Count break through and butcher the back line, killing magicians and priests in a few brutal seconds and effectively ending the raid. Once he sees that death spiral begin, and Jaehyun refuses to watch the apology interview he knows is coming and focuses on the only thing that matters now, the next challenger must succeed quickly. He grimly admits that if the corrupt Count survives too long, even his own plan loses value, and he especially hates the thought of the Stormhunters being the ones to profit. Even worse, he expects the second main scenario, the immoral prince, to become something he will have to share instead of monopolize. Still, he swears the third stage will be different and leaves with one clear goal in mind: he will take everything there for himself. Back in the game as Hirkin, a burst of system alerts rewards him after a brutal hunt: level up, new bear-related titles, skeleton fragment reaching rank C, and slow curse climbing to rank E. The rewards sound so good to him that Hirkin starts dancing, and his 4 skeleton warriors copy him in a ridiculous victory routine over the giant bear corpses. As silly as the finish looks, the fight itself was monstrous. Hirkin soloed 2 giant bears at once, juggling one himself while commanding his summons against the other. He only pulled it off by burning huge amounts of magic and losing 2 skeletons, which proves this was training at the edge of what he can control. He pushed that hard for 2 reasons: he needs a fresh high-impact video, and now that his channel is booming, good footage has become real income instead of a side hobby. The golem lets him make videos on a whole new level, but he knows easy hunts are worthless on camera, so he deliberately chooses a fight no normal necromancer would attempt solo. It is not just content either, because Hirkin knows beating future bosses means mastering the uglier part of raids, controlling servant monsters and cutting losses under pressure. He is determined to grow beyond even the hero slaughterer version of himself from the old timeline, because only that much power can let him take the coming era for his own. Then a new alert cuts across his thoughts: the quest searching for Magi ends, and Hirkin instantly realizes the Red Bulls have finally killed the corrupt Count. At the raid site, title alerts rain down on Matador Chev, but instead of celebrating, he stares at Shur in stunned respect. Shur is a wreck and still terrifying, with one arm gone and parts of her armor crushed, yet somehow she looks more fearsome than wounded. Chev thinks back over the Alliance's preparation and sees why they got this far at all. After studying Hydra's failure, both guilds drilled relentlessly and spent absurd money on gear, buffs, and consumables. They prepared obsessively and still only beat 6 of the corrupt Count's 7 servants cleanly, which shows how razor-thin this raid really was. The main battle was fierce but controlled, with Chev and Shur fighting the corrupt Count on the front line together instead of holding anything back. Then the same hidden phase hits them too, as a black pillar erupts from the corrupt Count and explodes into fire bombs that tear through the raid and kill fragile backliners on impact. Before the raid can recover from that hidden phase, the revived corrupt Count bolts from the battlefield and turns escape into the real threat. Shur is the only one who reacts in time, chasing the fleeing boss alone through hundreds of black fire bombs even as the pursuit tears her apart. She loses her left arm, falls, gets back up anyway, and drives her sword through the corrupt Count before he can escape. Chev can only admit that Shur's arrogance is backed by real skill, because she kept her head when everyone else almost celebrated too early. Shur judges the result far more harshly than anyone else, because to her this was still an ugly near gamble that proved Stormhunters cannot dominate alone yet. That bitter win only sharpens her hunger, and she leaves the raid wanting one thing more than ever: stronger players she can call her own. On March 16th, the corrupt Count's death officially ends Warlord's first main scenario quest and sends the whole game world into a new era. Some players are furious because their linked quests vanish overnight, while others light up at the chance to jump properly into the next stage from the start. Then the real shock spreads. The Red Bulls did not clear the raid alone, because the Stormhunters had secretly joined them and stayed hidden until after the victory. The secret was profitable by design, with the 2 guilds splitting the money between live tickets and the later paid videos, so the reveal itself became part of the sale. When Jaehyun hears who really benefited, he collapses to the floor clutching his stomach like the news physically punched him. What really drives him crazy is that Choi Sulian of all people agreed to cooperate, hide her identity, and even wear Red Bull's insignia, which goes against everything he knows about her pride. He knows her as someone who would rather crush rivals than cooperate with them, so realizing his own leak helped her win feels especially poisonous. After venting, he finally forces himself to accept the only useful fact left: the corrupt Count is dead, and now everyone is standing at the same starting line for the immoral prince. He quickly narrows the problem down to his level, realizing there is only one place he can currently reach for an immoral prince-related title. So when Jaehyun makes his next move on the spot, he is going to the Bulka's mountain range to meet the rangers. Deep in the forest, Hirkin runs with real urgency, knowing one mistake here means death. Without slowing down, he throws down a skeleton fragment, and summons a skeleton warrior to cover his escape. One finger snap puts the skeleton in a defensive stance just as a toothed wolf bursts into view with a roar. Herkin gives a second silent command and sends the skeleton forward, already knowing it is just a sacrifice for a few more seconds. The skeleton barely buys time, dodging the first bite before the wolf smashes it apart with one brutal foreleg strike. That tiny delay still matters, and Herkin uses it to open a precious gap before the monster crushes what is left of his summon. After 3 more minutes, he finally stops, climbs a thick tree with practiced ease, and checks whether the area is safe. Only then does he relax a little and admit that even with the monster barrier gone, this route is still hell for his level. He had camped near Herb Castle for this moment, because he already knew the Bulka's mountain range would open as soon as the corrupt count died. That insider knowledge lets him move first, but it also forces him through a zone packed with level 60 to 80 monsters that can kill him instantly. He still pushes on because the Bulka's rangers hand out rich quests, easy titles, and a path toward the future Immoral Prince quest. What he wants most is Ranger Master Mao, because winning that man's trust could let him get a foot into the Immoral Prince storyline early. And compared to being hunted by storm hunters in his past, this kind of desperate run barely scares him anymore. Elsewhere in Boy's Castle, a female magician dressed like a man walks beside a swordsman in a glowing red fire lizard set, drawing stares from everyone around them. Through voice chat, they talk about the leaked corrupt count information and admit nobody knows who fed it to all 29 guilds. That mystery bothers them, because anyone powerful enough to spread information like that should already be on someone's radar. They move on to orders from their employer, with the swordsman being sent to the sweepers while the magician complains she is the one better suited for that job. When she brings up the stolen dragon lizard egg, the swordsman stops cold and promises that whoever took it will regret it. Back in the mountains, Herkin finally takes the first step into Bulka's and instantly earns the title for being first there. For Herkin, that title is more than bragging rights, because it means he has finally moved one step ahead of the players he used to chase. He immediately checks the title stats instead of celebrating, because raw stat gains matter more than the moment itself. The view ahead is impressive, but with his magic nearly empty, he knows charging deeper into Bulka's right now would be suicide. So he sits down and chews cheap recovery gum, bitterly aware that rich players could refill everything in one shot with luxury consumables. Even while grinding his way back up, he tells himself this is exactly where his future starts to get closer. Then an arrow lands by his foot, and Herkin smiles instead of panicking because he knows who that means he has found. Inside a ranger log cabin, the heavily bearded ranger master decides to trust Herkin's abilities. Herkin gives a short, respectful answer, and the next second a new title alert rings in his ears. The moment he steps outside, he finally lets his excitement out with a clenched fist because that makes his third title in one sweep. He quickly counts the stack, first to step into Bulka's, first to meet the Bulka's rangers, and now the inaugurator, all feeding him free stat points. That is why Warlord is a title war to him, because a few early discoveries can replace several whole level-ups. Still, he does not linger on the titles for long, because the real money is in finding the right new monster to film first. His channel has momentum already, so he knows a strong first hunting guide from this new region could spread fast on its own. After weighing the options, he settles on the Armor Monkey as the best target to introduce Bulka's to the audience. The Armor Monkey turns out to be exactly the kind of irritating monster he expected, riding a golem and hammering it like a playground toy. 20 meters away, Herkin controls the golem in copy mode and gets more and more fed up as the monkey keeps dancing out of every slow counterattack. The monkey's screeching feels like open mockery, and that is the exact moment Herkin decides to stop playing safe. He cancels copy mode and charges in himself, sprinting like a predator instead of a backline necromancer. At 5 meters, he converts that speed into a flying dropkick and blasts the armor monkey right off the golem. Before the stunned monster can recover, Herkin rushes after it and drives a knee into its head for a second hit. The damage is not enough to end a level 60 monster, but it is plenty to make the furious monkey focus entirely on him. It lunges in with a head-crushing swing, and Herkin slips past it at the last possible instant without flinching. As soon as the monkey overextends, Herkin boots its head like a soccer ball and takes control of the fight completely. Then he coolly tells the audience he is about to show them how to hunt an armor monkey, even though his tone makes it sound more like revenge. When the fight ends, the system rewards him again with the title for being the first to discover the armor monkey. Instead of just venting at the corpse, Herkin immediately starts thinking like a real necromancer and wonders whether this monster would make useful skeleton material. His mindset has changed lately, because he no longer wants identical summons only for clean efficiency and good-looking videos. Now he sees value in mixing skeleton types, since he can retrieve fragments, remake summons freely, and gain more utility than a row of matching warriors gives him. Even with that serious insight, he still ends on the same petty note, and decides he will turn this monkey into a skeleton first so he can bully it back. With the corrupt count dead, Warlord enters a new era, and every guild and pro player rushes to seize attention on the fresh content frontier. Top guilds want to recover lost spotlight, rising guilds want to steal it, and the whole game turns into an open scramble for relevance. People try every trick they can, from scandals to guild wars to leaks, because being noticed matters almost as much as being strong. but the hottest attention goes to fresh rookies and transferred stars, with everyone hunting for the next super rookie to dominate the rankings. In the middle of that noise, players start talking about a free hunting guide for a brand new monster called the Armor Monkey. What really catches their attention is that the guide did not come from a guild at all, but from a lone necromancer in a weird mask and stranger outfit. That is the moment Haho Mask Hurricane's name starts spreading across all of Warlord instead of just inside his own corner of it. In Bulka's mountain range, a one-armed armor monkey tries to flee, only to run straight into Hurricane. Hurricane drives his sword through the helmet slit and kills the monkey in one brutally clean stab. As the corpse drops, Hurricane gets the reward he wanted most, level 50 at last. He checks his status, sees level 50 and the new title half to 100, and calmly dumps every stat point into strength. When he opens his skill list and sees no rank up at level 50, the milestone feels useful but not satisfying. Instead of celebrating, Hurricane checks the time and hurries toward Ranger Village so he can log out before he is late. Back in real life, Jaehyun sits half-dressed in his shabby one-room apartment, replaying his own Armor Monkey video while reading the comments instead of watching the action. The praise is exactly what he hoped for, and even a sneering hate comment only makes him grin harder. What really lifts his mood is the money, because donations and rising views finally make him feel like a real Warlord gamer. His hunting guide becomes a breakout hit, older videos surge with it, and even a sponsor pays him for a short contract. He briefly dreams about finally eating well, but a watch message stops that thought cold. The conversion request is complete, which means he now has 16,000 gold ready to spend on level 50 gear. Even after paying debts, he pours almost everything he earned right back into Warlord, because the game still matters to him more than any real-world safety net. While shopping, he spots a deal good enough to make his eyes light up. Back in game, Hurricane admires the new skeleton snake set on video, thrilled to replace his childish lion suit with armor that finally fits a necromancer. The set is expensive, but the massive jump in magic power and stamina makes the purchase feel completely worth it. What really seals the deal is the full set bonus cutting summon skill mana cost by 10%, a bargain only possible because necromancers are unpopular. But after spending 15,000 gold on armor, Hurricane realizes he still cannot afford the proper weapon a top player needs. Selling the old lion suit would help later, but he needs power now, so he decides to gamble on a lucky drop instead. To chase a lucky drop, Hurricane starts farming sword monkeys, directing his summons through crowded fights much faster than normal players could manage. The skeleton magician burns a monkey from behind, adding more chaos to a battlefield already full of clanging blades and screams. At the same time, the golem smashes one monkey into a tree while the blood goblin skeleton darts in to stab another with Hurricane's cursed dagger. When Demon Curse ranks up mid-fight, Hurricane ignores the alert and keeps directing the battle like a cold field commander. He fights as support, slipping into weak points, pulling aggro, and turning every bad matchup in his summon's favor. On the right flank, he yanks a sword monkey's arm out of line and helps his skeleton butcher it in seconds. After another pack falls, Hurricane counts roughly 200 kills and reminds himself the sword monkey jewels should have appeared by now. He is not here for ordinary drops at all. He needs the rare crafting jewel badly enough to stop hunting the moment one appears. He strips the corpse down, prays for something shiny, and finds absolutely nothing. That failure finally breaks his patience, and he explodes in rage at the empty forest. Even after 6 hours and around 200 kills, he still talks himself into one more pack, convinced the next one has to drop it. The grind drags on until he levels again, earns the title Sword Monkey Slaughterer, and even pushes skin sewing up to rank D. But by the time the kill count reaches 1,000, he still stares at another jewel-less drop and can barely believe it. At that point he even suspects a bug, because asking for one rare crafting material should not be this impossible. Logic tells him to stop and just buy a weapon, since the mountain of materials and outside income already make that possible. His gamer instinct still wins, and he swears to kill just one more pack before giving up. Before he can move, someone calls out, and Hurricane snaps into full battle readiness. 3 players step out of the trees, recognize him as Haho Mask Hurricane, and make it clear they came here looking for him. Hurricane braces for trouble, wondering if these strangers are enemies rather than fans. Then the man in the white mamba set announces himself as Coyote and loudly challenges Hurricane to a duel. Instead of anger, Hurricane feels his stress suddenly melt away, because this absurd challenge lands almost like a gift. As Hurricane's name starts spreading, the usual fame hunters come sniffing around for a shortcut to attention. One of them steps up and boldly calls out, introducing himself as Coyote and challenging Hurricane to a duel. Hurricane barely reacts. He just rubs 2 fingers together and silently asks the only question he cares about: how much? Coyote offers 1,000 gold, and Hurricane immediately waves him off like the duel isn't worth missing a few sword monkeys. When Coyote asks for Hurricane's price, Hurricane spreads 5 fingers, and the number lands hard on everyone watching. Coyote's friends grumble that 5,000 gold is absurd for a rookie challenge, but Coyote is too fixated on making his name to back down. He accepts the 5,000 gold fee, then quickly adds that Hurricane only gets paid if he wins, which finally calms his friends down. Hurricane drops his head like he's seriously thinking it over, but his shaking shoulders make it clear he's hiding a laugh. At last Hurricane beckons him closer, and Quixote smiles, convinced the chance he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Before the clash, Quixote tells himself this is perfect prey. Hirkin is famous, guildless, travels alone, and looks like the ideal stepping stone. He reassures himself on every point that matters. He's over level 70, wearing a top-tier white mamba set, and sure his own skill is enough. That confidence cracks the instant the duel starts, and Hirkin's skeleton moves far better in person than any edited video ever suggested. Instead of being a dumb wall, the skeleton warrior even smacks him back, and the hit bruises Quixote's pride more than his expensive armor. Annoyed, Quixote abandons the careful approach and decides to end everything with his strongest opening combo. He fires Charge and Chains Booster into it, a brutal swordsman combo meant to crush the skeleton warrior before it can react. The combo tears through the skeleton warrior and blows it apart, clearing the line between Quixote and Hirkin. Seeing the path open, Quixote lunges straight for Hirkin, certain the duel is finally tilting his way. Then Hirkin does something ridiculous. He suddenly drops flat on the ground right in Quixote's path. Because Charge locks his movement, Quixote can't correct and trips over Hirkin's body, tumbling into a humiliating crash. Dizzy and scrambling back up, Quixote hears his friends yell a warning just a heartbeat too late. Hirkin slips a sword through the tiny gap between helmet and armor at Quixote's neck, turning one precise hit into a cursed delivery. Quixote tries to shout and clear the debuffs with his level 60 skill, but Hirkin never gives him the opening. Hirkin tackles him to the ground before the skill can come out, making it feel like Quixote is fighting two attackers instead of one. To make the panic worse, Hirkin scoops dirt and shoves it through the gaps in Quixote's helmet. With those 2 stolen seconds, Hirkin plants a foot on Quixote's chest and starts stabbing deeper into the same neck gap again and again. Quixote finally bucks free and rolls away, barely escaping before that ugly finish can become fatal. He scrambles up to another warning from his friends, but the half-broken skeleton warrior is already behind him and smashes a mace into his back. Stunned again, Quixote loses sight of Hirkin, which is exactly where Hirkin wants him. Hirkin tackles him down a second time, calmly repeating the same nightmare once Quixote is helpless. More dirt floods into the helmet, and this time the skeleton warrior joins in by hammering the blinded helmet like a bell. That breaks him. In sheer panic and misery, Quixote finally shouts that he surrenders. Hirkin snaps his fingers, the skeleton warrior instantly stops, and the fight's violence collapses into a cold business transaction. With perfect deadpan timing, Hirkin tells him to leave the 5,000 gold and his watch. Even after the surrender, Hirkin keeps his distance and watches the group carefully, because losers often turn a fair duel into a messy ambush. Once the group stays honest, Hirkin's guard eases just enough for greed to take over, and he starts imagining what kind of jackpot item Quixote's watch might drop. After his friends finish clowning him, Quixote gets back up and walks straight to Hirkin instead of lashing out. He removes his helmet, revealing a handsome blonde, blue-eyed face, and what comes out is not a complaint but pure admiration. Inside, Quixote is shaken in the best way. Hirkin's dirty, relentless style feels more like a real fight than any clean damage trading duel he's ever had. That revelation hits so hard he starts thinking of Hirkin less as an enemy and more as the kind of fighter he wants to learn from. His pride still won't let him bow, so Quixote keeps it formal and promises that he learned a lot today and will challenge Hirkin again. Then he goes even further and offers up his own weapon as payment for this fight and the next one too. Hirkin hesitates for a moment, weighing profit against principle, because taking the weapon now means giving up the gamble on the watch drop. But Quixote accepted defeat cleanly and asked for a next time with respect, so Hirkin decides that deserves a proper answer. When Hirkin asks his name, the swordsman awkwardly admits his full in-game name is Don Quixote. That name jolts Hirkin, because he suddenly realizes this ordinary loser is the same future PvP monster once known as the challenger Don Quixote. Hirkin is quietly amused by the timing and tells him he'll remember the name, feeling Warlord be genuinely fun for the first time in a while. After Quixote and his friends leave, Hirkin finally checks the sword's info and is stunned by what he sees. It's the Orc Hero's sword, a rare level 60 weapon so strong and popular that some swordsmen treat it like a pseudo-unique item. The weapon is valuable enough to sell fast for a fortune, but Hirkin decides it's even better to keep and swing himself. That makes Quixote's gift feel even crazier, and Hirkin can't help thinking the guy is rich, reckless, and weirdly romantic about the game. For a brief moment Hirkin envies that freedom, because Quixote can enjoy Warlord as a game while Hirkin has always had to treat it like survival. He cuts that sentiment off almost immediately, and snaps himself back into practical mode. With the Orc Hero's sword in hand, Hirkin revises his plans and realizes he can challenge the level 80 Bear Warrior the moment he hits level 60. That kill would let him officially start the Immoral Prince scenario quest, the next big step in taking the future for himself. Feeling lucky and hungry for momentum, Hirkin turns back toward the forest and decides to clear just one more pack of sword monkeys. In the sword monkey forest, Hirkin keeps cutting through the pack even after the level up alert appears, refusing to stop until all 12 monkeys are dead. Only after the last monkey falls does Hirkin glance at his status and confirm the real point of it all. He has finally reached level 60. Instead of celebrating, he immediately skins the sword monkeys and digs through the remains, still more desperate for the rare drop than for the level itself. When the sword monkey jewel still refuses to appear, Herkin snaps and screams at the game in pure frustration. He kicks a monkey skull across the clearing, and one skeleton warrior neatly dodges it like a student waiting for praise that never comes. Herkin finally vents the whole grievance out loud, raging that he has killed over 1,000 sword monkeys and still cannot get a single jewel. He had already come back here at level 59 just to settle his obsession before hitting 60, but the last round only leaves him feeling mocked by the game. Since he cannot exactly accuse the game company of cheating him, Herkin forces himself to breathe and swallow the anger. Then his skeleton warriors all turn at once, and Herkin instantly realizes someone is approaching. A heavily armored player comes running in, mistakes Herkin's summons for monsters, and hurriedly shouts for his party to stop. The man politely apologizes, and Herkin lets it go since random players noticing him is still better than random players trying to kill him. The rest of the 6-man party arrives, and a few of them excitedly recognize him as Haho Mask Herkin from his battle videos. When one teammate tells Herkin to have lucky drops, he nearly explodes again, but this time he forces out a stiff polite goodbye. After they part ways, Herkin realizes just how much time has passed. He hit level 60 in only 27 days, fast enough to rival the top rankers. That speed also means nearly a month has passed since he entered Bulkas, and now other players and guilds are moving in to claim the once secret hunting ground. So he drops the sword monkey obsession and refocuses on what really matters now, meeting Maung to trigger the next main scenario. Because he already finished 22 Bulkas Ranger quests and earned the Bulkas Ranger's Friend and Cleaner titles, Herkin knows he finally meets the hidden requirements. In his mind, this is the real turning point. Maung is the one who knows the immoral prince's secret, which means the second main scenario starts here. He remembers that Maung will test him by sending him after the bear warrior, and once he passes that trial, he will officially be inside the immoral prince quest line. Even after making up his mind, Herkin cannot resist one last angry kick at a sword monkey skull before moving on. Back in real life, and Jaehyun reads a text saying his conversion request is done and immediately checks Herkin's gold balance. Seeing 13,598 gold hits him hard because a month of grinding, questing, video money, and sold loot has finally turned into serious cash. For a guy who started at the bottom and even borrowed from loan sharks, earning this much through gaming feels almost unreal. But the moment passes quickly because most of that money is already spoken for, and he still lives carefully enough to count every coin. His gear is solid for now, so the real weakness he needs to fix is his thin curse and body modification skill trees. He decides Corrosive Ghost comes first, since shredding enemy defense is a core upgrade he cannot skip. Next he adds Blind to the list, knowing he will need every edge possible once player fights start getting serious. For body modification, he accepts that leg strength modification is the mandatory first step, even if the price hurts. He also wants False Heart for the extra stamina, but stacking all 4 skill books together makes the game's economy feel absurd. Even so, he does not hesitate for long because he knows these skills are necessary if Herkin is going to keep growing. After setting aside 5,000 gold for the skill books, he starts planning how to stretch the remaining money for consumables and everything else ahead. Then his stomach growls and drags him back to reality, reminding him that the man spending millions in-game is still skimping on food in real life. He gets up planning to make cheap steamed eggs, and even talks himself out of adding ham because it costs too much. Back in Warlord, Herkin understands exactly why getting this first main scenario step matters so much. If you start late, every later quest falls behind with it. Inside the Bulkas Ranger village, Maung formally thanks Herkin for helping bring peace and begins entrusting him with a mission. Maung explains that monsters in the mountain are suddenly using weapons, which means someone is supplying them, and he wants that suspicious source investigated. Herkin plays his part and asks why a ranger would not handle it instead, giving Maung room to justify trusting him with the job. Maung tells him he is not a subordinate but a friend of the Bulkas Rangers, so the choice is his, and that is exactly the answer Herkin was waiting for. Herkin immediately accepts, praising the Bulkas Rangers, and the moment he agrees the quest he has been waiting for finally begins. Maung pulls a map from his sleeve and hands it over, and to Herkin it feels less like paper and more like treasure. When Herkin checks the details, the quest rank is unique, which confirms for him that this really is the main scenario entrance. The reward note about something from Maung's collection catches his attention next, because a unique quest should mean a reward worth caring about. Even before the quest says it outright, Herkin already knows this path ends with the bear warrior, and he starts quietly calculating the profit. The level 80 boss is dangerous, but in Herkin's eyes it is also a pile of guaranteed value from set items, crafting jewels, materials, and coin. More than that, Herkin knows the first bear warrior raid video could explode online, so success here would solve a lot of problems at once. That is why failure matters too, and even Herkin admits the only thing that could really ruin this is his own mistake. On the way out from the Bulkas Ranger village, Herkin notices people tailing him and immediately understands his luck has turned annoying again. Because he is traveling disguised in a generic robe, Herkin realizes they are not hunting Haho Mask Herkin specifically, they are just preying on a lone player. Normally he would wait for the other side to move first, but with this quest on the line he decides he cannot afford to drag trouble all the way to the bear warrior. So he changes direction, threads through monsters, and deliberately makes the pursuit messy until the hidden stalkers are forced to show themselves. When all three swordsmen are exposed, Herkin stops and calmly asks whether they need something or just want to keep acting suspicious. The trio fail even at basic intimidation, whispering to each other in confusion, and Herkin instantly pegs them as amateurs. Seeing how shaky they are, Herkin decides to push first and starts insulting them loud enough to force a reaction. The bait works immediately, and the three men flare up with bruised egos instead of any smart response. That tells Herkin everything he needs to know. No decent guild trains people this sloppy, so these are just mediocre thugs he can handle. He keeps pressing, mocking them for needing a 3-on-1 setup and ridiculing them hard enough to drag them fully off balance. While talking trash, Herkin casually fiddles with his watch and gets ready to swap gear the instant they commit. Even Herkin thinks his diaper insult might be too childish, but the fools prove him wrong by taking the bait anyway. After a hurried whisper among themselves, the three finally decide to stop posturing and kill him. Then they spit out their name, the Apollo Guild, and the moment Herkin hears it he launches forward without a second of hesitation. When the three stalkers finally call themselves Apollo Guild, Herkin instantly drops the banter, shouts "Slot on," and lunges straight at them. Herkin bursts out of the black liquid coating his body, and as it peels away, his skeleton snake armor is revealed under it. Without slowing down, he throws several skeleton fragments to the ground and draws his long sword for a close-range kill. He picks the leftmost enemy, Wang Jiang, and aims straight for the tiny opening in his armor instead of wasting a hit on the plates. Herkin's sword slips cleanly through the gap and smashes into Wang Jiang's neck, dropping him before he can even cry out. The other two Apollo Guild players freeze for a split second, stunned that their ally just got erased that fast. That pause is all Herkin needs, because the four fragments behind them erupt into towering black skeleton warriors, made from black orc bones. The skeletons slam into the pair from behind before they can react, cracking one in the head and the other in the stomach. The two players try to swing back in panic, but off balance and outclassed, they only flail while the skeletons dodge and butcher them. As one enemy is hacked down, Herkin raises a golem from the ground to wall off the last survivor from helping anyone else. Wang Jiang finally scrambles back up, only to find Herkin's sword point already waiting in front of his face. Herkin drives the blade through the helmet gap and takes Wang Jiang's sight, then kicks him flat again. Planting a boot on Wang Jiang's chest, Herkin keeps stabbing into his eyes while the man can do nothing but thrash and scream. Even while pinned and half-dead, Wang Jiang tries to save himself with threats, shouting that he belongs to the Apollo Guild. When Wang Jiang boasts that Apollo Guild will kill him until he quits, Herkin only smirks and keeps stabbing. The name Apollo drags Herkin into an old memory of Apollo Guild's dirty style, and the time they tried to steal a boss raid from Haho Mask. Back then, Herkin crushed their representative, helped Haho Mask beat them despite being outnumbered, and turned every revenge attempt into another Apollo Guild humiliation. He even remembers the payoff clearly, from official apologies and a luxury dinner with Kim Dong-soo to the expensive gear he kept taking off Apollo. Back in the present, Wang Jiang is still cursing at him, and Herkin is almost impressed that the guy has not logged out yet. Herkin suddenly asks if Apollo is still the guild master, and Wang Jiang answers with more swagger, convinced he can still scare him. Then Herkin takes his foot off Wang Jiang's chest, lowers his sword toward the man's armored groin, and freezes him with pure dread. The slash barely dents the armor, but Wang Jiang reacts like he has just suffered the worst hit of his life. When Herkin turns back to the battlefield, his 4 skeleton warriors are already lined up waiting for him like obedient killers. He is pleased with their performance, but he also realizes the Apollo scouts were weaker than expected and probably only around the mid-60s. The easy win was not just skill, because Herkin had a brutal PvP edge too, the orc hero's sword and skeleton summons that both hit players hard. Even so, he quickly concludes these 3 were only scouts, which means the rest of the Apollo Guild is probably hunting somewhere in Bulka's mountain too. He decides not to chase trouble, because the bear warrior is the real goal and running into Apollo Guild before that would only be a headache. Then greed wins one last second, and Herkin abruptly remembers the dropped watches and spins back to loot them with much lighter steps. Elsewhere in Bulka's ranger village, Apollo takes over a crowded meat bar like he owns it and listens to the report on the 3 scouts getting crushed. The scout report only makes Apollo angrier, because they cannot clearly identify Herkin's face or gear beyond a glimpse of skeleton armor. Apollo stops caring about details and orders his people to hunt the attacker down and crush anyone who gets in the way as a public example. The tavern crowd can barely hide their disgust, watching Apollo act like a crime boss while looking absurd in that overstuffed armor. One player who ignores Apollo's tantrum is Hatch, Stormhunter Guild's ace magician, who is already annoyed that he has to track down some rookie named Haho Mask Herkin. Hatch knows his real mission is to meet Maong for the second main scenario, but Sure personally added a side order to recruit Herkin if he can find him. He still thinks it is a waste for a top guild mage to spend time on a nobody, but Sure's order is not something he can just ignore. Then a voice call reaches him, and whatever he hears makes his face sink even further. After draining the rest of his melon beer, Hatch realizes he has also been saddled with handling the princess, and the whole village suddenly feels packed with trouble. Deep in the forest, A thunderous bear roar rolls through the trees and sends a jolt of excitement through Hirken's whole body. Knowing he has finally reached the bear warrior's territory, Hirken fixes the Haho mask onto his face and welcomes the fight he actually came for. This is different from the lucky boss encounters before, because for once he has prepared every step for a true solo raid from the start. The moment also drags up old nerves, because he knows years away from proper boss raids might have dulled him, and a single mistake here will not be forgiven. But standing this close to the fight, his fear flips into pure excitement, because Warlord is the one place where he still feels like a hero. He turns the coming raid into a test of his whole path, telling himself that if he cannot kill the bear warrior alone, he should give up on solo play entirely. Then Hirken shouts into the forest and charges his own beginning, announcing the start of his legend. Facing the towering bear warrior, Hirken briefly remembers the old days when his guild mocked his crazy confidence right before relying on him anyway. He cuts off the nostalgia fast, deciding those old teammates are useless baggage and forcing his mind back to the boss in front of him. Hirken calmly reviews the bear warrior's 3 phases, especially the jump and charge pressure and the point where debuffs stop working. He narrows the real win condition down to stripping the monster's armor, because an intact shield and breastplate turn the late fight into a disaster. What really matters is the hidden trick Hirken paid to learn before, the 29 joint points where the armor can actually be broken apart. With the plan locked in, Hirken takes a breath and opens the raid by summoning a golem to meet the boss head-on. The first clash is brutal, and the bear warrior proves it is not just strong but frighteningly skilled as it blocks the golem and carves into its shoulder. Even while impressed, Hirken keeps control and baits the boss into driving its sword deeper exactly where he wants it. That opening is enough, and Hirken hardens the golem's body to trap the sword in place for a split second. On his signal, 2 black orc skeleton warriors rush in to exploit the pause, forcing the boss to split its attention. The bear warrior tears free, roars out fear, and instantly shows why normal raiders break here, but undead summons ignore the terror effect completely. Ignoring that advantage, the boss still overwhelms the summons on raw power and cuts them apart with frightening ease. While the bear warrior crushes the skeletons, Hirken launches himself onto its left shoulder and drives his blade into the lighter joint armor there. The first stab lands shallow, but it still plants Demon Curse on the boss and forces out an immediate shout to cleanse it. Hirken treats that purge like part of the script, swings his body around, swaps blades, and strikes the opening a second time with better depth. This deeper hit sticks, and Demon Curse, Slow Curse, and Corrosive Ghost all latch onto the bear warrior at once. As the slowed boss tries to bite him, Hirken kicks off its shoulder, grabs a bone explosive from his chest, and stuffs it straight into its mouth. The blast hurts it, but not nearly enough, and the bear warrior answers with a sudden charge the instant Hirken lands, exactly the kind of sneak attack that kills anyone who does not know the pattern. Hirken slips aside at the last instant, letting the charging monster tear through huge trees while he quietly measures the next countdown in his head. Much later in the fight, the bear warrior's breastplate is finally gone, and its burn back is exposed, proof that Hirken did break the armor piece he needed most. A skeleton magician draws Phase 2 aggro with a fireball, and the bear warrior instantly charges it down like a living natural disaster. The summon is smashed to pieces, but that sacrifice buys Hirken another narrow escape and keeps him alive without the healer he wishes he had. 33 minutes into the solo raid, Hirken admits the real weakness of his setup is simple. If he dies, nobody is there to patch him back together. He has already burned through a painful amount of gold in explosives, candies, and buffs, so from here on the raid will either end in victory or wipe him out completely. Then the forest goes still under one heavy stomp, and Hirken recognizes the sound he has been waiting for. The bear warrior has entered Phase 3. Hirken knows this is the ugly part, because the Phase 3 bear warrior gets faster, shrugs off debuffs, and can spam charge like a machine built to kill. Instead of panicking, he turns the new phase into a trap and plants himself in front of a huge rock as bait. He waits until the last possible heartbeat before diving away, and the bear warrior smashes into the rock with a thunderous crash. From there, the whole third phase becomes a brutal rhythm of baiting charge into the terrain because direct damage is no longer realistic for him. Then Hirken sees the special pattern he wanted. The bear warrior throws away its shield and becomes an even faster beast running on all fours. Hirken moves instantly, summoning a blood goblin skeleton warrior and arming the small fast summon with a premium bone explosive for the hidden final strike. He marks the summon, hides it in the grass, and quietly sets the trap while the boss barrels toward him. With the finale ready, Hirken stands his ground in front of the rock again and dares the beast to come straight at him. The impact blows the rock apart and sends the bear warrior tumbling through the forest, ripping up trees and ground in a wild rolling wreck. When it staggers back up, the boss is still alive but finally looks ruined, stripped and battered down to a desperate last body. That is when Hirken drives the orc hero's sword into its chest and openly taunts it to focus on him alone. The bear warrior takes the bait and charges to tear him apart with claw and bite, never noticing the hidden skeleton rising behind it. The tiny summon hits like a wasp and detonates the expensive bone explosive right against the boss at point-blank range. Even that does not finish it, but Hirken had already planned for one last step and uses the distraction to leap straight in. He jumps, grabs the embedded sword, and drives it deeper in one clean killing cut that finally brings the bear warrior down. Elsewhere afterward, the story jumps to Hatch hearing that even starting the Bulka's Ranger scenario quest requires 2 titles, and the delay instantly sours his mood. The explanation makes it worse, because the fastest route still means 10 Ranger quests and 100 kills, which could trap Hatch here for days. Hatch tries to salvage the time by asking about nearby level 100 hunting grounds, but the answer is another dead end. What he really wants to know is whether Mask Herkin is still around here, and the informant confirms he is. The clue comes through Apollo Guild, a rich man's guild with a bad reputation that recently clashed with Herkin in the Bulka's mountain range. That makes Hatch connect the dots, realizing the pathetic armor owner from earlier must have been Apollo himself. Even with the search promised, Hatch is still stuck waiting on the quest chain, and his frustration hardens into a private vow to leave the Stormhunter Guild when his contract finally ends. Right after killing the bear warrior alone, Herkin is hit with a flood of rewards from Mung's test, and the result is so good he can only call it perfect. Then he spots the real jackpot in the puddle left by the melted corpse, 3 bear warrior crafting jewels. The drop finally breaks his long frustration from farming sword monkeys, and Herkin starts grinning and dancing on the spot. Even while he converts every part of the bear warrior into crafting coins, the smile never leaves his face. 3 jewels matter more than 1 because together they can make a rare set, and Herkin instantly calculates that the haul is worth at least 10,000 gold. His mood climbs even higher when he thinks about the raid footage, because a necromancer soloing a boss should explode online. For a second he just stares, overwhelmed by how much money and momentum this one raid could bring him. He even kisses his own biceps and praises himself without a shred of embarrassment. More than the loot, the solo raid proves his path is right, and that certainty becomes his biggest reward. Later at Bulka's Ranger Village, 2 Apollo Guild players are stuck on lookout duty for the man who killed 3 of their guildmates, and they are in a rotten mood after hours of waiting. Their complaints get uglier as they curse the guild, mock the dead members, and resent being forced into this job. Even the loudmouth knows he cannot really walk away, because crossing Apollo's guild master means being hunted as a runaway player. So they settle on a cheap solution. If they cannot find the real target, they will just grab some harmless-looking stranger and claim it was him. A perfect victim walks into view, and to them he looks exactly like the kind of pushover they can bully. Nearby, Hatch notices a commotion he would normally ignore, but the moment he realizes Apollo is involved, he pays attention. When Hatch remembers Apollo has been hunting Mask Herkin, he heads straight toward the crowd to see if they found him. Inside the circle, Herkin is being harassed in his plain clothes, loudly insisting he has never even heard of Apollo before. Hatch cannot confirm the face, but he quickly reasons that a smart Herkin would hide his famous mask, so this very average-looking traveler might be the real one. He decides helping is worth it either way, because if this is Herkin he gets what he wants, and if not he still looks like the good guy. Hatch cuts in and tells Apollo to stop making a scene, because he has business with the man they are holding. The Apollo players sneer and ask who he thinks he is, not realizing they are talking down to Ballista Hatch. Hatch almost reveals himself with his watch, then realizes he forgot his guild uniform and has to settle for pulling back his hood instead. It still does not work, and the Apollo side only gets more aggressive because they still do not recognize him. Then a sharp voice tears across the village as Hahui yells at Hatch for wandering off without the team. The crowd instantly recognizes the Stormhunter Guild, and the whole mood flips from nuisance to danger. Herkin is the one person not impressed, because seeing Hatch already felt bad enough and Hahui makes it much worse. He remembers Hatch as the skilled mage who killed him more than once in his past life, usually by reading his escape route and finishing him off. Hahui irritates him even more, because in his past life she hounded him like a fanatic for opposing Shur and personally made his life miserable. Herkin decides the best move is simple: do not get tangled up with Stormhunter at all. The Apollo players are now badly rattled, realizing the harmless stranger they grabbed somehow has Stormhunter attention on him. Hahui tears into Hatch first, cursing him for breaking guild rules and wandering off on his own as usual. Their exchange makes the dynamic clear. Hahui may look small and cute, but she is the Stormhunter officer who enforces group discipline, and even Hatch has to swallow it. Then Hahui turns to Herkin and bluntly asks if he is Mask Herkin. Herkin answers instantly that he is not, because there is nothing to gain from revealing himself here. Hahui glances at Hatch for confirmation, but Hatch makes it clear he wants no part of her guessing game. Instead of pressing with words, Hahui suddenly throws a punch straight at Herkin. Herkin sees it coming, but because dodging would expose him, he deliberately lets her hit him. The punch sends him flying backward in a perfect movie-style fall, and even Hahui is thrown off by how cleanly he takes the hit. Hahui immediately decides he must not be the real Herkin, because the man in front of her looked too ordinary to react. Herkin gets back up furious and calls out the idea that a famous guild can just hit random people, while Hatch steps in to calm the mess before Hahui makes it worse. Realizing Hahui will only make it worse, Hatch steps in and apologizes properly for mistaking him. When Herkin refuses to let it go on words alone, Hatch offers 1,000 gold as compensation on the spot. Herkin takes the money anyway, still looking irritated, because there is no point turning this into something bigger. Before leaving, Herkin turns back to the Apollo players and coldly repeats that he is not the man they want. Apollo can only nod and back off, and Herkin leaves the scene looking openly annoyed. Once the crowd thins out, Hatch immediately demands that Hahui pay back the 1,000 gold her punch just cost him. Hahui ignores the complaint and keeps staring at her fist, clearly bothered by what just happened. To test it, she suddenly punches toward Hatch's face, and he jerks back in panic just before the blow stops short. That reaction confirms her suspicion. Herkin must have seen the earlier punch and chosen not to dodge. Hatch still dismisses it as overthinking, arguing that her sucker punch was simply too fast for a weak-looking traveler to answer. Hahui lets the point drop for now, because being spotted in bulkas matters more than chasing one suspicious player. She reminds Hatch that rumors will spread fast now, so the Stormhunter Guild needs to move quickly as one group and finish what they came for. Elsewhere, Herkin walks away seething, because he had no plan to go after Stormhunter in this life, but they managed to make themselves impossible to ignore again. He refuses to feel grateful even though Hatch and Hahui accidentally got Apollo off his back, because to him Stormhunter is still just as hateful as before. At the same time, their appearance warns him how fast a top guild can push the main scenario once its quest teams and money start working. He realizes that if he had delayed even a little longer, his route would have collided with theirs before the Bear Warrior raid, and that could have ruined everything. That close call hardens his resolve, and Herkin decides he has to move even faster from here, starting with meeting Maong right away. After hearing Herkin describe the armed Bear Warrior, Maong turns grim and thanks him for warning the village before anyone dies. Herkin politely plays along, but inside he just wants Maong to stop talking and finish the reward already because Stormhunters are already in the mountains. Then Maong rises, pulls a special book from the shelf, and unfolds several hidden papers on the desk right in front of Herkin. When Maong says they are dungeon maps, Herkin's mood flips on the spot because in Warlord a dungeon map is basically a guaranteed payday. Maong explains he cannot leave Bulka's mountain range, so he would rather give one map away than let them rot unused. Herkin does not even hesitate over the choice and grabs the middle map, already counting its value in his head. Before closing the deal, Maong says he has one more favor to ask, and Herkin notices the remaining maps are still on the desk. Thinking Maong might hand over another map, Herkin instantly agrees with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Maong sends him beyond the mountain range to investigate Parang Forest, where armed monsters like the Bear Warrior have reportedly appeared. Herkin accepts because he has no real choice, but the name Parang Forest gives him an instant headache since it is a level 90 zone far beyond him right now. Once he leaves the village, Herkin steadies himself and decides the only answer is to grind levels fast before the next scenario step crushes him. He studies the dungeon map he won, and it looks so crude that without one tiny clue it would be useless to almost anyone. The letters Su and Arya make him identify the place as Sura Canyon, a level 80 devil goat hunting ground that also happens to be good for his own leveling. Sura Canyon is efficient for him, but there is a catch. The Red Bulls recently occupied it, and they are now allied with the Stormhunters. Even so, time matters too much now, so Herkin sprints straight for Sura Canyon instead of wasting days on a safer plan. 10 days after top players were spotted in Bulkas, the whole game fixates on the mountain range, and Romani sits there holding a finished video he knows can shake everything. He is thrilled and half terrified, because after only 1 week of editing he has built something far more explosive than any of his previous uploads. Finally Romani sends the finished video off to Herkin, delighted that he made the kind of world-shaking piece every creator dreams about. Around the same time, Park Suji is startled because Choi Sulian suddenly breaks her iron routine, even canceling a workout and eating alone in her room. The reason is simple. Choi Sulian shuts herself in her room and loops Herkin's solo Bear Warrior raid video, studying every movement with obsessive focus. After 6 full loops and more than an hour of watching, she finally looks away and quietly decides that no matter what it takes, she will make Herkin hers. In Sura Canyon, a devil goat slams horn first into Herkin's summoned golem, trying to blast straight through the roadblock. Herkin hardens the golem at the perfect moment, trapping the devil goat's horn in its body and pinning the monster in place. That opening is all his summons need, and 3 black orc skeleton warriors leap in from behind the golem to carve deep wounds across the goat's body. A smaller blood goblin skeleton follows up with curses that crush the devil goat's speed and stats, turning its burst of rage into a helpless beating. The devil goat collapses, and Herkin finally hits level 69, but he reacts like a man still under pressure instead of a man celebrating. He dumps every new stat point into strength, closes the screen, and stays alert because loud magic blasts from somewhere nearby mean another player party is closing in. Knowing he cannot linger, Herkin skins the devil goat with practice speed, checks for a jewel drop, turns the remains into crafting materials, and prepares to leave immediately. A 7-man player party arrives just too late and studies the leftover battlefield like trackers following a celebrity's footprints. From the mud and battle marks, they quickly piece together that a golem using necromancer was here and jump straight to one name, Haho Mask Herkin. Instead of treating the site like a danger zone, the party gushes like fans, takes photos with the mud pile, and starts posting proof that Herkin is in Sura Canyon. At the same time, Herkin changes into a plain swordsman disguise and stores his skeletons as fragments, annoyed that his sudden fame is turning into a real handicap. Back in the real world, and Jaehyun sees his own face on a Warlord site front page under a headline about a solo bear warrior raid and freezes for a few stunned seconds. When he checks the numbers and the flood of new emails, the first thing he feels is not joy but cold dread because the video has exploded beyond even his expectations. The attention is huge, with top guild offers, show invitations, and major sponsors piling up, but to Herkin that much spotlight this early feels flat out dangerous. He had wanted real fame after level 100, when he could handle ranker class attention, not now when random challengers and troublemakers can still make his life miserable. Looking back on the Sura Canyon grind, Herkin remembers it as pure suffering because he spent more time dodging players than fearing devil goats. Sometimes the interruptions end with a photo, but more often they turn into PK fights, because a famous solo player with no guild backing looks like easy prey to anyone chasing attention. The pressure gets so bad that he sometimes has to abandon Sura Canyon, level somewhere else for a while, and sneak back later just to keep progressing. But now the worst stretch is finally ending, because level 69 is enough for Herkin's real plan: reach level 70 inside the dungeon from Mung's map, and then get out of Sura Canyon for good. Just thinking about the level 70 gear he already bought with video money makes Herkin smile at last. Then the smile turns ugly, and Herkin quietly swears that every player who came to hunt him for sport is going to pay for it. Deep inside Sura Canyon, Herkin reaches the hidden spring no one else knows how to use and surfaces from a long underwater swim into a secret cave. Dungeon alerts pop up the moment he lands on solid ground, confirming he found a hidden dungeon and earned discovery titles for getting here first. He likes the bonus titles, but what really matters is that dungeon rewards scale with his level, so coming here at level 69 was part of the plan. He immediately starts exploring, using his watch light to scan a narrow tunnel that looks perfect for his cramped space necromancer style. After running quick battle simulations in his head, Herkin decides this dungeon deserves a solid score because his summons can lock enemies down in these tight tunnels. He throws down a skeleton fragment, summoning a black-boned skeleton warrior from black orc material to lead the way. He upgrades the summon on the spot, marking its forehead with Madness Helm and covering its torso and arms with white bone armor. Then he layers curse after curse onto the skeleton's blade, including his newly learned blind, until the weapon glows with dangerous magic. The setup looks great, but Herkin winces at how much mana he just burned on a normal scouting fight. Instead of holding back like he used to, he casually chews an expensive mana recovery gum, and accepts that money now lets him buy skill proficiency. He laughs at the absurd contrast between his cheap real life and his expensive game habits, then pushes deeper into the dungeon behind his summon. His first real surprise comes when the lead skeleton finds a slime with a red glow inside its translucent body. One look tells Herkin this is a spirit form monster dungeon, which means rare attribute materials and a lot of money. That should make him happy, but his luck has been so ridiculous lately that he gets nervous instead of celebrating. He remembers the booming video numbers and the bear warrior materials selling for 50,000 gold, and starts wondering when all this luck will hit him back. In the end he shrugs it off, jokes that a truck probably is not about to fly through his window, and happily keeps moving. After more slime encounters, the tunnel finally ends in a dead-end chamber where the next spirit monster waiting for him is a salamander. The fire spirit is technically a bad matchup for him, because its heat melts his skeletons and even his fire-casting skeleton magicians are nearly useless here. But instead of panicking, Herkin settles into a weirdly comfortable rhythm where he mostly stands back, eats candy, and directs the fight like a lazy commander. He keeps shouting absurdly specific orders anyway, telling the skeletons to attack from the side and slash the tail instead of stabbing head-on. When the golem lags behind, he starts shadowboxing in copy mode to manually force it back into shape. The fight still costs him a pile of recovery items, but he kills the salamander without swinging his own sword once and enjoys the rare feeling of being a rich necromancer. 3 days pass like that, and Herkin falls into a happy routine of clearing the dungeon, logging out to rest, and coming back for more easy spirit monster farming. He loves it because none of these fights force him onto the front line, and the valuable salamander essence drops keep covering his heavy spending. The dungeon rewards him even more when Skeleton Fragment reaches B rank and both Bone Armor and Demon Curse rank up too. With his grind already feeling like a dream, the dungeon leaves him one more gift when he starts searching for a hidden area the smart way. He watches the flame bend with the draft, reads the airflow immediately, and tracks it straight to a suspicious dead-end wall. One strike and one kick later, the fake wall breaks apart and reveals a giant iron door covered in strange runes. When he touches the handle, a stage entry prompt appears, and Herkin realizes this hidden room is an instance dungeon with the boss beyond the door. He does not rush it, because he still does not know what kind of boss is waiting and he refuses to gamble 48 hours on a blind attempt with half-used supplies. So he decides the boss can wait until level 70 and heads back to Sura Canyon Village to prepare properly. At the rough player-made village near the canyon entrance, he finds the usual tense little market where convenience costs a painful premium. Herkin hates the inflated prices, but he knows the time he saves here is still worth real money to him. He starts haggling hard over mana recovery candy, pushing for a bulk discount because he plans to spend in 1,000 gold chunks. The merchant resists. Herkin keeps adding items anyway, and the final purchase gets so large that even the seller blinks and shaves the price down a little more. While Herkin buys supplies, Red Bull's guild master Matador Chev walks through the village in disguise with his secretary Yahello, quietly checking the crowd. Yahello assumes nobody important could be here without the guild hearing first, but Chev says there is one exception on his mind: Haho Mask Herkin. Yahello dismisses Herkin as a lucky first kill nobody, but Chev bluntly reminds her he did it first and solo, which is a very different thing. Chev drops the argument, but privately he is convinced Herkin is not just strong, he is valuable because people cannot stop watching him. Chev keeps scanning the Red Bull's village, thinking this choke point should eventually expose Herkin so he can build a partnership before future guild conflict turns him into an enemy. Even so, Herkin is not his only reason for being here, because Chev is also on his way to a secret level 150 raid beyond the canyon. Then Chev overhears a player closing a huge consumables deal for 4,000 gold, and the number alone makes him stop cold. He realizes a hunter like Haho Mask would burn through items exactly like that, and he thinks he may have just found a clue without knowing the buyer is Herkin himself. Back at the hidden iron door, Herkin returns with his new supplies and grimaces at wasting 600,000 won in-game just to save time. The pain only sharpens his future goal, and he promises himself that when he makes it big in Warlord, he is finally going to eat like a king in real life. Before touching the boss door, he carefully hides recovery candy, gum, and clay all over his armor so one lost pocket will not kill him mid-fight. He also checks the backup fire resistance gear he bought at an inflated price, betting the boss will be fire-based just like the Salamandas. Once everything is set, Herkin grabs the runic handle again, accepts the stage prompt, and charges in with one clear goal: hit level 70. Herkin enters the dungeon with armed skeleton warriors and instantly feels something is off, because this place looks less like a monster nest and more like a spotless lab. That clean layout tells him the Guardian is still intact, which also means the overpriced fire-resistant gear he bought for spirit monsters may have been a waste. After about 10 minutes, he reaches a huge chamber scarred with sword marks, and one look is enough to tell him what kind of monster is waiting here. The sight drags up bad memories, because Herkin recognizes this as the kind of place where spirit knights were made and he has died to one before. The armor wakes with a robotic line about eliminating an intruder, and fire starts flooding through the empty shell until the spirit knight stands up alive. Herkin immediately reads the danger. This spirit knight is likely over level 90, ignores debuffs, shrugs off critical hit logic, and fights with a real knight's brain instead of a beast's instincts. Even knowing how nasty this enemy is, Herkin has no way out except killing it, so he snaps his fingers and sends a skeleton warrior in first. The spirit knight sidesteps the skeleton warrior's opening slash and smashes back so hard it cracks the summon's bone armor in one exchange. The skeleton keeps attacking through the damage thanks to Madness Helm, but against a foe that dodges and counters on purpose, that aggression only gets it torn apart faster. Herkin quickly realizes his normal style is failing, because the spirit knight can read the same dodge-first rhythm he taught his summons and punish their weaker movement. He dismisses the golem idea too, since a slower summon would just become a free target, and that leaves only one answer. Herkin has to fight on the front line himself. When Herkin finally clashes swords with the spirit knight, the grinding blades make it brutally clear that the monster can overpower him with one hand. Herkin stays alive only because false heart, skin sewing, and bone armor have stacked enough survivability to keep him from being cut down already. As 3 skeleton warriors jump in to help, the spirit knight shoves Herkin away and turns to wipe them out instead. That split second gives Herkin the opening he wanted, and he cuts off the spirit knight's already damaged left arm just after it uses sword reinforcement on the skeletons. Flame pours from the missing arm instead of blood, the broken skeletons start reforming, and Herkin judges that he can end this before sword reinforcement comes off cooldown. He sends the recovering skeleton warriors in as bait and sprints after them, betting one more clean attack will finish the fight. But the spirit knight's AI is even nastier than Herkin expected, because instead of blocking the summons it spins and targets the real threat charging in. The sword blasts through Herkin's protections, tears into his body, and sends him flying hard into the wall. The spirit knight charges after him to finish the kill, and Herkin answers in the middle of the chaos by instantly summoning a golem as a wall. He uses the few seconds the golem buys him to slap recovery clay onto his wounds and force down an expensive HP candy. When he stands back up and mutters that the knight is dead, the old hero's slaughterer side of Herkin is fully awake again. A quick flashback explains that even back in his guild days, Herkin fought with one brutal resolve in mind: if he didn't kill the monster, he wouldn't get to eat tomorrow. That simple obsession snaps him back to his real style, and he charges the spirit knight again instead of hiding behind summons. This time, Herkin narrowly slips past the spirit knight's diagonal slash and cuts its armor on the way through. The two settle into a vicious exchange where Herkin keeps dodging by a hair and trading one hit at a time, knowing only a few mistakes would kill him. He refuses to think about the ways this can still go wrong, because right now the only thought he allows himself is that killing this thing means survival. At last the spirit knight falls apart, and the reward alert for the title knighthood pops up over a battlefield of shattered armor and torn gear. Even with one arm nearly falling off, Herkin calmly patches himself with recovery clay before the adrenaline turns into pure giddy pride. he ends up screaming in joy, because dragging himself through a brutal fight and still winning is exactly the version of Herkin he likes best. The fight also teaches him something new about himself. He can finally feel the slight delay in his cheap level 1 V gear, which means his battle senses are returning to their old peak. Then his mood turns practical again, because the Spirit Knight's remains can be converted into valuable crafting coins used for high-tier resistance armor. After pocketing the rewards, Herkin heads deeper into the newly opened dungeon, ready to strip the place for the real treasure. That search leads him into a shabby study full of mostly useless lore books, and he starts skimming shelves at speed instead of wasting time reading. Then he finds exactly what he came for, a book with a palm print and no title, the unmistakable sign of a no-name skill book. Because a no-name skill book can turn into a class-based skill and might even become something rare, Herkin doesn't hesitate and presses his hand onto it. The skill book reveals itself as armament, and the name hits Herkin so hard he jerks his hand away in shock. He tests it twice just to be sure, because this could be the exact hidden necromancer skill he has been chasing from Rich Lich's raid videos. All his old theories click into place, as he remembers Rich Lich's skeletons wearing better gear and wielding strong weapons in ways bone armor alone could never explain. When he imagines his skeleton warriors carrying the orc hero's sword, Herkin can barely breathe before pulling up the skill details. Elsewhere in Sura Canyon Village, the Red Bulls keep hunting for the player who bought a suspicious amount of supplies, so Trader Koten reports everything he remembers. Koten confirms the buyer spent 4,000 gold at once, but his description is embarrassingly vague, Asian, maybe Korean, and somehow the kind of face that looks easy to scam. In the end, the Red Bulls are left irritated and no closer to finding Haho Mask Herkin than before. Herkin studies the new armament skill and immediately realizes it is a huge power spike for his skeleton army. The excitement sours fast when he understands the cost, because every summoned skeleton will need real gear bought with his own gold. He starts counting his summon slots and realizes that, with all his current bonuses, he can field up to 11 skeleton warriors. That number makes him sigh, because armament only starts with weapons now and later could drain him again for armor, shields, and everything else. He jokes bitterly that his future is now cheap coffee, protein powder, and candy, like a desperate breadwinner trying to feed a whole family. He cuts off the self-pity, accepts the skill for real, and locks armament into his build. Since the dungeon clear message still has not appeared, Herkin drops the money problem and starts hunting for the last hidden clue. A stuck desk drawer catches his attention, and he simply smashes it open instead of wasting time. Inside the wrecked drawer, he finds a hidden research bundle on ancient power and the salamander-based experiments that created elemental knights. The title barely impresses him, because ancient power is old bait from Warlord's main scenario, and he already knows the pattern. Even so, he knows these clue manuscripts still sell well to top guilds and lore-hungry media, so the papers suddenly look like badly needed cash. The moment he secures the manuscript, the dungeon finally recognizes the secret, clears the run, and hands him a level up. Back in his cramped one-room apartment, An Jae-hyun drops grape candies into cheap coffee and starts calculating how badly armament will wreck his budget. He figures he can arm the skeletons with level 60 and up rare weapons by spending his savings, but only by squeezing future hunting funds and other loot. The math gets worse when he remembers he also needs better V gear, because his current level 1 model is already a hard limit. When the numbers finally settle, he feels like a man who went from comfortable to broken one afternoon. He looks around the poor room and realizes even moving somewhere better has to be pushed aside again, because now his living money is going back into the game. He knows he could end this struggle by signing with a top guild, but his pride and what he knows about that world still stop him cold. The candy-sweet coffee steadies him, and he reminds himself that armament is still a massive opportunity, not just a burden. He starts imagining the real future of armament, where rare and unique weapons with special auras could make his skeleton army terrifying. His mind jumps even farther ahead to level 100 skeleton knights, stronger summons that can boost the warriors under them. Then he reaches the dream beyond that, death knights and an immortal army, and the idea alone sends a thrill through his body. That vision snaps into one blunt conclusion: if he wants that army, he needs money fast, so sitting still is no longer an option. He throws on light outdoor clothes, adjusts his glasses, and leaves the one-room apartment to move on his next job. Back in the game, Herkin checks Mang's rare quest to investigate the monsters inside Perung Forest. He stares at Perung Forest and sees exactly what kind of place it is, a monstrous level 90+ zone so dangerous normal players do not even build villages near it. The forest practically confirms the warning on its own when distant blasts, rising fire, and monster cries roll out from inside. Herkin answers that threat by pulling on his Haho mask and hood, hiding himself completely before he goes in. As the shadow hunting dog set activates around him, his speed and stealth rise, even with the trade-off of weaker defense. Wrapped in shadow, he makes his goal brutally clear: anyone who gets in the way of his money is going down. A level-up chime saves Herkin at the worst possible moment, but instead of relaxing, he dives straight back into the black troll fight. One black troll has already smashed him once, and only the level-up refill gives him enough health, stamina, and mana to keep going. The surviving black troll swings again, and Herkin slips past the blow by dodging low and sliding between its legs. He uses the opening to leap onto the monster's back and drive in the white Mamba Fong sword. That expensive unique sword was a bargain for him, because its venom is exactly the kind of damage a regenerating troll hates. As the troll's flesh starts healing around the embedded blade, Herkin plants his feet on its back and clings on like a climber. Then he draws his second sword and keeps carving into the same spot, forcing damage through the troll's constant regeneration. The pain finally pulls the black troll's full aggro onto Herkin, and that mistake exposes its front to his summons. His black orc skeleton warrior charges in with the orc hero's sword and chops hard into both knees, a brutal hit the troll's defense cannot stop. The rest of the skeleton warriors pile in right after, their madness helms and polished combat AI turning the opening into a slaughter. While his summons pin the troll down, Herkin rips the white Mamba Fong sword free in a spray of blood. He drops cleanly to the ground, rolls to his feet, and watches the troll turn the wrong way again. Behind the Haho mask, Herkin enjoys the trap working exactly as planned. After the fight settles, he checks his status at level 75 and feels just how strong the Shadow Dog set has made him. His mood sours a little when he remembers how much gold he poured into the set, and how many copies are suddenly flooding the auction house. He forces himself back into a better mood, because his leveling speed in Parong Forest is still absurdly good. Even though level 75 is still far from the top rankers, Herkin can feel the gap slowly shrinking. But the same monster overflow helping his EXP is also making Parong Forest unstable and increasingly hard to survive. The forest has no nearby village and too few hunters, so monsters keep piling up faster than anyone can thin them out. Most players would leave before Parong Forest turns into a death trap, but Herkin stays because he still has to finish Mung's request. He has searched for nearly 2 weeks for a bear warrior-like monster in armor, but nothing in Parong Forest matches that clue. He starts wondering if the target is a rare quest monster with a tiny spawn chance, which means he may be forced to retreat before he ever finds it. What really needles him is the thought that any delay could let storm hunters catch up to the same quest line. That pressure pulls him back to 10 days earlier, when the small Parong Forest hunter community tried to include him, and he kept his distance. Only about 10 groups work this giant forest, and all of them are stacked with level 95 plus players grinding hard for level 100. One of those teams was the 5-man Alto family, all level 98 and grinding here because they only needed 2 more levels to hit 100. At first the place felt perfect, but lately every fight has turned into a crowded brawl against 3 black trolls at once. Their real problem is supplies, because surviving this grind is burning through consumables far faster than they planned. Going back to restock would cost them a day or 2 before level 100, but staying too long risks a far worse game over penalty. That regret turns into bitter admiration when they joke that they should have just paid Haho Mask to carry them instead. Everyone in Parong Forest knows Haho Mask now, because a solo player surviving here has become impossible for the local hunters to ignore. They even gossip that one of Haho Mask's skeleton warriors carries the insanely expensive orc hero's sword, making him sound like some absurd rich kid playing unfairly. Their grumbling is interrupted when one member suddenly hears a rescue call coming through the forest community network. The message says the Toon party needs help, and the Alto family realizes they are the closest group available. Since the Toon party helped them before and the Alto family was leaving anyway, they decide to answer the call on their way out. At first they assumed the Toon party just ran into a few black trolls, maybe even the red-eyed boss, and that should have been manageable for a group that strong. Then the follow-up answer changes everything. It is an ogre, and this one is wearing a helmet. While moving through Parong Forest, Herkin keeps replaying the Alto family's invitation and the voice chat address Neil gave him. He grimaces at how coldly he rejected them before, and now that he actually wants their help, the memory feels worse. Herkin hesitates because he knows a community is powerful in Warlord, but joining one also means forming ties he may not be able to walk away from later. Before he can decide anything, a massive explosion shakes the forest and wipes every other thought out of his head. The blast is so heavy that even from far away Herkin can feel it, and he immediately knows this is high-level magic, not some minor fight. That makes no sense to him, because mages almost never throw magic this expensive around on a field hunt unless a boss forces the issue. His memory clicks back to 4 days earlier, when he saw the same kind of explosion and learned a party had used it while killing the Red-Eye Ogre. But the timing is wrong, because Red-Eye needs a full week to respawn, so today's explosion has to mean something else appeared. He rules out ordinary group hunting too, since nobody sane would try kiting huge packs in a death zone like this. That leaves one answer in Herkin's mind: something powerful has shown up, and he needs to reach it first. The shadow hunting dog effect kicks in, thinning his presence and lightening his body as he slips through the trees like a predator. At the battle site, the Alto family reaches the Toon party's distress call first, but the scene ahead is so bad they stop in the trees instead of rushing in. They spot at least 8 black trolls and more than 20 smaller monsters, enough to overwhelm a normal rescue attempt on the spot. What really throws them is the gear, because these monsters are armed and armored better than some players. Then they find the center of the nightmare, a 5-meter ogre in silver armor with a horned helmet and eyes stained red and black. The Toon party is already boxed in, with their mage and priest hiding behind shield magic while their fully buffed tanker desperately holds the front line. The Alto family knows they have to move now or not at all, but with only 5 people against 30 monsters, stepping in looks almost suicidal. Even while panicking, they notice the ogre's eye color isn't normal, and one of them realizes this looks like corruption tied to a main scenario quest. That clue makes the situation even bigger, but it does not solve the real problem. If they break a path open, the monster aggro will just crash onto them instead. Nobody wants a game over this close to level 100, because losing 48 hours now would feel unbearable. They waver between saving friends and saving themselves, remembering the Toon party shared supplies with them before and never treated them badly. Then the priest on voice chat says the Toon party already saw them and told them to run instead of dying pointlessly together. That selfless warning decides it for them, and with bitter jokes to hide the fear, the Alto family chooses to open a path even if they can only help that much. By the time Herkin reaches the area, the rescue has already gone wrong and all 10 players are split into 3 separate groups fighting for their lives. One glance tells Herkin exactly what happened. A rescue spell opened a path, part of the team got cut off, and the rest were swallowed into the fight. Hidden by his stealth gear, Herkin realizes he could simply stay still and wait for 10 near level 100 players to die and drop a fortune in loot. He admits that if these people had ever wronged him, he would have watched them fall without guilt, but this time that excuse is not there. More importantly, he instantly recognizes these monsters as the kind of corrupted troops tied to the immoral prince's old plans. And once he sees the helmeted ogre clearly, Herkin knows this is the target he came for and that if he misses it now, the chance is gone. If this fight becomes known, Herkin knows the 30 great guilds will storm Parong Forest the moment they connect that armored ogre to the next main scenario clue. That makes this his only real opening, and the trapped players are desperate enough that they will probably accept any deal if he keeps them alive. He also sees something else in them. These are the kind of players who risk themselves for their community, even when every sign says they should run. So Herkin finally decides to step in, pulling back his hood and letting his hidden presence fade as he prepares to enter the fight openly. Behind the Haho mask, Herkin smiles and figures that saving these upright players from certain death should leave him with more than simple gratitude. Neil braces behind his huge shield and listens to steel hammering against it, already feeling like the countdown to his death has started. The rescue was supposed to be simple. Blast open a gap with a rare flame spell and let the Toon party escape before things got worse. Instead, the Helm Ogre stepped straight onto the burning field, took damage, and instantly locked onto the mage who cast it. The ogre's speed was terrifying, so Neil threw himself in front of the mage because he couldn't abandon the party he had leveled with for so long. The escape failed completely, and both the Alto family and Toon party were split apart and surrounded in separate pockets. Even while cornered, Neil realized the monsters were too coordinated to be acting on instinct and were clearly following a command to keep the net closed. That pattern gave the players one thin hope. If another party appeared, the monsters would have to loosen the ring to surround the newcomers too. Then an explosion really did go off behind them, and Neil instantly knew their impossible prayer had been answered. As the perimeter wavered, Neil shouted for everyone to lump together instead of running, because staying split meant getting hunted down one group at a time. The trap players moved fast, forcing their way into one 10-person formation with 3 tankers at the points, and their casters protected in the middle. Relief and disbelief hit all at once, and the battered party started talking over each other before anyone even knew who had saved them. One voice finally cut through the noise with the answer everyone recognized at once. It's the Haho mask. Herkin's entrance hit like a bomb, with 10 bone explosives shaking the field and dragging the monster's attention his way. When the smoke cleared, Herkin was standing there with 11 skeleton warriors and a towering golem lined up behind him. With one flick of his finger, Herkin sent the skeletons charging straight into the armed monsters without a hint of hesitation. Herkin cut through the clash himself, leaped over a troll body, and landed inside the space the 3 tankers had opened for him. He didn't waste time on gratitude and bluntly told them to earn his help by backing him while he hunted the Helm Ogre. The party accepted immediately, because anyone who had seen Herkin's Bear Warrior video knew he could carry a one-on-one boss fight. Herkin explained the key point in one line. He would break the Helm Ogre's armor first, and only then would the real damage start. Once the plan was set, Herkin pointed at a priest and curtly demanded buffs, then softened it with a quick, awkward please. The battle around them looked spectacular, but Herkin's skeletons and golem were really just buying time because their blows could only dent armor while the monsters could break bone with one clean hit. That delay was enough for the trapped players to stop hiding and reorganize into a real counterattack. The 3 tankers formed a hard semicircle and held the line while the monsters slammed into their shields. Behind that wall, the mages layered the field with fire, a crushing water arrow, and constant stun lightning to peel the monsters apart. The priests kept the formation alive with frantic heal timing, buff countdowns, and non-stop health calls that sounded more like cockpit work than support magic. As the team fight finally stabilized, monsters started dropping one by one and Herkin slipped away toward the real target. Herkin raised his hood and used the shadow hunting dog set to blur his presence as he closed in on the isolated Helm Ogre. The Helm Ogre still sensed him first and answered with a brutal opening strike that smashed a crater into the ground. Herkin slipped past that first swing, cut at the armor behind the ogre's knee, and immediately realized breaking this thing would take repeated precision hits. With no known weak points to exploit, Herkin decided he would have to crack the armor the hard way. Then Herkin shouted for a countdown, and the team cut the burning field at just the right moment to set up another bulldozer bear. The summoned burning bear slammed into the helm ogre, and finally knocked fresh cracks through its armor. When the enraged ogre turned toward the mage, Herkin burned a costly bone explosive to drag its aggro back onto himself. Herkin rushed straight through the counterattack, slipped between the ogre's legs, and found the cracked gap the bulldozer bear had opened for him. He drove his sword into that gap and loaded the helm ogre with curses in one vicious opening. From there, Herkin clung to the giant monster and hacked away with reckless precision, treating the raging ogre like something he had to ride and dismantle piece by piece. After 8 brutal minutes, Herkin finally ripped off the breastplate and exposed the helm ogre's torso, even though the rest of its armor was still intact. The watching players were stunned, because Herkin had done something even his famous video hadn't prepared them for. By the time the breastplate came off, the rest of the team had also cut the battlefield down to a manageable fight, with only a handful of armored monsters still left standing. Seeing Herkin spend without hesitation, the Alto family and Toon party stopped holding back too and started burning through their own expensive consumables. Once the last side monsters were down, the raid could finally turn its full pressure onto the helm ogre, with Herkin still controlling the pace around it. Water arrows, lightning, and more bulldozer bears started biting into the ogre for real, but every heavy hit sent it charging back at the mages. The tankers had to throw their bodies into those charges again and again, sometimes getting blasted backward just to keep the casters alive. Whenever the boss turned away, Herkin punished it from behind, stabbing into its spine and forcing its rage to split between him and the team. At 70% health, the helm ogre hit its first phase and blasted the raid with fear, cutting everyone's stats hard in the middle of the fight. It got worse when the ogre suddenly hurled a knife and nearly killed 2 mages outright, proving this boss had tricks no one expected. At 40%, the boss hardened into steel skin, and the raid had to stop relying on big magic because the aggro and defense had both become too dangerous. When the helm ogre dropped under 10%, it entered full rage and started flinging tankers away with raw physical power. The team hesitated in front of that last burst of violence, but Herkin stepped forward alone, already thinking this kill would keep him fed. In the wrecked Parong forest clearing, everyone falls silent in front of the dead helm ogre, stunned that they actually survived. The Toon party is simply grateful to be alive, while Alto family braces for whatever price Herkin might demand for saving them. Herkin, meanwhile, is not thinking about heroics at all. He is staring at the giant corpse and calculating how to claim every last bit of loot. The Toon party bows first and thanks both rescue sides, then immediately gives up all rights to the monsters because they know they were saved from certain death. For one dangerous second, Herkin nearly breaks into a huge grin before forcing his face back under control. Alto family's leader hesitates because the smaller monsters are still worth a fortune, but the whole group backs giving it up since Herkin already saved them from a game over. When Neil says they should calculate the split, Herkin instantly hardens himself for a tough negotiation and prepares to fight for at least 60%. Instead, Neil shocks him by offering all the loot in exchange for one thing only: permission to take a picture together. That simple request knocks down all of Herkin's dirty calculations at once, and he finds himself oddly envious of people who can still treat the game with that kind of sincerity. Soon all 11 survivors crowd in front of the fallen helm ogre, with Herkin placed right in the center for the commemorative shot. The photo drags Herkin back to memories of his old guild raids, where he used to stand in the middle like this every time, and the nostalgia sours almost immediately. He shakes off the past and gets to work, and with everyone pitching in, the mountain of monster corpses is dismantled surprisingly fast. After the work, the mood loosens as the melting monster flesh turns into strange ice cream, and everyone starts joking about the bizarre flavors. Herkin says almost nothing during the break and just shovels the ice cream down with embarrassing intensity, as if making up for something he can never have in real life. During that quiet moment, Neil approaches Herkin with a serious offer to join their community for information sharing and friendship, even if they can never match his strength. Herkin takes the offer seriously because he knows a skilled support party would make him even more dangerous, and he also realizes these people are the rare kind who still play for enjoyment, not just profit. That is exactly why he rejects them. He feels they are too decent for someone like him, because he is chasing money and fame hard enough to ruin people around him. Neil accepts the refusal without bitterness, and Herkin can tell the offer was real because the man still wishes him well. Then Neil brings up the battle footage, and Herkin immediately understands they noticed the corruption signs in the helm ogre too. Herkin hates the corruption clue getting out, but since the footage belongs to the people who nearly died there, he swallows it and lets them decide. So Herkin gives them permission to upload it openly, even with him in frame, because they want a memory instead of a payday, and he cannot bring himself to taint that. Even while agreeing, Herkin hardens himself again and decides he belongs with the greedy, vicious players of the great guilds, not with decent people who make him soft. Before parting, Neil offers a final handshake, and Herkin accepts at least that much of a human connection. Not long after, Photos of Herken's Helm Ogre kill hit social media and spread through the Warlord community at explosive speed. When a teaser clip follows and promises the full video after enough likes, the footage pulls in a huge audience almost immediately. Among the viewers are members of the 30 Great Guilds, and in a support analysis meeting they study Herken's video less like fans and more like people tracking a threat. First, they are shocked by Herken's raw skill, especially the way he reads the fight blind and still lands an armor break like a veteran with years of experience. Then the real alarm sets in when they realize Parang Forest is not just a hunting spot for him, but the next step of his main scenario route. That means some hidden force behind Herken is pushing the main quest outside the 30 Great Guilds' control, possibly even faster than the Stormhunter Guild. By the end of the meeting, the conclusion is blunt: someone has to move against Herken now, because stopping him is exactly what they are being paid for. Herken finally reaches the Bulka's Range village after running for what feels like an entire day, and he can only be grateful this exhausting trip happens inside a game. Even while grumbling that Warlord should have warp gates, he knows his shadow hunting dog gear saved him from quitting in frustration during this brutal cross-map sprint. He had no choice but to detour to the nearest castle first, because the Helm Ogre loot was too valuable to dump cheap and only a castle had storage. Now back in Bulka's, Herken hurries to find Mayung before news of his latest exploit spreads too far and complicates everything. As he walks, his mind fixes on the real prize, joining the secret society and finally getting the society ring tied to the immoral prince storyline. When Herken reports the helmeted ogre and corrupted monsters to Mayung, the old NPC turns grim at once as if his worst fear has just been confirmed. Herken leans into the mood and asks if Mayung knows what those monsters really are, hoping to push the quest to the next stage. Mayung goes silent for several long seconds, and Herken has to hide his impatience while waiting for the trust trigger he knows should come next. At last Mayung decides Herken is trustworthy enough to hear the truth, and that trust is the real reward Herken needed from this quest. Mayung explains that monster numbers once exploded across the world, and now a new corrupted force is threatening to break the fragile balance won by the Subjugation Association. Herken tries to speed things up by mentioning he has already chased the power of corruption before, but Mayung ignores the hint and keeps explaining in his own order. Mayung reveals the key point: corruption does not just strengthen monsters, it lets someone control them like organized troops. Herken acts surprised for Mung's benefit even though he already knows this, because playing along matters more than showing off. Mayung ties that control back to the corrupt count, saying the dead count used corrupted monsters as underlings the same way. When Mayung praises the heroes who killed the corrupt count, Herken swallows his irritation and keeps his real opinion to himself. Mayung pushes to the bigger fear: if the corrupt count is gone but corrupted monsters keep appearing, then someone else must still be pulling the strings. Herken immediately agrees, and Mayung goes even further by hinting that the hidden mastermind may be a lord or noble who could have treated the corrupt count as a mere lackey. Mayung warns that after losing the corrupt count, this hidden group will come back only after it is ready to fight the whole world. Then Mayung opens a drawer, and Herken's attention snaps away from the speech because he knows the ring should finally be inside. Mayung praises Herken's courage and noble spirit, but Herken barely hears a word once he sees the plain gold ring brought out into the light. When Mayung asks for his help against the immoral people behind corruption, Herken accepts instantly because the reward he wanted is finally within reach. A system notice confirms it. Herken has earned the secret society title he has been waiting for. Mayung follows that up with the next mission, sending Herken beyond Parang Forest to the entrance of the Great Urigal mountain range to find the blacksmith Ulf. The moment he hears that destination, Herken's excitement stumbles because Great Urigal is a death zone where even basic monsters are over level 100. He knows Ulf's name too well, and that only makes it worse. This is a famous Ahimbri rank blacksmith far beyond the normal reach of a level 80 player. Still, his anxiety melts the instant Mayung hands over the token itself, because the secret society ring is worth the risk. Later on Bulka's mountain, Herken sits alone on a tree stump after shaking off the users who tailed him from Mung's house and finally starts checking his rewards in peace. The new secret society title gives him another 3% to every stat, bringing his stacked percentage boosts up to a satisfying 9% total. He also notices the new quest itself is almost bare bones, which tells him the real reward was never the quest text but the ring now on his finger. When Herken opens the ring's option window, the proof of the secret society lives up to its legend with absurdly strong all-stat bonuses and faster stamina and magic recovery. That ring feels almost illegal to Herken, because he remembers how the Hydra Guild once exposed it as a balance-breaking cheat item. Knowing only a tiny number of players will ever get one makes it even sweeter, and Herken keeps turning the ring in the light like a newly married man admiring a wedding band. He finally checks the time, decides it is dinner hour, and happily starts logging out while planning a proper steak celebration for himself. In real life, that celebration dies fast when An Jae-hyun stares down a pot of cheap beef-flavored ramen with the hollow look of a man betrayed by his own spending habits. He actually had enough money to splurge on steak, but a V-Gear promotion popped up and wrecked that plan on the spot. Even with another $1,000 a month hanging over him, he knows the 5S model is the best Warlord upgrade he can realistically reach, so he buys it immediately. That impulse purchase wipes out his steak plan immediately, leaving him grumbling that every cent he earns just gets fed right back into the game. As he stirs the ramen, he spots one tiny scrap of beef floating in the soup and carefully lifts it with his chopsticks like it is a precious luxury. As Herken's Helm Ogre video explodes online, the comments turn him into a sensation and zero in on one dangerous clue: the monster in Parang Forest was definitely corrupt. Choicerly angrily scrolls through the flood of praise for Haho Mask Herken, then kills the screen as her own irritated reflection stares back at her. What really eats at her is simple. The 30 great guilds now see Herken as ranker-level talent, and she hates that someone this valuable is probably already in another guild's hands. Her anger is bigger than envy, because if Herken belongs to another guild, that guild may already be ahead of Stormhunter in the main scenario. She grits her teeth trying to find a way to reverse the situation, but nothing comes to her. Then a direct call cuts in, and she immediately knows it must be serious because this contact usually only uses chat. She answers with a sharp tone, and the officer rushes out the real news: Triple Wing and Big Smile have declared war. The moment she hears it is close to all-out war, her mood flips from irritation to cold focus, and she moves at once. For one brief moment, she stops obsessing over Herken and wonders if this chaos means the corrupt side is finally making its move. Back in Parang Forest, Herken drops another black troll and hits level 80. Surrounded by his summoned skeletons, Herken opens his status and is stunned all over again by how absurdly strong the Secret Society ring has made him. Between the ring's bonuses and his expensive new level 5S model, he can grind here so easily that Parang Forest already feels too small for him. He realizes he should really move on, because stronger hunting grounds would pay better than staying here until level 100. Parang Forest has also become crowded with high-level players chasing the corrupt clue from his own footage, which means more competition and more idiots looking to pick fights with him. Even so, he can't rush into the Great Urigal mountain range yet, because being 10 levels short in a place like that could cost him a brutal death penalty. So he puts that problem aside for now and starts carving up the troll corpse while waiting for it to vanish. While he works, he checks the hottest warlord news and finds the whole game buzzing over a war between Big Smile and Triple Wing. He knows both guilds are giant content machines inside the 30 great guilds, so for them to clash this hard means something went seriously wrong. When he reads that Big Smile actually interfered in a Triple Wing raid, he knows this is past normal guild friction and into full revenge territory. Then a darker possibility hits him. This war may be another butterfly effect from the history he already changed. He feels no guilt about that at all, because both guilds helped gang up on him in his past life when Stormhunter tried to erase him from the game. In fact, he'd be happy if Big Smile and Triple Wing tore each other apart. That thought sparks another one, and he suddenly wonders whether a Himbri might also be part of the secret society. He looks down at the ring on his left hand and realizes meeting a Himbri while wearing it might unlock something. The trip would burn an entire day, so Herken hesitates, weighing that cost against the chance that a Himbri might offer a real advantage. In the end, he decides it is worth checking, especially since a Himbri becomes an important NPC much later anyway. He also knows rushing toward Great Urigal now would be even riskier, because one death there could lock him out for 48 hours. After a long time away, Herken heads to Banks Castle to see a Himbri. Getting in is surprisingly easy, because the title a Himbri's disciple lets him meet an NPC most players couldn't approach without a quest. The moment they meet, a Himbri confirms Maong already told him Herken joined the society. Herken answers with formal respect, and a Himbri says he is glad to see him choose the right path. Then a Himbri drops the warmth and warns him that the society's work is both crucial and deeply secret, because powerful enemies are already everywhere. He tells Herken plainly that he will need to become much stronger if he wants any chance against those enemies. Herken immediately plays into that opening, admitting he accepted a mission from Maong that he cannot complete with his current strength. He frames it carefully. He isn't afraid to die, but he is afraid of failing the mission. A Himbri stares at him in silence long enough that Herken feels the unnerving weight of talking to something that doesn't quite feel like ordinary game AI. At last a Himbri asks the real question: does Herken want power so he can fight to save the world from those monsters? Herken gives him exactly the answer he wants to hear and says yes. Satisfied, a Himbri says there is only one preparation he can offer someone who wants strength through battle. He lays out a sheet of paper, and a fallen pen rises by itself and starts writing across it in a quick magical dance. When the pen finally drops, exhausted, a Himbri folds the paper and hands it to Herken. A Himbri warns him one last time that if he wants power for this fight, he has no choice but to gain it in battle. A quest window appears, confirming that a Himbri has just given Herken entry into the ferocious battlefield. Elsewhere, Big Smile Officer Hebibin is fighting on the field when collapsing broadcast numbers finally make him cover his face in stress. The war with Triple Wing isn't winning them attention at all, and for Big Smile that falling viewership means real money and sponsorship are starting to slip. He explodes in anger at Brooke, the officer whose pride started this whole mess. It started with Brooke picking a fight online. He criticized Triple Wing on social media, got asked to apologize, and answered with more insults. Then Brooke made it worse. After a Triple Wing member disrupted his boss raid and gave a flimsy apology, he skipped reporting it and charged off to sabotage a Triple Wing raid himself. Hebibin knows the result all too well. The guild poured its strength into war, their regular content got worse, and now they desperately need some kind of turnaround. As he searches for any opening, a text arrives from Apollo, the wealthy backer he keeps at arm's length but can never fully ignore. Herkin opens the battlefield quest and freezes for a beat, surprised that he finally got into one this way. He remembers exactly what a battlefield is, a monster-packed killing ground that only approved players can enter with a pass. To Herkin, the place is basically a dangerous gold mine, because endless respawns mean huge EXP, strong rewards, and public recognition from the Subjugation Association. The real hook is the event quest attached to every battlefield, because one special target can turn the whole run into a jackpot. He also knows the event is pure chaos, since multiple parties get the same target, and everyone is expected to fight dirty for the kill. That lawless setup suits Herkin perfectly, but he also knows why he rarely touched this content before. Battlefields are built for full parties, not solo players. Old Herkin would have torn up the ticket and walked away, because soloing a battlefield against party players and possible PKs was asking for trouble. But this time he studies the level cap and decides the field is survivable, especially since not many players under 100 have finished their first promotion. With his current strength and the secret society proof boosting him, Herkin decides the battlefield will be rough, but no longer impossible. He makes the final call for practical reasons too. He cannot head to Urigal yet, and he needs money now. Elsewhere, Apollo contacts Hebibin and bluntly asks Big Smile's officer to get rid of the Haho mask. When Apollo claims Haho mask insulted his guild, Hebibin almost laughs, because in his eyes Apollo guild ruins its own reputation just fine. Even so, Hebibin cannot dismiss the request lightly, because Big Smile is in a bad spot and Apollo's rich father could become a major sponsor. The target is the problem, because Haho mask is too famous now and publicly hunting him would only make Big Smile look worse. So Hebibin refuses to mobilize Big Smile, saying he cannot act without Haho mask's exact location. Apollo keeps begging and offering payment, pushing hard enough that Hebibin settles on a smaller compromise. Hebibin finally agrees to use private contacts to search for Haho mask first, even though he thinks finding him will be the real challenge. Not long after, Herkin reaches the massive Tarub castle walls and hardens a little at seeing the place in person for the first time. He remembers what lies beyond the sealed wall too, and the thought of the frozen kingdom drags up old bitterness about the Stormhunters taking everything there. He pushes that memory down and heads for the keeper's office, where a crowd of level 80 range users is already waiting. The moment players notice the shadow hunting dog gear and Haho mask, they realize exactly who just showed up. Once they figure out he came for the battlefield too, the mood shifts fast from curiosity to tension because a terrifying rival just entered their match. Their nerves only make Herkin smile, because compared to the wars he fought before, this level of hostility feels almost light. Not everyone is hostile though, and a few ordinary players excitedly greet him like a celebrity and ask for photos. Hidden in the crowd, one player recognizes Herkin for a more dangerous reason and quickly covers the round smiley face mark on his chest. While Herkin is still posing for another picture, the keeper Captain Bagel arrives and loudly calls everyone to attention. Bagel's strict speech is a little funny coming from his unexpectedly pretty voice, but none of the players are stupid enough to disrespect an NPC officer here. He tells them the gates will open for 144 hours, and once inside they only need to do one thing: kill as many monsters as possible for better rewards. But the crowd is really waiting for the event target, and Bagel finally announces that whoever kills the monster troubling the keepers will receive a personal reward from him. The instant he says it, the event quest blue giant appears, and the players finally break into eager smiles. Bagel ends the briefing with a cold reminder that everyone is responsible for their own lives, then turns away. As soon as he leaves, everyone checks their wrist interface at once, and the whole crowd jolts in shock. The reason is simple and wild. This Battlefield's event reward is a unique skill book. The Blue Giant event quest pops up with a brutal lure: kill the mutated boss, and the winner gets a unique skill book. Even behind the mask, Herkin is rattled because a unique skill is the kind of prize players usually never touch without insane luck, money, or sacrifice. He quickly reads the room and realizes the real danger is not just the boss but every player here deciding he has to go first. Herkin drops the easygoing mood he came with and accepts that this battlefield just turned into a life-or-death dogfight. Instead of backing off, he hardens his resolve, telling himself this kind of messy fight is exactly where he survives best. He even decides that if the others come after him for profit, he will take a brutal toll on them in return. Then a system notice lands on every wristwatch. Only 59 minutes remain before the castle gate opens. Elsewhere, one of Hebibin's hidden men calls in to report that the Haho mask is at Tarub. The report annoys Hebibin even more because the caller is one of the hidden prospects he has been quietly grooming inside Big Smile. Hebibin presses for confirmation, and the caller insists the gear, presence, and videos all point to the real Haho mask. That makes Hebibin uneasy, because Herkin was supposed to be far away in Parong Forest, not suddenly at the northern battlefield. He checks the timing and whether the caller's cover is intact, and gets calm assurance that there are 50 minutes left and no one has exposed him. Hebibin starts weighing the risk, because taking down Haho mask could anger a rich hidden backer he is convinced must exist. But if he does nothing and Apollo learns he let Haho mask slide, Hebibin could lose Apollo's support, and earn his spite instead. Once he remembers that Choering's link to Big Smile is still hidden, Hebibin decides the risk is manageable and starts leaning toward the kill. Hebibin finally asks the blunt question, can his hidden man kill the Haho mask? The answer comes back instantly and almost cold. If Herkin stays dead long enough to miss 48 hours, that is enough. When the caller reveals the reward is a unique skill book, Hebibin jolts because the battlefield chaos can now hide the kill. Now convinced the chaos itself can be used as cover, Hebibin tells Choering to get ready and immediately calls Apollo back. Apollo picks up at once, and Hebibin cuts straight to business to find out exactly how this revenge should be carried out. Back at Turub, the players gather before the sealed gate, all of them quietly bracing for a battlefield where today's ally could become tomorrow's prey. Bagel appears in armor again, and while some players are charmed by him, Herkin has a brief petty moment wishing this game had sent him prettier NPCs before today. The joke dies fast when Bagel shouts for the gate to open. The enormous gate grinds down into the ground with a harsh mechanical roar, and even seasoned players fall silent at the scale of it. Herkin feels that familiar mix of thrill and fear, the reminder that Warlord is so vivid it can feel more real than real life. As Bagel starts warning them the gate will stay shut for 144 hours even if they try to run back, Herkin moves before the sentence is even finished. Hood up and face swallowed by shadow, Herkin becomes the first player to sprint out through the gate and into the forest. The crowd flinches in surprise, because Herkin has just thrown the first dice roll in a battlefield full of predators watching each other. For the hidden schemer in the crowd, Herkin's sudden sprint is a problem, because he had already built a plan to have the other players crush the Haho mask together. Before the gate opened, one player had quietly pitched Herkin's wary rivals on a simple deal: kill the Haho mask first, then hunt in peace until the blue giant appears. The plan worked almost too well, with 5 parties and 38 users quietly agreeing to gang up on Herkin, including players who had acted friendly to his face. He had thought those numbers would leave Herkin nowhere to run once monsters box the area in, so the sudden escape throws the group off balance. The conspirators quickly steady themselves and decide there is no need to panic, because Herkin will leave traces and there are still 144 hours to hunt him down. Then the Alliance makes an uglier call first. They turn on the players who refuse to join them before going back to hunt Herkin. Past the Turub wall, the battlefield opens into a bleak plain carpeted with human and monster bones, with a huge forest looming ahead like a living trap. When the forest suddenly shakes and a monster roar tears through the air, the players get a brutal first warning that the whole place is a nest of predators. The rookie Tinkerbell party stops in shock at the entrance, muttering that the battlefield looks far harsher than they expected. That hesitation costs them immediately, because 5 veteran parties close in around the Tinkerbell party before the rookies can even settle into the forest. The veterans barely bother with excuses, calling it a rookie hazing ritual before the outnumbered Tinkerbell party gets crushed almost instantly. Hidden on a tree branch with his hood up, Herkin watches the slaughter from start to finish and immediately senses something is wrong. He knows beginners often get picked off near the entrance, but seeing 5 parties move together tells him this is not normal battlefield opportunism. After a quick head count, Herkin realizes the Alliance is around 38 players strong, and the answer is obvious. They came in here to hunt him. He bitterly remembers how friendly some of them acted earlier, and now the fake smiles make even more sense. Even so, Herkin finds their obsession excessive and briefly wonders if one of his many old grudges finally came back for him. He drops the pointless guessing almost at once, and calmly decides the 5-party alliance itself is now his real target. His first instinct is to torment them for the full 144-hour battlefield window, but he reins it in and decides to wipe them out within a day so he does not waste hunting time. Less than 2 hours after the gate opened, the Montmartre party finds itself surrounded in the forest by the same 5-party alliance before its hunt can even begin. The Montmartre tank board explodes in anger, demanding to know why 5 full parties are dogpiling them even by battlefield standards. The alliance answers with cold indifference, treating this kind of ambush as part of the battlefield and making it clear they plan to end it fast. Choering stays silent in the allied ranks, more worried that Haho Mask might notice the trap than about the argument in front of him. He has another reason to rush too, because Apollo put up a 1,000,000 yuan bounty for whoever kills Haho Mask first. Knowing the outnumbered Montmartre party could still take people down with them, Choering decides someone has to force a quick collapse and steps up to lead the attack himself. Just as the alliance closes the ring, a dying gasp cuts through the tension from behind their own lines. When Choering turns toward the commotion, he sees 3 skeleton warriors already stabbing one of the alliance priests before anyone can save him. The priest is shredded in seconds, and his allies panic because losing a priest in the battlefield can wreck an entire party. Then Choering catches the real danger. Skeletons do not show up by themselves, which means Haho Mask is already in the fight. A second squad of 4 skeleton warriors bursts out from another angle and jumps another priest, proving the attack was planned to split the alliance wide open. At that exact moment, Herkin appears behind the alliance and cuts into another priest himself, making sure the priest hunt keeps rolling. Herkin follows up with ugly, efficient brutality, and the alliance freezes for a heartbeat as he finishes the priest in front of them. For one brief instant, Herkin looks up at the stunned alliance, then he pivots straight toward his next priest target. Before that priest can even shout for help, Herkin drives a sword between his eyes and hauls the body onto his shoulder while still moving. That sight blows apart the Alliance's focus, because some players chase Herkin while the Mangmart party seizes the opening and runs the other way. One Alliance leader can only watch the formation fall apart and realize, too late, that Herkin played them perfectly. As he runs, Herkin keeps skewering the priest slung over his shoulder until the victim gives up and forcefully logs out. Only 3 enemy strikers manage to keep up, which tells Herkin they are fast enough to matter but also isolated enough to kill. He deliberately controls the pace, just slow enough to keep them committed until he reaches the spot he picked out in advance. When he finally stops, Herkin drops the ruined priest, plants his sword into the body, and calmly faces the 3 strikers alone. The 3 veteran strikers hesitate on instinct, because facing Haho Mask alone with no priests behind them suddenly feels like a terrible mistake. Herkin twists the knife by silently stabbing the priest's body again and again, rattling them even more while he waits for the real trap to arrive. Then 4 horned grey trolls crash in behind the strikers, because Herkin had already set up a monster bomb and timed it perfectly. After the ambushes and the troll trap, the Alliance regroups and realizes 8 of their 38 are already gone. What really chills one Alliance leader is the priest count, because 4 of their 8 priests were wiped out almost at once. Replaying the disaster, the Alliance leader has to admit Mangmart only survived because Herkin timed a ruthless priest-hunting strike with perfect precision. That realization leads to the worst conclusion of all. This was not the end of Herkin's retaliation, just the opening move. With monsters everywhere and too few priests left to cover them, the Alliance is now horribly exposed every time they fight, rest, or even log out. Some players are already talking about logging out and not coming back until the full 144 hours ends, which would shrink the Alliance even further. Choering pulls the other party leaders together and insists they have to keep moving as one, because splitting up now would just make each group easier prey. The others agree, but their faces make it clear they are already shifting the blame onto him for dragging them into this mess. Around 5 hours after the gate opened, the battered Alliance starts searching for a safe place to log out when Herkin suddenly appears in front of them again. Instead of attacking right away, Herkin openly asks who the mastermind is, forcing the whole shaken Alliance to face him and the question they hope to avoid. In the forest battlefield standoff, Herkin stands in front of the shaken Alliance and demands to know who organized the hunt against him. He singles out one suspect and coldly asks if this is someone holding an old grudge over a severed wrist. When the suspect denies it, another player snaps back that this is the battlefield, so nobody owes Herkin an explanation. That player pushes harder and openly provokes Herkin into a full fight, betting the Alliance's numbers will keep them from being bullied. Herkin answers that this being the battlefield is exactly why he is talking now, and the sudden line makes the whole group hesitate. He lays out his real offer. If this was personal, he wants the culprit, but otherwise everyone should stop wasting precious hunting time on a useless PK war before the blue giant appears. Behind the mask, Herkin is still angry, but he knows killing them all would cost him the 144-hour event and the unique skill book reward that matters more. The Alliance is thinking the same thing, and their earlier excitement about ganging up on Herkin gives way to the much safer idea of a truce until the event monster shows up. Still, nobody wants to point at the mastermind, because exposing him would also expose their own part in the ambush. Inside the Silent Alliance, the mastermind hardens himself and decides it is better to step forward now than get exposed by the crowd's hesitation. The armored swordsman steps out and openly declares that he is the mastermind, pulling every eye in the clearing onto him. Herkin studies the man who confessed and gets the nagging feeling that he has seen that distinctive face somewhere before. When Herkin asks why, the swordsman claims he simply did not want a strong competitor like Herkin thriving in front of him. Then the swordsman tries to turn the mess into a clean finish by demanding a one-on-one match and dropping into a formal stance. The Alliance is stunned, because reckless or not, the challenger suddenly looks like the one taking responsibility for the whole ambush. The challenger is betting on the impossible, because beating Haho Mask in public would spread his name across Warlord and earn him rich backing. Herkin gives no speech at all and simply tosses down a skeleton fragment, letting a skeleton warrior rise between them as his answer. Seeing only one skeleton warrior, the challenger stays disciplined and waits to counter instead of attacking first. Herkin reads that caution instantly and smirks, already one step ahead of the duel's honorable facade. Instead of keeping it fair, Herkin suddenly throws a fistful of skeleton fragments behind Choering and summons around 10 skeleton warriors at his back. The moment Choering whips around to face the skeleton warriors behind him, he leaves his back completely open to Herkin. Herkin cashes in that opening by hurling 5 bone explosives at Choering's feet and blowing the duel apart in one brutal burst. While everyone flinches from the blast, Herkin charges through the smoke and buries his sword into the gap behind the armored man's neck. He slams the armored man face down, plants a boot on his back, and keeps stabbing long after the duel is decided. Herkin tells the man that losing a duel does not wipe the slate clean after an ambush like this. The man seethes and starts to curse him, but Herkin cuts the words off with more cold, rhythmic stabs. Before finishing him, Herkin leaves a final promise that chills the clearing: if they meet again, he will kill him again. When someone from the dead man's party screams his name, Herkin suddenly recognizes where he has seen that face before. The name clicks, and Herkin realizes the dead man was from Big Smile's Killer Smile team, which means this ambush may have led back to Big Smile. Choering's teammates immediately accuse Herkin of fighting like a coward after accepting an honorable duel. Herkin laughs that off and reminds them he still fought one-on-one. Unlike the 38 against 1 ambush, they were ready to spring on him. That logic shuts them up, because complaining about a necromancer using skeleton warriors and bone explosives only makes them look ridiculous. With the mastermind dead, Herkin formally resets the situation and tells the Alliance to focus on hunting until the event monster appears. He even says they can form another alliance if they want, because on this battlefield he is not asking for any promise except getting back to the real event. Then Herkin drops the diplomacy, hacks through the dead man's armored left wrist, and takes the watch. Watch in hand, Herkin casually tells them to enjoy themselves and starts walking away with his skeleton warriors. But the explosions have already drawn monsters in, and as their roars close around the clearing, the battlefield snaps back into chaos. A fleeing party falls apart when one user trips on a rock, and the giant wolf behind them bites away half his body in a single snap. The survivors keep running and coldly use their dead teammate as bait, desperate to buy just a few more seconds. When the wolf finally stops chasing them, the 3 men can only stand there panting and curse at how hopeless this battlefield has become. By now everyone knows why things collapsed. After Haho Mask wiped out most of the priests, normal party hunting stopped working. Herkin's exit after killing Choering only made it worse, because fresh monsters flooded in and cut down even more users. No one dares rebuild the alliance, because everyone still remembers Choering's brutal end when he stepped up to lead. So the battlefield settles into a miserable truce, with each weakened party claiming a patch of ground and trying to survive alone. But missing priests, tanks, and strikers leave most parties half broken, like mouths trying to chew with teeth missing. Because monsters keep finding them anyway, one surviving party gives up on pushing deeper and decides to retreat toward the castle gate before they get wiped out. Their new plan is simple: log out near the gate, wait safely, and maybe join up with other desperate survivors there later. While everyone else is stalling or dying, one man is having the best hunt of the entire battlefield. Herkin levels up, gets his stats fully restored, and immediately grins that he can finally settle things with the wolf that scratched him. Faced with a pack of red-patterned wolves, bears, and snakes, Herkin answers by casually throwing 3 bone explosives into the crowd. The explosions rip the formation apart, and his 2 skeleton warriors rush through the smoke in bone armor and madness helms to finish what is left. Their blades cut level 80 monsters down so cleanly that the fight stops looking like a hunt and starts looking like a slaughter. Herkin goes after the wolf that clawed him, charging straight in with a vicious promise to tear it apart himself. He stabs a short sword into the wolf's eye, jumps onto its back, and pins himself in place with his fang sword to start carving it open. After stabbing deep enough to gouge out a chunk of flesh, Herkin jams a bone explosive directly into the open wound. The blast detonates inside the wolf, spraying blood and meat everywhere and leaving the monster too ruined to fight back. With poison and accumulated damage already wearing it down, the wolf can only collapse while Herkin calmly finishes it off. The instant it dies, Herkin pulls free and looks for the next target with a smile, convinced every valuable monster here now belongs to him. He had planned this outcome from the start, because once the priests were dead the other parties were doomed to burn out on their own. That is why he accepted Choering's duel and left the rest alone, trusting the battlefield itself to break the surviving parties after their priests were gone. Now, with no real competition left, Herkin laughs out loud and turns his attention to the only prize that still matters, the blue giant. Deep in the forest, the blue giant finally crashes down like a felled tower and crushes 5 trees under its weight. When the dust settles, 7 swords are buried in the blue giant's corpse, and Herkin's golem is left half destroyed beside it. Herkin does not celebrate the kill, because he knows he barely survived and one mistake could have gotten him killed instead. Finding the blue giant had been easy thanks to its giant blue body towering over the forest, but killing it was a completely different story. Its offense and defense were manageable, but its absurd health pool dragged the fight out for 28 dangerous minutes. Even with skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, his golem, curse magic, and costly bone explosives, Herkin still needed nearly half an hour to bring it down. Herkin realizes this kill only worked because the battlefield chaos left him alone long enough to hunt the event monster without interference. That twisted bit of luck sends his thoughts back to Choerim, because the harder the man hunted him, the easier it became for Herkin to take the blue giant alone. He cannot shake the feeling that Choerim was not moving on personal greed at all, but carrying out Big Smile's orders. That makes even less sense to him, because Big Smile is already busy fighting Triple Wing and should not have time to target him yet. In the end he stops trying to explain it, and simply adds Big Smile right under the Storm Hunters on his revenge list. Then the whole battlefield hears the same announcement: the event monster blue giant has fallen. Herkin checks the timer on his wristwatch, sees there is still plenty of time left, and smiles because a nap will line up perfectly with his exit. Elsewhere, after hearing Choerim apologize, Habibin keeps his voice calm and tells him to reflect on this failure like bitter medicine. He even dismisses Choerim politely, but the moment the call ends his hands clench tight with rage. He only held back because he values Choerim, and anyone else would have taken the full force of his fury. The real damage is not the immediate loss, but the fact that Apollo now knows exactly what happened. Hebibin immediately understands Apollo will try to use that secret to blackmail him. Because Haho Mask must not learn Chorung belongs to Big Smile, Hebibin knows he may be forced to swallow whatever deal Apollo offers. The worst case hits him next. If Haho Mask learns the truth and sides with Triple Wing, Big Smile could even lose its place among the top 30 guilds. That thought alone leaves Hebibin feeling burned hollow with stress and anger. Then his call finally comes in from Apollo, and before answering, Hebibin bares his teeth and pins all of this hatred on Haho Mask. The giant castle gate finally starts lowering, but the surviving users only stare at it with sour faces because this battlefield run ended in disaster. As they wait to go back in, the survivors turn on each other, furious that they wasted the event chasing Hirkin and came out with almost nothing. A heavy thud shakes the gate area, and the mood shifts as movement starts from inside the castle. 13 armored knights march out across the lowered gate, and one noticeably shorter figure makes the survivors realize Bagel is here in person. Bagel barks in order, and his 12 knights snap into a semicircle with shields planted like a wall to control the battered crowd. Once the line is secure, Bagel gives them 1 hour and starts letting the survivors back in a few at a time like beaten stragglers. Then Hirkin appears behind the miserable survivors, sounding absurdly cheerful as he asks if they enjoyed the hunt. He twists the knife by bragging about his own great haul, making it clear this is his last bit of revenge on the people who tried to gang up on him. Later in Bagel's office, Bagel sincerely praises Hirkin, and Hirkin politely plays along even though he only wants the reward and to leave. Instead of handing over the prize, Bagel talks at length about blue-skin monsters with freezing energy appearing beyond the wall and hints that an even more dangerous land lies past the forest. Bagel finally reveals the reward, and one look at the black leather skill book tells Hirkin this is the unique skill jackpot he came for. Bagel keeps talking, insisting this gift is for Hirkin alone, and Hirkin hurriedly reaches out before another speech can start. The seal breaks. Hirkin prays for a top necromancer skill like Voodoo Skeleton, and instead the system reveals something he has never even heard of: clay play. Confused but with no reason to refuse a unique skill, Hirkin learns clay play on the spot. Bagel immediately starts talking about the land beyond the forest again, and Hirkin can only stare back in disbelief at being trapped in more NPC dialogue. Once he checks the skill details, Hirkin learns clay play lets his golem consume a monster gem and copy that monster's appearance, and, with higher proficiency, much of its offensive power. The downside hits fast. Every use burns a monster gem, so this skill threatens to drain money Hirkin can barely spare. But the more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets, because if the golem also mimics monster combat behavior, clay play could become as powerful as his best summons. Then his imagination jumps even further, and he wonders if a transformed golem could become a flying monster like a wyvern or griffin and finally give him real mobility. Because even Rich Lich never showed a skill like this, Hirkin realizes he may have gotten his hands on something truly rare and decides he needs to test it immediately. Back in the real world, An Jae-hyun checks his tablet and quietly marks the milestone he was pushing for, level 90 at last. He reaches into an oversized bag of chips, finds almost nothing left, and gets annoyed at how empty real food feels compared to the game. He checks the time and decides it is finally sleep time before the next push into Warlord. Before lying down, he steels himself for the next big move, a dangerous trip toward the Great Urugul mountain range from Parang Forest. He knows waiting until level 100 would be safer, but time matters more, so he plans to force his way to the mountain entrance even before his advancement. The pressure is real because the Storm Hunters have already taken over Parang Forest, and were preparing to secure the Helm Ogre for themselves. The Storm Hunters even offered rewards for anyone who found the Helm Ogre, making it obvious everyone else was expected to stay out of their way. But some unknown group got to the Helm Ogre first, and the thought still makes An Jae-hyun grin because whoever did it bought him precious time. He guesses another major guild secretly pulled it off to slow the Storm Hunters down, and that thought only sharpens his own urgency. With one last look at his video views and support payments, he vows not to lose to the Storm Hunters, then collapses into bed and is snoring within moments. Elsewhere in the forest, 5 heavily armed elite users sit on a fallen tree and stand out immediately because none of them brought a priest or magician. One of them suggests going after the Helm Ogre again, hoping another hit on the Storm Hunters would drag the top guilds closer to open conflict. Another shuts that down, warning that even they barely got away last time and that Storm Hunters' best fighters are already in Parang Forest. Their talk turns to the real competition between major guilds, especially the Hydra Guild and other fast-moving rivals in the main scenario race. Then something reaches all 5 at once, and the moment their ears catch it, they stop talking and rise together. Without wasting a word on ceremony, they decide new directions, mention meeting Triple Wing, and split up immediately for whatever hard mission comes next. Deep in the Great Urugul mountain range, Hirkin tears across a roadless death zone alone, moving with the kind of speed and desperation that means something terrifying is right behind him. The thing hunting him is a black hound, a giant sleek black monster with flaming eyes and acid-like drool, built to track prey down without mercy. Hirkin knows exactly how bad this is, because the black hound is the infamous priest killer, a level 130+ monster that targets healers and carries poison even low-rank antidotes can barely handle. As he runs for his life, Herkin bitterly thinks how different this would be if his new clay play skill had already let him build a flying wyvern golem. He flashes back to the last 2 days, when he tested clay play with expensive monster gems and learned the ugly limit. At rank F, a copied golem only gets about half the original monster's ability. That means no flying yet, so instead of riding a monster-shaped shortcut, Herkin had to come to the mountain range on his own 2 legs and start searching for Ulf the hard way. For 2 straight days around the mountain entrance, he mostly did not fight at all, because every battle here took too long, made too much noise, and risked pulling in even worse monsters. So when the Black Hound locks onto him now, Herkin clicks his tongue and throws out 3 skeleton fragments as a sacrifice to buy a few seconds. 3 full-size skeleton warriors rise with swords in hand, but against this monster they are barely speed bumps. The Black Hound smashes through the 3 skeleton warriors in a blink, crushing 2 skulls in one bite and erasing Herkin's shield almost instantly. Watching his summoned troops disappear and his mana drop with them, Herkin barely escapes and stores up the kind of cold grudge that promises revenge after his next class advancement. 30 hours after leaving Parung Forest, Herkin finally finds the person he came for, the blacksmith Ulf. Herkin barely has time to register the dwarf before Ulf steps in and slams that huge hammer straight into his stomach as a greeting. The hit blasts Herkin into a tree and shaves his health from 85% to under 1% in one terrifying shot. Pure survival instinct kicks in, and Herkin frantically gulps down recovery items before Ulf can finish him off. When Ulf demands to know who he is, Herkin instantly raises the hand with his hidden secret society ring before the dwarf can bring the hammer down again. Ulf recognizes his own handiwork, lowers the weapon, and curtly confirms that Mang sent this human after all. Even while trying not to die, Herkin cannot help staring at the famous Ulf's hammer, the monstrous weapon players would pay a fortune to get and still never truly claim. Then Ulf's abuse suddenly turns profitable, because system notices pop up awarding Herkin 2 titles for meeting him, including a hidden first meeting title he never expected to see. The extra reward cools his temper on the spot, and Herkin apologizes with sudden sincerity because this foul-mouthed dwarf just became very worth meeting. As they stare each other down in an awkward silence, Herkin mentally reviews everything infamous about Ulf, a top-tier NPC, maker of epic gear, absurdly strong, and hostile enough that even high-level players avoid him. When Herkin finally tries to explain that Mang sent him to help, Ulf cuts him off immediately and makes it clear he does not trust him at all. Herkin swallows his irritation and asks to be tested, insisting he can prove he is capable enough to handle Ulf's business. Ulf answers with mocking laughter so rude that Herkin has to bury a fresh fantasy of coming back at level 400 just to kill him. Instead of a formal test, Ulf suddenly tosses Herkin a pouch and orders him to deliver it to the Pale Ones in Behemoth Forest. The quest Ulf's errand starts on the spot, and before Herkin can ask anything else, Ulf turns his back and leaves. Herkin calls after him, but Ulf vanishes in a blink, and Herkin realizes the dwarf is wearing shadow boots on top of everything else. That only makes Herkin greedier, because with Ulf's hammer and shadow boots together, he imagines crushing the Stormhunters like exercise. Once the fantasy passes, he looks down and sees the real cost of that greeting. The front of his armor is wrecked and will need repairs. He curses Ulf for not even leaving repair money, but the irritation cannot hide the relief that he survived the hardest part and actually met the impossible NPC. With that impossible step finally behind him, Herkin focuses on the new destination in his hands, Behemoth Forest, the forest of the elves. Herkin opens his status window and freezes when every stat looks slightly higher than it should. After a quick mental calculation, he realizes Ulf's title is giving him a full 3% boost to all stats. The bonus is so good that even Herkin, who already knew Ulf was valuable, is genuinely stunned by the payoff. Then he rubs his bruised stomach and remembers the price of dealing with Ulf, calling the blacksmith amazing and infuriating at the same time. He checks Ulf's errand next, and the quest turns out to be a plain delivery job to Behemoth Forest with no listed reward at all. Herkin grumbles that Ulf is using him like an errand boy, but he knows he still has to follow the quest chain. The problem is that Behemoth Forest is tied to the elves in Clapper Jungle, and at this stage of the game, almost nobody knows how to reach them. He remembers how absurdly popular elves are with players, but that trivia does not help him solve the route in front of him. Since worrying will not uncover hidden quests, Herkin turns north and decides to force his way forward one step at a time. That decision lasts only a second before a black hound starts barking behind him and snaps the mood back to survival. Cursing, Herkin breaks into a desperate run with the black hound charging after him, already promising revenge once he is stronger. The chase carries him out of the great Urugal mountain range and toward the towering green world of Clapper Jungle. Clapper Jungle is beautiful enough to stun players, but it is also a serious level 100 hunting ground filled with dangerous monsters. When Herkin enters Clapper Village's Subjugation Association, he immediately feels the difference between ordinary players and the veterans who have already advanced past level 100. Instead of gawking at his fame, the advanced players treat Haho Mask like a sign that profit or trouble has arrived. Herkin scans the guild emblems around the room, confirms none belong to the top 30 guilds, and quietly settles on his backup plan. With no trustworthy shortcut available, he decides to grind through every Clapper Jungle quest until the Behemoth Elves finally surface. 10 days later, Herkin is still stuck in the jungle, forcing a smile through yet another NPC thank you after chewing through every available task. When he asks for something new, the answer is just another gathering quest for tree bark snake leather, and his patience nearly snaps. 3 days earlier he had already taken a risk by posting that he wanted information on elves in Clapper Jungle, even though that exposed the secret to everyone else. No one answered, and the silence only got worse as Herkin learned the storm hunters had already cleared the Helm Ogre and moved on. Then at last a new mail arrives, and someone claims they are willing to trade information about the Behem Elf tribe in front of the red log cabin. Relieved but cautious, Herkin asks the sender for a description so he can judge whether this bite is useful or a trap. The reply comes back immediately. The sender refuses to identify himself, and says he will find Herkin instead. He hesitates, then decides exposing himself as Haho Mask is worth the risk if it makes the trade feel real and ends this deadlock. So he sends only 2 words, Haho Mask, and silently promises to break the scammer's wrist if this turns into a setup. At the red log cabin, Herkin waits a short distance from the other players and scans every approach instead of relaxing. Then Herkin spots a famous veteran heading his way, and the name alone makes the whole area stir, Whistling Pitbull. Because Pitbull is far too high level for this hunting ground, Herkin immediately suspects he might be here for him, not for the jungle. Herkin slips a hand toward his skeleton fragments, ready to strike first if the famous fighter makes one wrong move. The bystanders brace for a clash and even start thinking about recording it, because Haho Mask and Whistling Pitbull facing off looks like instant chaos. Pitbull stops in front of him, keeps his hard stare, and the silence gets sharp enough that Herkin still refuses to speak first. And then the menace collapses into something completely different when Pitbull quietly asks Herkin to help him open the elf quest because meeting elves is his life's dream. Deep in the jungle, a tree bark snake waits in perfect camouflage on a towering branch, ready to drop on anything that walks below. When Herkin and Whistling step into range, the 9-meter snake suddenly lets go and dives with its fangs bared. Neither of them panics, and in that split second they calmly judge the snake's landing point and their counterattack. Whistling plants both hands on his great sword and swings first, releasing a blue crescent cut straight into the falling monster. The level gap is overwhelming, and the rare sword aura nearly bisects the snake's head in one clean blow. Even while the snake thrashes on the ground, Whistling walks up and finishes it without hesitation. A level up message pops for Herkin, but instead of celebrating, he bitterly realizes he's being carried through the jungle like a passenger. That feeling takes Herkin back 6 days, when Whistling first offered to share the elf quest route if they cleared it together. The deal sounds far too good for Herkin, so his first reaction is suspicion, not gratitude. Herkin bluntly says that if Whistling wants to kill him or pry something out of him, he should stop playing games and say it outright. When Whistling asks if he really trusts him that little, Herkin answers by raising his wrist and saying the only thing he trusts in Warlord is his watch. Whistling fires back that he doesn't trust Haho Mask either, and that his offer comes only from respect for Herkin's skill. Herkin quickly digs through what he remembers about Whistling and concludes that, unlike the big guild schemers, this guy really does keep his distance from politics. Once Herkin decides Whistling is not here as some guild's trap, he agrees to take the quest information and work together. Still, Herkin presses one more point and asks why Whistling would rather bring him in than just borrow the Fighters Guild's manpower. Whistling admits that if he uses his guild for this dream quest, the guild will own a favor of equal value, and he doesn't want that leash. That answer is enough for Herkin, and the two finally seal the deal with a handshake. Whistling then lays out the hidden route. First clear 5 specific Clapper jungle quests from the Subjugation Association. After that, a wandering NPC named Rongju becomes available, but only at 2-day intervals inside the jungle. Then Herkin must finish 3 of Rongju's quests to earn the right to speak with a silent girl named Celine. The last reveal is the one that matters most. Celine is the one who knows about the elves. Even knowing the route, Herkin is honestly impressed that Whistling uncovered something this convoluted at all. Once they start moving together, Whistling does the heavy lifting and turns the brutal trapper jungle into his own hunting ground. Watching him fight, Herkin can tell Whistling has repeated these hunts so many times that his body knows every monster pattern by instinct. Herkin has to admit that in this jungle, Whistling hunts better than he does, even if nobody else would ever hear him say it. What unsettles Herkin even more is why Whistling spent endless pointless hunts and even gave up faster leveling, all because he wanted to meet the elves that badly. By the end of it, Herkin can only think the same thing again. The higher you climb in Warlord, the more insane the players get. After the long route is finally cleared, Celine thanks the elf who once saved her and hands Herkin a letter meant for the tribe in the forest. The quest itself is simple on paper, but the reward makes Herkin's face fall a little. All this trouble points to homemade biscuits. So Herkin ignores the reward and asks the only thing that matters now: where can he find the elf who saved her? Celine says she was cornered by a tree bark snake at a dead end when a rock elemental appeared to protect her, and an elf shot the snake through the head. That leaves them with only 2 real clues, so Herkin steps out to find Whistling already waiting for his answer. Whistling explains he already chased every version of a dead end he could imagine, and even baited tree bark snakes there, but the elf event never triggered. His frustration is exactly why he made such a lopsided deal in the first place, because Herken's reputation for solving quests was his last real hope. Herken answers immediately that the hidden trigger is probably at Baekong Falls, and the sudden certainty catches Whistling completely off guard. When Whistling objects that Celine clearly said dead-end road, Herken points out the real trick. In Warlord, players at their level don't think like ordinary people. For users strong enough to climb cliffs and smash through obstacles, a real dead end is something bigger, like a waterfall no one would casually cross. The logic finally lands on Whistling, and he asks again, more seriously this time, if Baekong Falls is really the place. Herken grins and raises the stakes with a bet, offering 100 gold that Baekong Falls is the correct event location. After a beat of hesitation, Whistling accepts, and the two lock onto Baekong Falls as their next move toward the Bahim tribe. Herken and Whistling finally reach the roaring cliff at Baekong Falls, where the river drops in a deafening wall of water and blocks out every spoken word. Realizing they cannot hear each other at all, both men switch to their wristwatch chat instead. Through the wristwatch messages, Herken jokes that this had better be the right place and starts teasing Whistling about the 100 gold bet. Once the banter fades, Herken studies the curved cliff and realizes this really does look like the dead end tied to the hidden elf route. Whistling wonders if they are just supposed to wait for an elf, but Herken answers by quietly preparing for a fight. The moment Herken lays out the bone fragments, Whistling snaps around and spots the monsters they missed in the waterfall's noise. Herken instantly summons his skeleton warriors and equips them with full bone armor and madness helms, turning them into brutal white-armored attackers. At Herken's order, the skeletons split in 5 directions and rush the monsters without hesitation. Herken follows that up by crushing a gem and calling out his giant one-eyed golem, which erupts from the ground with a hammer in hand. The golem slams its hammer down hard enough to crater the ground and nearly flatten one of the tree bark snakes on the spot. With skeletons, golem, and monsters all tangled together, the fight turns into exactly the kind of chaotic brawl Herken and Whistling know how to exploit. Herken climbs straight onto a hook praying mantis and drives his attack into a weak point in its thinner shell. At the same time, Whistling keeps his distance and carves through the battlefield with his blue crescent cut. Their teamwork is overwhelming, and in less than 3 minutes the 9 monsters are reduced to only 2 survivors. Just as Whistling moves to finish the fight, Herken urgently shouts for him to leave one alive. Herken explains they need to recreate the kind of danger Celine described, because an elf only appeared for her when she was in real trouble. Whistling understands immediately, so he sheathes his sword while Herken pulls back his summons and leaves the final snake as the only threat on the field. The 2 men start taking turns dodging the snake's attacks, deliberately dragging the danger out while Herken waits for the hidden trigger to respond. As 3 more minutes crawl by with no elves in sight, Herken starts getting tense for a very petty reason. He really wants to collect that 1,000 gold. Then Whistling suddenly lets the snake's tail hit him on purpose, making it look like he is genuinely in trouble. Herken instantly understands that Whistling is gambling with his own body to sell the act and force the elves to intervene. This time the trap works, and a massive boulder golem bursts up from beneath the lake under the falls to attack the snake. A hidden archer follows with a volley of arrows, and the trapped snake finally starts to go down under the unseen elf attack. Herken and Whistling exchange a look, both realizing that without the 2-man setup, the hidden elf tribe probably never would have shown itself. The elves finally step out, led by a stunning female archer whose beauty is almost unreal even through the mist and thunder of the falls. The elf tries to question them, but the waterfall is still so loud that neither Herken nor Whistling can make out a word. Herken's first instinct is not admiration but suspicion, because beautiful women have brought him trouble before. Whistling, on the other hand, is so dazzled that Herken has to jab him and remind him this was supposed to be his lifelong dream. When Whistling finally walks toward her in a trance, the startled elf retreats and draws her bow at him. Herken snaps at Whistling to stop, and the moment finally shakes him back into acting like a normal person. Trying to show peace, Whistling introduces himself and starts to present Celine's letter, but the motion only makes the elf tense up harder. To calm her down, Whistling shows his hands, removes his sword, sets the letter on the ground, and backs away with both hands raised. The elf immediately demands the same caution from Herken, and with visible annoyance he raises his hands too rather than complicate things. Only after both men retreat does the elf pick up the letter, sniff it once, and recognize Celine's message before even opening it. With the letter confirmed, more hidden elves begin revealing themselves around the falls instead of staying concealed. The elf tells them that since they have already seen the tribe, they will be taken to the village instead of being sent away. The men still cannot hear her over the waterfall, but the system fills in what just happened with a quest completion and a new title for meeting the elves. Escorted by 5 elves, Herken and Whistling keep moving around the falls while Herken immediately returns to the subject that matters to him most, the promised gold. Whistling barely even reacts, still staring at the elves so dreamily that Herken can hardly believe this is the same fierce pitbull he knew. Curious at last, Herken asks if Whistling really likes elves that much. Whistling admits that meeting elves was one of the main reasons he started playing Warlord in the first place. He explains that it is not just about pretty women to him. Elves are the symbol of the fantasy world he always wanted to step into for real. Now that he has finally met them, Whistling says he feels like he can truly enjoy Warlord and throw himself into the game without holding back. That answer reminds Herken of Don Quixote, and he quietly decides on the spot that someone driven by romance like this can never become his teammate. Then the hidden barrier finally opens, and the Behem tribe's village appears among the giant trees in a breathtaking web of bridges and hanging houses. As soon as they step into view of the settlement, another system notice crowns them as the Behem tribe's first customers. Herkin pats Whistling on the shoulder and bluntly treats this as the natural point where their paths should split. Ignoring Whistling's confusion, Herkin turns to the elf escort and says he is here on an errand from the blacksmith Ulf, asking to be taken to whoever is in charge. Deep in the hidden Behem village, Herkin watches elves race across thick vine bridges between giant trees with effortless grace. The village mood sharpens when every elf suddenly turns their ears and gaze toward Herkin and the guide leading him. The guide stops under a tree house and hands Herkin a thick vine, making it clear he has to climb the rest of the way himself. Herkin grabs the vine and climbs fast with just his arms, while the guide glares up at him with open hostility. Dangling beneath the round floor hatch, Herkin knocks on the tree house door and waits to see who answers. The hatch opens to reveal Dra, the Behem chieftain, whose beautiful face and unmistakable exclamation-shaped scar instantly tell Herkin exactly who he is. Herkin boldly offers a handshake, and Dra leaves him hanging for several tense seconds before finally acknowledging Ulf's name. Only after that reluctant handshake does Dra pull Herkin into his home. Inside, Herkin quickly takes in the dim elf home, especially the rare elf silk ceiling that filters light and wind into the room. Dra cuts straight to business and asks if Herkin brought the item. Herkin hands over Ulf's pouch and completes the delivery quest on the spot. Dra opens the pouch, and silver liquid spills into his palm before shaping itself into the circlet of purification. Recognizing the circlet of purification, Herkin is stunned by how insanely valuable the item is and starts hoping this quest line might pay off big. After confirming the item, Dra lets it melt back into the pouch and finally thanks Herkin. Herkin answers carefully in Ulf's name, trying to sound like a useful ally instead of a dismissed errand runner. But instead of giving the next quest, Dra just stares at him like the conversation is already over. Forced to push, Herkin lies that Ulf told him to help the Behem tribe with whatever they needed. Dra shuts him down at once, saying he will not give Herkin a task beyond his ability. Herkin realizes the real problem. He has hit a hidden level gate, and still is not high enough for the next main scenario quest. Annoyed but practical, Herkin stands up, decides to grind nearby until level 100, then return for the quest after his class advancement and new gear. He ends the meeting and leaves Dra's house with a curt promise to return. Back outside, Whistling spots Herkin immediately and asks if things worked out with the elves. Herkin bluntly says no, and Whistling admits he is still impressed that Herkin even reached an elf quest this fast. Wary of the attention this could bring, Herkin tells Whistling to keep the elf information quiet. When Herkin asks what comes next, Whistling says he wants to keep building affinity with the Behem tribe and eventually make a full quest map. Watching that excitement, Herkin realizes why Whistling falls behind the top players. He values the world itself more than the rankings. Herkin says his own next move is simple. He is going to grind up to level 100. Whistling hands over only 10 gold from their bet, and Herkin instantly notices the missing 90. As Herkin starts pressing him for the rest, Whistling calmly offers something stranger than money. He will work off the debt by power leveling him. The idea hits Herkin like a shock, because even he cannot believe Whistling is basically offering him a free bus ride. 8 days later, Herkin finally hits level 100 and earns new titles, including Expert and Necromancer. Whistling treats it as enough payment, tells Herkin they will meet again if fate allows, and hints that next time he will be the one collecting something. As Whistling fades out to log off, Herkin is left honestly shaken by how selflessly and effectively he helped. For a moment Herkin envies that freer way of playing, then crushes the thought, and reminds himself he chose a harsher path. Now qualified, Herkin returns to Dra, and the elf chieftain finally explains the real mission. A Behem child has fallen to corruption and must be hunted down. Because the Behem tribe cannot leave its territory easily, Dra says they are entrusting the job to Herkin on Ulf's word. Herkin gains the titles Friend of the Elves and Member of the Behem tribe, but he barely cares because he is locked onto the quest details. The quest Fallen Elf begins, and Dra says Herkin must purify the corrupted elf and learn the truth directly from him. To do that, Dra hands back the same pouch and reveals the circlet of purification inside is the tool Herkin must use to cleanse the fallen elf. For one greedy second Herkin thinks the priceless circlet might actually be his reward. Dra immediately kills that fantasy by warning him not to lose it, making it obvious the circlet is only on loan for the mission. Then the room falls awkwardly silent again, and Herkin realizes Dra may be done talking already. When Herkin asks if that is really all, Dra flatly says yes and tells him to leave if he has no other business. Herkin is left staring in disbelief because he has been given a major quest with almost no directions at all, and he can only think this absurdly open-ended game design must hate him. At level 100, An Jae-hyun opens his tablet and quietly checks just how far Herkin has come. His channel is booming too, with more than 500,000 subscribers and a flood of comments he can barely keep up with. But the next screen kills the mood, because his bank balance is now pathetic compared to the audience he built. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, already feeling how brutally expensive level 100 was. The reason is simple. The moment he advanced from magician to necromancer, He immediately poured everything into top-tier level 100 gear and new summon materials. He got the Skeleton Knight skill he had wanted for so long, but the price of becoming stronger nearly emptied him out. He reminds himself that the clear spider set and golden mantis side sword were worth it, because now he can survive and hit hard on any stage he enters. That confidence is real, but it crashes straight into one ugly problem. He still has no clue where the corrupted elf is. As he digs through his memory of the main scenario, he realizes the elf's location was not just random once, but random to a maddening degree. He calms himself and starts thinking from the bigger picture of the Immoral Prince episode instead of guessing blindly. Then the key connection clicks. The corrupted elf is supposed to hide in forests and raise the rebel army for the Immoral Prince. The Helm ogre he killed now looks like a clue, because corrupted monsters only show up when corruption has spread through an area. So his new plan is to gather every report on corrupted monster sightings and trace the corrupted elf's route from the pattern. The idea works in theory, and that is exactly why it frustrates him, because collecting and analyzing that much data is impossible for him alone. He knows the main scenario was built for many players pooling information together, not for one man trying to brute force the answer in secret. Since he cannot expose everything he knows or openly ask the whole player base for help, he settles on a harsher second-best option. To keep chasing the corrupted elf by himself, he decides he has to make a deal with one of the 30 great guilds. He hates that answer, because right now he is ahead in the main scenario and giving up that edge would mean betraying the reason he risked everything on this game. He reminds himself that he already has bait to trade, because he previously spread the corrupt count's identity to 29 guilds and kept Hydra out of it. Hydra would be the strongest partner for information, but he rejects them immediately because they have every reason to kill him over the damage he caused. He considers the Stormhunters next, then shuts that down too, because they are running the same quest line and helping them would be dragging a direct rival toward the finish line. That leaves only one realistic choice, and he finally says the name out loud: Red Bulls. Elsewhere, Red Bull's guild master Matador Chev is already staring at the same proposal and weighing whether to accept it. The mail is short and careful, offering a main scenario information trade on behalf of a customer instead of naming the real seller. Chev quickly realizes the sender is acting like a broker, not the original source, and to him that actually makes the contact more useful. His advisor points out the obvious advantage. This same contact already gave them the corrupt count lead, so there is little reason to doubt the offer. Since Red Bulls are now investing heavily in the main scenario and cannot afford to fall behind the other top guilds, Chev makes the call fast. He accepts the deal on the spot and orders the reply sent immediately. When the Red Bull's answer reaches him, An Jae-hyun opens it and finds a very specific request. They want the location of the Red Mountain tied to their dwarf quest. He immediately recognizes their progress point. Red Bulls are on the kidnapped dwarf storyline, where the Immoral Prince needs a dwarf craftsman to arm the corrupted army. The answer they need is the Salt Mountain in the south, a white salt-like mountain hiding red steel mines that only a few players know about yet. That means the trade is possible, because the Red Bulls will learn it eventually, but right now An Jae-hyun can still sell them speed. Even with enough cards in hand, he hesitates over the real risk. If Haho Mask appears at the meeting, Red Bulls may connect him to the mysterious broker. He knows that even a suspicion of links between Haho Mask and the broker would make Red Bulls watch him more closely, or even move against him later. Still, he cannot avoid guild pressure forever, because his whole path forward means eventually standing above the 30 great guilds, not hiding from them. Then his thoughts turn colder, as he remembers Big Smile already went after Haho Mask once, which means they could easily come for him again. Since he still cannot face Big Smile head-on, he leans toward a riskier answer: go meet the Red Bulls himself and make future attacks harder to pull off. In Tinkle Forest, even beating one tiny goblin leaves 3 low-level players exhausted and bitter about how punishing Warlord has become. Their complaints spill into the real problem. Everyone wants gear, but even weak low-level items are absurdly expensive now. Because Warlord is overflowing with new users, the monsters are almost gone, and the low-level hunting grounds have turned into a crowded brawl between players instead. Hidden in that beginner chaos, 2 men sit on a fallen log in worthless level 10 association gear so nobody pays them any attention. Chev admits he wanted to meet the real Haho Mask, but he never expected that meeting to happen in a place this shabby. Herkin answers just as bluntly, saying he never expected his trading partner to be the Red Bulls either. The reason for the meeting is simple: their quest routes do not overlap, so trading clues helps both sides without turning them into direct rivals. Chev only agreed to come himself after the broker said the Haho Mask would appear in person, which made the deal impossible to ignore. Once they sit down, Herkin refuses small talk and pushes the deal straight to the point. Chev trades his own note back, and the two quietly exchange location information instead of explanations. Herkin finds 3 candidate locations on Chev's note, while his own note only gave Red Bulls 2, but both sides know even narrowing the search this much is valuable. The moment the information is read, both men tear the notes apart and erase the evidence. With the trade finished, Chev immediately tests the next possibility and asks Herkin to join the Red Bulls. Chev admits the offer would not be absolute top-tier sponsorship, but it would still be enough to make most pro gamers brag. Herkin shuts the door politely, saying he is already under contract with someone else. Chev reads that as proof Herkin has a powerful backer, and Herkin lets the rumor stand. Even so, Herkin asks what Red Bulls would have offered if he were really free, partly out of curiosity, and partly to measure his own market value. Chev answers with a stunning package, 3 broadcast spots, 20% of the ad revenue, and a top-rate appearance fee. The offer almost makes Herkin crack, and for a second he has to fight down a very real flash of greed. He smooths his reaction away and coolly says the offer would have been tempting if he had heard it first. Chev stands up right away, realizing that if even this offer cannot move Herkin, Red Bulls have already hit their limit. So Chev drops the recruitment attempt and settles for a useful alliance between two sides on different roads. They move to the practical issue next, agreeing that future contact will keep going through the same broker instead of a direct hotline. Chev accepts the cautious distance, because Red Bulls still do not know Herkin well enough to trust him with anything closer. Just as the meeting seems over, Herkin throws out the real reason he demanded a face-to-face talk: be careful of the big smile. Chev whips around at the sudden warning, but Herkin is already leaving before any explanation can be demanded. As he sprints away, Herkin finally lets himself breathe and admits the whole performance had him scared stiff. He had rehearsed that warning line and his expression over and over, because the message itself had no proof behind it, and only worked if it felt dangerous. For Herkin, that bluff is good enough if it keeps Red Bulls from ever getting too close to Big Smile. That moment also gives him a bigger goal. If he wants to climb over the 30 great guilds, he cannot let them stay friendly with each other. He decides he has to keep building walls between the major guilds instead of repeating the mistakes that once let them cooperate against him. Then his thoughts shift back to the note, and one location stands out as the most promising lead: Red Lake. Red Lake is no ordinary hunting ground but a level 120 raid zone packed with mid-sized and huge monsters around a small crimson lake deep in the forest. Instead of fearing that place, Herkin lights up, because before his return to the past this was where he learned how to handle giant monsters. To him, heading for Red Lake feels less like entering danger and more like going back home. Elsewhere, after the meeting, Chev immediately sends Herkin's information to a trusted subordinate for analysis. The subordinate quickly judges that Salt Mountain is the best fit, saying the other options feel forced and less convincing. Chev accepts that conclusion at once and orders Red Bulls to focus their attention on Salt Mountain. But Herkin's parting shot stays in Chev's head, and he suddenly asks whether Big Smile is dangerous. His subordinate answers immediately that Big Smile is dangerous because they are losing badly against Triple Wing, and their position is getting shaky. The real threat is what comes next. Ambitious underfoot guilds are circling, hoping to steal Big Smile's live channel and break into the top tier. When Chev presses for more, the subordinate says it is not just gossip and that several underfoot guilds are already lobbying Triple Wing for support. That makes the situation ugly enough for Chev to sigh, because once money, investors, and broadcast control get involved, a game war stops feeling like a game. The subordinate spells out the danger plainly. If Big Smile loses its live channel after spending investor money so recklessly, it could turn into a desperate ticking time bomb. Only then does Chev reveal why he asked at all, saying someone told him to be careful of Big Smile. His subordinate does not ask who said it, and simply agrees that keeping distance from Big Smile has no downside. With that settled, the conversation snaps back to Red Bull's real priority. The raid preparations are done, and all they need now is their guild master on site. The word raid clears Chev's mind at once, and he orders the attack to begin in 6 hours. At Red Lake, a grey cockatrice appears again, but this one is obviously corrupted, and the sight alone makes the nearby party tense up. The garden party realizes this is the same kind of corrupted monster they already killed last week, and the repeat spawn feels deeply wrong. Even so, they know running would only get slower teammates killed, so they choose to stand and fight while hoping for outside help later. Before they can settle in, the corrupted cockatrice opens its beak wide and prepares a terrifying scream. Its roar hits like a curse, slamming the whole party with weakened stats and fear. But the party came prepared, and their mysterious soft candy immediately wipes out the fear and curse effects. With the fear and curse blocked, one of the heavy tanks charges and hurls his hammer with lightning stun straight at the monster's head. The lightning hit cuts off the scream, and the rest of the party fans out into their planned positions around the stunned target. The battle truly begins when the enraged cockatrice crashes its beak into the tank's shield. Back in Smartwolf Village, the news spreads fast that the garden party has been wiped out at Red Lake. People are stunned because garden party should have been strong enough for that hunting ground, even if they were still training there. The room goes grim when someone explains the real cause. They were killed by a corrupted grey cockatrice. That answer doesn't shock the veterans as much as it should, because Red Lake has been spawning corrupted monsters again and again lately. They debate forming another kill party, but last time the deaths and compensation costs turned the whole job into a loss. Worse, the corrupted monsters seem stronger now, so people doubt an improvised local team can handle them at all. Then another shout announces that the Haho mask has arrived, and every head in the room turns toward the door. Herkin walks in wearing his Haho mask and light cloth armor, and he immediately realizes his name has started carrying real weight here. The story shifts to why Red Lake matters so much. It is a prized high-level training ground where parties practice on mid-sized and large monsters without boss pressure. The place is also worth good experience and loot, and its strong unwritten etiquette usually lets hunters focus without the usual chaos. When Herkin reaches Red Lake, he is surprised to hear that a party was just wiped out, and that Shock has suddenly opened multiple hunting spots. He learns the Garden party wipeout scared several groups into abandoning the area, which explains the sudden openings. Before Herkin can move on, a well-equipped blind user approaches and asks if he really is the Haho Mask. Herkin confirms the name without showing his face and quietly sizes the man up, already checking whether this could be trouble. When the man introduces himself as Pilato from the Golden Brothers, Herkin relaxes a little because at least this is not an obvious enemy guild. Still, Herkin doesn't know Pilato personally, so he assumes this man is not one of the guild's real heavy hitters. Pilato says he came with a proposal, and Herkin instantly assumes it is another guild recruitment pitch. Herkin rejects that imaginary recruitment on the spot, still remembering how huge Red Bull's recent offer had been. But Pilato surprises him by asking for something else entirely. Help them kill the corrupted grey cockatrice. That one phrase changes everything for Herkin, because a corrupted monster here almost confirms the corrupted elf is somewhere nearby. Even with that clue, Herkin refuses, because hunting the monster itself would distract him from tracking the real target behind it. He also sees the trap in the offer. Pilato's team is probably an improvised party that wants Herkin's famous name as much as his actual strength. Pilato accepts the refusal with a disappointed line and turns away, but Herkin is already thinking harder instead of dropping the matter. As Pilato walks off, Herkin starts wondering whether he can still use the Golden Brothers for his own hunt, ending the scene with a plan beginning to form. At Red Lake, Herkin crouches by the small crimson water and drinks from it, tasting the same sour bitterness he remembers from the start of his climb. That taste pulls Herkin back to the days when the broke Haho Mask Guild used this place to grind, survive on scraps, and finally prove they could reach level 100. He remembers this as the place where his skill first gave the guild confidence, and that old pride only makes the memory sting more now. Then Herkin spots movement cutting through the water and immediately knows a monster has come to drink. Instead of greeting it himself, he decides this hunt needs a proper star and pulls out his new skeleton knight fragment. The gem hits the ground and blooms into a towering skeleton knight, bigger, heavier, and far more imposing than his usual skeleton soldiers. System notices confirm the knight's chivalry and leader skills, making it tougher while boosting the nearby skeleton troops Herkin is about to field. Herkin keeps going and empties out his full force, summoning 15 skeleton warriors and 4 skeleton magicians around the knight. Counting the knight, Herkin now has 20 undead on the field, and he grins because his necromancer build finally looks the part. Right on cue, a huge thorn lizard crawls out near the lake, and Herkin treats the 20-meter beast like the perfect co-star for his next video. The thorn lizard slams headfirst into the skeleton knight, but the knight absorbs the hit and refuses to fall. While the knight holds the line, skeleton warriors swarm over the monster and start carving into its tough hide with expensive blades. The lizard tries to shake them all off with a full-body spin, but the skeleton knight times the movement, jumps the tail, and rips a deep wound across its side. At the same time, Herkin's 4 skeleton magicians fire from behind cover, using the golem like a wall and dropping fireballs onto the lizard's back. Flames spread over the thorn lizard like a burning mane, and when it lunges for the casters, the golem blocks the charge with its own body. Even as the monster roars, more skeleton warriors cling to it without fear, and Herkin just watches like a director evaluating his cast. To keep that oversized army running, Herkin has to chain candy, potions, and gum one after another because his mana is almost empty. He knows this setup is inefficient and expensive, but he is forcing it anyway because the footage of a level 100 necromancer fighting like this will be gold. He also wants the public to see that a necromancer class is dangerous on its own, not just because Herkin happens to be special. The hunt has a second payoff too, since overusing these skills against a mid-sized monster is the fastest way to push their proficiency upward. The price still hurts, and Herkin grimly admits this flashy hunt is basically burning through his food money. Even so, seeing his skeletons fight this well without constant orders is enough to ease some of the pain. That calm breaks when a Red Lake community warning pops up saying the corrupted grey cockatrice is moving north. Herkin frowns because a corrupted level 130 to 140 monster is basically boss-class prey, and nobody at Red Lake is equipped to cleanly handle it. The top guild raid teams could kill it, but their schedules are packed, and Red Lake is such a shared training ground that no one wants the political mess of claiming responsibility here. Most of the players still in this zone are rich high-level veterans, which means they are smart enough to calculate the risk and walk away. That is why Pilato stands out. He is the one openly recruiting people to hunt the corrupted monster, which tells Herkin the man must be chasing a payoff bigger than goodwill. Herkin urgently needs that monster dead for clues about the corrupted elf, but he knows he still cannot kill it alone. So instead of reaching out first, he decides to wait until Pilato sees his upcoming footage and comes with a better offer. The chapter then shifts to Pilato, a level 134 Golden Brothers member with strong gear and a weak position inside his own guild. Pilato hates being stuck on the second string and is convinced that if he can kill this monster, he can finally prove he belongs on the first raid team. What really drives him now is a rumor that several underfoot guilds may merge to challenge Big Smile, which would make his climb even harder if he waits. Catching the corrupted gray cockatrice will not instantly promote him, but it could put his career back on track before that bigger power shuffle hits. His problem is simple and ugly. After scraping together 3 parties, he still has only 16 people when he needs at least 30. Most players already fled to safer hunting grounds, and Pilato knows the only way to recruit more is to offer a reward big enough to beat their fear. But his own guild is not backing him, so he is stuck with the risk and none of the resources needed to make a real pitch. Just as he runs out of options, Pilato gets contacted by an acquaintance who has already heard he is trying to organize the cockatrice raid. The caller quickly gets to the point and asks whether Pilato wants to speak with someone interested in the situation. When Pilato asks who it is, the answer lands hard: someone from the Apollo Guild wants to talk to him. Apollo finally lays out the real price of his generous support. Pilato must make sure Haho Mask dies during the raid. Pilato hesitates because the deal is tempting enough to matter and ugly enough to ruin him if it goes wrong. Apollo sweetens it again by promising the borrowed level 120 unique items will become Pilato's permanent payment if the job succeeds. That extra push is enough, and Pilato agrees to betray Hirkin. 3 days later at Red Lake, Hirkin levels up mid-hunt but barely cares about the kill itself. Instead, he immediately opens the Red Lake board to check the latest corrupted gray cockatrice recruitment notice. The notice has changed fast. Pilato is now covering consumables and loaning unique items, and the once slow raid has quickly filled with 25 users. That kind of spending makes Hirkin suspicious, because Pilato did not have this kind of money or nerve at their first meeting. When Hirkin checks his own message, the private offer is even stranger. Pilato has doubled his personal bonus to pull him in. He recognizes the timing too. His recent Thorn Lizard battle footage raised his value, but not enough to justify such a reckless bid from Pilato. The math still feels wrong, so Hirkin concludes Pilato is hiding something and has probably made this rich offer to him alone. Normally he would walk away from a job that smells like a trap, but this time he cannot afford to let the cockatrice fall into someone else's hands. With corrupted monsters drawing more attention by the day, Hirkin knows stronger raid teams and even major guilds will move soon if he waits. So he grits his teeth and decides to take Pilato's dirty hand anyway, because this raid is his only real chance to kill the cockatrice himself. When the raid day comes, 35 users and 6 parties gather at Red Lake, and Pilato steps up as commander. Pilato gives a serious but ordinary lecture on aggro, fear, and penalties, and Hirkin quickly realizes he has no secret strategy for the fight itself. Then Pilato says they will stick to textbook tactics because nobody knows what waits past Phase 1. The real red flag comes next, when Pilato names Hirkin as one of only 3 strikers assigned to stay on the monster and break its armor. Hirkin immediately catches Pilato dodging his gaze, and the forced assignment starts to look like part of the setup. He knows he can handle striker work, but it is one of the raid's most dangerous jobs, and Pilato had no reason to force him into it with 6 strikers already available. Instead of protesting too early, Hirkin decides to play along until Pilato shows his hand for real. Even so, he makes himself one quiet promise: if Pilato really tries to use him, the price will be far higher than a watch. The corrupted gray cockatrice appears, shrieking with predatory excitement as the raid takes its opening positions. At Pilato's command, the mages launch the first volley to seize aggro and start the raid in textbook form. The barrage hurts the cockatrice but only enrages it, leaving the monster furious and still very dangerous. A tanker interrupts the cockatrice's hunt for the mages by stunning its beak with a thrown hammer and smashing it again up close to pull aggro back. The cockatrice answers with overwhelming force, nearly punching its beak through the tanker's shield and forcing him to root himself in place with a weight skill. That opening sends the striker phase into motion, and Hirkin is the first one forward. He climbs onto the monster's back in one smooth rush and drives his sword straight into an exposed wound along its spine. The hit gets the cockatrice's attention for a second, but a mage's follow-up fireball pulls its focus away and gives Hirkin breathing room. For a moment, the raid's aggro control is cleaner than Hirkin expected, and even Pilato's commands are working. But Hirkin knows early passes are always the easy part, and one mistake in a long raid like this can kill somebody. Then the mistake comes fast. A huge flame strike suddenly slams into the monster while Hirkin is still on its back. Pilato shouts an alarm, and a mage admits he misread the signal and fired at the worst possible time. The whole formation wobbles at once, because the cockatrice is now charging toward a mage in a direction the tanks cannot cover. In that split second, the raid sees only 2 ugly options: scatter and abandon the fight, or reset aggro with another mass spell volley. A reset would probably save the formation, but it would also leave Hirkin on the monster's back to be hit by the incoming magic. Pilato has already made up his mind to call for that reset, which means Hirkin's worst suspicion is about to be confirmed. Before Pilato can finish, Hirkin flips the whole situation by summoning 10 skeleton warriors directly onto the cockatrice's body. The summoned skeletons stab into the monster all at once, forcing the cockatrice to scream and roll instead of charging the mage line. The raid goes dead quiet as Hirkin's skeletons save the collapsing fight, and everyone realizes he just prevented a full reset. Hirkin coldly takes control of the moment, says the situation is fixed, and warns the mage who misfired to stay out unless he wants Herkin to treat it as player killing. Herkin stumbles back from the corrupted grey cockatrice and realizes Pilato's side really did try to kill him with that perfectly aimed spell. He survives only because he stacked expensive recovery items and invested heavily in body-strengthening skills that kept his HP barely above death. Since he lived through the setup, Herkin immediately grabs control and warns the whole raid that anyone moving without his permission will pay for it. He singles out the magician who fired on him, and the threat lands so hard that even Pilato goes silent. While the players hesitate, the cockatrice keeps shredding the skeleton warriors on its body, and Herkin can see the countdown to disaster starting. The other parties want to change formation, but Herkin refuses to let anyone act because he will not hand command back to Pilato. To prove he can actually control the raid, Herkin pulls out a pitch-black monster gem and activates Clay Play. A huge snake golem made from the black anaconda's gem erupts from the earth and rushes the cockatrice. The snake golem wraps the boss and hardens into stone, dragging the giant bird lizard off balance and slamming it to the ground. The raid members stare in disbelief as Herkin buys them nearly a full minute against a boss monster that should never be pinned down like this. No one dares use that opening because Herkin still has everyone locked in place, and now the whole raid is waiting for one person to lead. In a private voice chat, Herkin corners Pilato and tells him to choose whether he wants to kill the cockatrice with him or fight both of them at once. As the snake golem starts breaking apart, Herkin presses harder and demands to know who set this up. Pilato finally folds and admits the Apollo Guild was behind the plot against Herkin. The instant he gets what he wants, Herkin switches to command mode and barks out a full raid order for mages, priests, and strikers. The casters protest that they do not have enough time, so Herkin answers with the one thing they need most: more seconds. He summons another wave of skeletons, this time with his skeleton knight at the center, to keep the boss busy while the raid prepares. From that point on, Herkin commands like a frontline raid leader, reading the cockatrice's movements and repositioning the whole force around its next phase. The raid members can feel the difference immediately, because under Herkin's control the monster is stripped down to a wounded shell with almost no defense left. When Herkin starts the countdown, his skeletons peel away and the waiting magic finally drops all at once. The barrage turns the battlefield yellow with fire, ice, and mega thunderbolt, but even after that punishment the cockatrice is somehow still screaming. Herkin does not waste the opening and instantly drops another black anaconda snake golem into the wrecked terrain. The cockatrice notices too late, pecks into the snake's body, and gets trapped again as Herkin hardens the coil into stone. With only 30 seconds left, Herkin hands the finish to the fully buffed strikers, and they charge without hesitation because they trust him completely now. Just as Herkin thinks the raid is finally over, a single arrow flashes in from somewhere else and steals the kill in one shot. The whole raid freezes in disbelief because nobody here even uses a bow, but Herkin already knows this means something worse just arrived. As he runs, the quest alert appears and confirms the real threat: the corrupted elf has shown up. Elsewhere, Habibin is finally feeling relieved because Big Smile's China Live channel project is working and the guild's fight with Triple Wing has cooled down for the moment. That good mood breaks when a storage employee reminds him that he personally approved special item loans to the Apollo Guild. Habibin first assumes Apollo must have lost the borrowed gear, and for one brief second he almost hopes that is all it is. Instead, he learns Apollo borrowed a large batch of unique items and moved them to Red Lake. That location makes no sense for Apollo, so Habibin starts piecing together the recent rumor about the corrupted Grey Cockatrice raid. Then he remembers Haho Mask was there too, and the ugly possibility hits him all at once. If Apollo used Big Smile's borrowed unique gear to hunt Haho Mask at Red Lake, Habibin knows the blame could fall straight back on Big Smile. The moment that thought forms, Habibin urgently tries to contact Apollo before this turns into a disaster he cannot hide. As the killer archer bolts through Red Lake's forest, Herkin ignores Pilato's panicked shouting and keeps his eyes locked on the fleeing elf. When Pilato keeps demanding answers, Herkin coldly warns that he can expose Apollo's murder deal at any time, and Pilato instantly goes quiet. The chase feels strange to Herkin, because the elf is slower than a real forest elf should be, almost like it wants to be caught. When the elf finally glances back, Herkin gets his first clear look and realizes this is a truly corrupted elf, with a black scar-like mark and black eyes instead of emerald ones. Herkin presses closer, ready for either capture or a fight, but the elf makes a third choice and suddenly commits suicide to keep its master's secret buried. The elf crashes and tumbles across the ground like a broken puppet, and Herkin stops over him with a bitter look, already knowing what he has to try next. Even under that dying glare, Herkin pulls out the silver circlet of purification and pours the liquid metal onto the elf's head. The artifact forces the corruption out violently, making the elf convulse and vomit black fluid as the dark control finally breaks. When the elf opens his eyes again, the black is gone and his emerald gaze proves he has briefly recovered his true mind. The elf tries to speak but no voice comes out, as if death is already closing his throat. With his last strength, the elf taps his left chest to point Herkin towards something hidden there. That one clue is all he can give before his body collapses for good and starts shriveling like dead wood. Herkin gives a dry, bitter laugh at how sentimental this game can be, then reaches into the elf's chest area and pulls out a note and a map. Back at the raid site, Pilato is left facing the other players with no idea how to explain the dead boss and Hirken's sudden disappearance. Trapped by Hirken's leverage and his own mess, Pilato decides the only safe move is to stabilize the raid and keep everyone focused on the rewards. He asks whether everyone got experience, and the raid members quickly confirm they did and that the payout was even better than expected. Pilato uses that to calm the room, arguing that since they got the EXP, the raid still owns the cockatrice corpse, and the hunt counts as a success. But when someone asks about Haho Mask, Pilato knows they have noticed Hirken acted like he expected this ambush all along. After a quick calculation, Pilato says Haho Mask joined the raid because of a quest and has now gone to continue it. That answer works almost too well, because the other players immediately start wondering if Hirken just ran into a main scenario clue they can still chase. Pilato swallows his frustration, because his lie bought time but also left him completely at Hirken's mercy from now on. When Hirken returns later, the cockatrice has already been dismantled and melted away, so he pulls Pilato aside for a private settlement. Hirken's first demand is simple and brutal. Every Apollo consumable Pilato still has left now belongs to him as repayment for the attempted betrayal. Pilato hates the loss, but with his secret exposed he can only agree and hope Hirken does not ask for even more. Then Hirken shocks him by saying Pilato can keep all the public credit for the raid instead of being ruined over it. Hirken explains the logic bluntly. Exposing Pilato would not earn him money, and making another enemy inside Golden Brothers would only hurt him. The real prize comes next when Hirken lets Pilato keep the raid footage too, handing him a career-changing gift he never expected. Pilato immediately understands the price and swears on his character that he will never again join anything meant to harm Hirken. Just when Pilato thinks the deal is done, Hirken hands over a note listing the expensive consumables he burned surviving that mage misfire and tells Pilato to cover those too. With that awkward smile and one last forced concession from Pilato, the corrupted grey cockatrice raid finally comes to an end. Later, back in his cramped real-world room, Jaehyun sits in front of caffeine and broods over why Apollo is going this far just to come after him. He can understand Apollo wanting revenge, but not why they would spend this much money and effort when the damage he dealt them so far was still relatively small. What really bothers him is Pilato's claim that Apollo directly loaned out all those strong unique items, because Apollo should not have that kind of in-game supply on its own. That leaves one ugly answer in his mind: someone bigger must be backing Apollo from the shadows. Since he cannot drag the truth out of Apollo right now, he drops the question and decides the only answer is to prepare for a bigger fight. He knows the larger guilds are already trying to keep him in check, so until he grows stronger he needs shields and allies of his own. Winning over Red Bulls and especially Pilato now looks useful, because Golden Brothers are big enough that Apollo cannot casually push through them. Still, his real priority is power, so his thoughts return to the keepsake the dying elf left behind. He cannot read the note yet and figures he will need a Himbri, Dra, or Maong to decipher it. Even without reading it, he is already guessing the map may lead to a dungeon and possibly a major reward. By the end, his frustration gives way to hungry hope as he imagines this clue leading to a huge treasure and silently prays the elf's keepsake is worth it. At Stormhunter, the Mage Hatch instantly regrets opening his mouth when he notices his guild leader's shirt in a terrifying mood. All Hatch had done was mention that a new Haho mask hunting video was uploaded, but that one line set Shur off. After checking the footage, Shur explodes in anger that Haho mask keeps ignoring Stormhunter's offers and is hunting with some minor Golden Brothers user instead. No one dares calm her down, and Hatch ends up silently cursing Haho mask for causing this disaster in the room. Far away on the road, Hirken suddenly pauses and gets the prickling feeling that someone is talking trash about him. He refocuses on Eagle Mountain ahead, the bird-headed peak that marks the route from Mung's clue. Hirken remembers that Man was the first person he visited with the elf's keepsake, hoping one of several experts could make sense of it. Mayum says the map and note probably point to the traders connected to the corrupted elf who died holding them. Mayum cannot decipher the map itself, but he immediately translates the note's clue about an eagle watching over a place wrapped in blue mist with a secret village hidden inside. The moment he hears it, Hirken realizes he knows the place and volunteers to go himself because no one else is available. Moved by that answer, Mayum thanks him, and the unique quest elf's keepsake officially begins. Back in the present 2 days later, Hirken follows the direction of the mountain's eagle head and locks onto the Blue Mist Forest as the only match. He remembers the Blue Mist Forest as a brutal level 100 to 130 hunting ground where Smogrians regenerate fast, and even party members can lose each other in the fog. Even so, Hirken hurries because this quest is not his only reason to come here. The real rush is that the block field has been lifted, so whoever reaches the region first gets the discovery titles, and Hirken wants them before anyone else can steal them. When he finally arrives, 2 title announcements pop up at once, and Hirken immediately knows he made it first. The title bonuses turn out to be even better than expected, and Hirken grins at a reward worth several levels of stat growth. That excitement dies fast once the forest closes around him in dense blue fog and he realizes he has no clear idea what to search for next. The place does not match any route he clearly remembers, which makes Hirken suspect this could be an unfamiliar event branch with rare rewards or serious trouble. When he checks the quest, the wording is maddeningly vague: find the place indicated by the keepsake, uncover Manhwa's secret, and somehow earn someone's keepsake as the reward. He hates how open-ended it is, but in Warlord a quest like this still leaves him only one choice: finish it or get stuck. So Hirkin decides the first step is simple: learn this place by force through combat. His test fight proves the Smogrians are exactly as annoying as rumored, because even after Hirkin smashes one head apart, the monster keeps moving and starts regrowing it. Instead of wasting time on one target, Hirkin trusts his skeleton warriors to finish the crippled Smogrian while he moves to the next one. But the forest is so fogged over that Hirkin cannot even tell how many enemies are closing in around him. That confusion almost gets him killed when a giant club suddenly crashes down behind him from his own ogre golem's wild swing. Hirkin curses the expensive summon for nearly flattening him, but the golem just keeps smashing Smogrians to pieces like a barbarian machine. The destruction is so efficient that Hirkin levels up on the spot and grudgingly decides he can forgive the mistake. With his stamina and magic restored, he throws bone armor and the madness helm back into play, and drives his undead forward even harder. Then he finally sees how bad it is, because fresh Smogrians tighten the ring around his group until more than 20 shapes are visible at once. 15 days pass in that nightmare, and by surviving the non-stop swarms Hirkin reaches level 107 much faster than normal. The problem is that all that easy experience solves nothing, because the Smogrians are so dense he still cannot actually search the forest for the quest target. Between the hidden terrain and the constant attacks, moving here feels like trying to navigate a maze blind. Left with no clean method, Hirkin grips his sword and starts weighing a brutal last resort: just force a path straight through the forest. He knows a one-way charge could cut off his retreat and end in game over, but he also knows he cannot keep wasting time hunting here forever. By the time he nears level 110, Hirkin has made up his mind that if no answer appears first, he will gamble everything on that breakthrough. The Sweepers Guild, famous for turning mass monster extermination into spectacle and profit, announces a full sweep of the Blue Mist Forest. For most players, that notice means get out fast, because anyone caught in the bombardment can die without even collecting insurance. Hirkin sees the notice and his face sours, because the quiet forest he wanted to exploit just turned into a ticking clock. The forest had stayed mostly empty because it was too dangerous and inefficient for regular users, which is exactly why the Sweepers Guild now sees it as easy territory to claim. Hirkin knows the guild still cannot clear this level range in one shot, but once they start moving, his time to uncover the forest's secret is almost gone. So he finally acts on his plan and sprints deeper through the mist, even while thinking he might be insane for doing it. A Smogrian lunges out with blade-like arms, but Hirkin slips past it and cuts it in half without slowing down. Even bisected, the Smogrian keeps moving and shrieking, a reminder that these monsters are hard to shake and worse to outrun in numbers. As Hirkin pushes toward the center, more and more Smogrians gather behind him until his escape trail turns into a full monster flood. The swarm is far beyond anything normal for this hunting ground, and Hirkin starts wondering if some hidden condition is driving the monster population out of control. If this is just a bug, he is dead eventually, so he keeps gambling on the idea that the forest's madness has a real cause and an end point. After 20 brutal minutes, the pressure suddenly disappears and the monsters stop chasing him altogether. He turns back expecting the swarm to crash into him, but the path behind him is empty. To confirm it, Hirkin tosses a skeleton fragment into the distance, and summons a skeleton warrior as a living detector. When the skeleton warrior just idles instead of reacting, Hirkin realizes there really are no nearby monsters in this zone. Then Hirkin spots a dark shape ahead and understands he has finally reached the place he was trying to find. Before stepping in, he steadies his breathing, checks his remaining supplies, and feels a little grimly pleased that Pilato's expensive consumables are now his to burn. He bites down a resistance candy just in case, and openly shouts for the hidden enemy to come out. The answer comes instantly as a title window pops up: Person who encountered the corrupted comrade. That title feels wrong in a very specific way, and Hirkin immediately connects the word corrupted comrade to the secret society. The figure steps out of the darkness, a nearly 2-meter humanoid with a soot-black muscular body, hollow eyes, lower armor, and a rusty longsword. What really confirms it is the gold ring on the monster's finger, because Hirkin wears the same society ring himself. Hirkin curses under his breath as he realizes this thing is a former secret society member twisted into a monster by corrupted power. The worst part is its trait: complete immunity to physical attacks. Hirkin slashes into it anyway, and the cut closes so fast it feels like trying to wound water. He backs off at once, but the corrupted comrade is already on him with a brutally fast overhead swing. Hirkin barely catches the blow with his golden mantis sword, and the impact drives his feet into the ground. That clash makes it obvious his skeleton warriors are not the answer, because they could maybe stall this thing but never actually hurt it. He shoves free, throws a skeleton fragment, and decides the only real answer is magic. A skeleton magician forms behind the enemy, and Hirkin commits to the combat method he secretly practiced for fights that physical attacks cannot solve. He had already given up on learning proper attack magic himself, so he trained his skeleton magicians to read his movement, and cast in sync with him instead. The first test works as the skeleton magician's spell hits the corrupted comrade from behind and leaves a burn that does not instantly heal. The monster whips around toward the caster, and Hirkin instantly stabs at it twice just to drag its aggro back onto himself. From there, Hirkin starts the real dance, barely dodging and blocking while guiding the corrupted comrade into the skeleton magician's firing line. He even counts out a 5-step position change, because one wrong move would get him hit by either the monster or his own magic. To anyone watching, it would look less like swordplay and more like a missile-dodging master turning enemy fire into a trap. Once he gets the rhythm, Hirkin knows the pattern is stable enough to push harder. So he summons a second skeleton magician and doubles the pace, creating the battle style that will later be remembered as the waltz. In the blue fog, Hirkin's skeleton magician keeps clacking and lobs another fireball into the shrinking corrupted comrade. This time the flames finally cling to the corrupted comrade instead of dying out, and Hirkin realizes the fight is effectively over. Even with the enemy burning down, Hirkin stays on guard because no quest clear or title announcement has appeared yet. When nothing else happens, he finally exhales and starts picking apart his own performance instead of celebrating. He chews a candy and grimaces at the scorch marks on his web armor, annoyed that the skeleton magician's splash damage still clipped him twice. To Hirkin, the damage barely matters. What bothers him is that his timing still was not perfect, so he vows to practice more. As the fire dies away, the corrupted comrade is revealed as a burned skeletal man instead of the hulking monster Hirkin fought. The ruined man thanks Hirkin for freeing him from his pain, and the tone of the scene shifts from battle to last rites. Hirkin removes his glove and shows the gold secret society ring, letting the dying comrade recognize him without another word. The corrupted comrade asks Hirkin to take his keepsakes to Maong and deliver one last message. Maong was right. After saying his piece, the corrupted comrade drops to his knees for the first time and begins crumbling into ash. The system finally moves, Elf's keepsake clears, will of a comrade begins, and Hirkin lets himself think the ordeal is done. Then another alert appears out of nowhere, and Hirkin snaps tense again when he earns the title Corruption Destroyer. Elsewhere in the same deadly forest, 5 sweepers advanced scouts trudge through the blue fog after several hard fights, still in good enough shape to show how skilled they are. They pause near a boulder and complain that the forest is packed with monsters and terrible as a normal hunting ground. Even so, the scouts start discussing the place like professionals, judging whether its weak defense monsters could still make for a profitable sweep video if they can solve the visibility problem. Just as they decide no normal hunter would work alone in a place like this, the lookout suddenly shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. The veterans lock into formation without panicking, but the figure coming through the fog moves too much like a player to be a Smogrian. When the distance closes, the 5 scouts are stunned to realize the lone hunter in this nightmare zone is Haho Mask himself. Hirkin does not even confirm that he is Haho Mask. He coldly asks their guild affiliation first, and the scouts answer that they are from sweepers. After they identify themselves as sweepers, Hirkin checks whether the monster sweep has already started or if they are only the advance party. Then the scouts finally notice the bulging military-style duffel on his back, and the truth hits them. Hirkin really has been solo hunting here. Their shock turns into grudging awe as they silently understand why the major guilds have been fighting to recruit him. Hirkin starts to leave, then stops and stretches out his palm, making the whole party freeze in confusion. With a straight face, he reminds them he is withdrawing because of their guild's sweep notice and asks for the compensation he is owed. The request sounds almost absurd when they compare his massive coin haul to the tiny payout, but Hirkin only gets more severe and pushes for immediate settlement. In the end, the sweepers pay him 100 gold on the spot, and Hirkin walks away with the money as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Back in reality, An Jae-hyun sits in front of his tablet and stares so hard at an item's stats that his eyes start to blur. He covers his face and just breathes for a second because, as someone who understands Warlord better than most, he knows exactly how absurd these rewards are. The first reward is the Corruption Destroyer's necklace, a unique accessory tied to his new title and loaded with huge stat boosts. The second reward is Ivan's sword, another unique item with brutal stats, defense ignore, and even a haste skill attached. Those rewards came from Maeng after Hirkin delivered Ivan's keepsakes, and even now An Jae-hyun still feels like he hit a jackpot by accident. He already swapped out the old Pursuer of Corruption necklace for the new one, but Ivan's sword has to wait in storage until he meets its level and strength requirements. Once he calms down, An Jae-hyun simplifies the whole situation. He got lucky, his spec jumped, and now he needs to ride that momentum hard. He starts doing the money math and decides this is the moment to spend his savings instead of hoarding them for a safer future. His first target is clear. If he wants to hunt level 140 frontline zones at only level 110, his skeletons need much better defensive gear. That new ambition also pushes him toward business. He decides it is time to start charging for his footage and chase bigger profits seriously. Then he remembers the corrupted comrade recording itself and frowns, because the fight was clever but not the kind of flashy brawl his viewers usually love. Rather than risk a weak edit himself, he decides to hand the file to Romani Films and let professionals turn the technical fight into something watchable. The film company responds like they were waiting for him, and after sending the file, An Jae-hyun can only hope the views will at least cover the editing bill. Once the footage is gone, his mind snaps right back to power growth, and he starts planning what equipment he should buy next for his skeleton magicians. At the Great Urugal Mountain Range, one skeleton knight gets mauled in a brutal test against a black hound, and clearly cannot match the level 130 monster head-on. And Jaehyun is not shocked by the power gap itself, he is sick over how much money he already poured into that single upgraded summon. He bitterly thinks that one skeleton's unique gear cost more than his real-life room deposit, and he still could not afford to equip the rest. Feeling broke and pathetic, he reflexively opens his channel page just to check donations he expects not to have. Then the numbers hit him, and Jaehyun freezes in disbelief at what he is seeing. His new upload, The Waltz, turns his fight with the corrupted comrade into a haunting dance video set to Waltz number 2, and the strange beauty of it grips everyone watching. Chev from Red Bull watches the clip in admiration and calls Haho Mask's combat an art form. Even Chev's aide cannot deny the footage is incredible, though she clearly hates hearing him praise Haho Mask this much. At the Storm Hunters, Hatch openly praises the video too, saying raw talent like this cannot be faked. Hahoe snaps back that if she met a fighter like that herself, she would crush him, but her bad temper only makes her inferiority obvious. The whole room turns to their leader, because everyone already knows her interest in Haho Mask is intense. After a long pause, the Storm Hunters leader finally gives the order to Hatch, warn 12 allied major guilds that Haho Mask is off limits. Back in the mountains, and Jaehyun is still so dazed by the video's explosive success that he runs from a black hound even though he knows he can kill it. The Waltz is already nearing 1 million views in less than a day, splashed across Warlord sites and showered with praise and donations. The thought of what a real viral hit could mean for his future money and name value leaves him half delirious. When the black hound's barking finally drags him back to reality, and Jaehyun snaps at it and clears his head. Once he regains focus, he scatters skeleton fragments, plants his feet, and decides to finish the fight properly. The black hound crashes into him with a killing bite, but Jaehyun jams his sword in the way and holds. Freshly summoned skeleton warriors swarm in and stab the beast from all sides, peeling it off their master. Freed for a moment, Jaehyun wipes the slobber from his blade and breaks into a shaking grin, finally savoring the jackpot he just hit. Elsewhere, the Triple Wings Guild brings down the massive level 160 Eagle Bear in a successful raid. After the raid, School seeks out Michael, who stands apart from the celebrating crowd, and thanks him for pulling them through another crisis. Michael downplays what he did, but School is impressed enough to make a rare direct recruitment pitch on the spot. Michael turns the offer down politely but firmly, and School backs off because he knows he cannot push someone this valuable. Then Michael excuses himself for an urgent call, and walks away from the raid before answering. The call tells him one more target has been added to a secret list, and Michael's face hardens the instant he hears it. When he asks who it is, the answer comes cold and simple. Haho Mask is now kill on sight. A week later, the Waltz comment section is still exploding, with viewers treating the video like a must-see masterpiece and even competing over donations. The bigger shock is the view count, because in just 1 week the Waltz blasts past 20 million views. And Jaehyun starts doing the math on 3 million daily plays and realizes the donations and ad revenue are becoming real money at last. His smartwatch keeps vibrating with copyright payments from media companies that want legal access to broadcast the Waltz. The bold $500 licensing fee he once worried was too high now looks like a perfect gamble, because the industry is paying it without hesitation. Then a sponsor offer arrives that changes everything again, $70,000 for exclusive logo placement in the Waltz and 2 future videos. What really seals it is the name behind the offer, because VV Enterprise only backs virtual reality talent it truly rates highly. With copyright fees, donations, ad money, and VV on the table, and Jaehyun decides there is no reason to refuse. After that rush, he exhales and remembers how close he was to worrying over basic food money just days ago. His first dream of wealth is almost embarrassingly small, because he gets excited about buying pork for kimchi stew and a few cans of Spam. Then his thoughts jump to a bigger reward, outfitting his skeleton army in matching custom gear now that he can finally afford it. Soon after, that investment is visible in battle as 10 skeleton warriors in matching poison mink fur outfits close in around another black hound. The trapped black hound lashes out and crushes one skeleton's shoulder in its jaws, trying to break the formation by brute force. But the beast instantly recoils, because the poison mink fur poisons anything that touches it. That venom is rare and nasty, dulling the victim's 5 senses and making the upgraded gear worth every painful coin Jaehyun spent. With the black hound dulled, Jaehyun steps in and deliberately locks blades with it by feeding his sword into its bite again. He still cannot beat the level gap in raw strength, so the monster slowly starts driving him backward. That is exactly the opening he wanted, because his skeleton knight charges from the opposite side and buries its sword deep into the black hound. The cursed blade triggers a stack of debuffs at once, turning the black hound's momentum against it. As the curses bite, Jaehyun finally pries the monster's jaws open with sheer leverage and timing. The skeleton knight hacks down again, and then the surrounding skeleton warriors all drive their swords in together. The black hound thrashes wildly for a last burst, then collapses, becoming Jaehyun's 100th kill of the species. Staring at the corpse, he quietly vows again that he will wipe these monsters out exactly as promised. The kill pushes him to level 120 and drops 2 useful hunting titles, But even then his eyes go first to how good his matching skeleton army looks. He is deeply satisfied with the poison mink gear, because the 5 senses poison makes controlling monster aggro far easier and speeds up his hunting. The entrance to Great Urigal is paying off exactly as planned, since the area is rich in titles, monsters, and relatively low competition. Still, instead of staying here to grind all the way to 130, and Jaehyun forces himself to remember that the real priority is his next quest. Now that he has finally hit level 120, he reopens the rare quest curse domain, which tells him to investigate Ivan's mission in his place for a skill book reward. He knows the delay gave rivals time to close in, and the Storm Hunters are the biggest threat because he cannot tell how far their own hidden progress has gone. Even so, the Waltz Windfall has already rebuilt his strength, letting him outfit 20 skeletons and hand his golden praying mantis-sized sword down to the skeleton knight. He can feel himself closing the gap on the leaders, but he also knows he is not close enough to celebrate yet. While checking his level 122 stats, Herkin is already in a foul mood, and the look on his face says something is seriously bothering him. He slips into the thick trees and vanishes from sight, leaving the hunters trailing him completely confused a few seconds later. From the branch, Herkin drops skeleton fragments like bait and calmly sets up his ambush. One hunter looks up in confusion, and Herkin drops from the tree with a white sword that punches straight through the man's helmet. His companions finally recognize the Haho mask and panic, and one swordsman swings wildly the moment Herkin lands. Herkin slips past the clumsy swing so easily that the attacker smashes his own teammate instead. The injured player realizes he is blinded and begs for a cure while the little party falls into confused shouting, and Herkin just watches with dead eyes. After using the brief opening to form up, the 3 users finally challenge Herkin, and he does not even bother answering. Instead, 5 armored skeleton warriors rush in and overwhelm the half-ready 3-man party while Herkin stays out of it. After the dull cleanup, Herkin cuts the watches off the corpses and counts this as the 10th group to come after him. He knows why this keeps happening. His Waltz video exploded past 70 million views, and the more famous the Haho mask gets, the more people come looking for him. What annoys him is not the fights themselves, but the fact that weak users now see him as solo prey they can swarm without fear of guild retaliation. The bigger threat is the guilds thinking the same way, because if he stalls here, he could get dragged into a dog pile and lose ground on the top players. So he pushes the irritation aside, melts a gem with clay play, and summons a long-legged lizard golem to keep moving toward Mysandra's castle. As the golem runs, Herkin studies a Stormhunter's boss raid video and reminds himself he still needs more preparation and stronger chronicle unique items. He steels himself with a grim promise that once he reaches the rankings, everyone who treated him like easy game will pay for it. Elsewhere, Apollo hears that the Haho mask is moving southeast and has already taken down plenty of users, but he reacts with strange indifference. Jiang finally asks the question everyone else avoided. Why is Apollo pouring so many resources into the Haho mask when the Red Lake mess already cost them so much? Apollo finally shows his hand and says he has no real interest in a brief star like the Haho mask. What Apollo really wants is leverage, and he explains that Habibin's secret failed hunt against Herkin with Big Smile's borrowed gear gives him exactly that. He points out that Big Smile is already shaky among the great guilds, because it has scale but no killer content to protect its standing. Jiang starts to understand, and Apollo confirms the real target is not Herkin at all but an executive seat inside Big Smile. Apollo boasts that he already negotiated with Brooks, so if the right conditions are met, he can slide into Big Smile's leadership with backing from the inside. Now Jiang sees the whole trap. Apollo wants to use Habibin's weakness and the Haho mask incident as bait to catch a whale instead of a mouse. Later, near a plain boulder outside Mysandra, Herkin digs up an ingredient coin and realizes with a click of his tongue that he has looped back to the same place again. He knows exactly where the cursed domain should be beyond Ricky Mountain and Inge Lake, so this dead end means one thing: the block field is still active. That catches him off guard, because he expected the main scenario quest itself to act as the key and open the barrier for him. Still, he quickly spots the upside. If the block field is untouched, then the storm hunters have not cleared this route ahead of him. With that settled, Herkin turns back toward Mysandra's castle, deciding the next step is to find whatever quest actually breaks the barrier. Before he can leave, four weapon werewolves step out behind him with rusty knives in both hands, trying to surround a lone player who does not look worried at all. He does not even draw Ivan's sword. A simple finger flick calls his skeletons in from behind the monsters instead. The werewolves roar in charge, but Herkin barely pays attention as his undead handle the fight, and he casually searches for information on his hologram window instead. The search tells him Mysandra's region has no great guilds and barely any serious players left, which means solving this barrier may be more annoying than he hoped. The reason is simple. Mysandra's castle is old enough that most players already gave up on the block field and moved on to faster leveling elsewhere. At Mysandra's Subjugation Association, a level 91 magician named Zeet keeps trying to recruit help for an exploration quest that almost nobody thinks is worth the trouble. Every conversation dies the same way once people hear the quest gives weak experience and mediocre rewards. Humiliated again, Zeet curses his class choice and checks the quest window that has kept him stuck here, Blackened Remains, a rare level 90 quest tied to the fugitive Chatos. Most players treat that quest like a graduation ticket out of Misandra, but Zed is convinced it is the hidden key to opening the block field. His confidence comes from a clue nobody else knows. The NPC caretaker Dodo told him Chatos is a fugitive from somewhere beyond the barrier. The real problem is that Zed cannot push the quest aggressively, because the Swing Guild has a grudge against him and keeps making Misandra hostile ground. They needle him for still hanging around here, and their mocking words make it clear they are still ready to rough him up whenever they can. Zed bitterly remembers how a party argument turned into an accidental death during a hunt, and Swing has treated him like a deliberate killer ever since. So instead of picking that dirty fight, Zed looks for a better answer and spots a plain swordsman entering the association. Thinking he has found an easy mark, Zed quickly checks if the newcomer is here for a quest and tries to reel him in. Zed lowers his voice and reveals his bait, saying this quest might open the block field if they complete it together. For a second Zed thinks the bait worked, but Hurricane immediately flips the pressure back on him with a blunt question about compensation if the promise is false. A weapon werewolf lies chopped into 3 pieces, and Zed's partner whips around with a cold warning after Zed's magic almost hits him too carelessly. Zed swallows his pride and apologizes immediately, because this quiet new partner is far more dangerous and skilled than he first looked. As another werewolf approaches, and Jaehyun gives crisp orders, telling Zed exactly when to cast so the monster will turn its back at the right moment. Even while carrying the fight, and Jaehyun keeps scolding Zed's shaky timing, and Zed endures it because the man's combat sense is obviously on another level. Then Jaehyun mutters that Zed might be in trouble if the quest clears and the field stays sealed, and the joke is just threatening enough to make Zed shudder. Watching Jaehyun handle weapon werewolves without even showing a real skill, Zed realizes this may be the best partner he will ever get for the Blackened Remains quest. On the 3rd day of searching, Zed finally decides to reveal the information he had been hiding, because he wants this quest finished, and he has started trusting in Jaehyun. Zed explains that the Blackened Remains quest became famous but unsolved because most players gave up and chased faster advancement instead of slowly breaking the mystery. He admits he spent his time at Misandra's castle gathering quest rumors and NPC stories instead of leveling efficiently, and that strange habit let him notice things other users ignored. Zed says several NPCs at Misandra's castle carried the titles fugitive or refugee, and they kept repeating ominous warnings about what lay beyond the mountain. When Jaehyun suggests they might just mean monsters, Zed pushes back and says subjugation NPCs normally talk about hunting monsters, not avoiding them in fear. Zed argues that the so-called block field is probably a barrier instead, meant to keep something sealed away from Misandra's castle. From there, Zed lands on the real point. Everyone searched where the high-level monsters were, so the overlooked answer might be hidden in low-level hunting grounds instead. And Jaehyun immediately catches the conclusion, and Zed lights up because someone finally understands the theory he had kept secret all this time. Zed admits this is the first time he has shared the clue with anyone, because he wanted one quest where he could finally be the main character. They head to a remote hunting ground where level 60 sick werewolves appear, a place most players ignore because the road there runs through deadlier level 80 territory. But the moment they arrive, members of the Swing Guild are already there, and one of them calls out to Zed before he can slip past. Zed tries to play it off as simple travel, but both sides instantly realize this meeting is bad news because the guild may guess what he came here to find. One of the Swing Guild men blocks the way and claims this hunting ground is under guild control, making it obvious they are not letting Zed pass. Zed fires back that no guild can own a field, but the men immediately switch tactics and demand compensation over an old death they blame on him. They insist they are not a PK guild and only want a sincere apology plus compensation, but it is obvious they are using numbers and pressure to corner him. Ellie and Yaz react with confusion and annoyance, making it clear the men were supposed to be showing off for them, not starting an ugly shakedown. Zed quickly judges the odds, realizes losing here could hand the Blackened Remains quest to the Swing Guild, and decides surviving matters more than pride. So Zed asks how much they want, and the guild answers with a shameless demand for 1,000 gold. Before Zed can answer, and Jaehyun cuts in and calls them crazy bastards, stunning both Zed and the entire Swing Guild party. And Jaehyun tears into them for pretending they own the field and says he was willing to ignore it until they started spouting complete nonsense. When they demand to know who he is, and Jaehyun mocks the question so hard that the guild briefly loses the rhythm of the confrontation. He goes even further and says if they want to argue over who started this mess, he will gladly bet 10,000 gold on the answer. That public embarrassment finally pushes Vile, the freshly advanced level 102 swordsman, to step forward and take charge of the guild's side. Vile tries to sound noble and invites in Jaehyun to settle it in a one-on-one duel, counting on his advancement and superior gear to crush this nobody in front of the women. Vile proposes betting their wrists on the match, and Zed's face hardens because he knows this opponent already cleared his advancement. And Jaehyun accepts instantly and raises the stakes himself, saying if he cannot take Vile down within 3 minutes he will work like a dog for the Swing Guild forever. Vile fires back with a sneer that the Swing Guild is not some trash guild that just anyone can join, still convinced he has this under control. And Jaehyun casually mutters that a certain crazy woman would have killed Vile for saying that, and the weird aside only makes the tension stranger. Then Jaehyun bends down for a moment as if picking something up, and before anyone understands why, he lunges straight at Vile. Their swords clash for an instant, and in the same beat Jaehyun throws a fistful of sand into Vile's unprotected eyes. Blinded and stunned, Vile cannot stop Jaehyun's sword from planting itself right between his eyes in a terrifying near finish. And Jaehyun keeps going just long enough to trip Vile and pin him down with a boot on his chest, making the duel's outcome impossible to deny. Instead of killing him, Jaehyun declares the one-on-one battle over and tells Vile to hand over his watch if he wants to walk away alive. Then he turns the humiliation on the rest of the Swing Guild too, saying they can pass through this place only if they pay him a very reasonable toll of 100 gold. The remaining 3 men answer by raising their weapons instead, and the standoff snaps back toward open violence. Still pinning the situation down after beating Vile, Jaehyun coolly asks Zeet to confirm that any later revenge from these idiots will not be his responsibility. Right after beating Vile's party, Jaehyun calmly tells the blinded swordsman to choose between losing his watch or losing his wrist. Once the watch is handed over, Jaehyun pushes further and demands a toll fee if they want to walk away alive. When the man stammers that he has no gold, Jaehyun dryly suggests ingredient coins, ingredient gems, or even borrowing money from comrades. He turns to the 2 women who never attacked him and says they can keep their watches, but they still owe a toll. The women protest, but Jaehyun names a flat price of 100 gold each like he is setting a roadside fee. When they beg for mercy because they are women, Jaehyun shuts them down with a blunt answer that leaves no room for charm or pity. One woman awkwardly hints at going out with him, and Jaehyun instantly refuses, even mocking the idea of some white knight paying for them instead. Watching all this, Zeet can only stand there in a daze because the whole party was crushed almost instantly. Zeet replays the fight in his head and realizes this was not just better stats, but a brutal gap in temperament and killing intent. He remembers how the swordsman was blinded in one dirty move, then turned into a shield while the magician was cut down before he could even react. To Zeet, the scene feels less like a duel and more like a tiger ripping apart rabbits. That is when Zeet makes the connection, and Jaehyun's dirty, ruthless tricks remind him of the early Haho mask, especially the old sand toss. After everyone pays up and retreats, Zeet walks over just in time to hear Jaehyun mutter that maybe he should have charged 200 gold instead. That casual line sends a chill through Zeet, because he suddenly remembers this same man might demand money from him too if the block field theory fails. Zeet warns that Swing Guild will come back for revenge, since a guild like that never admits fault and never lets a humiliation go. And Jaehyun brushes it off and says fighters at their level would not even get a Q ticket to face him. He does not explain himself, only urges Zeet to hurry because the guild has already figured out what they were searching for. Zeet immediately agrees, knowing the surviving members will soon bring more Swing Guild users, especially after Vile was beaten. Even while hurrying, Zeet cannot resist asking if Jaehyun is a fan of Haho Mask because the resemblance in style is too strong to ignore. Zeet quickly explains that Haho Mask is a necromancer and Jaehyun is a swordsman, but the way he fights still feels strangely similar. And Jaehyun answers with nothing more than a smirk and another push to keep moving. As they search the sick werewolf hunting ground, Zeet feels like they are finally fitting puzzle pieces together. The breakthrough comes when they find black liquid splashed across trees, rocks, and soil like a trail of poisonous rain. Anything touched by that liquid is withering or corroding, making it obvious they have found the source of the area's sickness. Zeet realizes this corruption is probably why sick werewolves replace normal ones in the first place. And Jaehyun tells him not to waste time cleaning anything now and says they should just follow the trail to its end. Following the black marks like breadcrumbs, the two finally uncover a small cave hidden behind thick foliage. Inside the cave, a black skeleton kneels in prayer with clasped hands, and both men know they have found the blackened remains. Zeet blurts out that no wonder nobody found it, because almost no one would think to search a shabby cave for a shabby skeleton after 2 months of work. For a second he privately curses the absurdity of spending 2 months to find something that looks so worthless. But the bitterness flips into pride, because he knows he is the first player to actually clear what countless others gave up on. He thanks Jaehyun sincerely, and Jaehyun immediately answers with another deadpan reminder about payment if the block field still does not open. Zeet laughs it off, calls him a strange bastard, and promises 1,000 gold if the barrier stays up. When Zeet carefully picks up the blackened remains, the whole body suddenly crumbles to dust and only the skull stays intact. Zeet panics that they might have failed the quest, but Jaehyun coolly judges that the skull is what they now need to escort onward. The word escort hits Zeet hard, because it means this successful partnership is about to end. Zeet admits to himself that he usually avoids parting with people, but this is the first user he has genuinely wanted to keep playing with. At the same time, he knows Jaehyun is obviously an expert hiding his real level, not someone who would stay with a player like him. So Zeet forces a smile, agrees to wrap things up, and quietly carries the feeling that he wished this partnership could have lasted longer. For Zeet, this moment quietly becomes the starting point of the future quest man he will one day be known as. Once the block field is finally removed, and Jaehyun reaches Ricky Mountain's peak and hears the system award him the title person who conquered the peak of Ricky Mountain. Seeing the lake beyond the mountain, he knows for sure the barrier is gone and the way into the cursed domain has opened. He thinks back on the 3 days he had to burn just to remove the barrier, and this time the waste does not bother him. Instead, he feels genuinely lucky that Zeet was there, because without him this detour could have dragged on for far longer. And Jaehyun even reflects that players like Zeet are the tiny moving parts that actually keep all of Warlord running. But he does not let himself drift for long, because the cursed domain already feels wrong compared to what he remembers from the future. He knows the cursed domain was supposed to be a minor immoral prince area tied to corruption experiments and a clue, not a place protected by a serious barrier scenario. That barrier changes everything, because a scenario-locked field usually means a major event stage is hidden on the other side. The real problem is that Jaehyun has no information at all about whatever event is waiting inside. He concludes that someone in the old timeline must have cleared the cursed domain and hidden the reward and details from the public. Since the area already spawns monsters around level 140, he figures only one of the 30 great guilds or an underfoot guild could have hidden a whole event like this. That means the cursed domain is probably hiding something valuable enough to be buried on purpose. And Jaehyun quickly checks his own position and admits the timing is bad, because he still only has a level in the 120s. He can enter a level 140 zone, but handling its real event content at this stage will be anything but easy. In his mind, even if only a dog or cow shows up, it will not be a normal one but something built to kill him. Instead of shrinking back, and Jaehyun pulls on his haho mask and smiles because a dangerous unknown like this is exactly the kind of stage he enjoys. Not long after, word spreads across Warlord that the block field past Massandra's castle has finally been dispelled. Players start repeating the key fact that someone named Zeet found the blackened remains and broke what many people had written off as a bugged quest. As more people search the newly opened route, the next rumor lands fast. The area beyond is crawling with monsters starting above level 140 and averaging around 150. That number alone makes everyone think rankers will rush in, because a hunting ground like that has to be special. Then the rumor gets even hotter when someone claims the cursed domain may be an event stage with a unique item reward waiting at the end. Once people start imagining a level 150 unique, the talk turns half-drunk with greed, and they compare it to a recent blue dragon slime wand valued at 250,000 gold. By the end of the conversation, nobody knows the truth anymore, but the lies and hype are already racing through Warlord faster than facts. The cursed domain opens on a huge, twisted forest where ghost-like trees and thick blue fog make every step feel wrong before the monsters even appear. Out of that fog comes a voodoo chimera, a cursed brute with a lion body, orc torso, goat head, and a rusted halberd built to terrify weaker hunters. But the party facing it does not flinch, and their black-armored tanker calmly plants his shield against the chimera's crushing swings. He is not just surviving the blows either. With expert footwork, he quietly herds the monster into the exact spot his team wants. Behind him, the party's magician finishes a huge fire spell and tells the tanker to hold on just a little longer. The magician guides the floating fireball over the chimera's head while preparing a second spell in his free hand, showing off real control under pressure. Then he hurls a 5-meter fire spear straight at the chimera's exposed back, trusting the tanker's setup completely. Right before the spear lands, he clenches his fist and the waiting fireball bursts open into a giant fire snake dropping for the monster's head. The combo lands cleanly, head and back erupting together, and the magician piles on a storm of fire arrows before the chimera can recover. Even half-charred, the level 140 monster does what monsters usually do and charges the magician in rage. The magician only grins, because this charge is exactly what their hidden striker has been waiting for. Lily bursts in at high speed, her silver and black armor flashing and her long red-tinged hair loose because she once again left her helmet off. Her timing is absurdly precise, and with Rush chained into lightning strike, she drills her sword through the speeding chimera and blasts it off its path. The magician jokes that Lily will get her head crushed someday if she keeps skipping her helm, and she snaps back just as fast. Their banter dies instantly when the priest warns that an evil eye is coming, and the whole party turns serious again. As they move to finish the chimera fast, the team complains that these evil eyes keep ruining their scoring runs in the cursed domain. They realize the evil eye hunt probably unlocks only after someone hits a hidden point mark, and with their party in 4th place, they know it will not be them. That leaves one obvious name in everyone's head: Haho Mask, the hunter so far ahead in 1st that they start aiming for 2nd instead. The rumor behind this whole frenzy started when a famous NPC named Redbeard Sarabo appeared after the barrier fell and set up a temporary town in the newly opened cursed domain. Sarabo bluntly counts up a user's hunt points and makes it clear this event rewards the right targets, not just anything big. Then Sarabo explains the rules. The Subjugation Association wants the cursed domain purified, voodoo chimeras fill the forest, mutated evil eyes are the real problem, and whoever racks up the most chimera kills will be rewarded. The rules are simple enough that every notable hunting party comes running, turning the cursed domain into a clash of famous names, guild teams, and rankers. And in that crowded field, one hunter stands out the most: Haho Mask. His Minotaur golem hacks a voodoo chimera in half with a giant stone axe, opening another brutally efficient cleanup. His skeleton knight follows immediately, driving in with expensive gear and the golden mantis-sized sword like this monster is already dead. Two horned, bone-armored skeleton warriors pile in too, and together his summons overwhelm the chimera before it can become a real problem. And Jaehyun finishes the job himself with Ivan's sword, keeping his own movements clean and direct while his summons do the heavy setup. The results pop all at once: level up, multiple summon skill rank ups, and a new title, Butcher of Voodoo Chimeras. 10 days into the event, and Jaehyun can barely hide his grin because the cursed domain is giving him exactly what he wanted: easy points, huge experience, and perfect hunting conditions for his build. His biggest edge is mobility, because other parties have to drag along slower tanks, priests, and mages, while he can shift fast and even unsummon his forces if danger suddenly appears. The Voodoo Chimera also happens to be the right kind of target for him, strong enough to pay well but fragile enough for his summon team to kill efficiently. With his level still in the 120s, the Chimera's near 150 class experience is so good that Jaehyun starts thinking this event was probably hidden on purpose to keep competitors out. He figures the secret made sense, because this point race rewards regular hunting specialists more than raid-focused stars, and fewer players would mean less competition for first place. Now he can feel the event nearing its next phase, and he expects Sarabo to finally reveal how to start hunting the evil eyes. Since he is leading the point rankings, and Jaehyun is already dreaming about the top reward and hoping it turns out to be a skill book. Then the chapter cuts to a new user in green armor arriving at the cursed domain, a soft green light sliding over his gear as the mood turns tense. He quietly reports that he has arrived through an earpiece, and the unseen voice sounds surprised he got there so fast. After studying the cursed forest ahead, he states his orders coldly: investigate the quest first, and kill Haho Mask only if the chance appears. The voice signs off, and the green-armored user slips into the blue fog on a direct collision course with Haho Mask's lead. A rough town has sprung up beside the cursed domain, and it is packed with veteran users over level 140 who know exactly how this game works. So when Hirkin arrives as the point-ranking leader, nobody gawks at him for long. They size him up like a dangerous rival who needs to be watched. That pressure does not shake Hirkin at all, because to him those hostile looks are proof he has finally climbed up to the level of the frontrunners. In his past life it took him 2 years and a whole party to earn this kind of caution, so seeing it now tells him his brutal all-in path was the right choice. He had braced for open provocation or even a group attack, but the hostility never turns physical. Hirkin quickly guesses the reason. Shev of the Red Bulls publicly mentioned the Haho Mask, and that single interview made everyone afraid to offend a possible Red Bulls connection. Shev's vague answer feels like a deliberate signal, and Hirkin has no reason to reject the protection that comes with his Haho Mask identity. With that borrowed fame behind him, Hirkin steps forward proudly as the first-place finisher of the Voodoo Chimera hunt. Sarabo rewards the top 4 groups with glowing red gems and announces that they can block the Evil Eye's curse. The crowd immediately understands the real prize was never loot from the point ranking. These gems are tickets into the next quest, where only a few teams can even touch the Evil Eye. Since the Evil Eye's curse cripples stats and movement so hard that level 150 users cannot fight it normally, the gem holders have just been chosen for the real match. Then Sarabo turns to Hirkin alone and says his contribution was the greatest, so he is getting a special first-place reward. Hirkin's anticipation crashes instantly when the grand prize turns out to be a single coin stamped with 1,000. 1,000 gold is not actually small, but after all the resources he burned to take first place, Hirkin can barely hold back the urge to swear. Sarabo moves on and reveals the true headline: the first team to kill the Evil Eye and reach the cursed castle will win the sword at his hip. The moment the Evil Eye Hunter quest begins, the whole camp starts recalculating its alliances. Everyone lands on the same conclusion: if they want a hard boss-style target down fast, the best teammate available is the Haho Mask. Hirkin agrees with them, because he can kill the Evil Eye alone in theory, but he cannot burst it down faster than rival teams by himself. He bitterly realizes that if he had known first place only unlocked a qualifier, he would have saved resources and aimed for fourth instead. His weakness is obvious here. He is excellent at steady total damage and armor breaking, but he cannot match a buffed frontline striker's explosive burst in a speed run. Even so, he locks onto the real priority: first catch the Evil Eye, then worry about how to split or buy out Sarabo's sword afterward. When the raid starts, Hirkin shocks everyone by stripping the Evil Eye's armor before it can even move into the next phase. The monster's full body is finally exposed: a 5-meter stitched horror with a goat's lower half, an ogre-like torso, and a giant snake head with one glowing red eye. Hirkin drops back out of melee as 3 tankers pin the Evil Eye in place, and the whole raid shifts instantly into full damage mode. A priest offers him healing, but Hirkin waves it off because he got through the armor break dirty and exhausted yet completely uninjured. The priest has to admit Hirkin is absurdly good at stripping monster armor, and Hirkin answers by silently cueing his expensive skeleton magicians to fire. Watching him work, the priest realizes Hirkin covers every role with summons and skill, but he is burning himself at a pace that cannot last forever. Still, that is Hirkin's problem, not the raids, so the priest simply tells him to get ready for the next attack while secretly hoping the monster pace eventually crushes him. After the Haho Mask team kills the Evil Eye, they immediately sprint for the cursed castle convinced their run was fast enough for first place. Their mood gets even lighter when they check the Evil Eye Hunter title and realize it gives a huge 20-point boost to class-specific stats. They vault the moat and scramble up the cracked wall of the decaying cursed castle without slowing down. The instant they cross inside, everyone earns the Visitor of the Cursed Castle title, and Hirkin quietly confirms he has cleared another main scenario step. Then the mood collapses in one line of text: every member of the team has failed the Evil Eye Hunter quest. Since their run was nearly perfect, the only explanation is worse than a mistake. Someone else already beat them to the castle. Hirkin stares over with a poisonous expression and recognizes the winning group as the Noapi family, another team that received a curse-blocking gem. He knows they are skilled, but not skilled enough to have outpaced his own firepower, so he starts searching for what changed the race. That missing piece appears in one impossible sight: a user in silver armor glowing green, wearing a full great helm and carrying himself like everyone else should defer to him. Hirkin instantly recognizes the set as Greenstone Imugi gear, an absurdly rare reward monopolized by the V&V Guild and almost never seen outside top guild circles. That tells Hirkin this man absolutely does not belong in a small fight like the Cursed Domain, which means he came here for a reason. Then the armored stranger turns toward him, and even through both helmets and masks, Hirkin feels a cold chill that drags up the memory of how everything once collapsed before his return. Inside the cursed castle, the other raiders swallow their pride and ask how Hirkin's team cleared the evil eye so cleanly. Hirkin's teammates brush it off as luck, but their awkward side glances toward one armored user make it obvious they are hiding the real reason. Hirkin does not play along at all. He stares straight at the outsider, and immediately recognizes the Greenstone Imugi set as the reason his rivals beat his time. He quickly works out the logic. With that cursed armor set boosting the party, the level 150 evil eye would have dropped to a much easier fight. The item also makes Hirkin greedy, because he can already picture a skeleton warrior wearing it and spamming curses for him. But greed gives way to clarity. Hirkin realizes the man never came to deal with him and instead backed his competitors on purpose. That tells Hirkin everything he needs to know. This stranger came here to ruin his run, not make friends, so staying any longer would only invite trouble. Right then, Sarabo steps in to formally praise everyone and start handing out the raid rewards. Sarabo's sword goes to the Noapi family, and the hall breaks into excited noise as everyone demands to see the weapons options. Hirkin wants no part of that celebration, and by the time he slips away, the green-armored swordsman has vanished too. Once outside, Hirkin sprints through the forest at full speed, but the tail he picked up after leaving the castle keeps closing the gap. Hirkin expects the man in the Greenstone Imugi set to appear, but the one who catches up is wearing a different monster set built almost entirely for speed. Seeing the Bat Marauder set, Hirkin clicks his tongue and realizes this enemy is stacked with absurdly expensive gear across multiple item slots. Hirkin tests the waters by asking what the man wants, and the stranger cuts straight to the point by asking if he is really the Haho Mask. Hirkin answers with a dry joke, but Sinclair responds by swapping gear again and unveiling the Black Steel Wolf set like a threat made visible. The moment Hirkin sees that top-tier defensive set, he knows he is dealing with a monster of a player. Sinclair claims he has no personal grudge, and Hirkin instantly accepts the fight anyway, making it clear he will not dodge a challenge that has already reached him. From Sinclair's side, this is business. His organization ordered him to catch Hirkin. There is a $50,000 bounty on the mask, and any loot stolen from Hirkin's watch is his to keep. Hirkin suddenly proposes a strange private duel with no recording, no witnesses, and only the memory of the fight left behind. Sinclair humors him, thinking Hirkin just wants to talk a little before losing. Then Hirkin makes the duel sound deadly serious by saying they should stake their lives on it, and without warning, slices deep into his own wrist. When Sinclair demands to know what he is doing, Hirkin calmly invents a duel custom called Watchman style where both sides hand over their watches before fighting to the death. The ritual is grotesque enough to feel real, and Sinclair starts wondering if this is simply some regional rule he has never heard of. Hirkin finishes severing his hand, removes his own watch, glues the wrist back on with body glue, and tosses the watch over like he fully expects to win it back in minutes. That smug certainty hits Sinclair's pride hard, because Hirkin is treating a top-ranked hidden powerhouse like an easy kill. Hirkin keeps pushing, mocking the idea that Sinclair might run away with the watch instead of proving himself in the duel he chased down. The taunt works perfectly. Sinclair yanks off his glove, raises his sword, and decides to match the ritual instead of backing down. For one brief second, Hirkin's smug control slips when he realizes Sinclair really is crazy enough to go through with it. Sinclair severs his own wrist, throws his watch to Hirkin, and reattaches the hand with body glue while wearing a smug smile of his own. Hirkin kicks the fallen watch in obvious irritation, and Sinclair mistakes that anger for a prideful temper he can exploit. Playing the part, Hirkin furiously scatters skeleton fragments, calls up his golem, and roars that Sinclair will pay for challenging him. Sinclair calmly buffs himself and chooses the safer plan: wipe out all of Hirkin's summons first, then finish the summoner after his cooldowns and mana are crippled. He opens with a vicious charge and booster combo, blasting through 3 skeleton warriors so fast their gear is shredded before they can even react. The giant golem slams a massive fist down at him, but Sinclair treats it like a joke, dodging lightly and landing on the stone fist instead. From that perch, Sinclair fires a crescent sword strike and chops the golem's shoulder clean apart in a single blow. Even Hyrcan's skeleton knight cannot stop him. Sinclair overpowers it on the uneven stone and drives it back with brute force. Then Sinclair uses thunder, calling a real bolt down through his sword and blackening the skeleton knight in one devastating finisher. Satisfied, Sinclair looks up expecting to enjoy Hyrcan's crushed expression, but the summoner is simply gone. The truth is much simpler. While his summon stalled the fight, Hyrcan ran, watching his mana drain at a terrifying speed as Sinclair tore through everything behind him. As he flees, Hyrcan quietly admits the enemy had to be over level 160, because that damage output would have made a real head-on fight a disaster. Then Hyrcan looks at the real prize in his hand, Sinclair's watch, and with it the absurd item sets he can eventually strip and reuse on his own skeletons. The fake watchman style was never meant to win a duel at all. Hyrcan had only gambled his own watch to make Sinclair believe he would stay and fight. He knows the bluff could have cost him money, but that was still far better than dying, losing gear, and eating a brutal 48-hour penalty. Even with the jackpot in hand, the ending is not clean. Hyrcan checks his remaining mana, sees it has crashed to around 20%, and realizes just how badly Sinclair would have mauled him in a straight fight. Grinding his teeth, Hyrcan leaves with one ugly conclusion: a seriously dangerous big fish has started targeting him. Near the fence NPC, the mood is nastier than a boss raid because robbed players lurk there with murder in their eyes, even though nobody dares break the no PK rule around the broker. In that pressure cooker, Jaehyun plays dumb while the fence NPC growls that the transfer fee is 1 gold. Then he shocks everyone by handing over a 10 gold coin for a 1 gold service and casually calling the overpayment a tip. The fence NPC can only stare in confusion as Jaehyun takes the item and walks away with exactly what he came for. Once he checks his storage, the prize is right there, the helm imbued with the greenstone Imugi's soul, a level 150 unique piece with absurd stats and set bonuses. Even after reading the options again and again, Jaehyun still feels like he's staring at a guaranteed winning lottery ticket. But the excitement cools fast when he remembers this set belongs to the VNV guild and is so tightly controlled that he can't openly sell a single stolen piece. He immediately pictures the problem. If the helm ever hits the market, VNV will scare off every buyer and turn the sale into a war zone. That leaves one clean target, and the irony makes him grin. He'll sell the stolen gear right back to its owner. He isn't worried that the owner will want him dead afterward, because that bastard was already hunting him anyway. He also realizes Sinclair might not even be the true owner, just a man holding a guild item, which means VNV should be desperate enough to negotiate. Since he has no direct line to VNV or even the ambush's real identity, Jaehyun decides to use the Red Bulls as his bridge. Elsewhere, Sinclair gets roasted the moment the story spreads, with a snake-robed woman mocking him for getting beaten by someone 30 levels lower. Sinclair snaps that he did not lose because Jaehyun ran away, but the woman twists the knife by reminding him his watch was taken too. Another voice points out the real damage. Sinclair still has the armor, but the missing slot on his bare head means the stolen piece was the greenstone Imugi helm. The joking dies when the woman realizes that helm was loaned by the VNV guild, and Sinclair can only stand there grinding his teeth in humiliation. Inside his own head, Sinclair relives the insult and seethes over the fake watchman-style scam that made him look like an idiot. What makes it worse is that Sinclair's revenge prize was pathetic, because the watch he stole only gave him a normal rank robe instead of the treasure he expected. Now all Sinclair can do is swear he will kill Mask every time they meet and brace for whatever punishment VNV decides to hand him. Then a message from his organization lands like a twist. The greenstone Imugi helm has already been recovered, and Sinclair is ordered to handle VNV business as temporary volunteer service. He gives a clipped yes to the punishment notice, but the only thing taking root is his vow to kill Mask. The story then shifts to the quiet alliance between the Red Bulls and Stormhunters, where Choi Sulian uses her direct hotline to Shev for a very pointed call. Shev picks up while he is in the middle of a raid, warning her to keep it short, but only Choi Sulian is visible as she listens on the call. Without wasting a second, Choi Sulian says she knows the Mask made a deal with VNV and that the Red Bulls acted as the intermediary. Shev sounds briefly impressed that she found out so fast, already knowing a deal tied to VNV would naturally reach her ears. Choi Sulian finally states her real warning. Mask belongs to the Stormhunters, so the Red Bulls are not to touch him. Shev smirks through the call and says he did not chase in Jaehyun first, because Mask was the one who asked him to connect the deal. That earns him a colder threat, as Choi Sulian says the only reason he is still alive on this call is because her face pack is forcing her not to move. Shev jokes that the face pack must be saving him, then asks which part of her threat he should answer first. She cuts the banter short, and orders him to hand over every piece of information he has on Mask. Shev stops joking and admits he wants Jaehyun badly enough to risk a guild war, yet even that was not enough to recruit him. The answer hits Choi Sulian hard, because if even Shev failed, Mask is far harder to pull in than she hoped. Shev says he has no personal identity for Mask at all, only one route to him through the information merchant tied to the corrupt count reveal. That is all Shev is willing to give, and he draws a firm line that alliance with the Storm Hunters does not mean the Red Bulls obey them. When Choi Sulian stays silent, Chev gives blunt advice over the phone. Haho Mask only trades evenly, so the way to pull him closer is to make him owe you. He even offers to act as the middleman on the next contact, and that finally makes Choi Sulian crack into an irritated, almost incredulous glare. With the mask nearly ruined, Choi Sulian spits out the ugly conclusion of Chev's advice. He is telling her to become Haho Mask's daddy long legs. And Jaehyun finally brings down the level 130 Black Lamia, but the giant snake-bodied monster crashes so hard that it throws him off and leaves him sprawled on the ground. His surviving skeletons limp over and form a guard ring around him, looking less like allies and more like monsters waiting to feed while they slowly recover through his magic. Too tired to even move, and Jaehyun admits to himself that he pushed past his logout time just to catch this rare monster. He knows the Black Lamia was worth it, because hardly anyone hunts this hidden boss and its drops and footage can bring in serious money. What really bothers him is that the fight dragged on too long, and in his current condition he would be in real danger if another player came after him now. He grits his teeth and forces himself to stay patient, trying to calm down by thinking about the new red skeleton set waiting in his inventory. He remembers that V&V had only promised him the Gargoyle Knight's sword for handing over the Greenstone and Mugi helm, so finding a whole armor set in the delivery shocked him. Because the red skeleton set is an expensive level 130 boss set mostly tied to the Storm Hunters, he first suspects someone sent it to him by mistake. He is tempted to keep it without asking, but the gear came through the Red Bulls, and he decides he cannot risk causing trouble with people who actually helped him. The reply stuns him. The armor was not a mistake at all, but a gift from an admirer of the Haho Mask. Delighted, he sends back heartfelt thanks and jokes that he owes this mystery fan a real lunch someday. Remembering that gift lifts his mood, and he pulls up the red skeleton set options with obvious satisfaction. The battle aura effect especially wins him over, because the set gets tougher early in a fight and turns more dangerous once his health drops past half. He switches gear on the spot, and red bone armor wraps over his body in seconds. When he checks the finished look, he realizes the set was customized for him from top to bottom, right down to a Haho Mask-shaped helm. The design even reminds him of his old skeleton snake set, and that oddly personal detail makes the gift hit even harder. His spirits surge back all at once, and with that momentum he heads straight to Bulka's village to meet Maong. At Bulka's village, he shows up openly as the Haho Mask because hiding his face would only invite trouble from random players. The crowd instantly recognizes both him and the expensive new armor, and the rumors start flying that he must be absurdly rich to custom order a set like that. Maong barely lets Jaehyun speak before shoving over a map and forcing a new quest on him: bring back evidence from a secret dungeon under the cursed castle. The moment he sees that map, Jaehyun realizes the second main scenario is starting for real. Elsewhere, 9 heavily equipped players hold a tense strategy meeting, trying to pin down which prince is really tied to the corrupt count. Their leader decides the obvious answer was a trap, and they settle on Prince Dean instead of Prince Arthur as the real lead they need to chase. They also worry that the Red Bulls may still be behind, and the leader orders everyone not to let another lucky break slip away from them like last time. The story shifts to the Cursed Domain, a brutal high-level area packed with voodoo chimeras and evil eye curses that even level 140 players avoid unless they have Sarabo's charm. Even so, the place is now crowded with strong players because new NPCs and quests have turned Hyuban's castle into a land of opportunity. And Jaehyun arrives quietly in disguise, hiding his famous identity under a plain rusted steel set so nobody will tail him to the dungeon entrance. His plan works perfectly, and the castle's players dismiss him as just another mediocre swordsman. On the way, he spots the Noapi family's heroic statue and instantly remembers losing Sarabo's valuable sword reward to them. That loss also brings Sinclair back to mind, and Jaehyun quietly swears that once he gets stronger, he will keep hunting him down. Still, greed wins over bitterness, and he turns that frustration into a simple prayer that the hidden dungeon contains something incredible. He drops through a hidden ceiling into a pitch-black tunnel under the castle and immediately switches back into his custom red skeleton set. He listens for danger in the dark, hears nothing, and then starts grumbling because the dungeon gave him no entrance announcement at all. When he turns on the light from his watch, the tunnel's size confirms he really found something bigger than a simple escape passage. To scout safely, he summons his skeleton knight and sticks the light on its head like a walking lantern. He immediately buffs the skeleton knight with madness helm, bone armor, cursed weapon effects, and top-tier gear until it is ready to lead the way. After a long walk, the tunnel's materials change and a straight passage opens ahead, making Jaehyun feel the dungeon threshold before the system even confirms it. Then the system finally catches up and names the place the Catacombs, handing him 2 fresh titles on entry. That small win lasts only a moment before the clatter of bones echoes ahead and 2 armored chimera skeletons step out to block the tunnel. Instead of panicking, Jaehyun almost sneers at the sight, because skeleton enemies are exactly the kind of thing he refuses to fear. He sends only his skeleton knight forward and warns it that if it loses to opponents like these, training will become pure misery. The skeleton knight answers by rushing in without hesitation, its boosted stats and layered gear turning it into a monster in its own right. In the narrow passage, it cleanly slips past their halberds and starts smashing their armor apart, completely dominating the exchange. Watching his summon overwhelm them, and Jaehyun feels a burst of pride and thinks all that endless training was worth it. For a moment he is bold enough to think he has finally surpassed Rich Lich, with only money still holding him back. That thought quickly cools, because he knows the next level of competition is not talent but funding, and top-tier gear will only get harder for someone like him to secure. So Jaehyun stops daydreaming, pulls out more skeleton fragments, and prepares to end the fight with numbers. Fresh skeleton warriors appear behind the chimera skeletons, and with 2 sharp finger flicks he orders them to tear into the trapped enemies. Deep in the catacombs, and Jaehyun lets his undead do most of the work because their combat instincts have sharpened after grinding the same monsters over and over. His routine is so safe and one-sided that he barely has to issue commands, and he can even watch another guild's raid video while the skeletons win for him. The hunting itself is perfect for him, but the catacombs is still a maze, and every new dead end pushes him closer to a meltdown. He finally snaps and barks at a nearby skeleton warrior just for staring at him with its jaw hanging open. Then the skeleton warrior's eye flames sharpen, and Jaehyun realizes it has spotted a chimera skeleton approaching from behind. Before his summon can charge, Jaehyun cuts in first, and rushes the chimera skeleton himself. He crushes the chimera skeleton so badly that the fight stops looking like combat, and starts looking like bullying. Once he tears off its skull, he leaves the cleanup to his skeleton warrior and drums on the skull like a toy to vent his stress. A week into the dungeon, the game even rewards his suffering with a title for finding too many dead ends, which only makes him more annoyed. The real problem is that his levels and profits are climbing fast, but the quest itself is barely moving because he still can't solve the maze. He realizes his map has become absurdly complete from all the wrong turns, enough to sell later, which somehow just makes the whole situation feel worse. To calm himself down, he opens his bank summary and instantly feels better when he sees how much money his videos, donations, and sponsor support are bringing in. Even with enough money to upgrade his real life, his first instinct is still to spend it on stronger gear and skills for his undead army. He celebrates in his own cheap, weirdly heartfelt way by chugging an expensive carton of milk straight from the fridge. With a milk mustache and a small grin, he feels just successful enough to breathe again. Once he settles down, he goes back to the tablet map and reminds himself that if almost every route is already charted, the answer has to be close. That renewed focus pays off when he spots a chimera skeleton in slightly different armor, and immediately senses that this one matters. On the armor, he finally finds a faint circular emblem of 3 snakes biting each other's tails. He recognizes it as Prince Dean's crest, proof that he has finally reached the trail tied to the Immoral Prince episode. He doesn't care about Prince Dean's grand history for its own sake, only that these marked skeletons are the breadcrumbs that can finally lead him out of the maze and deeper into the quest. Elsewhere, Choi Sulian scrolls through Jaehyun's YouTube page and gets quietly irritated that he still hasn't shown off the gear she specially had made. A call from Hatch interrupts her mood, and his nervous tone tells her he already knows she's not in the mood for this. Hatch explains that someone more famous and higher rank than him wants to speak to her directly, and she immediately guesses it has to be one of Hydra's heads. When Hatch confirms it is a Hydra head, she gets annoyed that he dragged out the explanation instead of saying it plainly. Hatch hurriedly swears he made no secret deal and says the Hydra side approached first because they want to talk about a quest with someone of equal standing. Still in a foul mood, Choi Sulian refuses and tells him that if Hydra wants something, they can crawl through the proper channels. She hangs up on him, but the moment the screen flips back to YouTube, a new upload from Jaehyun appears. She plays it, sees Jaehyun appear in the red skeleton set, and her mood instantly brightens. Without wasting a second, she calls Hatch back and this time tells him to hand the phone over immediately. A new voice comes on the line and introduces himself as Hydra's 5th head with a crucial main scenario clue, asking to work on the quest together with Stormhunters. After the waltz video unexpectedly made him famous, Jaehyun hits the end of the catacombs maze and gets the exact opposite gut feeling this time. This footage is going to make serious money. He jumps straight into the instant dungeon without hesitating, eager to finally leave the exhausting maze behind. The new chamber opens into a huge graveyard packed with chimera skeletons, abandoned armor, and broken weapons, making it obvious this is the catacombs boss arena. Then the catacomb guardian rises and roars at the intruder, an armored ogre skeleton marked with Prince Dean's Trigon emblem. The boss swings up a strange purple gem lantern and demands its guards, showing it is not just a brute but a commander. When the lantern floods the room with purple light and ghost-like energy pours into nearby skeletons, Jaehyun instantly realizes he has found the perfect matchup, a Lich-style boss against Warlord's best necromancer. To sell the fight properly, Jaehyun slips into full Haho Mask Showman mode and shouts back at the boss like this is a headline duel. He immediately cringes at his first line, then redoes the pose and proudly lands on an even cornier version he thinks people will remember. The Catacomb Guardian answers by fielding 10 chimera skeletons, so Jaehyun crushes an emergency gem and summons his own giant commander, a twin-head ogre golem. The summon costs him a painful chunk of money, but once the fight starts he shoves the regret aside and commits completely. He throws down 10 skeleton fragments and forms his own undead army, turning the boss room into a full-scale skeleton war under 2 ogre leaders. With a quick signal from Jaehyun, the Battle of the Bones begins and his side wins the first collision outright. While the Catacomb Guardian hangs back issuing orders, the twin-head ogre golem charges in personally and smashes chimera skeletons apart like toys. The boss answers with 20 more chimera skeletons, but Jaehyun escalates 2 and adds 3 expensive skeleton magicians to his side. Those magicians turn the second clash into another stomp, blasting apart the enemy line with huge fireballs so Jaehyun's skeletons can tear through the gap. Irritated now, the Catacomb Guardian summons 30 more chimera skeletons and finally steps into the front line itself. Jaehyun raises Ivan's sword as the battle shifts from troop control to a direct duel between the 2 ogres at the center of the melee. Their first exchange is brutal. The Catacomb Guardian crushes one of the golem's heads, and the golem caves in part of the boss's armor with a heavy counterblow. Using that chaos as cover, Jaehyun slips through the clashing skeleton armies and circles toward the Catacomb Guardian's back. The boss's lantern fires off an automatic area curse when he gets close, but Jaehyun just bears a bloody grin because he already has a debuff counter in his mouth. He bites down on White Amugi's eye candy, blocks the curse, and instantly climbs onto the boss using the dented armor as handholds. His sword cannot pierce the armor cleanly, so he changes tactics and scratches a precise X into the metal instead. That mark activates Voodoo Pictograph, layering multiple curses onto the Catacomb Guardian and suddenly dragging down its strength. Now weakened, the Catacomb Guardian rages and thrashes to shake him off, but the surviving ogre golem keeps hammering it and gives Jaehyun the opening he wanted. Working like a craftsman in the middle of the shaking fight, Jaehyun keeps carving and widens the breach until the armor has a usable hole. Then he reveals the tactic he saved for a boss like this and stuffs bone explosives directly into the opening. The detonation rips through the Catacomb Guardian's armor in the fight's standout moment, the kind of scene nobody else in Warlord could stage this way. Later, Choi Silian watches that exact clip in awe, stunned by how Jaehyun turned bone explosives into a boss-killing technique instead of a simple throwaway item. But in the footage, the Catacomb Guardian is still standing with blown-open armor, its HP cut hard but not enough, and the fight turns ugly as Phase 2 begins. The Catacomb Guardian roars for everything to rise, summons 50 more chimera skeletons, and starts shedding purple energy that eats away at enemies on contact. Somewhere else, Matador Chev keeps replaying the explosion scene and tells his companion the real good part starts after that blast. As he watches, Chev calculates the business upside too and realizes Haho Mask could sell raid tickets on a massive scale if the matchups stay this good. At the same time, Sinclair is also watching the video in a VNV staging area before another raid, which shows just how widely Jaehyun's footage has spread. A VNV officer politely reminds Sinclair their raid starts in 30 minutes and treats him like future leadership, but Sinclair coolly pushes the formality back. Once the officer leaves, Sinclair turns back to the footage and finally admits to himself that Haho Mask is not just talented but a dangerous kind of star. He decides Jaehyun may become an even bigger threat than the major guilds, because with money, command presence, and that kind of combat sense, only his level is still lagging behind. And back in his tiny room, Jaehyun celebrates the rising view count like he hit the jackpot, eating a humble feast in front of an oversized monitor, while proudly watching himself. 2 years after Warlord launched, the game is exploding so hard that news feeds treat it like the center of a new era. Tobit Soft is making absurd money from subscriptions and gear sales, and Warlord is now big enough to shake the whole entertainment market. But while the world celebrates, Jaehyun only cares about one thing: whether his own place inside Warlord is getting bigger. He has saved a lot by normal standards, but to buy a level 150 unique set in Warlord's top market, his money still feels pathetic. A bubble has formed at the top, where guild elites and rankers are flooded with outside investment, and can keep buying power at a ridiculous scale. In Warlord terms, the top 100 drive German cars and everyone below them drives Chinese cars, and Jaehyun knows he has to clear that wall in one leap. For now, he narrows his goal to the next hard step and tells himself to hit level 140 first. Elsewhere in Hyder Guild's strategy room, Nadal has to deal with Sohank's blunt objection to cooperating with the 2 players who took the corrupt count from them. Nadal calmly reframes the problem, saying the real threat is not those 2 players but the hidden information dealer feeding them secrets. Even with insults flying off panel, Nadal keeps the meeting from turning into a grudge match and drags it back to minimizing risk. Nadal explains that Prince Dean's storyline is heading toward a huge war, and when that happens, Warlord will likely let a massive number of users join in. That means pure chaos unless the game limits who gets to challenge Prince Dean first, so Nadal predicts there will be tickets deciding the order. To prove it, Nadal removes his glove and shows the gold Secret Society ring on his finger. Nadal lays out the real advantage: if their side controls most of the tickets, they control the raid. With the point finally understood, Nadal adds the long-term reason for cooperating now: this alliance could help Hydra stay in the top class later. Nadal starts a sports and money comparison, then gets interrupted off-panel when the explanation is too far outside Sohank's comfort zone. Nadal immediately regrets the sports detour, because explaining it in terms Sohank understands drags on for another exhausting half hour. Back with Herkin in-game, He checks his status and confirms he has reached level 140 with a deep roster of summon, curse, and body strengthening skills. He immediately opens his new unique quest, Find the Snake's Tail, where Mang tells him to hide his identity and gather evidence at a marked location. That is enough for Herkin to realize the Prince Dean episode is almost at its final stretch, and this quest should expose Dean's identity. He steps back and reads the whole game board, judging that the Immoral Prince episode is already around 3/4 finished and could end in about 3 months. But he is not aiming to merely survive the finale. He wants the titles that matter most, starting with Corrupt Judge, Hero of the Great War, and Hyben Kingdom's Hero. He is after the rewards too: Chronicle Unique Accessories, the Great War Hero Weapon Material, and the Immoral Prince gear forged from Prince Dean's melted armor and sword. He already has the qualifications to enter that final fight, thanks to the Secret Society ring and the Destroyer of Corruption title. The problem is that at his current level, he would still be nothing more than support, and support players do not walk away with the Immoral Prince series. So he changes course. Instead of pushing the quest forward, he decides to pour his time into raising his spec until he can act like a main player in Prince Dean's raid. Leveling alone is not enough, because the real hole in his build is his body modification tree. He understands the curse tree and most summon growth well enough, but once body modification reaches Life Vessel, the path ahead turns into a blank he cannot map. That leaves him with only one real answer. He has to squeeze everything he can out of his teacher, Ahimbri. With that decision made, Herkin starts moving, fully intent on draining every last useful lesson from his master before the endgame arrives. As Ahimbri's fame explodes for handing out incredible items, so many players swarm him that the game quietly relocates him. That change actually helps in Jaehyun, even if he has to travel south and grumble that Ahimbri could not have moved somewhere more convenient. When he finally arrives, the first thing that throws him off is Ahimbri's new office, because the room is spotless instead of buried under priceless skill books. The tidy room makes Jaehyun nervous, but he forces himself to believe Ahimbri will still throw him some kind of reward. He greets Ahimbri with exaggerated respect, sounding so formal that even the brilliant NPC seems briefly stunned into silence. Ahimbri recovers and asks whether Jaehyun has learned anything important, which immediately makes him wonder if this is a test about the secret society. Jaehyun thinks about the Prince Dean clue he uncovered, but Mung's warning wins out, so he chooses to keep that secret buried. Instead, he plays humble and says he is still investigating and not capable of helping more yet. Ahimbri says Bagel has been praising him so highly that Prince Dean himself wants to meet him soon, which would sound like a huge honor if Jaehyun did not know how dangerous that really is. He cuts that topic short with a stiff thank you and steers the meeting back to why he came. When Ahimbri asks what he wants, Jaehyun openly asks for a new chance to grow stronger, like the special opportunities Ahimbri gave him before. Ahimbri answers with a piercing stare and tells him he is already strong enough, and that he should already know his own path forward. The message is clear: Ahimbri is not handing him another easy stage to exploit. So Jaehyun drops the pretense and bluntly asks for what he really came for, a new magic skill. Ahimbri warns that magic is not earned cheaply, and Jaehyun answers with loud sincerity while secretly begging for the easiest trial possible. Ahimbri still refuses to teach him directly, and tells him to seek help from the Magician's Tower instead. Jaehyun starts to accept that he came to the wrong place, thinking he got greedy because things had been going too well. Then Ahimbri adds one crucial hint: if Jaehyun makes a big enough contribution to the Magician's Tower, they will reward him properly. That catches Jaehyun immediately, because it sounds like a roundabout way to get the skill book he wants after all. Ahimbri explains the tower needs many things, but the part that matters most is simple and brutal: it wants money. The moment the word donation comes out, Jaehyun's expression collapses. When Ahimbri says about 100,000 gold should do it, Jaehyun practically chokes on the number and scrambles to repeat it without sounding like he is cursing. Before he can recover, the quest notification appears and locks the painful offer into place as meaningful donation. Later, Jaehyun sits with a cup of water and an old tablet, researching whether anyone insane enough has ever actually paid for this quest. He starts from the obvious logic that spending 100,000 gold on a level 140 skill would normally be ridiculous. Then his search finds one real example: Woody, a world-famous celebrity whale, proudly showing off his warlord spending on SNS. Woody really did clear the 100,000 gold donation quest, and his reward was the right to choose a level 140 unique skill. That would still not tempt him by itself, but the real hook is worse. The quest lets you inspect an entire skill tree up to level 190 before choosing your reward. For Jaehyun, that turns the quest from overpriced nonsense into a chance to finally map the hidden body modification tree he has been missing. He knows why this matters so much, because Black Magician players mostly chase other paths, and almost nobody has exposed useful information on summon or body modification skills. That leaves him stuck with a brutal truth: if someone paid 100,000 gold to unlock body modification secrets, they would never reveal them for free. He clings to one last hope that Woody might just be farming subscribers with half-truths, because Woody still has not shown the full tree. But even that possibility does not calm him, because if Woody is lying, Jaehyun could burn 100,000 gold for almost nothing. He finally downs the cold water in one gulp, still boiling inside as he silently threatens Woody if this turns out to be a cheap stunt. In a pitch-black stairwell under the magician's tower, Pern keeps praising Herkin for donating a staggering 100,000 gold, while Herkin trudges down in a visibly rotten mood. Pern will not stop gushing about the donation, and the cramped tunnel only makes Herkin more irritated. Finally Herkin snaps, growling at Pern to shut up because he is already in a foul mood. Pern falls silent at last, but his attitude cools instantly, and Herkin does not care if he just burned that affinity to the ground. As he keeps walking, Herkin broods over how brutally he scraped together the 100,000 gold, even emptying money for his V-Gear fees, subscription, and food. He grinds his teeth and turns that anger toward Woody too, deciding that if this tip was fake, Woody will pay for every last like on his video. At the bottom, the route opens into a lightless underground chamber that feels more like a prison than a reward room. Pern's tone turns icy as he asks which tree map Herkin wants, and Herkin answers at once, body modification. Pern returns carrying a huge old scroll and tells Herkin he gets only 30 minutes to decide. The moment Pern leaves, multiple locks slam shut outside, and Herkin can only laugh at the fact that he paid to be treated like an inmate. When he opens the scroll, Herkin first feels relief that Woody told the truth, then immediate dread that any good skill here will cost him even more later. The scroll stops at level 190, and Herkin immediately gets annoyed that even after paying 100,000 gold, the tower still cuts him off before second advancement skills. With only 30 minutes, Herkin starts scanning the body modification tree at full speed, trying to learn every hidden branch and still pick the one skill he needs most. At the top of the map he finds 2 level 190 skills, and the first one, Golden Tattoo, immediately irritates him because even the defense boost still burns money as a consumable. The second level 190 skill, the unique Piercing Pocket, catches him off guard because turning his own body into hidden storage would be genuinely useful for a necromancer. For a moment the sales pitch works on him completely, and Herkin starts wanting these skills badly enough to forget the pain of the donation. Then Black Heart stops him cold, because this rare level 160 skill shows that black magic really has a branch for trading magical energy for physical power. Black Heart itself is not a great fit for Herkin, but the branch above it matters more, because now he knows stronger black body enhancement skills exist further up the tree. That discovery brings a fresh headache too, because unlike gear, future skill books will drain his money with no way to resell them. In the end he settles on Life Vessel, a stamina skill he had wanted for a long time, even though claiming it after a 100,000 gold donation leaves a rotten taste in his mouth. He forces himself to call it an investment, and shifts back to his bigger goal, leveling fast enough to reach the Immoral Prince raid safely at around 160 to 170. He starts weighing hunting grounds that can level him efficiently without being overcrowded, while still giving him decent footage and profit. Later, right after leveling up during a hunt, Herkin sees he missed a call and is instantly annoyed that anyone interrupted him mid-grind. The irritation vanishes when he sees the number belongs to Whistling Pitbull, so he calls back immediately instead of checking his news stats first. When Whistling apologizes for calling during a hunt, Herkin answers bluntly because he never expected this man to contact him again. Then Whistling surprises him by asking for help, which tells Herkin this must be a personal problem, not guild business. Herkin immediately guesses it is tied to the elves, and Whistling confirms he is exactly right. Even so, Herkin stays cautious and says he will hear the details first, because he has no spare time to burn on someone else's quest line. Whistling changes everything with one question: does Herkin know about the Black Tree? Herkin's whole face shifts for a split second, because he instantly recognizes Black Tree as a huge level 160 rare boss lead. But he hides it at once, pretending he has never heard the name and casually asking if it is a monster or some kind of landmark. Inside, though, Herkin is thrilled because Whistling has just stumbled onto something enormous and handed him the chance to cash in on an old good deed. Right after parting from Herkin, Whistling stays near the Behemoth tribe and grinds every elf quest he can find. The early quests are beneath his level, but sticking with them starts paying off in levels, rewards, and titles. When Whistling earns the title Behemoth tribe's tree, other elf tribes start treating him like a trusted fixer. That reputation leads the Taki tribe to hand him the Curse of the Black Tree quest. Whistling figures out what the curse is and even tracks down the Black Tree, but the quest stalls at the final step. After testing it himself, he admits he cannot beat the Black Tree alone and needs someone capable of a real boss raid. He tells Herkin he is waiting in Puree Forest, at the Taki tribe's area, and that is enough for Herkin to see the real problem. Herkin immediately realizes Puree Forest sits in Big Smile's territory, so helping Whistling means stepping into another guild's space. Big Smiles is not openly tyrannical there, but a solo player can slip by much easier than a guild-scale operation. Whistling cannot call the Fighters Guild either, because sending a rival guild into Big Smile's territory would create trouble no one wants. So Whistling comes to Herkin because his own connections stop there, and Herkin is the only person he can ask. Herkin understands it was not easy for Whistling to make that call, but the request still puts him in a foul mood. His first problem is Big Smiles itself, because he still has unresolved bad blood with that guild. His second problem is the boss, because Herkin knows the black tree is valuable but notoriously nasty to raid. The black tree looks harmless on the outside, just an ordinary tree, until injury makes it ooze deadly black sap. That sap is worse than poison, because it ignores normal physical and magical protection and melts away HP on contact. On top of that, the black tree's bark is so tough that the raid has to focus on hidden knotholes with low defense. The moment that weak point is pierced, black sap gushes out, so breaking the opening wider becomes the most dangerous part of the fight. Herkin knows one item would make the whole raid easy, the Circlet of Purification, which grants immunity to all negative effects. That thought only annoys him more, because he once cleared the corrupted elf quest and still had to give the circlet back. Even so, the black tree is tempting, because its materials can produce a strong rare armor set with its own black sap effect. Since the monster is huge and drops plenty of ingredient coins and gems, Herkin knows the payout could be massive. Still torn between danger and profit, Herkin asks Whistling the blunt question, what exactly is his cut if they win? Whistling answers without hesitation that if Herkin can kill the black tree, he can take everything. Then Whistling sweetens the deal again by offering the quest reward too if Herkin wants it. When Herkin asks what the reward is, Whistling says the quest promises a pouch that supposedly helps remove the black tree's curse. The moment Whistling mentions Chieftain Dra and a plain pouch holding mysterious silver liquid, Herkin connects the dots instantly. That is all Herkin needs to hear, and he instantly flips from hesitation to full commitment. He yells for Whistling to stay put, promising to ride over immediately and blow the black tree apart himself. At the entrance to Puree Forest, Big Smiles maintains a shabby watch post where bored lookouts waste precious leveling time. The guards kill time by complaining about their guild and gossiping about the Red Bulls and the mysterious Haho Mask. They even fantasize that Haho Mask must be rich enough to do whatever he wants in the game, revealing just how much they envy him. Then a soft-faced user politely approaches them, and his harmless look makes both guards drop their guard at once. Playing the timid outsider, Herkin asks if he needs a reservation to hunt in Puree Forest. Once they answer that the normal area is open, he casually nudges for more and asks whether Big Smiles has a large hunt planned. Because his harmless act works so well, the guard actually tells him Big Smiles will begin a group hunt in 3 hours. Herkin thanks them and walks off, leaving the two guards laughing that a pushover like him would only be dead weight. When Herkin finally meets Whistling in person again, he skips the reunion and pushes straight into the raid plan. He reveals Big Smiles starts its large hunt in 3 hours, so they need to move now if they want to finish and disappear first. Whistling is stunned that Herkin got that information so easily, because the same guild members turned hostile the moment he tried talking to them. Herkin knows exactly why they answered him and not Whistling, so he buries that awkward topic and drags the focus back to time. When Whistling says the black tree is a little over an hour away, Herkin realizes the whole operation will be cutting it close. Watching Herkin's attitude, Whistling quietly asks if he has some grudge against Big Smiles. Herkin gives a quick denial, but the slight surprise on his face shows the question hit closer than he wanted. To change the mood, Whistling brings out the quest pouch and asks if the item inside is really that special. The sight of the pouch makes Herkin's greed spike for an instant before it curdles straight into anger. He burns inside at the thought that after all his work for the Bahim tribe, they handed the Circlet of Purification to someone else. Even so, Herkin forces himself to confirm the deal one more time. All the black tree coins and the quest reward really go to him. Whistling nods hard, treating that split as obvious, which only makes Herkin more uneasy about how selfless he sounds. Trying awkwardly to check him, Herkin points out that Whistling will get nothing if he gives everything away. Whistling answers with quiet conviction that the quest has a time limit, and if they fail, the Taki tribe will vanish from the world. He says he does not care about the reward at all if saving the Taki tribe is what it takes, and Herkin falls completely silent. Just hearing the words unique and rare boss is enough to light players up, because monsters like the black tree pay back the trouble with top-tier loot, EXP, titles, and a chance at serious money. When Whistling asks if he plans to upload the hunt video too, and Jaehyun answers without hesitation that the footage is his meal ticket. The moment he commits to the raid, and Jaehyun stops thinking about danger and starts thinking about profit, because this black tree run could earn more than any raid he has done before. He cautiously probes Whistling anyway, asking if the video is a problem and offering edits, a mosaic, or even a cut, just to see where Whistling stands. Whistling simply shakes his head, giving up rights that could have been his, and that selflessness hits in Jaehyun harder than he expected. And Jaehyun privately admits he could never live like Whistling, because if their positions were reversed, he would never give things up so cleanly just to save the elf tribe. Moved enough to say something rare for him, and Jaehyun offers to share a melon beer if this job ends well. Whistling answers in the same serious tone by offering his battle footage, treating the next step like business, not small talk. Even after killing countless monsters, and Jaehyun still flinches at Whistling's pitbull-like expression before forcing himself back into focus. Whistling opens the footage, and the black tree finally appears in full, a 30-meter giant with a massive trunk and long branch whips instead of ordinary limbs. The footage makes its attack pattern clear too, because the rooted monster does not chase prey so much as smash everything nearby with those brutal branch whips. In Whistling's first try, he barely gets through the whipping branches, closes in with charge, stacks booster skills, and unleashes a full cutting combo straight into the bark. The result is ugly. All that power only leaves a cut about an inch deep, proving the outer bark is absurdly hard. On the second attempt, Whistling changes targets and drives his attack into a knothole instead of the bark. That attack bites deep, but the knothole answers by erupting with black sap that splashes all over his body. The black tree immediately follows up by using a branch to fling him away, and Whistling realizes from the sap chewing through his HP that this is not a fight he can finish alone. After the footage ends, Whistling starts explaining the black tree's traits, but Jaehyun cuts in because he has already pieced the whole puzzle together. Jaehyun lays it out cleanly. The bark's defense is too high, the real weak points are the knotholes, and the black sap is a special abnormal effect that ordinary antidotes will not stop. Whistling is openly impressed that Jaehyun read all of that from one viewing, but Jaehyun brushes the praise aside and moves straight to the raid plan. He points out that Chieftain Dra already gave Whistling the answer to the sap problem, because the circlet of purification can block the black tree's negative effect. That solution comes with a hard limit though. Only Whistling can wear the circlet, so he is the one who has to break open and widen the knotholes himself. That leaves Jaehyun with the nastier job, because he has to keep several dozen branches busy while Whistling climbs and works on the tree. Whistling warns him to run if things get too bad, because from his side of the plan Jaehyun's task looks almost impossible for one person. Jaehyun's answer catches him off guard, because he calmly says that part is not actually the hard one. He refuses to explain further and just tells Whistling that the real hard work is on his side, while Jaehyun will only tie the bow at the end. Once the raid begins, the chapter briefly underlines how absurd this boss setup was in the first place, because even reaching the black tree required a chain of elf tribe quests and special items that almost nobody would ever complete. That is exactly why Whistling is the only user who made it this far, and why he cannot help being amazed that his gamble on asking Jaehyun for help actually paid off. From high on the trunk, Whistling watches 15 skeleton warriors weave around the branch whips so cleanly that the raid starts to look like a circus. That spectacle is exactly why Jaehyun had been so confident, because the moment he saw the footage he realized his carefully raised skeletons were fast enough to survive the black tree's timing. He also came in with more than skeleton warriors, starting with skeleton magicians who can steer the black tree's attention when needed. His next hidden card is a custom golem built from a level 140 elephant colossus gem, a 4-armed brute that can physically grab the branch whips and lock them into a tug-of-war. And his third card is Jaehyun himself, stepping into the fight until nearly 50 minutes of pressure finally pushed the black tree into its third phase. While the battle drags on, Jaehyun quietly admires how good Whistling is at armor breaking, because even with help, that kind of work still takes real raid skill. The more he watches, the more Jaehyun realizes Whistling is not just good for PvP but strong enough to make the first raid teams of the 30 great guilds if his level and gear kept climbing. That thought pulls Jaehyun into a bitter what-if, wondering for a second whether meeting someone like Whistling earlier could have changed the kind of player he became. He instantly shuts that down himself, because this game was never romance or escape for him, only a brutal way to survive, make money, and keep moving. So when the timing finally feels right, he tells Whistling to get down, because he is about to unveil the flashy finisher he saved for the end. The answer is immediate. The first bone explosive goes off with a thunderous blast inside the black tree. Then the whole trap starts chaining, and blast after blast races through the tree until black sap, fire, and explosions light up the giant trunk like a grotesque Christmas tree. Watching the fireworks, Jaehyun feels both impressed and pained, because he knows those several hundred bone explosives represent several thousand gold vanishing in front of him. He did not need to end it this extravagantly either, but he chose the spectacle on purpose because the better the footage looks, the more money the raid video can bring in. Whistling reads the wasteful fireworks for what they are and realizes Jaehyun is fighting this hard because the video has to pay for itself. He does not pity Jaehyun, but he does thank him sincerely and promises one favor in return, no questions asked, if Jaehyun ever needs help. Jaehyun accepts the thanks with quiet satisfaction, knowing this hunt also leaves him with a valuable favor owed by Whistling. Then the hunt officially ends as the system announces that both of them have earned the title Black Tree Logger. While stripping the dead black tree for ingredient coins, Hirkin gets an unexpected offer from Whistling to visit the Taki tribe with him. Even though access to an 11-tribe village is a rare privilege, Hirkin refuses right away. Whistling does not press him, and the two calmly agree to part ways after the black tree job. Whistling tells Hirkin they can skip balancing the coin account for now and says he will mail the circlet of purification after Chieftain Dra hands it over. Hirkin jokes that Whistling can always accidentally slip another item into the package, and they end on an easy smile instead of a dramatic goodbye. They part without promising to meet again, just two players walking off in different directions after a clean deal. Left alone, Hirkin checks his ingredient coin bag and grins when he sees it nearly bursting. With all the loot going to one person, Hirkin feels even better about how profitable the black tree hunt turned out. Even with an hour of playtime left, he decides to log out early so he can send the original raid footage and payment to Romani Films. He knows the raid's cleanup matters almost as much as the fight itself, because the video sale is part of how he plans to cash in. But the biggest question on his mind is still the circlet of purification and whether he should sell it or keep it. He immediately realizes the item is so valuable that even the top guilds would fight over it, and simple gold would not be enough to price it. In his head, the Circlet of Purification is already worth a full level 150 unique set, maybe even the coveted Greenstone Immunity set. Then he checks himself, because asking a guild for that kind of swap might just make them think he is scamming them. Keeping the circlet for himself is tempting too, since total immunity to abnormal status would make him nastier against bosses and even more brutal in player fights. The only thing that chills that idea is the thought of losing such a priceless item if he gets killed and looted. For now, Herkin shifts back to the safer profit in front of him. He likely has enough black tree gem materials to craft 30 parts, or 6 full rare sets. That means his own power just jumped sharply, and somewhere out there, anyone planning to fight Herkin is now in worse trouble than before. At the Taki tribe, Whistling touches the spot on his forehead where a young elven girl kissed him, his rough face twisting into a private, awkward happiness. Saving the Taki tribe from the Black Tree's curse leaves Whistling in a great mood, with 3 hefty titles and 2 top bracket level 150 unique rewards now his. The rewards are even bound to him, but Whistling does not care because the gear is excellent and the whole result feels worth it. What really sticks with him, though, is a young elf girl giving him a flower and a kiss on the forehead before he left. Still in a good mood, Whistling heads toward Puree Village for information, supplies, and a quick look at local prices. He has visited this place before without trouble, so he enters expecting another routine stop. This time the mood is wrong immediately, because a Big Smiles lookout at the gate stares at him and seems to be urgently talking to someone through a private call. Whistling catches the shift in the air just before 10 Big Smiles users move into position and surround him. When one of them calls him by name, Whistling ignores the mob and fixes on the man leading it. The leader is a corpulent, hard-to-ignore Big Smiles officer whose ugly bulk makes him instantly memorable. Whistling asks what Big Smiles wants with him, keeping the first exchange direct instead of backing down. Apollo fires back that a Fighters Guild member has been operating boldly in Big Smiles territory and demands to know why Whistling is here. The accusation does not fit Whistling's experience here, so he answers with a sharper question and asks the officer's name. The man identifies himself as Apollo, an officer of Big Smiles, making the standoff officially dangerous instead of a random scuffle. Whistling has never even heard of an officer who looks like this, but in Big Smile's own village he has no reason to think the man is faking it. So Whistling pushes back on principle, saying he is traveling alone through Puree Forest and does not see why that should be a problem. Apollo drops the pretense and says it would only have been fine if Whistling had asked permission with his head bowed. That is enough for Whistling, because once he recognizes a deliberate provocation, he stops thinking and chooses violence. Whistling tells them to come at him and draws his sword on the spot. After logging back in later, Herkin moves fast with his heavy loot, already hoping the Circlet of Purification has arrived at storage. His pace suddenly breaks when he spots a group rushing his way, and instinct makes him hide before they can notice him. It is not normal player behavior, but Herkin learned long ago to disappear first and ask questions later whenever a crowd comes near. 3 Big Smiles users sprint right past his hiding place, scanning around and cursing because they already lost their target once at the village. Even after they pass, Herkin stays still and starts reading the situation instead of stepping out too soon. From their gear and speed, he pegs them as Big Smiles striker types, which means this is not a normal hunting party at all. 3 strikers together only make sense as a pursuit squad, so Herkin realizes Big Smiles is dead serious about hunting someone down. He still decides the smart move is to stay out of Big Smiles' business and keep bypassing Puree Village. Then the 3 Big Smiles men suddenly double back and shout that their target is over there, forcing Herkin to tense for a fight. For one sharp second, Herkin thinks they might be after him and reaches for his skeleton fragments. But the squad rushes straight past him, and Herkin relaxes just enough to listen to who they are really chasing. When one of them yells to hunt down that fighting dog, Herkin finally has a reason to move. Apollo barrels through Puree Forest at absurd speed, raging that his first mission cannot end with Whistling Pitbull getting away. Kororo bows his head on the outside, but inside he mocks Apollo as a rich idiot whose own incompetence let Pitbull break free. The chase is bigger than Apollo's pride, because Big Smiles chose Whistling as a warning target after falling in the guild rankings and needing to scare weaker rivals back into line. Whistling looked perfect for that role, strong enough to matter, isolated enough to bully, and hot-blooded enough to charge straight into a trap. Instead, Whistling smashed through their setup by charging Apollo first and turning the opening seconds into a brutal one-on-one beatdown. Before Apollo could even hit the ground, Whistling carved into him hard enough to dent his armor and sever his left arm and right knee. That display should have ended in a last stand, but the real shock was Whistling choosing to flee the moment he found an opening. Kororo can only sneer to himself that Apollo's top-tier gear and officer rank came from money and connections, and now he is stuck cleaning up the mess for scraps. Then a voice talk alert cuts through the chase with the news they wanted. Pitbull has been found. Elsewhere in Puree Forest, Whistling grits his teeth as 5 Big Smiles users box him in, while Haze and Slow leave his vision blurred and his limbs heavy. He knows this should not have happened, because the forest favors a fugitive like him, and he could even have hidden in the Taki tribe's village if he had reached it. His bad luck was running into a normal hunting party that turned out to include several skilled Big Smiles members ready to pin him down instead of finish him fast. The debuffs sting worst of all, and Whistling curses himself for putting away the circlet of purification instead of wearing it. He is only trying to stay alive because the circlet of purification has to reach Haho Mask, so his focus is survival, not pride. When 5 more Big Smiles users break through the trees, Whistling finally feels how hopeless the odds have become. Apollo and Kororo reach the clearing to find Whistling already being ground down by a one-sided barrage from strikers and magicians. Apollo is thrilled by the ugly spectacle, because he gave the order to keep Pitbull alive until he could watch the payback himself. Kororo hates it on sight, because this is supposed to be a clean warning shot for the guild, not a pathetic mob beating that makes Big Smiles look cheap. Apollo keeps barking that Whistling dared to touch him, but he is so far back from the actual danger that Whistling does not even realize he has arrived. When Apollo yells again, Whistling finally turns his head and fixes him with such a murderous stare that even the surrounding players tense up. In that charged moment, something suddenly flies at Apollo's face and his world goes black. Before anyone can react, Haho Mask appears beside the blinded Apollo, grabs him, and drags him away while Kororo stares in shock. Kororo stares in disbelief as Haho Mask hacks into Apollo's face and neck with ruthless speed, as if he dropped into the scene for nothing but personal murder. Apollo begs for help for a breath, and then Haho Mask finishes him off. After the kill, Haho Mask calmly removes Apollo's glove, takes the watch, and starts to cut at the wrist as if nobody around him matters. Voice chat erupts all at once about Haho Mask, Apollo's death, and what to do next, and the noise only makes Kororo's panic worse. Kororo snaps at his own side to shut up, then forces himself to confront Haho Mask directly. When Kororo demands to know if he is really Haho Mask, Hirkin answers by tapping the mask itself like the question is ridiculous. Kororo tests the obvious question next, asking if Haho Mask attacked to save Whistling Pitbull. Haho Mask points at Whistling, asks if that dog-faced guy even knows him, and Whistling's rough non-answer makes it clear the two are strangers in public. Then Haho Mask gives his real answer. He did not attack Big Smiles over Fighters Guild business, he just came for personal revenge against the Apollo Guild. Desperate to regain control, Kororo declares that Apollo is now a Big Smiles officer, so this could count as hostility against the whole guild. Haho Mask answers without words at first, tipping his chin toward the skeleton warriors already waiting in defense mode around the clearing. That sight tells Kororo the truth immediately. Even if Big Smiles can win, Haho Mask is dangerous enough to cost them badly and slippery enough to escape after. Haho Mask pushes the threat all the way, saying he will treat Kororo's words as Big Smiles declaring war on him from this moment on. The words hit Kororo like a disaster, because making an enemy of Haho Mask could drag Big Smiles into another guild war and leave him holding the blame. So Kororo instantly folds, blurting out an apology and begging Haho Mask not to treat his words as a real threat. Haho Mask answers with a straight-faced custom called the Watchman style, claiming that a proper apology means cutting off your own wrist and handing over your watch. Kororo's face crumples, because guild-loaned gear means surrendering watches is far worse than an ordinary death and player killing. He tries to bargain for another kind of compensation, but Haho Mask mocks him for being picky while apologizing. After making everyone wait in nervous silence, Haho Mask finally names a price instead, 1 level for 1 gold. That distraction is all Whistling needs, because the moment his abnormal status wears off, he body slams a striker out of the ring and bursts through the gap. Some of the Big Smiles players start after the escaping Whistling, but Haho Mask cuts them off with a colder threat, lie about your levels, and he starts cutting wrists. In the clearing, Hirkin makes Big Smiles count the compensation coin by coin instead of letting them get away with a vague number. When the exact total comes out to 2,355 gold, Hirkin even needles them for getting an amount higher than he expected. Kororo nearly explodes on the spot, but all he can do is swallow the insult, while his own guild members avoid his eyes. The payment stings because Big Smiles usually would not carry that much cash, but one member happened to be holding 2,000 gold coins for a trade. Even after paying, Kororo feels dirtier than if they had just promised the money later, because Hirkin shook them down right there in public. For a moment Kororo even regrets not fighting Hirkin, but that second guess fades as soon as he remembers the real disaster. What really crushes him is that Whistling already got away, so Big Smiles lost their target and their money in the same mess. Kororo bitterly realizes it might have been cleaner if Whistling had killed Apollo himself, because that would have given Big Smiles a valid excuse to retaliate. Because Apollo was actually taken down by Haho Mask, Big Smiles cannot justify turning this into a war with the Fighters Guild. He also knows the Fighters Guild is unlikely to seek revenge now, since Whistling survived and their side is weaker overall anyway. That leaves Kororo with one ugly conclusion: the whole operation became a complete failure on every level. Then Apollo calls in furious, demanding to know what happened after his humiliating defeat. Kororo forces himself to stay calm, explains the mess, and immediately asks Apollo the question that matters most: what is your relationship with Haho Mask? Apollo ignores the question and only rants that Haho Mask ruined Big Smile's reputation, which tells Kororo all he needs to know. From Apollo's reaction, Kuroro becomes sure this really was a personal grudge, and Apollo probably brought it on himself through his usual rotten behavior. Worse, Apollo still refuses to admit any fault, so Kuroro sees that this man will only drag Big Smiles deeper into trouble. Later in the forest, Hirkin calls out and Whistling finally steps from behind a thick tree to meet him in person. Whistling opens with a grudge of his own, asking if Hirkin really thinks he looks like a dog. Hirkin answers with the same blunt honesty as ever, and the absurd argument finally makes Whistling laugh instead of glare. Once the awkward pride is out of the way, Whistling quietly thanks him for stepping in. Hirkin brushes the thanks aside and points out that if Whistling had contacted him sooner, this whole chase might never have gotten that bad. Whistling admits he only wanted to call Hirkin once he had good news, which says a lot about how much this favor means to him. Hirkin gets serious again and asks why Big Smiles suddenly came after Whistling so hard when he had been operating in Puree Forest before. Whistling reads the situation clearly. Big Smiles was basically trying to provoke a fight with the Fighters Guild. That thought makes Whistling worry about Hirkin instead, because from his perspective Hirkin just made himself a target by helping. Hirkin just snorts and tells him his relationship with Big Smiles was already bad long before today. Before Hirkin can say more, Whistling abruptly changes lanes and tells him he needs to join a guild. He quickly clarifies that he does not mean the Fighters Guild at all, but one of the top guilds like Red Bulls or Stormhunters. That suggestion instantly stiffens Hirkin, because one of the names Whistling casually mentions hits a much deeper nerve than he knows. Whistling keeps going anyway and asks the question directly: if Haho Mask wants to become the best in Warlord, why not join the best side? Hirkin says nothing, but the fact that the words land at all shows Whistling guessed his ambition correctly. Whistling admits he may be overstepping, but he says Hirkin truly can become the best and worries that doing everything alone will break him first. Hirkin shuts the topic down with a curt reply and pivots back to business by saying he will look forward to the circlet of purification. 4 days later, An Jae-hyun sits with coffee and his tablet, surprised that no open clash has broken out between Big Smiles and the Fighters Guild. He figures some deal must have been cut behind the scenes, which means Big Smiles still has enough room to maneuver instead of being tied down by a war. That also means Apollo, now an officer in Big Smiles, is even less likely to let Haho Mask go. An Jae-hyun knows Big Smiles cannot openly throw their full strength at one masked player without looking ridiculous, but they can still pressure him where no one sees. He decides just as firmly that he will not let himself be pinned down, and plans to answer any pressure with a real fight of his own. That is why the Black Tree Raid film matters so much to him now. He wants to turn it into paid content, and use the money as ammunition. He knows free views would still earn a lot, but the stage he is about to step onto demands much more money than that. If the paid release hits as hard as he expects, he plans to stop playing cautiously, and start climbing over guilds from the bottom up. In his mind, that road ends with him crushing the great guilds and stripping the people above him of everything, one wrist at a time. But right when that fantasy reaches the top, his smile fades, because he suddenly realizes he has never thought about what comes after becoming the best. Elsewhere, 3 of Warlord's biggest names connect through an old chat program because meeting together in person is practically impossible. Storm Queen arrives first, and immediately demands the point of the meeting with her usual zero patience. Matador logs in with a ridiculous nickname, says a cheerful hello, and Storm Queen instantly treats it like a personal insult. When Matador changes the name to something even sillier, the room somehow gets even dumber before the actual strategy talk begins. First Head shuts the nonsense down in one move by force renaming them Storm Queen and Matador, then finally takes control of the room. Once the room is under control, First Head reveals the real reason for the call. Hydra has verified that the corrupt prince is Prince Dean. Matador gives Hydra quick credit for being so far ahead in the main scenario, and First Head moves straight on to the larger warning behind that progress. First Head lays out the timetable. Hydra's quest should be fully resolved in about a month, and once Prince Dean is exposed, a major war will break out at once. Storm Queen only confirms the timeline, hears the answer, and leaves the room the second she has what she needs. After she is gone, Matador jokes that she just walked out while the 2 men could theoretically conspire against her, testing whether First Head wants to go there. Matador says he has no proposal, but pivots to the question he really came for: how Hydra is advancing the main quest so quickly. First Head brushes that off as a trade secret, so Matador immediately asks the sharper follow-up instead. The real probe is whether Hydra has ever been getting help from the mysterious helpers. First Head answers carefully that helpers sometimes assist in raids, but not with Hydra's progress through the main scenario quest itself. Matador thanks him for the answer and logs off, ending the secret meeting on a note that feels informative on the surface and suspicious underneath. A popular weekly Warlord ranking show opens like a fantasy news broadcast, with Among and Ken bringing in Triple Wing's Priest Kipi as this week's guest. The hosts kick off with the week's pay-per-view rankings, leaning into the kind of hot gossip that made the show huge. First place goes to the Red Bull's Thorn Turtle Raid video, and even the host admitted sales are strange for a guild that already sold so many live tickets. Kipi explains the twist. The Thorn Turtle Raid usually takes 25 users, but Red Bulls cleared it with just 12, so players keep rewatching the footage to study how they did it. He says it was probably not a money stunt at all, but a dangerous training run meant to sharpen a top guild's ability to handle bad situations. After joking about how expensive Kipi was to book, the hosts switched categories instead of reading the rest of the ranking in order. The top individual paid video turns out to be first one Sowa's Warlord Diaries, with more than 100,000 purchases in a single week. Among and Ken hype Sowa as the one solo player who can stand beside the great guilds, and Kipi carefully agrees while trying not to get twisted by the edit. Then the show pivots to the other rising exception, Haho Mask, whose debut paid video already sits at 11th place with 40,000 sales this week and 250,000 total. Pressed for rumors, Kipi only admits one thing he has heard: Haho Mask and Big Smiles are on bad terms. When the hosts drop the gossip angle and ask why Haho Mask is exploding in popularity, Kipi gives him the cleanest label possible. Sowa is the perfect one, but Haho Mask is the only one. Elsewhere, and Jaehyun is already proving that point in battle as he shouts for his skeletons to hold the line against a massive auburn no-tailed dragon. The level 150 boss may be considered easier than other dragons, but its forelimbs are brutally fast, and one strike smashes a skeleton flat before anyone can blink. Even that death is part of Jaehyun's plan, because the destroyed skeleton bursts black sap across the dragon's paw and starts pushing the boss deeper into ruin. With the dragon's scales already torn away, and Jaehyun's remaining skeletons leap onto its back and drive swords straight into exposed flesh. The boss throws itself backward to crush them, and the skeletons choose not to flee, bracing with their swords buried in its body as the impact hits. That desperate slam only makes things worse for the dragon, because black sap spreads across its wounds and pushes it into its final death throes. A system warning announces the last phase, but the circlet of purification blocks the dragon's wide area death throes before they can cripple Jaehyun. Knowing this kill will push him to level 160, and Jaehyun thanks Ivan's sword for carrying him this far and charges in for the finish with his undead at his heels. After the raid, Jaehyun stands over the melting corpse and checks the sales on his debut paid video, only to find the total has already climbed to 250,000 buyers. The number is far beyond what he expected, but instead of celebrating, he feels the old pressure of paid content settle onto his shoulders again. He remembers how brutal this business can be. If a paid video fails to meet expectations, viewers tear you apart no matter how much effort went into filming it. That pressure already changed how he fought today, because now he has to think about what looks good on camera instead of only what kills the monster fastest. To blow off steam, he opens his email instead and finds hundreds of trade offers waiting for the circlet of purification. Because he publicly revealed the item's option and hinted that it was for sale, major guilds have been throwing out outrageous offers to get their hands on it. The bids from the biggest guilds are wild enough already, but one unknown group called Hand Guild is somehow offering even more than the giants. In truth, Jaehyun never planned to sell the circlet now, because its value will stay sky high, and he can still use it himself first. What he really wants is to weaponize the bidding frenzy, then later appear wearing the circlet and name an absurd purchase price that resets the whole market upward. Once he sees how inflated the market already is, his bad mood finally cracks into a real smile. Then he decides to make the bubble even bigger by posting the circlet of purification's option screenshot online as one last malicious little service. Alone with burnt cheap coffee and a propped-up tablet, Jaehyun haggles over the Black Cobalt King's sword through a voice chat app and flatly refuses the seller's absurd price. The seller pushes back, and Jaehyun slips up by blurting out a rude answer that the voice app instantly sends into the chat. Instead of apologizing, he decides the whole deal is rotten anyway because 200,000 gold for that sword screams market scam. He remembers the sword only sold so high because someone probably inflated the market on purpose. The same bubble laundering tricks swindlers use all over Warlord. That thought only makes him angrier, because he suspects the scammer may be one of the people who tried to trade that overpriced sword for his circlet of purification. The seller finally cuts off the negotiation, and Jaehyun snaps back too late with a threat about exposing market manipulators. He sits there in silence with his glasses fogging over the coffee, then admits to himself that level 160 means he really does need a new weapon soon. His bigger problem is defense, because the circlet of purification is amazing but leaves his head less protected and also breaks the usual 5-piece helm-based set bonus. So he settles on the Skeleton Panda set as the best answer, a high-end defensive set with strong mobility that can pair well with the circlet. But the market only sells complete normal versions, and no sane crafter makes a Skeleton Panda set with the helm deliberately left out. That leaves him with the ugly option of custom ordering the set or buying raw ingredients himself, and he already knows both paths will hurt. When he checks the ingredient prices, his hand literally starts shaking from how outrageously expensive they are. Seeing ingredients cost even more than the finished gear leaves him cursing the game and staring down the possibility of spending real money. Elsewhere, Matador's Chev kicks off war training by lining up 10 Red Bull's strikers against a live Thorn Turtle's Thorn Barrage. At Chev's signal, the monster fires its first wave of needle-like thorns and the strikers charge straight into it, forced to dodge on instinct alone. Each new volley gets harder as the distance closes, and one by one the trainees peel off until only 2 manage to reach the Thorn Turtle at all. Chev is disappointed, because after a month of practice he hoped at least 5 people would be able to handle this kind of pressure. He orders 5 more rounds anyway, making it clear this training is about surviving chaotic battle conditions, not efficient monster farming. Over in the Stormhunters camp, Shur pushes her first string raid team through a much harsher live drill while shouting for perfect reactions under pressure. Shur tears into Hatch and Hahui mid-drill, and the whole first string team moves in a panic because her cold voice now feels even scarier than the monsters. When Shur warns them there are only 5 minutes left, the entire raid team starts moving in a frantic burst, desperate not to fail her final timing check. Unlike Shev, Shur's plan is simple and brutal. In the coming war, she wants her side able to kill as many enemies as possible as fast as possible. At the Tarub Castle walls, the mood turns deadly serious when Nadal tells Bagel that all the evidence points to Prince Dean as the force behind the corrupted army. Bagel tries to deny it because Prince Dean spent his life fighting the monsters, but Nadal presses harder and reminds him that even Bagel's own missions led to this truth. Faced with proof he can no longer dismiss, Bagel closes his eyes and decides he has to confront Prince Dean personally. The moment Bagel commits, the quest Bagel's loyalty begins, and Nadal instantly realizes this confrontation could expose the immoral prince and ignite the war. Bagel accepts that if Dean really is corrupted, confronting him may cost his life, and he speaks like a man ready to pay for failing his lord. Nadal gets a clear choice now: follow Bagel into danger or stay back and let this key NPC walk to a likely death alone. Because Hydra treats quests seriously, Nadal immediately thinks beyond the risk and senses there may be a much bigger battlefield event hidden past the northern block field. He chooses Plan B and tells Bagel he will go too, deciding the danger is worth both the principal and the possible reward. Bagel tries to refuse and warns him off the danger, but Nadal answers that from this point on his life will be on the line no matter what. Moved by that resolve, Bagel thanks Nadal and promises that if they survive this, he will serve Nadal for the rest of his life. As soon as Sohank shouts for them to move, Nadal runs without hesitation with the wounded Bagel on his back. Sohank plants himself in front of 10 armored corrupted centaurs and decides he will die here if that is what it takes to stop the chase. He charges like a mad bull and smashes the lead centaur hard enough to hurl the giant monster backward. When another centaur drives a spear straight at his head, Sohank does not dodge and headbutts the weapon aside with his heading skill. He instantly chops through the centaur's front legs, dropping the monster to the ground. Then Sohank drives a concussion punch into its head and stuns it where it lies. To lock every enemy onto himself, Sohank unleashes howling and drags the whole pack's hatred onto one man. Surrounded on all sides, Sohank just laughs because he knows he already completed his job. Far enough from the fight, Nadal stops running and checks Bagel's condition, while Bagel bleeds through his fancy meeting clothes. Bagel insists he is still alive because he dodged the fatal strike, even if the wound is bad. He explains that he went in unarmored to show Prince Dean proper respect, only to find Sir Agardo waiting in the prince's place. The ambush came the instant Bagel raised his head, and Agardo's sword only missed his heart because Bagel twisted away at the last second. Bagel says he fought back and escaped the room, and now he refuses to die by Agardo's hand after surviving this much. As Nadal catches his breath outside the castle, 3 title rewards hit him in a row for helping Bagel escape. Sohank calls through voice talk and cheerfully says he got the titles too, even though he is still in the middle of getting himself killed. Sohank casually reports that he already dropped 5 of them and will probably go down soon, still sounding absurdly upbeat. Nadal tries to buy him time by saying the support team is coming, while silently cursing how far away that team should still be. Then everything flips when Sohank blurts out that the support team is already there much earlier than Nadal predicted. The reinforcements explain that the first had suspected trouble the moment Prince Dean demanded a private meeting and sent them to the escape route in advance. Nadal yells that they should have warned him, but the anger never really lands because he is too relieved that Hydra read the situation correctly. When Bagel asks what is going on, Nadal brushes it aside because the urgent part now is warning the secret society. Bagel immediately hands over his secret society ring and a blood-soaked letter, ordering Nadal to deliver both to Himbri. Nadal promises he will deliver them, and the quest prelude to the great battle begins with that vow. Elsewhere, Herkin logs in and an announcement hits him before he can do anything else. He instantly realizes this is not a normal company notice but a quest side change, which means something major just moved in the main scenario. The message confirms it. Mayung and every quest tied to him are now locked from progress. Herkin immediately understands that someone finally stepped on Prince Dean's tail and kicked off the great battle. He briefly wonders which major guild exposed the secret, but he refuses to waste time guessing when the whole player base will start moving at once. Knowing the first player through the rush will get ahead of the traffic, Herkin runs flat out toward the Bulka's mountain range to meet Mayung before the crowd clogs the route. He has one advantage over the chaos: the secret note from the Bulka's ranger that could let him cut straight into the new quest line. By the time the rush forms, a restricted forest entrance is already packed with players circling it like hungry hyenas shut out from the real prize. The online chatter gets even louder as sightings spread that Ballista, the Storm Princess, the Red Bulls, and even Haho Mask are all moving on the same objective. Inside the real gathering point, the frontrunners of the main scenario stand together in a cold silence because every one of them is now a direct rival. When Herkin arrives, nobody reacts the usual way. They just measure him in silence and add one more dangerous name to the board. Even the Storm Princess, who usually burns to smash him herself, stays still because this moment matters more than personal grudges. Herkin stays just as calm, scanning the lineup and noting that the Storm Princess is here with Ballista's side. After a few more contenders join the pool, Mayhem finally appears and takes control of the scene before anyone can question him. Mayhem announces that Prince Dean has finally shown his evil side and shuts down any chance for questions. He reveals the full truth next. Prince Dean is the immoral prince, and he has built a terrifying corrupted army that is about to swallow the world. Mayhem lays out the first mission plainly: save the continent from the coming war. His second task hits even harder: defeat the immoral prince himself. The third task raises the stakes all the way to the top: save the world itself from the fear of corruption. The quest Great Battle officially starts, and almost everyone there lights up because they think they are about to become the next protagonist of history. Herkin is the only one not smiling, because he remembers exactly how this battle really begins, with overeager players getting slaughtered. That memory does not scare him off, it steals him, because he knows this brutal war better than they do and likes his odds inside the chaos. Once the Great Battle news breaks, media across the gaming world and even mainstream outlets start blasting out headlines about Warlord's second main scenario. Online communities erupt with hype over raid bracelets, the immoral prince reveal, corrupt monsters, and the chance for rare rewards to start dropping again. Even regular players who cannot touch the top raid get swept up in the mood, because fighting corrupted monsters at all already feels like a prize. So when word spreads that level 100 corrupt army monsters have appeared in the Bulka's mountain range, players rush in with pure romantic hype and almost no fear. That excitement crashes the moment they hit the battlefield, because the corrupt army is far stronger than they imagined and the first wave breaks into panic and complaints. On the plains outside Esmond Castle, the defense is already fraying as commanders scream for magicians to be ready and everyone argues over when to strike. The corrupted army surges forward like a black tide, and the tanker line buckles under the pressure almost immediately. Once the line starts breaking in pieces, stranded fighters and tangled voice chat orders turn the battlefield into a full panic. Then the magicians lose patience, and one reckless spell is enough to make the whole bombardment start early. Their magic tears across the battlefield in a spectacular storm of fire, lightning, ice, and slicing wind. But the friendly fire hits the tankers too, and wounded frontliners start dying under their own side's attack. The priests freeze because helping means risking themselves for strangers, and that same selfish calculation spreads through the whole army. Once a few users say the obvious out loud, the answer becomes simple. If this is just a game, they would rather run than die here. Desertion spreads almost in sync, and the defenders finally form a clean line only when they are all retreating. The corrupted army marches over the dead without hesitation and reforms its advance straight toward the castle walls. Watching from the wall, Herkin mocks the whole disaster and calmly decides Esmond Castle is going to fall today. That collapse is exactly what Herkin wanted, so instead of worrying, he starts preparing to fight inside the doomed castle. A week into the Great Battle, Herkin is deep in the ruined city and levels up in the middle of another street fight. His HP and mana refill from the level up, and he immediately throws expensive bone explosives at a corrupted twin-head troll. The blast shreds the troll's armor so hard that even Herkin winces at how much money he just burned. While his skeleton warriors finish the exposed troll, Herkin climbs onto an intact roof to check the wider battle. From the roof he sees the truth. Buildings are down everywhere, resistance pockets are collapsing, and monsters are pushing toward Asmund's tower. On the roof, Herkin grimly notes that this is already the 55th castle lost in 1 week, and his own rapid leveling proves how often these cities have been collapsing. He remembers why street battles suit him so well. In tight city lanes he can block monster traffic and grind the edges of the corrupted army with far less risk. Even with that advantage, Herkin feels the war is moving far too fast, because the Great Guild should have stepped in already and still have not. He runs through the worst possibility in his head, wondering if the immoral prince could actually win this war, then rejects even that as absurd. Before he can think further, part of the wall collapses with a massive crash and the corrupted army starts pouring in like a broken dam. His skeleton warriors have already finished their kill, so Herkin cancels them back into fragments and chooses the smarter move: run. Elsewhere, Sinclair quietly confirms that the VNV Guild has decided not to join the Great Battle at all. Once he steps away, Sinclair lowers his voice and reports the result through voice chat to someone waiting behind the scenes. He learns that 7 guilds have now chosen non-participation, but even that still is not enough to satisfy him. Sinclair decides the mood still has to be pushed further, so he asks about the 3 guilds that matter most. The answer comes in Stormhunter's territory, where Hahui bluntly asks Hatch why their side still is not taking control of the Great Battle. Hatch first tries to dodge with sarcasm, but Hahui's half-drawn blade makes it clear she is not asking casually. Hatch swallows his pride and finally points to the real problem hanging on his wrist: the glowing battle token. He explains that the bracelet marks who is already qualified for the future Immoral Prince raid, so if those same guilds dominate the war now, everyone else will see it as stealing the whole ending. Because only token holders can reach the Immoral Prince, Storm Hunters, Red Bulls, and Hydra look less like heroes and more like monopolists in the public eye. Hahui still cannot accept it, and argues that anyone who wanted and should have earned the right by beating the earlier content. Hatch gives her the ugly human answer. People hate watching someone they barely know take all the glory for themselves. He tries to go back to his movie, but the mood breaks again when a voice call cuts in with an emergency from someone even Hatch fears more than Hahue. The message is from the fearsome queen, and Hatch can only give up on resting as the real trouble begins. 10 days into the great battle, players are already watching one castle after another fall and calling the whole event a broken nightmare instead of a festival. The losses are so one-sided that viewers stop blaming bad luck and start saying the users are fighting like a disorganized mob. Even in that mess, a few standouts still shine, and the name everyone keeps repeating is Haho Mask. Viewers praise Haho Mask for staying inside doomed castles, fighting until the monsters pour in, and cutting down hundreds before escaping. A few people suspect Haho Mask is hiding something by never fighting outside, but most viewers instantly defend him and blame the useless crowd around him instead. As his battlefield reputation explodes again, the media scrambles to hunt down an interview with Haho Mask before a bigger story suddenly steals all the attention. At fallen Masandra Castle, Hirkin levels up to 165 and quietly admits the great battle bonus experience is absurdly good. But the ruined castle wipes the satisfaction away, because Hirkin knows Masandra was supposed to protect weaker users and now that line is gone. He reads the battlefield trend fast. Serious players will flock to safer winning fronts, weaker players will avoid real war, and that leaves low-level castles exposed. That realization hits hard when he sees the next target clearly. The corrupted army will start crushing the level 100 and below areas one after another. Hirkin curses the 30 great guilds for sitting on their power, because in his eyes they are the only ones big enough to rally the player base and stop the collapse. Expecting those greedy guilds to reveal their position sooner or later, he pulls up the internet to see what they finally said. Elsewhere, Choi Cillian sinks in a bubble bath and reads the headline that 9 great guilds, including V and Rangers, refuse to join the great battle. The statement claims the top guilds are stepping back so ordinary users can enjoy the event, and the public actually applauds them for it. Cillian drops deeper into the bath, furious, because she knows that excuse is pure nonsense coming from people who only move for profit. She sees the real play immediately. The 9 guilds failed to win a Moro Prince raid qualification, so now they are trying to stop the 3 qualified guilds from owning the great battle too. That only confirms an earlier warning from a Han's guild helper, who told her several guilds were preparing this exact non-participation announcement. Even with the useful tip, Cillian distrusts the Han's guild, suspecting they fed her the information to stir the great guilds into tearing at each other. What frustrates her most is that the Storm Hunters cannot move openly yet, so she is stuck needing a justification for one of the great guilds to step in. Back on his own, and Jae-hyun tears through article after article with shaking hands, because the news is far worse than he expected. He is not scared of a boss fight here. He is scared because this political shift never happened in the future he remembers. He accepts that his own actions changed history, but this particular change is dangerous because the AI may now rewrite the main scenario's later route. He does not think the game will literally end, but he is sure the later Ruined Kingdom episode could become something he no longer knows how to exploit. That would destroy the stage where he planned to leap past the frontrunners, so for him this is not just bad news for the game, but a direct threat to his life plan. So when Jae-hyun reaches the blunt conclusion that the users cannot be allowed to lose the great battle, no matter what he has to do, since the crowd clearly cannot win on its own, he sees only one answer left and bitterly remembers all the times he had to carry weaker players by force. When 9 great guilds publicly said they would sit out the great battle, ordinary users barely cared, but the other great guilds immediately froze. The remaining great guilds were not obeying those 9 guilds, they were just unwilling to be the first ones blamed for stepping in. So the big guild stalled, convinced the corrupted army would eventually force everyone to need them anyway. That left the underfoot guilds fighting aggressively, and even though they could not reverse the whole war, they finally started scraping out some wins. The clearest breakout came from the Fighters Guild, where Whistling Pitbull's reckless frontline leadership started drawing attention. At first the Fighters Guild looked doomed, with weak tanking, sloppy command, and mages blasting allies and enemies alike. Just as everyone was ready to run, Whistling Pitbull roared for a full breakthrough and charged straight into the enemy line without fear. That one fearless push flipped the mood, and users who had been retreating turned around to follow him back in. Once the corrupted army's line split, the users cleaned up the smaller groups one by one, because scattered monsters were a fight they actually understood. The Fighters Guild had proven a battle could be won, but Pitbull's miracle charge was not something every group could copy. What the battlefield really needed now was a reliable tactic anyone could use, and Hirkin stepped up to provide one. In his new videos, Hirkin explained that the corrupted army's siege mode narrowed its awareness, making it easy to shave off monsters from the edges with a method users called gnawing. He also insisted that a broken gate or collapsed wall did not mean the castle was lost, because the breach created a bottleneck users could punish. Then he pointed to the ruined streets inside the castle and told users not to panic, because street fighting there actually favored the defenders. For users tired of losing, Hirkin's tactical uploads felt like a lifeline, and praise flooded in almost immediately. But players who had been quietly profiting from that know-how were furious that he had just given their honey away to everyone. Herkin hated exposing his own tricks too, because he had planned to use them for hero rewards himself. He did it anyway because the users had to start winning the great battle, no matter what it cost him personally. His first goal was to lure disappointed regular users back with useful bait, but he knew that would not be enough on its own. What he still needed was a way to make users burn to join the battle again, and that harder move was still ahead of him. Even while forcing himself forward, Herkin was still haunted by one fear: if the great battle changed too much, the ruined kingdom route he depended on might collapse. The story then shifted to Shezga Castle, another level 80 to 100 stronghold, where barely 1,000 advanced users had gathered and almost nobody expected a win. When Herkin arrived in his red Haho mask, the crowd outside instantly lit up and greeted him with gratitude for the videos. He left the cheering users behind and headed straight into the building, where only 12 appointed centurions were waiting inside. Those centurions already disliked his presence, because Herkin was famous but still an outsider who had never worked inside a group command structure. Herkin walked right up to them, let the silence settle, and bluntly asked for control of the entire battle. The answer was an immediate no, and the room pushed back hard against his arrogance. They made it clear that Herkin's fame did not give him the right to walk in and treat strangers like subordinates. When they mocked him with the impossible demand of written consent from 2/3 of the participants, Herkin answered with a PvP challenge instead. The Centurions refused that too, saying they were not stupid enough to fight the Haho mask just because he wanted to provoke them. One Centurion finally stood up and shut everyone else up, revealing himself as Big K, the Red Bull's affiliated magician known as the Submariner. Herkin recognized him at once, because Big K was a level 175 Magus Magnus whose underhand baseball-style spellcasting made his magic deadly from below. Big K laid out the truth without shame. The Centurions at Shezga were not here to save the castle, they were here to farm monsters and escape before it fell. His logic was simple: real defenders had already crowded into the stronger battlefields, while Shezga was attractive precisely because it offered plenty of monsters and almost no hope. Herkin understood that mentality better than anyone, but he still sneered and called them hyenas fighting over rotten meat. Big K was finally losing patience, but before he could finish snapping back, Herkin cut in with a new plan. Herkin said they could keep fighting exactly as they intended while he attacked the corrupted army from the rear. The room immediately balked at the idea, but Herkin brushed off their doubts and made it clear he no longer expected any real help from them. All he asked now was that they stay out of his way and survive long enough for his strategy to matter. After he left, one stunned Centurion could only blurt out that the Haho mask sounded like an 8th grader. Later, Big K reported the whole confrontation over voice chat to Shev, who listened in total disbelief. Shev was baffled because this was the first time the Haho mask had openly stepped forward for a battle, which made him wonder if Shezga suddenly had a real chance to win. Big K explained that Herkin called the plan eating the tail, meaning he would use the same gnawing logic from behind the corrupted army instead of the sides. The moment Shev pictured it, he realized the idea actually made sense, because the corrupted army's narrowed awareness would leave its rear even softer than its flanks. That made Shev reassess Haho mask completely. Instead of quietly farming rewards, he now looked like someone trying to turn a doomed battle at Shezga into a hero-making upset. If Haho mask pulled that off at Shezga, his value would skyrocket, so Shev ended the call and made an urgent decision. As soon as the next line connected, Shev got straight to the point and said they would have to bribe the Haho mask. In the Great Battle, players learned the safest place to hit the corrupted army was its tail, because siege mode makes the monsters obsessively charge the castle instead of stopping to surround attackers. That rear attack idea grew out of the older side-gnawing tactic, when crowded users realized the flanks were too competitive and the front was too deadly. Eating the tail became a jackpot because, unless someone jumped into the middle of the horde, the corrupted army almost never turned around and trapped them there. For Herkin, though, revealing the eat the tail method meant he had finally used up every trick he knew for this war. Once he realized there were no more clever shortcuts left, Herkin settled on the ugliest answer possible. He would force this battle to a win himself. And even that victory would only be step one, because his real goal was to pressure the 30 great guilds into finally joining the great battle. That thought snapped his temper, and Herkin suddenly started kicking the ground like a man and while cursing the fact that he had to burn his own money for everyone else's benefit. He knew exactly why he was so furious. Even if his plan worked, the biggest winners would be the same great guilds that were still staying out. The smaller guilds in Herkin's tactics had slowed the collapse a little, but that still was not enough to defend every castle and retake the ones already lost. So unless he somehow had 30 bodies, Herkin could not cover the whole war alone no matter how hard he worked. Still cursing, he kicked a fist-sized rock so hard that it flew in a long arc and cracked against a monster's helmet at the very rear of the corrupted army. The monster barely reacted before charging on again, and that was enough for Herkin to grin and turn toward the big sacks his skeletons were carrying. Elsewhere at Shezga Castle, a system alert announced the corrupted army would arrive in 2 hours, and the 1,000 users inside immediately scrambled into position. Commanders pushed everyone into district teams of about 100, because trying to hold one long tanker line had already proven useless in this war. But this crowd was not here to die defending the place. Most of them were really treating Shezga Castle as a good EXP hunting ground. While everyone else moved, Big K stayed on the wall staring past the distant dust cloud of the advancing army, focused on one person instead of the castle sectors. A Red Bulls guildmate named Yankio came over, confused, and Big K answered with one name, Haho Mask. Yankio followed his gaze and saw nothing but distant chaos, because Herkin was still too far away to spot with the modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth eye. Big K quietly explained that Haho Mask would be behind the corrupted army, exactly where he said he would be. Yankio brushed it off and laughed, saying there was no point worrying about a nut job who could not possibly win this battle by himself. Big K stopped arguing out loud, but he kept staring beyond the army because Herkin's plan itself was not the part he doubted. He could follow the strategy just fine. Herkin would chew up the tail, the castle force would hold at the front, and part of the users would gnaw at the horde from the side until congestion set in. What bothered Big K was that a workable plan still meant nothing if the other users refused to follow Haho Mask's lead. To make strangers move on his call, Herkin needed the kind of battlefield aura that let leaders like Whistling Pitbull drag everyone into a win. And that was the real gamble in Big K's mind. If Haho Mask showed that aura here, ignoring him might be the biggest mistake of all. Before Big K could settle that question, a heavy explosion boomed from the rear of the corrupted army, and the battle finally began. At the back of the horde, Herkin watched the armored corrupted army thunder forward in perfect siege formation, a rare and almost majestic sight. Then Herkin ruined that grand picture without hesitation by hurling a bone explosive straight into a corrupted armor troll's helmet. The explosion rattled nearby monsters, but only the troll he directly hit actually broke formation and charged him. Instead of dodging, Herkin answered with 4 more bone explosives at once and blasted the troll's armor apart even faster. It was brutally effective, but Herkin felt every blast like money burning in front of his eyes. He kept spending anyway, because even 2 or 3 minutes per kill would leave him hopelessly behind before this war was done. So he committed to a faster, richer man's method: explode the armor open first, then send in skeletons with hammers to finish the job. The new hammer tactic worked exactly as intended, with the skeleton warriors smashing the troll's weakened armor until whole pieces started dropping off. Herkin did not even stay to watch the first kill, because he was already sprinting after the moving tail to tag the next target. To really speed this up, he needed several kills running at once, which meant drawing aggro on each monster separately, and spending even more. He bit his lip, crushed sparkling liquid in his fist, and used clay play to summon a costly new wolf-shaped golem into the fight. The blade wolf lived up to its price immediately, tearing into a corrupted armor orc hard enough to rip flesh and armor together. Even when the orc struck back, Herkin's magic patched the golem as he ignored that fight too and moved on to a third target. For the next kill lane, Herkin unleashed his heavily buffed skeleton knight, bulked up with bone armor and crowned with the madness helm. The reinforced skeleton knight tore into the corrupted lizard man so viciously that the monster almost looked pitiful, but Herkin still did not stop to admire it. He grabbed another bone explosive from the sack, marked a 4th target, and let his skeleton warriors regroup around him for the next order. The whole rear assault turned into a blitzkrieg, with Herkin shaving monsters off the tail of the corrupted army at shocking speed. And as he kept throwing those expensive bombs, Herkin finally cracked a little and laughed like a madman while screaming about his money. The corrupted army finally brings Shezga Castle into view, and with only about 20 minutes left in siege mode, the whole mass starts pushing forward harder. There is still distance left, but the horde noticeably quickens its pace, turning from a heavy march into a relentless living bulldozer. From the front, the charge looks terrifying, but from far behind it almost turns absurd, because the army's tail is visibly on fire. The evidence of the slaughter is everywhere, with fresh corpses piled behind the army and a uniform-looking undead strike group ripping into the rear. The one directing that chaos is Herkin, who coldly counts costs as he decides a corrupted armor orc needs 6 bone explosives and 3 skeleton warriors. Herkin yanks out 3 bone explosives and hurls them, crushing the orc's armor and dragging its rage straight onto himself. 3 battered skeleton warriors rush in on Herkin's signal, even though they are still fighting with recently repaired damage. By now the battle has blurred into repetition for Herkin, and the only image stuck in his head is himself throwing bone explosives again and again. What he remembers more clearly than the action is the number 118, because in just 10 minutes he has already killed that many corrupted monsters out of a force nearing 2,000. Herkin keeps fighting like a machine, instantly matching each target with the exact explosives, curses, and undead force needed to crack it open. Even while micromanaging everything, he does not stay safely behind the lines, and the moment one of his undead is about to be destroyed, he jumps in himself. A kobold smashes a skeleton warrior's knee and raises its hammer for the killing blow, but Herkin crashes in with body slam first. His expensive black kobold king's sword proves its price right away, punching through the kobold's armor and flesh in one brutal strike. Instead of letting that undead break completely and trigger a resummon cooldown, Herkin throws it over his back and keeps moving. Fighting and calculating at the same time should be impossible, but Herkin keeps recomputing the whole battlefield every time he moves. The simple reason he can squeeze out more than anyone else is painfully practical. He is burning too much money not to get results. At Shezga Castle's defense line, Big K uses voice talk to manage the teams because in a battle this loud, ordinary shouting is almost worthless. He confirms Team 8 and Team 9 are still on standby and tells the rest to move only after those two commit. Now that the corrupted army is finally close enough to see clearly, Big K braces himself at the front sector, the worst place to defend and the one he has been put in charge of. He lets out a bitter sigh at the front line, stuck in Red Bull's test when he would rather be out using Haho Mask's gnawing method instead. Like other great guilds, Red Bull's is holding back officially, but it still sends members in as individuals to earn goodwill, gain experience, and quietly test future elites. If Big K performs well here, he can move up to Red Bull's prized 1.5 raid team, so the pressure on him is crushing. That pressure keeps pulling his thoughts back to Haho Mask, because Big K cannot shake the feeling that Hurricane's existence might become his chance. Then the actual clash begins as the defenders lock shields into a crescent line with priests and mages stacked behind them. The armored monsters slam into the line with brutal force, crushing and shredding shields as the tankers strain to hold. A few defenders still manage to joke through the pressure, especially the one proudly relying on his expensive albino beetle shield to keep standing. Behind them, the magicians finish charging their spells and quietly feed the count to the centurion. When the count reaches 10, the centurion orders a magic bombardment, and the tankers tense up because they know the blast wave will hit them too. Lightning lands first, tearing through armor and making the front ranks of monsters convulse under the discharge. Fire follows next, spreading into huge burning zones that turn the battlefield in front of the shields into a furnace. Then ice fog sweeps over the area, freezing some monsters solid into statues that their own allies immediately trample to pieces. The chaos slams right back into the shield wall, so the tankers grit their teeth, yell for each other to endure, and keep joking because it is the only way to stay steady. But elsewhere on the line, the mood is not funny at all when Team 10 reports that it has fallen and is pulling out. Big K does not lash out, because in this battle even full commitment still ends in game overs and 48 hours of forced downtime for plenty of users. He chooses not to peel forces away to patch the breach, since every past attempt at that has only multiplied casualties. 10 minutes into the fight, the fact that one point has already broken tells him the defense is underperforming badly and killing far too few monsters. With only 1,000 users at Shezga Castle, Big K can already see the loss coming and starts thinking in terms of a long retreat from the outer field to the gate, and then the inner streets. Just as he accepts that they cannot hold cleanly, Team 11 suddenly contacts him. That catches his attention immediately, because Team 11 and Team 12 are striker units assigned to Haho Mask's gnawing method and usually stay quiet unless something important happens. The report lands hard. Haho Mask is active in the rear of the corrupted army, and Team 11 wants to know how to respond. The whole channel erupts at once, with stunned voices blurting out that Haho Mask really stayed back there fighting the entire time. Annoyed but focused, Big K shuts everyone up and asks the only number that matters: how many monsters did Haho Mask kill? The answer wipes out the noise completely, because Team 11 saw Haho Mask killing about 1 monster per minute at the rear. And since the corrupted army has been in siege mode for 110 minutes, that means Haho Mask may already have killed well over 100 monsters by himself. A tiny rumor starts spreading that Haho Mask has joined the great battle at Shezga Castle, but at first almost nobody cares. Then the rumor mutates into something much more exciting. Haho Mask is hard carrying the battle by himself. That 3-word combo grabs the whole warlord community, and the spotlight swings straight toward Shezga. On the battlefield, Hurricane barely reacts to yet another level up because he is watching something far more important. The defenders are still being pushed back, but they have slowed the corrupted army enough for Hurricane's plan to matter. Hurricane licks his lips because his eat the tail attack already did its job, and now he is waiting for the next piece to click. What he wants now is not more experience points but a reaction from the ordinary users fighting at Shezga. He is deliberately baiting their gamer pride, betting that players will not want to run from a chance to look amazing beside Haho Mask. Winning over the Centurions was never the hard part, because their authority only works as long as the regular users feel like following them. So from the beginning, Hurricane has been heating up the crowd instead of just persuading the officers. He knows the rumor will spread fastest through distracted priests and magicians, because unlike tankers they can still spare attention to gossip. As the gossip spreads through the defenders, the whole formation grows distracted enough that the commanders have to move toward the source of the uproar. When someone finally shouts Haho Mask's name out loud, Hurricane knows the bait worked and lets himself smile. Big K immediately starts reshuffling the whole defense, pulling some teams out and ordering every magician up onto the castle wall. Some users hate the sudden order and threaten to quit, because this looks nothing like the hunt they signed up for. But the Haho Mask hype is already too strong, and most of them decide this crazy plan sounds fun enough to follow. The rumors get wilder by the minute, with players claiming Haho Mask summoned impossible undead armies, giant golems, and absurd magic. Nobody really cares whether the stories are true, because the chance to look cool and maybe pull off a miracle defense is enough. Big K's new formation finally takes hold, as tankers and priests buy time below while the magicians hurry onto the castle wall. Then Big K gives the risky order to retreat on purpose and let the monsters crash into the castle wall instead of blocking every one of them outside. The tankers are secretly relieved, because this retreat finally gives their battered front line room to breathe. With the wall packed full of casters, Big K orders the magicians up top to get ready for their part of the plan. Instead of flashy area spells, he orders them to spam cheap single-target magic and focus on breaking armor, not killing monsters. The order sounds wrong to them, because high-level mages are used to maximizing damage, not peeling gear off enemies. Big K only partly explains that the real fight will happen inside the castle after the armor is stripped away. What finally wins the magicians over is hearing that this weird tactic is Haho Mask's hunting method. Even old low-tier spells suddenly feel cool again as the magicians dust off fireballs and bolts they had almost stopped using. A few stubborn players still tried to do their own thing, but not enough to stop the new plan from taking over the battlefield. At Big K's order, hundreds of casters on the wall open up with a non-stop armor-breaking bombardment. The barrage starts cracking and splintering the corrupted army's heavy gear, and the battle shifts into a new phase. Away from the action, Hirkin walks Big K through the full plan: strip armor on the wall, choke the entry points, block with elites, and finish the rest in street fighting. When Big K worries about castle damage and messy command during street battles, Hirkin brushes it off because players can fight those skirmishes like normal field hunts. The simplicity of the tactic stuns Big K, because once he runs it through his head he realizes they might actually be able to win. He is shaken even more by the idea that with enough forces, a great guild could repeat this method and win the whole event reliably. So Big K asks the obvious question: how did Hirkin come up with this? Hirkin cannot answer, because the truth is that he stole the entire tactic from the Red Bull's future standard manual. He knows this wall break, choke street battle method will later become the standard answer to siege mode corrupted armies, with an even nastier finishing step called hangover. Hirkin briefly feels bad about stealing the Red Bull's future glory, then immediately decides he is already doing the great guilds a favor. Right then, Big K gets a voice talk message and awkwardly tells Hirkin that a reporter wants an interview. Big K expects a refusal, but Hirkin suddenly perks up and asks whether the interview is with the Red Bulls. When Big K says it is Fruit Post instead, Hirkin presses him about how he even knows a reporter from one of Warlord's biggest media outlets. Then Hirkin shocks Big K by agreeing on the spot and saying he will do the interview right now, before the street battle starts. Fruit Post goes live from Shezga, and the interview instantly becomes must-watch material across the Warlord community. With the whole audience staring at him, Haho Mask openly lays out the winning strategy and hands the battlefield a practical manual in real time. Top guild leaders are watching too, including Storm Hunters and the Red Bulls, and both realize Hirkin just seized the momentum before they could. As the interview wraps up, the reporter notes that more than 20 million people are watching live and asks Hirkin for a final word. Hirkin answers bluntly that he has no real reason to carry this battle, and he is stepping in only because the whole game is getting twisted out of shape. He points out that high-level users skipping the great battle are crowding low-level hunting grounds and ruining normal questing for everyone else. His real point is simple. Right now nobody is actually enjoying the great battle, so the situation has to change. Somewhere else, the Obscure Hands Guild watches that statement, and immediately decides Haho Mask belongs in the same class as the First Head, the Storm Queen, and the Matador. And Jaehyun starts the chapter at breakfast, staring down a rich meal with a bad mood because he should have been buying stamina food and logging into Warlord by now. He broods over the real problem. The Shezga defense ate far more money and consumables than he planned, and he still has 2 huge battles left. Then his mood eases when he remembers his rising channel numbers, especially the huge success of his Shezga battle videos and the Eat the Tail upload. A fresh sponsorship offer makes the plain breakfast taste great again, and he digs in with new energy. Mid-bite, he suddenly stops cold, realizing the long climb has finally reached a point where the payoff is in sight. After Haho Mask's interview, the 30 great guilds rush to announce that they will join the great battle in stages, dressing it up as keeping order for ordinary users. Players split over the news, because some high-level users think they can defend castles themselves now that Haho Mask exposed the strategy, while lower-level users are happy to get the top guilds out of their hunting grounds. The 9 guilds that publicly refuse to join get cornered by public chatter demanding they stay out if they still have any pride. To save face, those 9 guilds pivot hard and volunteer to retake fallen castles instead of defending active ones. Retaking castles proves even harder than defense, but once the guilds split those jobs between them, the battlefield finally starts to shift and the corrupted army begins getting pushed back. Just as the users start turning the tide, a new disaster hits with an alert that an incredible boss monster has appeared at Havan's castle. At Havan's, the old cursed castle is now a wreck of broken walls and ruined buildings, and that devastated fortress becomes the stage for the boss fight. The Sweepers Guild answers by unleashing its pride, hundreds of extreme mages firing a perfectly coordinated bombardment trap. First they raise towering shield walls into a giant triangle, then they pour fire, lightning, and ice into the enclosure until the inside looks like hell itself. Raid leader Ikni watches that inferno without his usual confidence and prays for even a little damage, because this time he is genuinely scared. Then one shield wall explodes open, and footsteps come out through the smoke. Sir Argardo steps into view in silver armor with living black patterns, beast head shoulders, a three-serpent crest, and a shabby sword that cries as it moves. The moment Igni sees him walk out of that bombardment untouched, he gives the order no one expected: retreat. Igni makes the reason brutally clear: Argardo cannot be hurt by physical, magical, or even holy attacks, so staying means dying for nothing. But even the few seconds spent passing on the retreat order are too much, because Argardo suddenly appears in front of Igni's subordinate with his sword already dropping. Igni barely intercepts the strike with his spear and yells for the others to run without worrying about him. Face to face, Igni recognizes the nightmare in front of him as Sir Argardo, Prince Dean's left hand. Even while their weapons lock, Argardo's blade keeps chewing through the spear shaft like it is alive, forcing Igni to burn his rare coding skill just to stop his gear from being destroyed. That tiny opening is enough for Argardo to kick Igni so hard he goes skidding across the ground like a stone. Dazed and spinning, Igni looks up too late and sees Argardo already above him. Argardo ends it in one clean, savage strike by driving his sword straight through Igni's head. The live broadcast turns Igni's death into instant humiliation as viewers flood the feed mocking how the Sweepers Guild got wiped out in under a minute. In another room, Shur watches the broadcast and asks Hatch what he thinks of both Argardo and the Sweepers Guild's collapse. Before Hatch can answer, Hahui cuts in and boasts that she and the Queen would beat Argardo senseless in 10 minutes. Hatch snaps back at Hahui to watch her mouth, and the room briefly turns into a petty power clash before Shur pulls it back under control. Once Shur reins Hahui in, Hatch lays out the ugly facts. Argardo shrugs off skills, physical attacks, and magic, whether that comes from his armor or some corrupted power. When Shur asks for a clearer comparison, Hatch says Argardo and the corrupted Count are not even on the same level. Then Hatch goes blunter still and says Argardo is actually better in close combat than Hahui, which earns him another furious interruption. Under Shur's cold glance, Hahui finally goes quiet, and Hatch explains the real problem. Argardo fights like PvP, right where the Great Guild's raid stars are weakest. Shur understands the implication at once, because even monsters among the 30 Great Guilds rarely get real one-on-one combat experience when almost no one can reach them. Even so, Hatch says Argardo is too valuable to ignore, because the guild that kills him will be treated as the best for a long time. So Hatch decides to apply for the raid anyway, knowing that dodging Argardo would hurt their reputation more than losing to him. With that settled, they turn their attention past Argardo to the real final target waiting behind him, the Immoral Prince raid. Ruined Havan's castle has become even more terrifying than its old curse days, so now elite players gather outside it like stars answering a disaster. The camp is full of players strong enough to ignore nearby monsters, but the mood still tightens when two true stars draw everyone's attention. Shev greets Shur like an old acquaintance, and she answers him with obvious coldness. When Shur asks what he wants, Shev casually says he came because storm hunters are up right after Red Bulls, so he figured he should say hello. Shur immediately reads it for what it is, a deliberate provocation from the one guild she actually fears in this lineup. Shur can tolerate other guilds going first, but Red Bulls are different because she thinks they might actually beat Argardo and hand storm hunters a harder fight after exposing their methods. Shev being here in person makes it worse, because it tells Shur the Red Bulls are taking this raid dead seriously instead of just farming attention. The crowd can tell the same thing, and gossip spreads fast that the real race is between Red Bulls and Storm Hunters. Sinclair watches the showdown with a bitter face, blaming Haho Mask for creating a situation where monsters like Shur and Shev can shine even brighter. But someone else is watching Sinclair just as closely: Hirkin, hiding in plain sight under bland steel armor and a full helmet. Seeing Sinclair inside VNV makes Hirkin's stomach drop, because his plan was to join a solid underdog raid as the extra ace they were missing. He wants Argardo's incredible drops, but he knows this raid cannot be soloed because reaching the boss means breaking the corrupted army and taking the castle first. That is why Hirkin planned to sell his help to a near-winning guild, but Sinclair is exactly the kind of player who might recognize him and turn hostile on sight. Hirkin decides he has to change plans, then forces himself not to flinch when Sinclair suddenly glances back toward him. Sinclair only ends up mildly confused by the random armored guy staring at him, and Hirkin slips past that danger for now. After Shur and Shev break off and the crowd erupts into speculation, both Sinclair and Hirkin quietly disappear from view. Later, the Argardo raid board explodes when the huge pickup force called Kill the Knight gives up before even taking the castle. Their 1,200-man team tried to abuse the damaged wall, but their sloppy push collapsed when too many players jammed the breach at once. That bottleneck lets the defenders wipe out whole clusters with area attacks, proving exactly why castle retakes are so brutal. Nobody is truly shocked by the failure, because numbers alone are useless here without either overwhelming magic firepower or a monster-level battlefield commander. Fans also keep bringing up VNV, because they actually reached Argardo before retreating, and one unnamed fighter among them drew a lot of attention for mowing down monsters. Now attention shifts to the next three challengers in a row, with everyone expecting Red Bulls and Storm Hunters to decide the raid for real. Big Smiles gets dragged through the mud instead, mocked as dead weight beside the two guilds everyone actually believes in. The insult turns concrete when Big Smiles sells only 290,000 live tickets, a number low enough to sting their pride badly. Apollo takes the slight personally, fuming because even as an officer he has been shoved into useless rear support. Kuroro listens beside him with his own face twisting in disgust, because he knows Apollo is only here through money, not ability. In Kuroro's eyes, Apollo would never have made a serious raid roster if he had not bribed Brooks to get himself included. Kuroro is even more bitter because Big Smiles are not here to win at all, just to exploit the hot topic after being one of the guilds that originally stayed out. He can already picture the whole script: break in, show Argardo on stream, drag the fight out for an hour, then retreat after selling the spectacle. Just as Kuroro's expression starts to slip, Sinclair suddenly approaches and politely calls out to him. Sinclair says he was only checking the situation and came over because he recognized Kuroro, which instantly puts Kuroro back into polite mode. Apollo gets impatient at being ignored and cuts in to ask who Sinclair is. Kuroro grudgingly introduces them, and Apollo ends up shaking hands with Sinclair even though the whole exchange feels off. Elsewhere, another hidden handshake is happening at the same time, hinting that quieter deals are moving behind the famous raids. As the next challenge nears, the Red Bulls treat raid planning like a game of Go, where every move is pattern reading and counterplay. Their strategist Nunam already built a full Argardo plan, but Chev suddenly orders it scrapped. Nunam asks twice if Chev is serious, because the replacement plan sounds possible but completely unexpected. Chev finally explains that since their odds are shaky anyway, he would rather make the raid more fun and give the viewers a show they will never regret buying. A retreat order suddenly comes through voice talk, and Kuroro realizes the front line has already gone bad. Beside him, Apollo finally stops eating, throws his food away, and explodes in anger that useless people were put up front. Kuroro can only laugh bitterly, because he half agrees with Apollo and half thinks Apollo himself is the same kind of problem. What really nags at Kuroro is why someone like Sinclair ever took interest in Apollo in the first place. The Big Smiles mess barely matters now, because all attention has shifted to the much bigger spectacle around Havan's castle. Even though the fight is hard to see from outside, players still crowd around the castle just to say they were there when history happened. By now nearly 6,000 users surround Havans, and even underleveled fans have risked their lives to come watch the Argardo raid in person. At the center of all that hype, the Red Bulls stand ready in horned helmets with the kind of confidence only a top guild can wear. Their numbers alone show the scale of this attempt: over 1 million live tickets sold, more than 700 raiders, and an average level over 160. Chev quietly checks if the plan is understood, and his subordinate answers without hesitation. That perfect answer pulls a crescent grin from Chev, because his side is going in with absolute confidence. Then Chev gives the only command that matters and starts the battle. In a siege this big, magic control decides everything, so the real key is not raw power but hitting the right place at the right time. Because big spells are expensive, slow, and dangerous to allies, accuracy matters more than flashy damage. Only monsters like Hatch can throw long-range magic accurately on the move, so ordinary raiders need a stricter system. The Red Bulls solve that problem with target designation, calling out pre-marked zones so every spell lands where the tankers intend. They even match spell attributes to the tankers' resistances, so the frontline can survive the bombardment they are luring enemies into. Once monsters are left on a sliver of health, Red Bull's strikers rush in like blades and finish them before any magic is wasted. That non-stop precision is exactly why the Red Bulls look less like a guild and more like a beautifully tuned machine. 18 minutes in, that machine delivers a brutal result and tears down Havan's barely repaired castle wall. With the wall down, Chev leads the Red Bulls' primary raid team over the rubble and into the castle. Instead of acting burdened, Chev tells his elites this is only the warm-up, and they answer like that pressure means nothing. Nearby, Hatch waits with the Stormhunters in case Red Bulls fail, but he is secretly enjoying the rare break from Hahue. He even catches himself feeling a little lonely without Hahue's non-stop chatter around him. Once the raid gets moving, Hatch drops into full spectator mode and starts watching the paid live broadcast on a hologram screen. As the chat praises Red Bulls and mocks Big Smiles, Hatch snipes back in his head at almost every bad take he sees. The comments about Argardo get more serious, and Hatch immediately starts analyzing the boss like a veteran raid theorist. He knows the real problem is Argardo's small body and dual heavy style, because only a couple of users can engage cleanly and magical support barely helps. When chat wonders if Argardo might need some hidden clear condition instead of brute force, Hatch admits that theory makes sense too. He even gives Big K quiet credit for how well this whole battle is being run. Hatch relaxes enough to snack while he watches, treating the raid almost like entertainment for a moment. But the second Argardo's fight is about to begin, Hatch jolts upright with everyone else watching. Inside the castle, Red Bull's tankers spread out like a moving wall, an open space for the rest of the raid force to flood in behind them. From above, the invasion looks like a red stain swallowing black ground as the corrupted army starts getting overwhelmed. Then the raid hits its true turning point when Argardo finally appears. The white-eyed knight stands there in corrupted silver armor, black patterns crawling over the metal while the crying sword lets out its eerie weeping sound. Argardo is small, but his presence hits harder than a dragon, and the entire audience goes dead silent. Into that silence, Chev suddenly apologizes to everyone watching the live broadcast. His apology only gets stranger when he says the Red Bulls took the easy way out in this raid. Then he drops the real bombshell. Red Bulls are stepping aside and handing Argardo's battle to someone else. A heartbeat later, Chev reveals exactly who that someone is and announces that Haho Mask will fight Argardo one-on-one. That reveal leads back to the hidden setup, when Hirkin saw Sinclair nearby and realized normal participation would never be free of interference. So Hirkin narrows his answer down to the only kind of guilds Sinclair cannot shove around, the ones powerful enough to treat this raid like life or death. He chooses the Red Bulls without much hesitation and arranges a secret meeting with Chev that no one else knows about. Hirkin opens the negotiation by saying he wants to join the Argardo raid, but only on one condition. When Chev asks the price, Hirkin shocks him by waiving any claim to lib ticket and video profits. What Hirkin really wants is simple and extreme: a one-on-one stage against Argardo. In return, he offers something Red Bulls actually need: a possible way to kill Argardo and a tool that could make the method work. Chev instantly sees the upside, because whether Hirkin fails or succeeds, Red Bulls still stand to profit. If Hirkin only weakens Argardo or teaches them something before losing, Red Bulls get the boss softer for their own follow-up attempt. And if Hirkin actually wins, Red Bulls still share the raid clear title and keep all the footage profit from the historic kill. Chev is even more willing to deal because Red Bulls already owed Hirkin a favor and had been preparing a huge bribe for him anyway. Still, Chev refuses to let Hirkin walk away with all the leverage and makes his own counteroffer. Chev demands full live broadcast rights for Red Bulls so they can air the whole raid and Hirkin's duel on their own channel. Hirkin answers without wasting another word and seals the secret Argardo deal with a handshake. At ruined Havan's castle, Hirkin finally stands alone in front of Argardo, facing the duel he always wanted under the slits of his Haho mask. The moment should feel glorious, but Hirkin is sick of the compromise that got him here, because Chev had asked him to fight Argardo together with the Red Bulls instead of winning it alone. He knows his pride is shabby and maybe irrational, but he still refuses to borrow the strength of one of the 30 great guilds on his main stage. After crushing down the self-doubt, Hirkin forces himself to focus, because a distraction against Argardo would get him killed instantly. The instant Hirkin draws his blade and declares hostility like a proper duelist, Argardo answers by rushing him without even unsheathing a new weapon. Their first clash is brutal, and Hirkin deliberately meets Argardo head-on so he can measure the knight's real speed, power, reflexes, and AI. That quick test tells Hirkin the gap in stats is ugly, and he is relieved he brought Ivan's sword instead of a stronger weapon that Argardo's break effect would have smashed apart. Hirkin fires the sword's built-in haste, and the duel suddenly speeds up into a tighter, more dangerous exchange. Using that tiny opening, Hirkin finally summons his fully geared skeleton knight and turns the duel into a pincer attack. From the side of the battlefield, Chev stops caring about cleanup for a moment and watches, because Hirkin and his skeleton knight move together with absurd precision. Chev can tell Hirkin's skeletons were trained to evade first and strike after, but he also knows nobody else could fight in step with them like this. But even with that clean teamwork, Chev sees the ugly truth: Argardo is not taking damage, and sending more summons or more players into the melee would only clog the fight. Argardo's crying sword is the only thing leaving real marks, so Chev realizes Hirkin has to reveal his winning move now or lose the fight on a timer. The battle turns ugly when Argardo cuts both knees off the skeleton knight and drops Hirkin's partner out of the duel. Left alone, Hirkin intentionally opens his guard with his left arm and baits Argardo into the stab he was waiting for. Argardo drives the crying sword straight through Hirkin's stomach, punching through armor, bone armor, and flesh in one ruthless line. Instead of screaming, Hirkin grins and hugs Argardo in place, finally locking the knight where he wants him. Using that one desperate hold, Hirkin turns scattered bone fragments into bare-handed skeleton warriors and sends them rushing in. Argardo ignores the new attackers and keeps twisting the sword inside Hirkin, trusting his own invincibility to carry him through. Hirkin is only still alive because his life vessel health pool is buying him a few more seconds to finish the setup. The bare-handed skeletons start pounding and grabbing at Argardo's armor, not to break it by force, but to hold the timing for Hirkin's trap. Then the hidden bone explosive goes off, and a roaring blast drenches both Hirkin and Argardo in black liquid sap. The system confirms Argardo has been hit by black sap, and for the first time Hirkin hears the words that matter: Argardo's HP will decrease. Realizing something is wrong, Argardo violently kicks Hirkin away and rips the sword back out, tearing the wound even worse. Still smiling through the agony, Hirkin activates his next layer with one quiet command: slot on. This was the whole plan from the start, because black sap ignores Argardo's absurd defenses and keeps damaging him without needing to break the armor first. Hirkin had accepted getting splashed himself only because he brought the silver circlet of purification to survive his own trap. The sap on Hirkin smokes away under the circlet's protection, but nothing burns off Argardo, which means the damage over time effect is still ticking on the knight. Hirkin quickly judges the ugly math and realizes he still has to survive roughly 20 more minutes before black sap can finish Argardo. He also knows he cannot let Argardo disengage, regenerate, and reset the status, so this brutal solo fight has to continue without a break. Even with the fight dragging on, Hirkin still refuses outside help and commits to pushing Argardo alone with pure offense. He scatters more bone fragments across the field, this time not for soldiers, but to set the stage for skeleton magicians and his signature waltz. Thinking of Ivan, Herkin decides he will finish this with the waltz he made famous. So the waltz begins at Havan's, with Herkin luring Argardo through carefully placed spell lanes while skeleton magicians bombard him from the edges. The spells still cannot truly hurt Argardo, but every distraction buys precious seconds while black sap keeps eating away at him. Viewers watching live go wild as Herkin turns the castle into a stage again, and the historic broadcast keeps selling more tickets in real time. But sharper viewers start to notice the dance is slipping, because Argardo enters phase 2 and changes his attack style instead of just getting faster. Herkin is trying to keep dancing a waltz, but phase 2 Argardo fights like a brawler and starts pushing him off rhythm. She watches the live fight with mixed feelings. Still angry, Herkin turned her down, and yet unable to look away from how brilliant he is. By her read, 7 minutes into the dance, Herkin is already starting to wobble under the pressure. Then at 18 minutes, Argardo enters phase 3, unleashes sword energy, and slices off one of Herkin's arms before he can recover. Herkin throws up skeleton warriors as a last-second wall, but Argardo shreds the whole defense in under 10 seconds. Watching the crisis, she asks Hatch whether the Red Bulls are finally moving, and Hatch says they are still just standing there. She realizes this is Herkin's own will, because even with death this close, he still wants the stage and the risk to belong to him alone. On the battlefield edge, one Red Bull's subordinate asks if they should help, but Shev gives a shockingly cold answer and says they should wait if Herkin does not want intervention. Shev's words sound merciless, but underneath them is jealousy, because Herkin is still fighting with the reckless freedom Shev himself lost long ago. Back in the duel, phase 3 Argardo keeps mixing sword energy into every exchange, and the very idea of safe distance disappears. With Argardo's stats surging too high for direct exchanges, Herkin is forced to abandon Ivan's sword and focus only on survival. The waltz is gone now, and Herkin is just desperately dodging while his concentration starts to fail after more than 20 brutal minutes. For one ugly moment, Herkin imagines how easily the Red Bulls could save him right now, and he hates himself for even thinking it. That flash of anger hardens his resolve again, and Herkin decides he would rather die by his own stubborn pride than start fearing it now. With no time for clay play, Herkin summons his golem Ra and uses it as his final bastion. He immediately hardens the golem into stone and stays behind it, fully aware that if this shield falls, he has nowhere left to hide. Knowing he has no strength left for another full exchange, Herkin plants his feet and chooses to meet the ending head-on. He roars a challenge at Argardo, and even the exploding live chat seems to freeze for a heartbeat at the sight. Argardo answers with a massive sword energy slash that cuts the hardened golem apart in one diagonal stroke and nearly takes Herkin with it. The crashing body and smoke buy him only a few more seconds, but Herkin stays planted and keeps staring Argardo down. With his last bone explosive hidden in his right hand, Herkin decides he will keep attacking even now, because that is still his only real defense. He pushes his fading concentration to the limit and braces for the next attack, ready to gamble everything on one more exchange. Then, just before the final clash lands, two sudden title announcements explode into Herkin's mind: Defeater of Argardo and Hero of the Great Battle. When the duel ends, the whole raid ground goes numb because Argardo is somehow still standing with his sword aimed at Herkin. Herkin hears the clear kill announcement, but Argardo's dead body looks so intact that even he briefly wonders if he misheard it. Even after winning, Herkin stays rigid, feeling like Argardo will cut him down the instant he lets his guard drop. Far from the duel, Shev is the first one to shake off the silence and accept that Haho Mask really killed the white-eyed knight alone. Realizing the live broadcast is still running, Shev snaps into producer mode and orders the mic open for the closing line. Shev gives a composed closing statement that credits the Red Bulls production and Haho Mask's participation in the successful Argardo hunt, then ends the live broadcast before the private aftermath is shown. Only after the cameras cut does Herkin fully believe the kill, because two new titles pop up as undeniable proof. The titles finally clear Herkin's daze, and the victory feels real enough for him to move. His first step nearly sends him off balance, because his body still hasn't adjusted to the fact that his left arm is gone. He checks his missing arm and HP, then realizes there is no quick fix because Life Vessel blocks recovery magic while his body is barely holding together. Knowing he could die the moment Life Vessel ends, Herkin quietly stuffs a recovery candy into his mouth and keeps going. As he walks up to the motionless knight, Herkin's feelings tangle together into anger, respect, pride, and frustration over a win earned by black sap instead of a clean strike. He even wonders what fighters like Coyote or Whistling Pitbull would do here, but in the end he chooses neither mockery nor ceremony and just stares. Then the crying sword suddenly lets out a shrill warning cry, and the noise jolts Herkin hard enough to make him flinch. That last vibration finally breaks the dead knight's stance, and Argardo collapses to his knees before crashing face first to the ground. With his remaining arm, Herkin finally claims Argardo's prize and picks up the crying sword. A system notice says he still cannot equip it, but Herkin ignores that and immediately checks the weapon's true value. The item window confirms the crying sword is an epic weapon with massive bonuses, special effects, and a binding rule that locks it to the one who acquired it. Seeing the weapon's options, Herkin shudders with pure thrill because this loot proves he has already surpassed the version of himself from the past. At last, Herkin can put a name to what he is feeling as he accepts the spoils of war. This is victory. Once the silence breaks, the audience explodes into frenzy, arguing over how Haho Mask won and piecing together that Black Sap's damage over time was the real killer. The media world goes just as wild, with reporters and editors desperately ordering interviews from the Red Bulls and especially from Haho Mask before rivals can get them first. Then a sales report lands, and Chev learns the raid sold 2.71 million live tickets after Haho Mask joined, smashing Warlord's all-time record. His jealousy and regret over the raid rewards fade fast when he realizes the paid video profits will be enormous and Haho Mask gave up his share. Thinking even further ahead to the Immoral Prince raid, Chev reaches one hard conclusion: he has to recruit Haho Mask. Elsewhere, Shur is just as consumed by the result, because what really sticks with her is that Haho Mask still refused Red Bull's help even at the edge of death. That answer matters to Shur because it proves the Red Bulls did want to help him, but the choice to fight Argardo alone was Haho Mask's own stubborn will. She cannot understand why someone so capable and rational insists on soloing, and that mystery turns into a fixation she means to solve and claim for herself. While she is still brooding, Hatch keeps trying to report in through voice talk, and Shur snaps at him for making noise at the worst possible moment. Hatch pushes through her anger with unusual urgency, and tells her to look at her bracelet right now. At home with a bowl of cheap cloudy kanji, An Jae-hyun sits in a sour mood, still clearly not recovered from the last raid. He taps on his tablet and starts scrolling through article headlines about the Great Battle, where everyone is already arguing over who really benefited. The next swipe hits harder, because the new headlines are all about the Red Bulls turning the Argardo raid into a huge paid broadcast event built around him. That stings, because An Jae-hyun knows he earned huge loot from the battle, but the Red Bulls made even more money off the show around it. He flashes back to the raid aftermath, where Chev walks over and politely returns Herkin's severed left arm. Chev only says two things, a thank you and that he wants to work together again next time, which makes a lot more sense once An Jae-hyun sees the profits. Now An Jae-hyun does the math and nearly suffers on the spot, because even a tiny cut of the broadcast money would have been enormous. He curses himself for not demanding a better deal, especially since he already signed away his Immoral Prince broadcast profits too. The sad meal is not because he's broke, but because the Argardo raid wrecked his insides badly enough that bland kanji is all he can handle. Once the battle stress finally dropped, the damage caught up with him, and even now he is basically testing whether his body is still holding together. The fact that he can eat at all is a relief, but it does nothing to improve his mood. He knows he cannot walk back the Red Bulls contract, and even if he did, the other top guilds would force him into the same kind of deal anyway. So instead of sulking over lost money, he forces himself to focus on the one thing he can still control, stripping every possible reward out of the Immoral Prince raid. His real target is the Immoral Prince set, which goes only to the 10 users with the biggest contribution, and after soloing Argardo he has a strong shot at making that list. The Red Bulls also need him as a headline act now, so they are almost forced to push him into visible high-impact moments during the next raid. But the raid itself is the real problem, because before his return the Immoral Prince raid failed 5 straight times. Back then the major guilds had too much confidence after the Great Battle and treated the Immoral Prince like an easy final garnish instead of the true peak. That arrogance turned fatal, because a failed Immoral Prince raid means total annihilation with no retreat once the instance begins. This time people are more cautious, but An Jae-hyun still cannot trust the top 3 token-holding guilds to cooperate when it matters. That uncertainty makes his own strength even more important, because soloing Argardo gave him a new card to play. If he can reach level 180, his survival odds jump sharply. He checks his current level and realizes the key threshold is level 180, when he can finally equip the Crying Sword and Dark Spot set and gain another summon skill. 7 more levels would raise his survival odds and his chances of winning the Immoral Prince set, but nobody else is going to wait around for his convenience. Then a better idea hits him. If the Red Bulls are using his name to sell the raid, they are the ones who need him to step on stage first. He hurriedly pulls up the contract and starts hunting for a loophole instead of more reasons to be miserable. And there it is. The contract never says exactly when he has to join the Immoral Prince raid. For the first time all chapter, An Jae-hyun smiles, already thinking about power leveling before the Red Bulls can drag him in. Only after finding that escape route does he notice the miserable taste again, and wonder why this so-called beef kanji barely contains any beef at all. Elsewhere in Warlord, the story cuts to a crowded pub where 2 unnoticed high-level users sit over melon beer and talk seriously. Sinclair opens with a worry that buying time may have been the wrong call, because their whole plan seems to have gone crooked. Horace disagrees and says the problem is bigger than one mistake, because the Argardo raid exposed the limits of the Hands Guild's entire method. When Sinclair tries to blame the Haho Mask for changing everything, Horace cuts that off and says the Red Bulls and Storm Hunters would still have owned the Argardo siege anyway. That shuts Sinclair up, because Horace frames the real failure as an information war they lost to Hydra again. Horace goes further and says that if Hydra really has the Red Bulls and Storm Hunters leaning its way, then the Hands are in danger of becoming irrelevant. Just as Sinclair starts asking what comes next, Horace stops him and makes it clear this part is private, friend to friend before coworker to coworker. Then Horace reveals the real secret. The Hands Guild is heading for a reorganization because their shadow play strategy no longer works. Instead of pulling strings from the dark, they plan to step into the open and become visible rivals that can chase the frontrunners directly. He is almost excited by it, because weaker users are already being treated like celebrities, and he sees no reason for the Hands to stay buried forever. Horace ends by saying he is going out into the sun no matter what, and several others in the guild feel the same way. Herkin finally dings level 179, but instead of resting, he instantly throws out 5 skeleton fragments to keep the grind rolling. The new skeleton magicians calmly build oversized fireballs together, turning a routine summon into a prepared mass strike. Those fireballs arc straight into a melee where Herkin's horned skeleton warriors are locked in a brutal clash with black grooming lizard warriors. The explosions hit friend and foe alike, but that is exactly Herkin's plan. As the flames clear, the black tree set effect kicks in, coating the lizards in black sap while Herkin's skeletons recover their original forms as if the magic barely mattered. The poison lizards scream in pain, then go dead quiet when a skeleton knight with the black Cobalt King's sword steps in to finish the job. Herkin does not even watch the cleanup, because he is already asking the nearby support watcher for the next packed hunting spot. The support user answers at once that the next area is already prepared, showing how hard the Red Bulls are pushing this leveling run. The story pulls back to explain that major guilds run level-up support teams for exactly this kind of power leveling, with logistics, buffs, and monster herding all handled off to the side. Bauer, the veteran leading Red Bull's support team, watches Herkin's footage and admits the speed is monstrous. Ricky, a young helper and diehard First One fan, pushes back and insists comparing Herkin to the top ranker is disrespectful. Bauer does not bother fighting with him out loud, but the annoyed look on his face says he plans to let Chev deal with Ricky later. Even so, Bauer knows exactly why Ricky worships First One, because that ranker built an absurd gap over the top 100 by leveling like his life depended on it. Because Bauer has studied ranker methods for years, he can see that Herkin really is faster than First One was at the same level. But Bauer also spots the weakness immediately. Herkin fights every second at full throttle, with no room to ease up or recover focus. In Bauer's eyes, that is what separates Herkin from First One, who deliberately slows his hunts to preserve stamina and stay logged in longer than anyone else. That makes Herkin dangerous to the current order, because if his mutant leveling style works, even the guild sitting on top could get shaken. Then a nearby manager breaks his thoughts with Herkin's latest request. He wants the final spot, the one with the most monsters. Later, back in the real world, and Jaehyun checks Herkin's level 179 status while sucking down another bland jelly meal instead of real food. He hates the expensive tasteless stuff, but after the Argado raid wrecked his insides, this is the only food he can manage. The doctors told him to avoid trigger foods, reduce stress, and exercise properly, but the only advice he actually follows is the food part. Instead of slowing down, he has tightened his schedule even more because he only needs one more level to hit 180. He forced this chance open by blackmailing the Red Bulls, flatly telling them he would not join the Immoral Prince raid until he reached level 180. Because Red Bulls had already sold the live broadcast around Haho Mask's name, they had to cave and hand him their hidden black grooming lizard nest with full support attached. So even with his stomach hurting, he knows he cannot waste a one-time opening like this before the raid starts. For now, he takes one small comfort in the fact that the Immoral Prince raid has not fully exploded yet, even though other users already tried to crack it first. Those first 2 raid attempts ended in total disaster, with whole groups getting wiped out and the public footage proving the boss is outrageously strong. That failure scared even the biggest guilds into caution, which is why Red Bulls now treat Haho Mask's participation as a necessity instead of a choice. Even so, and Jaehyun feels a chill when he remembers that this will be his first real attempt against the Immoral Prince. He understands the theory clearly enough: destroy the corruption relics hidden around the boss, and the Immoral Prince loses a huge chunk of his power. The problem is carrying that plan out, because someone has to hold the monster back long enough for the relic team to work. What really bothers him is the Immoral Prince's speed, because this boss moves faster than users were ever supposed to move. Worse, the boss fights like a twisted hybrid of swordsman and magician, with boosted Fallen Kingdom skills that outclass normal player abilities. To Jaehyun, this raid does not feel like fighting a boss at all, it feels like facing a superior PvP opponent. That is why he concludes the raid will hinge on 4 elite users who can survive at least a minute against that monster: Sohank, Chev, Shur, and Herkin. But the moment he imagines those 4 huge personalities trying to cooperate, his stomach twists again. He grabs another jelly pouch to settle himself, still hoping Shur does not blow everything up before the raid even starts. Then a new email icon appears on his tablet, and he opens a message from Chev. One look at the message tells him his bad feeling was right: Storm Hunters have gone rogue. At the same time, inside Storm Hunters, Hatch packs consumables with a sinking feeling, already convinced Shur's latest order is insane. After the Immoral Prince raid failed twice and the boss changed location, Storm Hunters used their information network to find the new spot almost immediately. What shattered Hatch's nerve was the order that followed, because Shur wants Storm Hunters to challenge the immoral prince all by themselves. He knows exactly where that order came from. Shur is furious after being pushed out of the spotlight, while Haho Mask and Red Bulls steal all the attention. To Hatch, this is not a strategy call at all, just the kind of explosive pride that gets people hurt. Because Storm Hunters is his workplace and Warlord is tied to his real life now, Hatch forces himself to think like a survivor instead of a loyal subordinate. He knows Shur will never listen if he objects directly, so he quietly decides to warn Hydra and Red Bulls instead. And with bitter dark humor, Hatch realizes he may need to escape this guild entirely before Shur's madness kills him for real. After the great battle, players who couldn't enter the Immoral Prince raid threw themselves into one job anyway, cracking the battle token's riddle to find where the boss was hiding. The puzzle frenzy got even bigger because the 3 major guilds posted a bounty, turning the right answer into a $5,000 prize. But the clues were maddeningly vague, and after each failed raid the Immoral Prince moved again, forcing everyone to spend days solving a new location from scratch. Storm Hunters got absurdly lucky on the second reset, because the new clues matched a place they had only just discovered themselves. That place was Patagonia Mountain, a brutal level 190 region with a crimson lake and a lightning-burned dead tree that perfectly fit the red mirror and angular landmark. Because only Storm Hunters had properly explored this newly opened area, the guild chose to keep Patagonia Mountain secret and monopolize the third raid attempt before the other guilds could interfere. Hatch saw that same discovery as pure bad luck, and the sight of the red lake and charred tree only made his mood sink further. Then Hahoe marched over and snapped at him, demanding to know why he was standing there sighing like a doomed man. When Hatch gave her a pitiful look instead of an answer, Hahoe instantly took it as an insult and threw a punch at his face. Their shouting match turned ugly fast, with Hahoe threatening him and Hatch recklessly barking back even though everyone around them was already watching. A single cold command from Shur killed the fight instantly, and Hatch and Hahoe both broke eye contact and obeyed. The raid was set to begin in 6 hours, and Hatch swallowed hard, knowing he was trapped no matter how this ended. Elsewhere, Chev learned through a remote report that Storm Hunters had picked Patagonia Mountain, a newly discovered region, and were moving ahead alone. Chev was furious that Storm Hunters had broken the guild agreement, but he also knew Shur was exactly the kind of leader reckless enough to do it. The bigger danger was obvious to Chev. If Storm Hunters failed this selfish raid, Shur's pride would make them abandon the Immoral Prince altogether. And with battle tokens locking out everyone else, losing Storm Hunters would make the entire raid much harder to clear later. So Chev waited in cold business terms, either let Storm Hunters crash as spectators, or step in if helping promised better returns. They quickly realized joining wouldn't hurt much financially, because ticket pre-sales and ad contracts were already locked in. And on the preparation side, both guilds were already raid ready, with trained members, synced schedules, checked bodies, and gear packed for immediate deployment. Once helping looked worthwhile, the plan turned ruthless. Let Storm Hunters engage the Immoral Prince first, then use that opening to send other teams after the relics. Since Storm Hunters had broken the agreement first, Chev saw no reason to spare them from becoming the sacrificial shield. Before finalizing anything, First Head demanded one missing piece. He needed details on the Haho mask to complete the plan. 10 minutes later, Chev replied with a short message that said everything he wanted to say. The Haho mask would join later. At the raid site, Shur led 25 Storm Hunters in a straight line through the forest, keeping the charred angular tree on their left as they marched toward the hidden entrance. 10 minutes into the walk, Shur vanished first, and the members behind her disappeared one by one as they crossed into the hidden instance. By the time Hatch reached the rear alone, he understood exactly what was happening and felt a flicker of grim satisfaction at the opening in front of him. He knew this raid was an instance dungeon where only chosen users could enter, and a failed run meant the whole party would be annihilated. Then Hatch paused, looked back into the forest, and quietly signaled after sensing hidden watchers nearby. Hahoe's angry voice suddenly blasted through voice chat, warning Hatch to get inside before she came out and beat him herself. With no time left, Hatch stepped through the barrier, heard that his battle token had nullified it, and vanished into the raid like the rest. The hidden observers Hatch sensed were finally revealed. Nato from Hydra and a Red Bull's expert called Two Kims waited in the shadows until Storm Hunters committed first. In a low whisper, they confirmed Storm Hunters had entered the battlefield, and the final battle with the Immoral Prince was now underway. After 2 total wipeouts, players finally understood the Immoral Prince raid had only one real answer. One team had to destroy the relics while another team kept the boss busy. That plan only worked because Shur believed she could hold the Immoral Prince almost by herself while a small Storm Hunters team handled the relics. Her confidence was absolute. Even the Haho mask only made her more competitive, not willing to admit she was beneath him. Then the raid boss showed why that confidence was being tested. The Immoral Prince stood there like a nightmare king in Ulf's giant ash-colored armor. Even so, the Storm Hunters were stunned when Shur managed to hold the Immoral Prince off for a full 5 minutes. She could not overpower him, but by forcing her way inside his reach she kept ruining the Immoral Prince's rhythm and held his attention on herself. When Shur finally called for a swap, Hahoe threw herself at the Immoral Prince and swore she would endure. She only pulled off that first 5-minute stand because 3 priests were waiting to rebuff her the moment she rotated out. Hahoe's turn exposed the real gap, because despite matching Sher's buffs and gear, she lasted barely a minute. A single failed defense cost Hahoe her left arm, which the immoral prince sliced off at the elbow in a flash. Even while a striker dragged her away, Hahoe still fought to stay in the battle. Once the buffs were restored, Sher yelled that she was ready and launched herself back at the immoral prince while everyone fell silent to watch round 2. Away from Sher's duel, the relic team was battling a different problem entirely. The relic guardian was a 3-meter iron golem with a huge diamond buried deep in its head, tough enough that it had to be cracked open to reach the core. Hatch ran the relic fight with moving cast precision, circling the golem at speed while shouting orders and adjusting around the tanks in real time. He was so good at reading monsters and saving shaky frontliners that tankers considered him the dream mage to hunt with. 7 minutes in, Hatch's side had taken no losses, but the cracks in the relic guardian were still too small for his liking. Hearing Sher had lasted 5 minutes renewed his awe for her, but it also made the rest of the guild look painfully ordinary by comparison. After Hahoe lost an arm in 1 minute, Hatch realized Sher had to be overworking herself, and he quietly judged that she would start breaking by the 3rd exchange. So he waited for the outside help he had already decided they needed. Then the emergency report hit. Hydra and Red Bulls had just started a live Immoral Prince broadcast, which meant both guilds were already inside. For one brief second, Hatch told himself this was still better than losing everything. That hope died instantly when the next message revealed the 2 guilds planned to destroy the relics while using storm hunters as bait. The rivals did not even pretend to negotiate once they entered, because they moved straight for the relic guardians like this had always been their plan. From the storm hunter side, the first reaction was pure fury, and Hahoe nearly exploded on the guild's own live channel. She screamed that someone had betrayed them, and everyone knew she was saying what the whole guild was thinking. The answer came from the one person no one wanted to suspect when Hatch admitted he was the one who leaked the information. Instead of exploding, Hahoe stared in genuine shock and asked why, which only made the whole guild more unsettled. She cut through the chaos with a short order to focus on the battle, then gritted down and prepared to throw herself back at the boss. As she rushed back in, the immoral prince calmly opened a hand and shaped a stream of fire into a giant bird. The fire bird swallowed her whole, burning through the gaps in her armor and tearing down her health. Even inside the flames, the bloodsucker tree sap kicked in and kept Sher pushing forward through the burn damage. She still reached striking range, but the red aura on the immoral prince's blade made Sher abort her attack in sudden fear. Her desperate dodge saved her from a sword wave so absurdly lethal it carved the earth open behind her. When the immoral prince turned away toward the relic teams, Sher forced herself back up and demanded that he keep fighting her. What Sher did not know was that the one person she most wanted nearby was already hiding at the battlefield's edge. From cover, Herkin watched all 3 guild broadcasts on a hologram monitor and mocked the mess unfolding exactly as he had expected. He had deceived the Red Bulls on purpose, partly because his contract never actually bound him to their raid timing. The other reason was simpler. He knew Hydra and Red Bulls would try to steal the clean reward while someone else bled as bait. For a moment, seeing the Stormhunters trapped like this almost pleased him, especially while Sher was still stubbornly holding the line. Then he forced himself to think coldly, because if Sher died here the Stormhunters would never cooperate, and the whole raid could collapse into sabotage. He also knew that without Stormhunters, he might be forced into the same suicidal position as bait, while the other guilds saved themselves for the reward. So the answer was ugly but clear. The highest survival route was keeping Sher alive and the Stormhunters fighting. After wrestling down his pride, Herkin finally stood up and decided he would move for his own sake. Back at the front line, Sher's stamina finally started betraying her, and her 3rd round against the immoral prince began to wobble much faster than before. She gambled on an all-in rush to force him back into close combat before he could ignore her again. But her tired judgment missed his faster dash, and she realized too late that his sword was already on her shoulder. The hit ripped through Sher's black armor and left shoulder, and the immoral prince followed it with a body slam that sent her rolling away, ruined and disarmed. Hahoe moved first without even shouting, charging in on one arm and raw loyalty to save Sher. It was the worst possible move against this boss, and the immoral prince stepped aside and sliced through Hahoe's left thigh as if he had been waiting for her. Now missing an arm and a leg, Hahoe crashed to the ground while the boss reversed his blade for the killing strike. Before anyone else could even process what was happening, the Haho mask exploded into the battlefield and met the immoral prince blade to blade. The moment Haho mask appears beside the immoral prince fight, the battlefield buzzes like the whole server shouted his name at once. Hydra freezes for a beat, because Haho mask was supposed to enter later, not jump in now to help Stormhunters. Since this move was never part of the joint plan, Hydra immediately wonders if Red Bulls changed the script behind their backs. Hydra demands an answer from Shev, but Nadal can already see from Red Bull's confused reaction that even they were not warned about Haho mask's timing. Shev is still locked in combat with a freezing Frost Knight, so he buys himself thinking time by calling Kims in to take over. Kim slams his hammer into the Frost Knight, and lets the ice crawl over his weapon and hands just to pin the thing in place. With the Guardian occupied, Shev pulls back from the front line and a priest rushes in to heal the cold damage off his body. As buffs stack back onto him, Shev realizes he still cannot read Haho Mask's real intention, and his answer to Hydra could split the whole alliance. So Shev stops guessing motives and picks the most profitable move. Let Haho Mask and Storm Hunters stall the prince while Red Bulls keep farming Relic Guardians. He doubles down by ordering the broadcast team to push Haho Mask's appearance live and milk the moment with notices and commercials. When Shev tells Hydra they are sticking to relic hunting, Nadal can only force out a sour answer through obvious frustration. Shev ends the call already knowing the truth. Haho Mask just hijacked the entire pace of the raid. Against a boss with better stats, gear, and level in every direction, Hirkin falls back on the ugly kind of experience he built by surviving stronger enemies for years. He slips past the sword swing, grabs the prince's leg from a low angle, and actually hurls the monster off its footing. The prince lands cleanly anyway, but Hirkin has already rolled bone explosives to its heel. The hidden bombs detonate into a blast cloud, and Hirkin instantly sends his skeleton warriors charging through the smoke. The skeletons only by a few seconds, but that tiny window is enough for Hirkin to unveil a new summon. For the first time in Warlord, Hirkin summons a level 180 fire golem out of spreading flame. The fire golem charges in with every footstep bursting into flame, turning the battlefield into a pressure cooker. The immoral prince answers with red moon sword chi and slices the fire golem neatly in half before it even reaches him. But the golem's death turns into Hirkin's trap, because the falling body erupts into a violent firestorm and blankets the area in flames. Hirkin dives into the burning cover, only for the prince to casually rip the flames away with wind magic and expose him again. Once their eyes meet again, Hirkin greets him the old way, straight through a brutal sword clash. The prince overpowers him and opens his chest for a killing thrust, but Hirkin stops resisting and drops flat on purpose. From the ground, he kicks up between the prince's legs and launches the boss away with raw leverage instead of force. That is Hirkin's real method here, not trading damage, but constantly breaking balance with push and pull PvP tricks the stronger side hates to face. By the time he checks the clock, Hirkin has already lasted more than 5 minutes against the prince and broken Shu's old record. Even Hahoe, who usually bristles at his name, can only stare and admit the masked man is incredible. Shu is impressed too, but unlike the others she stays cold, and immediately asks how long until her severed arm is fully restored. The priest says 30 seconds, then hesitates when Shu asks about her buffs and realizes she plans to go back in. Shu never explains herself, because in her head there is only one thing left. She refuses to look weak in front of Haho Mask. Then a breakthrough hits the comms. Hatch's team destroys one relic guardian, and the prince's magic power drops for real. Over on Hydra's side, Nadal checks in with the first head and asks if they should still force the old bait plan. The answer is no, because with millions watching live, Hydra cannot afford to look like the villain even if it means losing the starring role. That bitter compromise lands hard on Nadal, who realizes Haho Mask and Sure have shoved both giant guilds into the background. Watching their synergy, Nadal reaches a dangerous conclusion: no guild can be allowed to claim Haho Mask. Back at the main fight, the fastest way to handle one overwhelming monster becomes obvious. Hirkin is no longer fighting alone. The prince drives Hirkin down with raw force, and right then Sure grabs a leg from behind to upset its stance. As the pressure on Hirkin breaks, he drops even lower to trip the prince, and Sure whips the boss away before it can recover. Hirkin immediately throws in 3 skeleton warriors, because even 10 seconds of breathing room is enough for him and Sure to read each other and build the next plan. Sure, already near her limit, still charges first without hesitation and offers herself as the bait for the next counterattack. Hirkin reads her intention perfectly and deliberately slows down so her opening will create the lane he needs. Sure drives her sword through the crumbling skeleton gap, and the prince turns to intercept exactly the way she intended. The instant their blades clash, Hirkin appears behind the prince, and Sure realizes their first team up already feels almost perfect. That clean coordination only makes Sure more possessive, because now she wants Haho Mask on her side even more than before. While the 2 strikers keep the prince busy, Red Bulls and Hydra finish their own jobs in the background. One side announces Red Bull's relic destruction complete. A beat later Hydra reports its relic destroyed too, and the prince loses the last of the relic-backed magic boosts. For the first time, the immoral prince finally speaks, and his voice comes out as a promise of murder for anyone who dared ruin his long-held desire. As each relic guardian fell, another relic shattered, and the immoral prince's stolen power started peeling away piece by piece. By the end, even his monstrous magic, red blood sword chi, and the darkness in his eyes were fading, as if Prince Dean was finally waking from his own nightmare. But for the raiders still holding the line, the nightmare was not over, and desperate voices kept pushing everyone to endure to the bitter end. Far from the center of the fight, Hirkin had already burned himself dry and sat collapsed against a tree like a corpse. A short distance away, she looked just as wrecked, barely conscious after pushing herself past any sane limit. Neither of them could fight, or even think clearly anymore, but they forced themselves to stay awake because passing out meant automatic logout. So instead of sleeping, they clung to the easiest thought they had left and kept replaying the battle that had just happened. Other fighters were thinking the same thing, because anyone who had stepped in late could now see how absurdly long Herkin and Sure had held that monster by themselves. After beating a relic guardian, So Hank jumped into the main fight, but by the 3-minute mark even he was distracted by one awful thought: Herkin and Sure had somehow lasted over 5 minutes against this monster. Shev had lasted only 3 minutes and 44 seconds before needing a break, and that comparison hit him like a humiliation he could not ignore. So Hank and Shev both reached the same ugly conclusion. They had come here expecting to be heroes, and instead they were being crushed by how far behind they were. And before either of them could claim the ending, Mayhem arrived to finish Prince Dean's rebellion himself. No one questioned Mung's right to be there, because he was the one who had built the secret society and chased corrupted beings until Prince Dean's true face was finally exposed. Even the live broadcast teams knew this was the real climax, so they stopped commentary and let the whole world hear only the conversation between the two men. Shev and the others swallowed their frustration and stayed silent, because millions were watching and nobody could afford to ruin the ending now. Prince Dean opened with resentment, accusing Mayhem of always distrusting him and dragging him down at the very end. Mayhem did not soften it at all and said he had distrusted Dean from the beginning for good reason. The players knew they were just watching NPCs, but the story between these two still hit hard enough to pull everyone in. Then Mayhem laid out the old wound. He had once told the king Dean was unfit to rule, and he had paid for that truth with a life of exile in the Bulkas Mountains. Even after years of regret, Mayhem said he no longer regretted those words, because Prince Dean had proven he truly was not fit to inherit the throne. Prince Dean answered by stomping the ground so hard the battlefield shook, roaring that he would not inherit the throne but seize it by force. Mayhem still did not retreat, and he begged Dean to wake up from this nightmare and live up to the meaning of the name Boken had given him. That appeal struck deeper than any weapon, and Dean's answer was pure fury as his body finally started burning itself apart. Black fire poured from inside the immoral prince, his skin melted away, and even old forged armor began to sag and liquefy around him. With time running out, Prince Dean aimed his sword at Mayhem anyway, determined to use his last moments to kill him. Mayhem answered by raising his own blade, and the two took matching stances with no words left worth saying. Their last duel was brutally short, ending after only 3 sharp clashes of steel. Then Prince Dean's sword arm melted off, his knee gave way, and black liquid spilled from the gaps in his ruined armor as he collapsed. Mayhem looked at the student he had once taught, and asked how he had ever strayed onto the path of corruption. Dean refused forgiveness and refused regret, even though his voice was already fading into almost nothing. Mung's final request was simple: if Dean had to die, then at least leave behind a name worthy of the duty he had been given. For a long, empty beat, everyone thought the immoral prince might die without answering at all. Then Dean finally whispered that everything had begun in the ruined kingdom, and everything would end there too. After that last clue, Prince Dean caved in on himself, and the system declared the immoral prince and his corrupted army dead. The era was over, but the room still held its breath, because everyone knew the real closing line of this raid still belonged to a player. Mayhem crossed the field and stopped in front of Herkin, the one everyone agreed had done the most to halt the corruption. Mayhem praised Herkin for enduring far more than anyone expected and delaying the fall of the world itself. Everyone leaned in, waiting for a perfect final line from the hero of the raid. Instead, Herkin blinked awake in a daze and asked if it was over yet, completely wrecking the grand mood with groggy confusion. After the raid, the story jumped to a glaringly bright executive office where Toby Gwynn was already barking into a phone about securing a Warlord-exclusive V-Gear deal. Toby looked young for a billionaire founder, but his buzzed blonde hair and battered martial artist face made him look more dangerous than polished. As the founder of Tobo Soft and the creator of Warlord, he had become massively rich, but success had not made him any less hungry or any less aggressive. He ordered his staff to stay on the attack and force Warlord's audience toward the Peach Store before rival companies had a chance to breathe. The office itself explained him perfectly. He worked non-stop, hated wasting time, handled everything in one room, and even kept meals reduced to desk snacks. The only person who met him face-to-face regularly was Chen, the steering committee team leader who arrived with news about the Immoral Prince raid. When Chen said the raid had ended in 49 minutes and 35 seconds, Toby instantly realized that was wildly faster than even their best estimate. Toby called the result too extreme to be a normal error and close to plain nonsense, which meant their own planning had failed badly. Chen laid the full report on the desk, but Toby barely needed to read it to state the bottom line: they had simply been incompetent. Chen accepted that blunt judgment with a bow, but when he looked up again, his face showed no real distress at all. Instead of defending the old plan, Chen immediately produced a much thinner proposal for a completely new project. His point was simple: the methods they had relied on so far were not working, so they needed to scrap them and start with a new strategy. Toby liked the sound of that immediately, then skimmed the 15-page proposal so fast it was like he photographed the whole thing with his eyes. After thinking it through, Toby saw the cost right away. This new plan would delay their schedule by another 61 days. Even so, Toby approved the project on the spot, and Chen took the papers and left without wasting another second. Once he was alone again, Toby tapped his forehead in the blazing office light, wearing a dark expression that finally showed how serious this setback really was. A popular Warlord ranking show opens by replaying the now infamous 3-second raid clip where Haho Mask, half asleep after the battle, blurts out, "Huh? It ended? Did we catch them all? Huh? Mayum? What the hell?" Among tries to call it the best scene of the year, but both hosts start cracking up because the whole moment is too absurd to treat seriously. Once they calm down, Among asks if the scene was staged for attention, and Ken flatly says that if Haho Mask acted that well on purpose, he should go straight to Hollywood. Then the show reveals the punchline. Haho Mask's Immoral Prince raid video just took first place in paid sales with a staggering 101 million. Watching the show alone, An Jae-hyun covers his eyes with both hands because the clip is still being shoved in front of millions of viewers. He knows Mayung showing up after the raid had always been possible, but he never expected that creature to finish its business and then come looking straight for Haho Mask. What the world took as goofy nonsense was really An Jae-hyun hitting his limit after a brutal rush to level 180, hidden prep work, item recovery, and raid setup with almost no rest. Nobody knows that context, so the entire player base just remembers Haho Mask babbling at the worst possible moment and turns it into a joke. The meme spreads so hard that players start using Mayung like a greeting, and An Jae-hyun can only watch his cool, unstoppable image get wrecked by 3 embarrassing seconds. Even so, his groan is mixed with satisfaction, because the Immoral Prince episode gave him exactly what he wanted. He walks through the rewards in his head, a level 200 Chronicle epic item, rare titles he had wanted for ages, and several more high-value honors from the raid. But the real jackpot is money, because millions watched the raid live and then rushed to buy his own footage to finally see Haho Mask's side of the fight. His video blows past 1 million sales in a week, making him the first player since the first one to hit that mark and putting hundreds of thousands of dollars in his pocket. That success leaves him with no room to whine, because in Warlord he is already standing in a better place than he ever reached before his return. He puts his glasses back on, steadies himself, and returns his attention to the ranking show with a much colder, more strategic look. The wider game world is changing too, because the second main scenario quest has reshuffled interest in Warlord and exposed a huge gap inside the so-called 30 great guilds. Players openly argue that only 3 guilds truly mattered in the Immoral Prince episode, while the other 27 looked like extras. That pressure forces everyone to face the same problem. If a guild cannot prove itself in the next main scenario, it needs some other way to survive. The first guild bold enough to act is VNV, which suddenly announces a major internal reorganization. An Jae-hyun is not shocked by the need for change, because he knows guilds always get overhauled when the weak risk being culled. What does impress him is VNV's nerve, because the guild is giving up its loose, profit-spreading structure to funnel its core strength into one elite team. He immediately sees the cost. Regular members will lose out, people will leave, and the guild is inviting internal pain just to chase a bigger future. He snorts at the cheesy name Team Poker, but he also admits the idea itself is smart if VNV wants a tool that can challenge the big 3. The announced structure is larger than a normal raid team, split into Spade, Heart, Clover, and Diamond with members labeled Ace through King, plus 3 jokers for a total of 55. That much still makes sense to him, because VNV is clearly building not just a raid squad but a flexible all-purpose weapon for the game. Then his mood hardens when he notices several new faces he does not recognize at all, including the 2 users sitting in the Ace positions. Public reaction turns suspicious too, because VNV claims these standout additions were just ordinary users before joining the guild. Instead of calming people down, VNV makes things stranger by posting their specs, and the numbers are far beyond ordinary. Every one of those supposedly normal recruits is over level 200 with world-class item setups, which is already enough to set off alarms in his head. What bothers him most is their title count, because some have over 150 and the highest push past 200, which is not something random solo users can realistically build. He knows from experience that reaching that many titles while also leveling this fast takes careful route planning and serious organizational support. So he immediately calls VNV's explanation a lie and concludes these people must have been raised by some hidden organization on the level of the great guilds. That conclusion chills him, because Storm Hunters, Hydra, and Red Bulls are dangerous enemies he can at least account for, but this hidden force was never in his memory at all. Now that he has finally earned so much, the unknown threat feels even worse, because he has far more to lose than before. Instead of freezing up, he turns that anxiety into a decision and settles on the fastest path to his next spec upgrade. He needs skill books. Right after clearing the Immoral Prince raid, Herkin's 3 reward items are revealed, and the options look so absurd that people can barely react. The community fixates on the deposed prince's sword, because its stacked percentage bonuses feel like cheating and only 10 copies exist in the whole game. For Herkin, that huge reward creates a weird problem. His gear is already near the ceiling, and even his skeleton troops are packed with top-tier weapons. So he turns to the only upgrade path money can still buy, more necromancer skills, even though the market prices are already making him sick. He finds high-level curse books on sale, but summon and body reinforcement books are basically non-existent, which corners him into the risky no-name skill book route. Herkin knows exactly what that means, because no-name books are a lottery. They can spit out amazing skills, but most of the time they waste your money. The supply is terrible too, because high-level players chase efficient leveling instead of dungeon rewards, so books above 170 are almost impossible to find. He tells himself this is normal, reminds himself even he has no right to complain, and forces his hand toward the purchase button anyway. Once he commits, Herkin goes all in and buys 10 level 150 no-name books and 5 level 160 books for a brutal total of 100,000 gold. His first reveal hits the jackpot with Bone Spear, a strong level 150 summon skill, and the result is so good he blurts out a shocked wow on the spot. He immediately imagines skeleton warriors hurling waves of bone spears like javelins, and for a moment it feels like the gamble is finally going his way. That lucky start makes him reckless, so he opens the next book immediately, convinced he might be on a hot streak. The second pull crashes him back down with Curse Resin, a cheap and awkward curse skill that nobody really wants to use. He tries to stay calm and tells himself one dud is normal, but the third book reveals Curse Resin again, and this time the curse word slips out loud. Then the fourth book hits him with Curse Resin a third time in a row, turning the gamble into a public humiliation, while bystanders quietly enjoy the disaster. By the end of the spree, he keeps only 2 useful skills from the batch, Bone Spear and Black Heart, and the rest of that huge investment feels like a loss. He even gives up on gambling for 2 key curse skills and buys Curse Infection and Malignancy Curse outright, because he no longer trusts luck to deliver them. Even with the upgrade, he feels worse than after some of his biggest past purchases, because losing money in a gamble still stings like a casino loss. And that is exactly when his thinking turns dangerous, because instead of stopping, he decides he has already come this far and might as well push the gamble to the end. Without hesitation, he buys an overpriced level 160 no-name book for 12,000 gold, barely caring that the last ones left are all marked up. He collects the new book from the depository NPC and puts his palm on it, while nearby users watch like they are waiting for another train wreck. The mood flips in an instant when the reveal shocks Herkin instead of disappointing him, and his stunned face spreads confusion through the whole crowd. Then Herkin finally blurts it out, yelling that chivalry appeared, and the losing streak turns into a real jackpot. The story cuts to a live raid broadcast, where commentators track V and V's poker teams swapping clover and spade units smoothly as they push a record pace against the Blood Ogre. One commentator then spots player Holka diving in for a dangerous direct attack, not because the team needs it to win, but because poker team wants a record so crushing nobody will want to chase it. The gamble pays off, the Blood Ogre collapses, and the broadcast announces a new record of 39 minutes and 44 seconds. By shaving almost 10 minutes off Stormhunter's old mark, V&V sends a clear message that poker team can now stand toe-to-toe with the Big Three's main raid squads. A new battle video opens on a nightmare hunt. A lone player has provoked a horde of black cobalt zombie warriors, monsters so dangerous they normally require a full guild team. But Jaehyun is not fighting them alone, because 30 skeleton warriors are already lined up in 3 disciplined ranks like an undead army. The front line wears heavy full plate and carries brutal morning stars, turning the first rank into pure shock troops. Behind them, the second rank comes in lighter dragon scale armor with shields and scimitars, built to carve apart anything left standing. The third rank wears green leather that blends into the terrain, dual-wielding swords to finish off whatever the first 2 ranks cripple. At the center of it all, 2 bone-armored skeleton knights step forward together, matching blades raised like twin commanders. Neither side knows fear, so the skeleton army and the zombie horde slam straight into each other without a hint of retreat. The armored front rank easily slips the zombies' wild swings and smashes their heads open with precise Morningstar strikes. As headless bodies keep flailing, the shield-bearing second rank hacks off limbs and shreds the horde into helpless pieces. Then the dual-wielding third rank rushes through the gaps and dices the mutilated zombies apart before they can regenerate. The zombies answer with a trump card, as a mutated black cobalt zombie nearly 4 meters tall stomps out from the horde with a massive sword. That monster is too much for normal skeletons, so the 2 skeleton knights take it themselves and hold their ground without giving an inch. Their swings are few but savage, each cut biting deep enough to tear chunks off the giant's body instead of just scratching flesh. The giant falls first, and the rest of the black cobalt zombies only make things worse by charging forward and tangling themselves into one packed mass. That is exactly when a fire golem appears above the cluster and crashes down onto the packed zombies like a living inferno. Even while burning, the zombies keep hacking at the golem, but every severed chunk of fire detonates and spreads the blaze wider. With the horde trapped inside a sea of fire, the skeleton army calmly finishes the slaughter, and the battle footage cuts to black. Back in the real world, Jaehyun watches the finished video on his tablet and feels satisfied with the result. When he checks the viewer reactions, the comments are all hung up on one thing: how he managed to summon 2 skeleton knights. He enjoys their confusion because the double summon came from his newly gained chivalry skill, not from any bug. Jaehyun releases the video for free under the title Double Knights, and Haho Mask's fame sends the view count exploding. The huge number matters, but what really thrills him is that Chivalry has opened up a much stronger version of his entire skeleton build. He reviews what Chivalry actually changed: 1 extra skeleton knight, 3 extra skeleton warriors, and a bigger stat boost for the knights as the underlings fill out the field. He immediately starts thinking ahead, because if he later stacks chivalry with leader, death knight, and chivalric order, his summons could reach absurd territory. That thought excites him even more when he remembers the future possibility of reinforcing an A-rank skill with ancient power, something even Rich Lich never reached. But the high fades fast, because all of that power is locked behind the ruined kingdom, and he still has no clear way to cross the Urigal mountain range. He knows the timing is brutal too. The ruined kingdom must appear before the next main scenario, and he needs to be ready for second advancement and skill reinforcement before that window closes. Even with his current raid rewards, he still does not believe he can force that route alone, and he hates the idea of depending on other guilds after everything that happened. Then he suddenly jolts upright with a forgotten answer: the frozen kingdom beyond the Turub castle walls. He remembers that the level 200 event stage was one of the intended clue routes toward the ruined kingdom, and realizes he nearly skipped a major advantage because he already knew the future. Now fully convinced, he decides he has to squeeze every possible benefit out of the frozen kingdom instead of trying to skip ahead. As he moves to search for details, the tablet flips back to the weekly Warlord video ranking instead, and his mood sours on the spot. V&V's Blood Ogre raid video is crushing his in views, and An Jae-hyun has to admit Team Poker's newly added members look frighteningly strong. What really unsettles him is not who appeared in Team Poker, but who did not, because the man who once tried to kill him is nowhere among those new faces. The story shifts to the wider fallout, as V&V's sudden rise rattles every major guild and forces them to rethink how they survive the new balance of power. Big Smiles feels that pressure hard, but repeated officer meetings still go nowhere because nobody wants to be the one who pays the real price for a risky overhaul. Apollo takes that stalemate personally, because as a newly promoted officer with weak standing, he can feel the others quietly lining him up as a sacrifice. In the middle of that bitterness, Apollo gets a call from Brooks, the one officer who helped pull him this far inside Big Smiles. Apollo immediately drops his usual arrogance and greets Brooks like a senior he actually trusts, because Brooks understands exactly how trapped he feels. Brooks tells him the guild structure is rotten, with too many officers and too little real authority, and says that is why Big Smiles keeps failing to act. Then Brooks shows his hand and says he wants to use this crisis to seize the guild master seat for himself. Apollo is startled, but Brooks keeps going and argues that only the strongest guilds work because their guild masters hold real power instead of being buried under committees. Apollo understands the deal instantly, and that actually steadies him, because Brooks is no longer pretending this is kindness. When Apollo asks what he wants in return, Brooks answers with a bombshell: they are going to provoke a guild war with Hydra. The word Hydra chills Apollo, but Brooks immediately sweetens the risk by promising him a sub-guild master position if he helps make this coup work. Fear loses to greed, and Apollo convinces himself Brooks would never start a war like this without a real plan behind it. So Apollo agrees to follow Brooks, and Brooks ends the call by saying he wants to introduce Apollo to someone they have met once before. In Bagel's office at the Turub wall, the wounded captain stares at Hirkin in disbelief and asks if he really means to go beyond the wall. Bagel abruptly rises with a painful groan, and the movement makes it obvious the sword wound from Dean and Argardo still hasn't healed. Even while hurting, Bagel waves Hirkin back and says he is just grateful to still be alive and doesn't want to burden the hero who saved him. Bagel pulls out an old thick book filled with carved wooden blocks and says he found it long before he ever became captain of the wall. Fighting through the pain, Bagel carries the book back and starts laying the wood blocks out like puzzle pieces on his desk. The finished layout reveals a crude ancient map of the northern land from before the Endless War, but the top section is missing. Bagel admits the relic is incomplete, and says nobody alive knows what once lay beyond the missing part of the map. When Hirkin asks what might be on the other side, Bagel says every attempt to investigate ended with scouting parties driven back by monsters or simply disappearing. He explains that a real search would require an army, and neither the wall nor the mysterious barrier lets him send one out just to satisfy curiosity. Still, Bagel agrees with Hirkin that the northern land may hold clues to the power of corruption and to that upright figure from the past. Then Bagel's face hardens as he warns that the northern land is under a ban. The Hybin Kingdom and Subjugation Association will give no help, and Hirkin will get nothing unless he returns with results. Bagel asks one last time if Hirkin still wants to go, and Hirkin answers with a silent nod. With practiced hands, Bagel inks the carved blocks, presses parchment over them, and makes Hirkin a copy of the ancient map. Bagel hands over the map, and quietly tells Hirkin to come back safe. That farewell starts Hirkin's new quest, but his face twitches because Bagel's words make it clear someone accepted this route before him. Bagel keeps talking with warm admiration, treating Hirkin like the kind of hero who always throws himself into danger for the world, and that only makes Hirkin more uneasy. Inside, Hirkin curses the unknown rival who got here first and stole the first accept title reward from him. He knows exactly what he lost. Noble Explorer only boosts intelligence, while Noble Steps would have given a massive 50 stamina. His anger turns colder when he realizes only top-ranked users should qualify for this route so early, making the Stormhunters his most likely rivals. He remembers that in his old timeline the Stormhunters monopolized the Frozen Kingdom, and this stronger version of them could be even worse to race against. Trying to end the visit before his thoughts spiral further, Hirkin gives a short acknowledgement, and starts to wrap things up. But Bagel stops him and says the road is too dangerous to rush into, because he prepared something to help with the exploration. Herkin sits back down with an awkward smile, realizing Bagel's affection has gotten weirdly high after he saved his life. Even so, the moment he hears there is a gift, Herkin's greed wakes up and he silently hopes Bagel is about to hand over a skill book. That hope comes from fresh pain, because after pulling Chivalry he dumped more money into no-name books for Leader and got absolutely nothing back. As Bagel steps away to fetch the present, Herkin is left alone with the same nagging question of who beat him here first. Far beyond the wall, the scene shifts to Hydra territory, where Nadal studies a hologram full of hand-drawn portraits of users who received Bagel's quest after Hydra did. A fellow Hydra fighter walks up behind Nadal, and Nadal explains that hidden face users cannot be filmed properly, so Hydra has artists sketch possible rivals instead. Nadal and the other Hydra fighter note that none of the sketch faces are famous, which is reassuring, but not enough for Hydra to ease up. Nadal enlarges one especially harmless-looking sketch, and the two share a dry joke that the guy seems too much like a pushover to matter. Even after brushing that sketch off, Nadal makes the practical point that long shots still get checked, because Hydra treats information like a weapon. The mood turns more personal when the other Hydra fighter admits this mission is rough on the thinkers and wonders if he only drags the guild down as the muscle. Nadal immediately pushes back, but the other fighter calmly admits he knows his limits, and would still lose to monsters of the same caliber as the Storm Queen and Haho Mask. Before the talk can go any further, an urgent voice call cuts in to warn that 9 monsters have appeared and the squad is in trouble. The other Hydra fighter drops the self-doubt instantly and starts barking orders through the comms, telling the tankers to form up in the center and hold until he arrives. A huge roar tears through the area before the call even ends, and Nadal sprints out beside the other Hydra fighter without wasting a word. Beyond the turret wall, Nadal gives Hydra's first head a grim update. The fighting has been rough, and they have barely had time to even judge the quest's progress. When the first head asks if they gained anything, Nadal turns toward the pile of monsters they collected for research instead of celebration. The corpse pile itself is a warning sign, with at least 7 totally different monster types crammed into the same new region. The strangest body is a giant nearly 5 meters tall, with one eye and a skull shaped like a hammerhead. Another corpse looks even more unnatural, a thin monkey like a living branch, built to disappear inside a forest. Then Nadal's eyes settle on the beautiful white fox-shaped monster, the one corpse that feels less like a beast and more like a clue. Nadal finally answers that yes, they did gain something, but his careful tone makes it clear the answer is not simple. Because Hydra treats information like a weapon, Nadal knows even a single good monster breakdown could turn into money and power. So instead of bragging, Nadal warns the first head to feel both anticipation and worry about what they found here. To explain that answer, Nadal thinks back to why Hydra threw its weight behind the northern expedition in the first place. After the Immoral Prince ended, everyone started hunting for the third main scenario's starting point, and Hydra bet hard on the north and east. The north mattered more because Northland had belonged to Prince Dean, so Hydra judged it the likeliest place for hidden power to surface. Hydra sent its best fighting asset north with 33 other users, forming a 34-man team built for exploration and field combat more than formal raids. But only a week into the expedition, the team already felt the stage was stronger than they were. These were not just higher-level monsters, but enemies with new bodies, new tricks, and no easy carryover from old strategies. The hammer-headed giant proved the point by fighting with a bizarre headbutt attack that no one would predict on sight. The deadwood monkey was even nastier, blending into the forest and carrying a poisonous stinger on top of that. Nadal can accept having to invent new ways to fight, but the white fox bothers him for a different reason. He tells the first head they found 3 of those white foxes in a forest, and that is exactly why he is concerned. A monster shaped for snow should not be living here, so Nadal concludes a snowfield stage is probably about to appear. That single word hits hard because real snow or sand terrain would make warlords' already brutal battles even worse. Nadal knows new terrain can be exciting, but if the first barrier is too high, most players will not even dare to try. That is why his answer held both hope and dread. A new stage is opening, and only the fastest adapters will survive it. The first head understands immediately and ends the call without adding more pressure, even though Hydra has other difficult fronts already. Left alone with the corpses, Nadal scrolls to his Noble Walk title and uses it like a charm against his own growing unease. He tells himself Hydra started ahead of everyone else, so there is no reason they should be overtaken now. Even then, his repeated self-assurance sounds more like an effort to calm a restless heart than real peace. Far away in the forest, Herkin opens another hunt by ordering a javelin throw at a pack of bone armor goblins. The spears barely hurt the goblins, but they slam into the treasured bone armor made from their dead kin and drive the monsters into a rage. Herkin already knows that once these goblins lose their heads, they will charge the first obvious target like maniacs. Right on cue, his turtle golem lumbers forward and becomes the perfect sandbag for all 25 goblins. The goblins swarm the turtle golem and stab so wildly that its shell turns into a hedgehog of embedded bone knives. Instead of panicking, Herkin grins and snaps the trap shut with one word, hardening. The turtle golem turns to stone under the goblins, trapping some of their knives in place and keeping the whole pack locked onto the wrong target. Even the goblins who are not stuck keep hacking at the stone turtle, too blinded by rage to notice what is coming behind them. That is when Hirkin, his 2 skeleton knights, and his skeleton warriors crash into their backs all at once. Every hit lands like a critical, and once Hirkin has the advantage, he just keeps pressing until the goblins fold. 10 minutes later the entire group is dead, and Hirkin hears the level up chime again. At level 183, he is pleased not just with the pace, but with how smoothly he is handling everything beyond the wall. The new region keeps throwing out unfamiliar level 180 monsters, but unlike other players, Hirkin adjusts instantly and finds the danger exhilarating. What surprises him most is how exhilarating the fighting feels now that he can finally cut loose. For once, he is not fighting under the usual shadow of instant death, and that changes everything about his mindset. He runs through the reasons one by one: Earth Golem, Fire Golem, 2 skeleton knights, nearly 40 skeleton troops, huge mana, expensive consumables, and epic gear. With that much backing him up, the word risk finally starts disappearing from the front line of his thoughts. The feeling hits him like a drug. He can slam the accelerator without believing he will crash. So instead of saving money, he bites straight through a magic recovery item worth 150 gold just to keep the rush going. The moment his mana recovers, Hirkin yells for his army to move and dives deeper into the north as Hydra's unseen problem. Back at the Tarub Castle wall, another threat to Hydra arrives in plain sight: 30 Big Smiles Guild members in expensive gear. They may be called the weakest of the 30 great guilds, but they are still far above ordinary players and clearly not intimidated by this wall. A Big Smiles field specialist steps forward at the gate and confirms Bagel's exploration quest has cleared their team to pass the wall. Apollo answers like he is the one leading, ordering everyone to get ready for the biggest prey they have hunted yet: Hydra. While Apollo keeps talking, the strike team quietly looks past him for Sinclair's approval, exposing who they really trust. Their sneers say the same thing. Apollo looks like a rich pig who bought his officer seat, not a man worth following into danger. Whenever their eyes land on Sinclair, though, the mockery disappears because he is the one they actually believe can kill Hydra's second head. With Sinclair hidden inside the strike team, Hydra is about to face a second variable it never counted on. The frozen land opens like a nightmare, with endless snow, screaming wind, and a whiteout so harsh the whole world feels frozen solid. Even stepping forward is dangerous here, because the snow swallows a user to the knees and the ice underneath ruins any sense of footing. At the front, Sohank braces alone against a 10-meter ice bear, straining behind one shield while his team is barely visible through the storm. Sohank knows the bear itself is manageable, but this frozen terrain turns a simple fight into a miserable struggle. When the ice bear suddenly commits to a full body slam, the impact drives Sohank backward and nearly breaks his balance. Desperate, Sohank shouts for fire support, but the mages yell back that the blizzard is so bad they might hit him instead. He still demands the attack, choosing the risk of friendly fire over letting the fight drag on in this death trap. One mage finally commits and launches a rolling fire spell that swells into a charging flame bear straight toward both monsters and Sohank. With the flame bear coming from behind, Sohank realizes he is about to be crushed between 2 giant bears unless he moves at the perfect moment. He creates that opening himself by smashing the ice bear's head aside with his shield. Before the beast can react, Sohank jumps onto its back and buries his leg dagger into its neck to hang on. The wound is shallow, but it enrages the ice bear enough to turn its attention upward and expose itself at exactly the wrong time. That is when the flame bear crashes in and slams a burning paw across the ice bear's face. The 2 bears start mauling each other, but the mismatch is obvious because the ice bear tears chunks out of the flame bear while barely slowing down. While the summons buys him time, Sohank keeps carving precise wounds into the ice bear's back and waste from a blind spot it cannot reach. He calls for fire again, and this time the mages unleash more spells even though they will hit dangerously close to him. The ice bear thrashes under the barrage, and Sohank takes damage too, but he refuses to let go because holding aggro is the whole gamble. Watching this, Nadal can only stand there cursing himself, because his leader's call to rush ahead has trapped Hydra in a brutal race through the snow. 8 days earlier, when Hydra first reached this frozen land, Nadal had wanted time to adapt before searching in earnest. That careful plan collapsed when Nadal got urgent news that a large Big Smiles force had crossed the Tarub wall. What truly rattled him was hearing that Sinclair was with them, and even helping lead the group. To avoid a direct clash with the Big Smiles team empowered by Sinclair, Nadal sped up Hydra's quest schedule instead of waiting to acclimate. Now the terrain itself is punishing that choice, and Nadal knows Hydra will be caught if they keep losing time like this. At last the ice bear goes down, and the healers rush in the moment Sohank shouts for everyone to stop. As priests keep healing and buffing him, Sohank urgently calls Nadal over because there is no time to breathe. Nadal orders the team to film data quickly, butcher the monster fast, and leave absolutely no ingredient coins behind. He repeats the warning almost like nagging, because unlike corpses, those coins do not disappear and could expose Hydra's path. Elsewhere in the north, Sinclair finishes a hammerhead in one clean move by driving his sword through its single eye. He flips off the dying monster, pulls his blade free, and sheathes it with the calm confidence of someone who never doubted the result. The Big Smiles members are stunned by his skill, But Apollo only offers a stiff little compliment like he is talking down to a subordinate. Sinclair hates bowing to someone propped up by family influence, but he endures it because this job matters too much. Since crossing the wall, Sinclair has been leading Big Smiles in a chase after Hydra for one purpose: force a guild clash and turn it into a duel. What he really wants is a one-on-one match with Sohank, because beating Hydra's strongest fighter could change everything for his reputation. That thought brings a real smile to his face, and one nearby Big Smiles member notices immediately. When the nearby member asks about it, Sinclair admits he is excited to fight a skilled opponent. The praise openly feeds Sinclair's ego, because this kind of admiration is exactly the fame he has always wanted. Then the mood snaps when one of the Big Smiles members suddenly spots an ingredient coin on the ground. They gather around as Sinclair checks it and confirms the dropped coins came from Deadwood Monkey's Hydra already hunted. The team realizes this is already about the 20th fallen coin, meaning Hydra has been leaving a breadcrumb trail across the north. Instead of celebrating, Sinclair turns dead serious and orders everyone to move faster now that Hydra's route is confirmed. The frozen land immediately shows why it is so feared, as the blizzard slams players with stat loss, dulled senses, armor damage, and a countdown to frostbite. Inside that killing cold, Sohank and Sinclair meet again with no small talk, because both frontline strikers came here for only one thing: to kill the other first. The chapter briefly frames their history. They only met once long ago as rising talents, and Hydra's obsession with secrecy kept that handshake from ever becoming a real relationship. Out in the frozen land, standing still is almost suicide, so the only real shelter is a hand-dug igloo packed from snow. Nadal hides in one of those igloos with Apollo and hates every second of it, because he only brought the Big Smiles officer in to figure out how the pursuit team found Hydra so fast. Nadal thinks through the situation and realizes Big Smiles chased Hydra down in barely a week, which means somebody on their side had tracking skill far better than Hydra expected. Since the chase was already over, Hydra and Big Smiles agreed to a clean guild war by custom, one champion each, no recording, and the loser gives up the Northland. Even with Sohank risking his life outside, Nadal keeps fighting for Hydra in his own way and directly probes Apollo about whether he is a newly promoted officer. Apollo answers with a smug nod, and that overbearing attitude alone makes Nadal suspect the man is hiding a real advantage. When Nadal praises the pursuit, Apollo finally boasts that he only followed someone careless enough to spill from his pouch, practically handing over Hydra's trail. That answer hits Nadal hard, because it points straight back to Hydra's own dropped coins and confirms the pursuit may not have been genius at all, just a mistake they left behind. Elsewhere in the whiteout, Sohank and Sinclair's duel tears up the snowfield with repeated sword energies that gouge the frozen ground. Their armor is getting shredded by both sword strikes and extreme cold, but neither man cares as long as his weapon still holds and the other drops first. Then the land itself starts finishing the job. As frostbite sets in, health drains, stats drop harder, and both champions feel their bodies slowing down. Because they ban consumables and have no priest support, both men decide the fight must be settled by skill before luck, or the weather decides it for them. At their limit, both secretly start wishing for the tiniest mistake from the other, because one clean opening will end everything. Luck breaks towards Sinclair when the sword bind shifts in his favor and Sohank is suddenly forced backward. Sinclair instantly cashes in that opening with a brutal body slam that knocks Sohank flat onto the snow. Without a word, Sinclair plants a boot on Sohank's chest and drives his sword down through armor and flesh to finish the duel. Sinclair knows he has won, and for one brief moment the satisfaction of beating a rival and bringing glory to Big Smiles washes the tension out of him. That release is fatal, because the cold finally sinks into Sinclair's body just as he turns toward the blizzard and imagines his triumphant return. A heartbeat later, Sinclair's view goes black and the system tells him he is dead, meaning someone ambushed the winner after the duel ended. News reaches both shelters at once. Sohank sends Nadal an apology for losing, and Sinclair sends Apollo a final warning that he was ambushed. They burst out of the igloo together, but the messages hit differently. Nadal realizes Hydra just lost everything in the north, while Apollo explodes in fury over Sinclair's death. Apollo immediately calls Big Smiles together and accuses Hydra of dirty revenge, furious that Sinclair won fairly only to get killed afterward. Nadal cuts through the chaos with one cold question, asking if Sinclair is dead, and Apollo's answer gives him just enough to start piecing the puzzle together. Once Apollo confirms enough by raging instead of answering clearly, Nadal suddenly laughs, because he realizes Hydra may have been blamed for a third party's move. Both guilds begin readying for a real fight anyway, with weapons drawn and spells starting up as Apollo pushes the accusation and Hydra prepares to answer force with force. Nadal refuses to bend and points out Apollo has only circumstances, not proof, and attacking now would mean Big Smiles is the side breaking the agreement. He doubles down by openly accepting Hydra's defeat and promising to withdraw from the Northland, which makes Apollo hesitate because he already got the victory he came for. Apollo still suspects Hydra almost completely, but a rushed second war with both aces gone is risky, expensive, and no sure win. Nadal offers the practical answer instead. They can settle the question by going to the duel site and seeing what is actually there. Apollo finally orders everyone to stand down, choosing investigation over a reckless clash. By the time both guilds reach the battlefield, Fresh snow has nearly erased the duel, leaving Sinclair's corpse, So Hank's corpse, and one lone figure waiting over them. Nadal immediately recognizes the white fur-lined figure over the bodies as Haho Mask, the kind of man who would dare play both great guilds against each other. Apollo angrily demands to know who the masked man is, and the answer makes the Haho Mask name finally click for everyone listening. For Nadal, the Haho Mask reveal explains the whole setup at once, because this is exactly the sort of enemy who would let Hydra and Big Smiles bleed each other first. Apollo fires off threats, but the masked man answers with cool contempt that Big Smiles already tried to screw him over before, so this changes nothing. The masked man keeps mocking Big Smiles over their old grudges and past losses, leaving Apollo shaking with anger while Nadal watches the humiliation play out. Then the masked man points to Sinclair's corpse and says this kill was personal too, claiming Sinclair once tried to kill him and got paid back in the same Watchman style. He keeps talking just long enough for everyone sharp enough to notice that he is not explaining himself at all. He is openly provoking Big Smiles into attacking him. Haho Mask pushes harder, saying Big Smiles will chase him whether he behaves or not, so Apollo might as well decide whether to swallow the insult of letting him walk away. Apollo is ready to explode, but Nadal cuts in first by reminding Haho Mask that Hydra has never actually moved against him the way Big Smiles has. Haho Mask confirms that much and even says So Hank's loss was fair, which means he is careful not to claim responsibility for the part Hydra can still challenge. Nadal cannot pin him down with proof, so he tries one last pressure move and demands whether that is really all Haho Mask has to say for himself. The mood flips instantly when Haho Mask drops the joking tone and answers with a formal challenge. He requests a guild war. That shocks everyone, because the obvious question hits all at once. What kind of guild war could the Haho Mask possibly be declaring alone? Haho Mask answers that confusion himself by setting the terms: a group battle here on the frozen land, with Northland rights on the line, and either guild can attack him one after the other or both together. The real meaning lands a moment later. Haho Mask is declaring a guild war against two great guilds by himself. He seals it with one final threat, saying they will fight until one side is completely wiped out, and then the snow behind him starts moving. Skeleton warriors rise one by one from beneath the frozen ground behind Haho Mask, proving he did not come here alone at all. Apollo snaps first and blurts out that he accepts the guild war, trying to sound decisive before anyone else can think. He follows it with an order to attack, but the line stays dead still, and Apollo realizes nobody is listening to him. Haho Mask calmly repeats that he accepts and spreads his arms wide, almost welcoming their fear. When his coat opens, Big Smiles sees Argardo's armor and sword sheath underneath, and the memory of that raid instantly crushes their nerve. No one wants to be the first sacrifice against a monster like him, and Apollo has nowhere near the authority to force one forward. Then Haho Mask turns his back on them and simply walks into the blizzard, betting they still will not dare strike. Apollo finally explodes and threatens guild penalties, so the others start after Haho Mask only in slow, reluctant steps. Watching the mess, Nadal bitterly realizes Haho Mask even planned for their reactions after the duel. Nadal orders So Hank's watch recovered and notes that Haho Mask deliberately left both dead men's watches untouched, denying them any excuse to twist the situation. Another Hydra member asks if they should fight, but Nadal looks at the whiteout, Haho Mask's winter camouflage, and the terrain itself before deciding this battlefield favors him too much. He gives up the Northland exploration on the spot, saying they do not need to add stupidity to their incompetence. As Apollo keeps flailing near Sinclair's body, Nadal dismisses him as nothing but an easy patsy, not the genius tracker he pretended to be. Once he is out in the blizzard, Herkin uses the terrain exactly as planned, because the storm hides his tracks and blurs every sense his pursuers rely on. The first ambushes keep repeating, and Big Smiles finally recognizes that the enemies in the snow are fully equipped skeleton warriors, not disposable summons. The skeletons keep striking the back line, and by the 7th clash Big Smiles has only scratched out costly victories while their support roster is falling apart. Their numbers still look strong on paper, but the real problem is that Haho Mask never appears among the dead, so everyone knows this grind only ends with their own wipeout. The guild members start cursing Apollo instead, saying if he wants Haho Mask so badly he should chase him himself. With only one priest left, they can no longer keep resistance buffs on everyone, and the frozen land itself starts turning into another enemy. Too scared of guild penalties to run and too weak to keep pressing the hunt, they curl into a defensive knot around the last priest and mages and just drift through the snow. That stalled formation walks straight into Herkin's next trap when a flaming wyvern fire golem suddenly dives out of the storm. The explosion does not kill them outright, but it smashes apart the careful formation they were relying on to survive. As the stunned survivors shout to see who is still alive, the real attack begins. Hidden skeleton warriors launch bone spears into the chaos, turning panic into a full collapse. Then an ogre golem, 2 skeleton knights, and a mass of skeleton warriors rush in together for the finishing blow. For the first time in these ambushes, Haho Mask is standing right in the middle of the kill zone, and that alone tells Big Smiles the battle is over. After the wipe, Apollo receives the dead members' messages and melts down, unable to accept that nearly 30 elite players got trampled by one man he already hated. Instead of facing what happened, he starts insulting the great guilds themselves and backing away from the battlefield. When a guild member demands to know where he is going, Apollo openly says he is done and heading back because they lost. The warning in Haho Mask's words clicks for the guild member at once. This guild war only ends when one side is completely wiped out. He grits his teeth because he knows Haho Mask is not merciful enough to let Apollo and his guards walk away cleanly. News of the northern fight starts spreading across Warlord, and the first version simply says Hydra reached the Northland by crossing the Turub Wall. Then the next rumor hits even harder. Big Smiles beat Hydra for the exploration rights, and the whole player base starts buzzing. The real shock inside that rumor is that Sohank supposedly lost a one-on-one fight, which makes everyone stare at Big Smiles in a new way. Sinclair's name suddenly rockets upward too, because players assume this unknown ace just changed Big Smile's future overnight. But that spotlight vanishes the moment the final report arrives. Haho Mask fought a guild war against Big Smiles and took the Northland for himself. When players learn it was 1 against 30, Haho Mask's victory stops sounding like a rumor and starts sounding like another legend. Far from the gossip, a skeleton warrior carrying a bag stuffed with watches, ingredient coins, and gems stops because Hurkin has finally reached something enormous in the storm. Hurkin looks up at a gigantic castle wall that seems to split the world in half, and even the blizzard feels small next to it. He smiles at the sight, because after 20 days beyond the Turub Wall, he knows he has finally arrived. As he starts walking again, the system announces that he has entered the Frozen Kingdom, and rewards him with a stack of Explorer titles. After the Northland clash, the whole game community is still arguing about one thing: whether a lone player like Haho Mask can really claim a whole region by force. Some users defend him because he won, while others call the fight unfair, so the debate turns into a loud public trial over what counts as legitimate power in Warlord. Even major news keeps getting drowned out, because every other topic slides past people's attention, while Haho Mask's name stays stuck in everyone's head. The obsession gets so extreme that users start calling him the Warlord itself, and that kind of hype makes some people uneasy. While everyone else obsesses over Haho Mask, Hydra's first head Strauss sits alone in frustration because he can already see a bigger crisis forming. To Strauss, the real disaster is not Haho Mask's stunt but Sohank losing to Sinclair, because that means the Hands Guild now has a foothold inside Big Smiles. He realizes the Hands Guild already has VND in its grasp, and if Sinclair becomes Big Smiles' hero too, another great guild could be quietly taken over from the inside. From there, Strauss sees the nightmare clearly. The Hands Guild could repeat this across the 30 great guilds until it controls the whole board through politics instead of open war. He bitterly revisits Hydra's mistakes, especially using Stormhunters as bait instead of building a safer alliance before the situation turned against them. What makes it worse is Hydra's lack of elite firepower, because once Sohank is no longer enough, Strauss knows other guilds simply have more top-tier fighters to throw around. So Strauss stops regretting the past and turns to the only move left: spend heavily to recruit new spears before Hydra gets pushed off its prey entirely. He immediately lands on Whistling Pitbull and Challenger Coyote, knowing the price will sting but deciding Hydra needs dangerous names more than comfort. The thought leaves him with a dry laugh, because this game is forcing him back into the same ruthless calculations he thought he escaped when he quit Wall Street. Then one small comfort reaches him: at least Haho Mask does not seem to be working with the Hands Guild. That matters because if Hydra could somehow pull Haho Mask to its side, one unpredictable monster of a player could ruin the Hands Guild's entire plan by himself. But Strauss also knows Haho Mask's recent actions make him look impossible to recruit, especially after openly challenging the great guilds in the Frozen Land. So Strauss ends this chain of thought not with an answer, but with a genuine question: what does Haho Mask actually want from Warlord if it is not just money or fame? The chapter then cuts back north, to a once glorious capital castle that now lies ruined under ice, snow, and the footprints of things that should have stayed dead. Inside those ruins, pale cursed orcs and Hurkin skeleton warriors grind against each other in a brutal undead clash that sounds louder than any living army. The fight feels endless because the blizzard repairs the orcs' shattered bodies, while Hurkin keeps his own undead standing through constant control and support. Instead of looking heroic, Hurkin is crouched in the middle of the melee with a bottle of holy water, digging through broken orc bodies to find the hidden curse emblem that keeps them moving. Even while doing this ridiculous job, Hurkin is honestly impressed, because 20 days in the Frozen Kingdom have taught him just how absurd these frost dragon cursed monsters really are. Their frozen bodies make them tougher, their undead nature makes them harder to finish, and the non-stop storm keeps patching fatal wounds, turning ordinary hunting into a miserable grind. What makes Hurkin's farming possible is a trick learned from the Stormhunters: spray holy water directly on the curse emblem, and the monster finally loses the frost dragon's grip. That method pays off again as Hurkin finally hears the level up announcements he wanted, climbing through 198, and then 199 after days of relentless hunting. With his magic restored, Hurkin's mood flips instantly, and he gets ready to wipe out the rest in one hard push. He summons a fire golem, and the giant burst of heat tears through the frozen battlefield, turning snow to steam and stripping the orcs of their icy defense. Hurkin knows the spell is burning through his mana fast, so he decides this has to be the last wave and orders his skeleton warriors to attack harder. As the orcs weaken, the skeleton warriors start overwhelming them, and Hirkin goes right back to his unglamorous cleanup job of purifying one emblem after another. He keeps counting them down until only a few cursed orcs remain, and the long battle finally looks close to breaking open. Then his holy water bottle runs dry with 7 orcs still left, and the absurd farming routine stops dead in his hands. Instead of panicking, Hirkin goes still, because he recognizes exactly what the empty bottle means. The setup phase is over and the real fight is about to begin. A brutal wave of cold suddenly sweeps the ruined castle, frosting over Hirkin's armor in an instant as the boss finally stirs. System warnings slam into view as Hirkin braces in the freezing ruin. The Frost Knight is raging, and its fury is about to wake every curse being nearby. Hearing the Frost Knight's name hits Hirkin hard, because he remembers the famous raid video where Storm Queen sure cleared this boss and stamped herself into Warlord's history. As he waits before the Frost Knight, Hirkin remembers how this boss once changed Warlord itself. In his mind, the early main scenarios flash by, from the chaotic corrupt count phase to the immoral prince era when players learned fame and money could come from skill. Then the ruined kingdom era pushed everyone toward a bigger question: who would eventually rise above the war and become the true warlord? The player who ignited that obsession was Storm Queen Sure, the first to show the world that a boss like the Frost Knight could be soloed. Hirkin admits to himself that he had a crush on Sure, because her beauty mattered less to him than the fact that her skill opened a brand new path. He also remembers a harsher truth. Back then her help kept him going while his tiny Haho Mask guild barely survived and he could hardly afford food after paying to play. That past is gone now, but Hirkin still remembers enough to think this whole Frozen Kingdom route is basically a feast the Storm Hunters already laid out for him. So he swears he has to monopolize the Frozen Kingdom, because if he can't pull that off with this much help, his own pride says he doesn't deserve to keep playing. Unlike his rushed fight with the immoral prince, this time he crossed the Turub wall only after exhaustive preparation and careful calculation. His recent grind was never about levels alone. He was burning through monsters until his supplies lined up with exactly one Frost Knight attempt. Reaching level 199 was a pleasant surprise, because he expected to stop lower and knows that extra strength only helps now. Out of all the expensive raid items he brought, Hirkin knows the most important one is Ifrit's Essence, the fire-linked consumable that also cuts the Frost Knight's deadly cold. He had bought 20 of them for the Frozen Kingdom, and now only one remains in his hand. If this raid fails, he won't get a real rematch, because death would send him all the way back to Turub while the Frozen Kingdom fills up with other players. That is why he brought brutally expensive backup tools too, knowing a failed Frost Knight run would turn his whole northern expedition into a financial disaster. He carefully places every item where he can grab it in a panic, because in this fight even a second of fumbling could ruin him. When he lifts the last Ifrit's Essence to inspect it, Hirkin grimly thinks this nasty bottle costs more than a month's food. Then disaster hits, his frost-slick fingers lose their grip, and the last Ifrit's Essence slips from his hand. The bottle bounces across the stone, rolls straight to the wall, and heads for a wide crack at its base. Hirkin panics and lunges after it, because without that item he knows he cannot beat the Frost Knight, and may as well retreat. He reaches the wall just in time to watch the bottle drop cleanly into the crack like a cruel hole-in-one. Not wasting a second, he yanks out the crying sword and starts hacking at the crack like a miner trying to claw back his only chance. But the plain-looking stone does not budge, and the system coldly informs him that this region cannot be destroyed. That is when the accident starts feeling wrong, because this secret rest alcove should not have a lone crack like this at all. He realizes the crack must have been built into the stage on purpose, since ice should have sealed it, and the whole area resets every day. Now thinking he has found a hidden mechanism, Hirkin uses the crying sword to scrape away the thick ice covering the wall. Under the ice, the Frozen Kingdom's emblem appears, a great tree beneath the sun and moon. Instead of cursing his luck, Hirkin smiles, because he knows he just found something even the Storm Hunters missed. Following the concealed route, Hirkin enters a hidden tunnel tied to the real tragedy of the Frozen Kingdom, the old realm destroyed and cursed by the Frost Dragon. At the end of the tunnel, he finds a weathered man chained in place for ages, still conscious after a curse that would not let him die. Nero greets him with exhausted relief and says he has finally received a reward for resisting the Frost Dragon's evil curse for so long. He introduces himself as Nero, the last heir of a kingdom that now exists only as a nightmare. Hirkin answers boldly, calling himself an adventurer chasing hope, while secretly making sure his cameras are recording every second of this hidden discovery. Inside, he is thrilled, because this is exactly the kind of lost truth the Storm Hunters never found, and the footage will make his Frozen Kingdom film even more valuable. When Hirkin offers to undo the chains, Nero urgently refuses, saying the restraints are the only thing keeping his mind intact. Nero warns that if those chains come off, he will become just like the cursed souls roaming outside the chamber. So Hirkin asks what happened here, and Nero begins recounting the fall of the once prosperous kingdom under the Frost Dragon's curse. The tale matches what Hirkin already knows. The Frost Dragon froze the kingdom, twisted its people, and left the ruin trapped in that state until now. When the story ends, Nero says he knows the kingdom cannot be restored and asks only for revenge, or at least release for the people still suffering under the Frost Dragon's Night. The Hidden Quest Kingdom's revenge triggers in front of him, along with evidence to the Ruined Kingdom and 2 new titles tied to the secret he just uncovered. Herkin nearly bursts out laughing from pure satisfaction, but he forces himself to stay serious and simply accepts. Then a far bigger shock lands. A world-level system announcement declares that the curtain on a new era has risen, and Herkin is the one who opened it. Herkin just stands there in disbelief, realizing the hidden quest and that sudden announcement have turned one lucky accident into something much bigger. A system-wide announcement shakes all of Warlord by declaring that the third main scenario quest has begun. What rattles players even more is the name attached to it, because this time the game openly says who opened the new era. The confusion turns almost absurd when people realize Herkin is just the real character name of the man everyone knows as Haho Mask. Meanwhile, Herkin hurries through the narrow hidden tunnel after leaving Nero behind, and the announcement finally hits him too. He is stunned because he expected the Ruined Kingdom episode to open at Urigal Mountain after catching the slime dragon, not here in the Frozen Kingdom. Herkin quickly reasons that the main scenario must have had more than one trigger point, and he happened to uncover the Frozen Kingdom route first. That thought only makes him grimmer, because if his actions change the quest flow, then whatever comes next may no longer match the future he knew. He reminds himself that the Ruined Kingdom is his last real chance, because after this comes the Dragon's Army episode, where his old knowledge runs thin. He also cannot forget how the Storm Hunters eventually cast him aside and crushed him, so he forces himself to stay cold and focused. Trying to steady himself, Herkin finally opens the exact quest Nero gave him inside the Dark Passage. The quest tells him to defeat the Frost Knight and save the cursed beings, but the reward is what stops him cold, the ancient power called Frost. He stands there for a full minute, unable to move, before finally blurting out the single word that changes everything for him. Then the shock flips into fierce excitement, and Herkin says it again like he finally understands how huge this reward really is. Ancient power is the core prize of the entire Ruined Kingdom episode, because it is what upgrades skills beyond their normal limits. Herkin knows there are 3 ranks to it, from Transcendent to Legend to the nearly impossible Mythos rank. For most players, Mythos rank is not just hard but absurdly complex, the kind of content meant to break even the people obsessed enough to clear everything first. That is why Herkin wanted a monopoly on the Ruined Kingdom in the first place, because the first clear of a main scenario reward can hand out a Mythos rank power directly. He knows only 5 Mythos ancient powers exist at this level of fame: Frost, Flame, Thunder, Darkness, and Radiance. Even a year after this system was released in the future, he remembers, only 200 players in the entire game had ever gathered all 5. Herkin had never imagined touching that level of reward himself, so seeing Frost on this quest feels unreal and impossible to ignore. What still troubles him is that the Urigal route should have offered only a legendary reward, so this sudden Mythos-level prize feels dangerously out of place. But the unease cannot beat the temptation, and once he says the word Frost to himself again, fear loses. He decides on the spot that whatever has changed in the scenario, he is taking this chance with his own hands. He judges that he has spent more time than planned with Nero, but not enough to stop, log out, or back away now. This battle suddenly matters even more than the fights against the Amoro Prince and Argardo, because now he has a prize worth betting everything on. With a wild laugh, Herkin bursts out of the tunnel and races straight for the frozen throne. At the throne, the Frost Knight waits like an ancient executioner, seated on a massive block of ice and armor carved to resemble dragon scales. Even with an enemy standing before him, the Frost Knight does not rush. He delivers a grave, ancient judgment as if sentencing Herkin already. Then the Frost Knight finally stands, tearing itself free from the throne with cracking ice that shows just how long it has sat there fused in place. Herkin barely cares about the spectacle, because he has come here to kill this thing and break the curse, not admire it. Inside his head, he fixes on one simple goal. He wants the Frost Knight's pitiful cursed servants to wake up from this nightmare. He refuses to let fear shake him again, because he already learned the hard way that hesitation only gets him destroyed. To start the real fight, Herkin bites down on the Ifrit's essence he has been holding in his mouth. The heat spreads through his body at once, and the snow touching him turns to dripping water instead of clinging as frost. At the same time, he throws down skeleton fragments and begins summoning his own undead army across the frozen floor. The Frost Knight answers by calling up ranks of low-groaning cursed monsters to form against him. Herkin's skeleton warriors rise next, armor clattering as they take shape and silently scream toward the enemy line. With one command from Herkin, the skeleton warriors charge and the battle opens for real. His skeleton magicians are already ahead of the pace, hurling heavy fireballs straight into the enemy mass. The Frost Knight blocks that opening volley instantly by raising a jagged ice wall from the ground. Fire and ice explode together and scatter across the battlefield, turning the throne room into a storm of burning fragments and frozen shards. Under that shower, Herkin's 30 skeletons crash into roughly 100 cursed monsters and still keep the fight under control. The numbers do not matter as much as they should, because Herkin's undead already know these enemies too well after 20 days of brutal training. He had spent those 20 days training them to survive one-on-one fights and even outnumbered matchups, all for this exact opening. Seeing the cursed slaves contained means Herkin has solved the first of 4 problems in this boss fight. Now he only has 3 threats left to beat: the Frost Fog, the Wall of Agony, and the Frost Dragon's curse itself. Instead of panicking, Herkin actually laughs, because he already has answers ready and can finally test them in reality. Far away on the Urgal Mountain, 30 elite storm hunters sit in a cave after failing a summit raid, too tense and frustrated to agree on what to do next. Some want to go again immediately, while others snap back that rushing in after a failure is exactly how they will get wiped out twice. The bickering turns personal fast, with one member bitterly throwing around the word traitor as tempers fray. Hatch and Hahue add to the noise until even they get swallowed by the same heavy silence hanging over their leader. Sure says nothing, and that silence presses down so hard that the whole raid group starts to feel like they may not dare face the mountain again. Then the global announcement about Herkin opening a new era hits their cave and blows that deadlock apart in an instant. Confusion erupts immediately, because most of them have no idea who Herkin even is. The room freezes again when someone remembers that Herkin is actually Haho Mask's character name. All eyes swing to Storm Queen Sure, because if anyone here can measure herself against Haho Mask, it is her. Sure quietly confirms the name first, making sure the rumor is real before she moves. When the member explains that early Haho Mask videos used the name Herkin openly, Sure makes her decision on the spot. She cuts through everyone's confusion with 2 words: let's go. Even when Hatch blurts out in shock, Sure stays calm and makes it clear this move is about proving the Storm Hunters are not beneath Haho Mask. Sure admits she still wants to recruit Haho Mask, but she refuses to let the Storm Hunters be seen as weaker than one man. She goes further and says that whatever the difference between her and Haho Mask may be, she never believed the Storm Hunters as a guild were below him. That pride spreads through the cave, and the demoralized elite members start forcing courage back into themselves. One after another, they talk themselves back into the climb, insisting there is no reason they cannot kill the summit boss too. By the end, the group is no longer afraid of failing again. They are angry at the idea of being left behind by Haho Mask. Sure answers that revived fighting spirit with a beautiful smile, and the Storm Hunters commit to another attempt on the Urgal summit. In the frozen throne hall, Herkin calmly grows a pencil-thin bone into a full spear and lines up a long-range throw even while the melee crashes almost on top of him. A frozen orc breaks through the line and charges him, but Herkin still releases the javelin without flinching. He steps into the attack, ducks the orc's slash, trips it cleanly, and takes its head off with the crying sword. After kicking the severed head away, Herkin shoots his skeleton warriors a cold look that practically shames them into fighting harder. Then the Frost Knight finally moves, pounding the frozen ground with his sheathed greatsword while 7 bone spears stick out of his armor like they mean nothing. With each impact, the spears frost over and crumble, and a lightning-shaped crack spreads across the sheath until thick freezing fog starts leaking out. The cursed slaves feel the danger first and start trembling in the middle of combat, and Herkin instantly realizes the Frost Knight's next phase is here. Herkin starts a summon to counter it, but the sheath explodes first and frost fog devours the whole hall in an instant. The raging battle freezes so completely that even the noise seems dead, leaving the hall locked in a terrifying white silence. Herkin is the first thing to move again as the ice cracking over his clenched fist spreads across his whole body and breaks away. He opens his hand and releases Big Bird, a blazing fire golem that bursts out like a phoenix and starts melting the frozen battlefield back to life. With the frost fog phase broken, Herkin immediately runs forward because he knows the Frost Knight's next problem starts now. For the first time in this raid, Herkin summons his 2 skeleton knights, and their arrival flips the battle's momentum hard in his favor. Buffed by Chivalry and Commander, and helped by Big Bird's heat weakening the enemy, the skeleton knights carve a straight path toward the Frost Knight. When the giant undead knights finally meet the Frost Knight, Herkin covers them in bone armor, adds Madness Helm, and buys himself 1 desperate minute. Their first sword clashes hit like thunder, slow and brutal, because every blow is strong enough to throw both sides backward. That tiny opening is all Herkin needs, and he slips behind the Frost Knight to drive the crying sword into the center of its back. He turns that wound into a foothold, widens the scar in the back plate, and jams in another bone spear while the Frost Knight still ignores him. Herkin is exploiting a brutal loophole the Storm Hunters paid for with their lives. As long as the damage stays under a threshold, the Frost Knight does not even register what he is doing to its armor. The skeleton knights absorb far more punishment than Herkin expected, and while one fights on in battered armor, he silently thanks them and keeps ripping the Frost Knight's armor apart. By the time the duel drags on, one skeleton knight has lost an arm, both are near collapse, and the Frost Knight's cracked armor is finally leaking furious freezing energy. The exposed cold is so vicious it starts stripping stats and inflicting frostbite, forcing Herkin back even with Ifrit's heat still in him. The skeleton knights cannot retreat in time, and while they freeze over, the Frost Knight raises a gigantic new wall between himself and the battlefield. This is the third phase, the Wall of Agony, and its sculpted surface shows monsters, elves, dwarves, and humans trapped in a frozen hell while the Frost Knight heals behind it. Herkin knows this wall only breaks to one overwhelming hit, so he pulls out the expensive answer he prepared for exactly this moment. The melted gem becomes an earth golem shaped like a massive rhinoceros, built almost entirely around one absurd battering ram horn. At Herkin's order, the cast iron rhinoceros launches forward so fast its heavy body almost looks weightless. The impact is so violent that even Herkin hesitates for a beat, because this improvised plan was the one part he could not truly guarantee. Then the system confirms the wall has fallen, and Herkin's confidence snaps right back into place for the final push. Without wasting a second, he grabs a pouch of top-tier bone explosives made from magma giant materials and charges the exposed Frost Knight. He throws around 20 explosives under the Frost Knight's feet, and the chain blast tears the remaining armor apart. When the smoke clears, all the cursed slaves are gone, and Herkin's surviving summons are staring at one last enemy with nothing left between them. Herkin gives the order to finish it, because now there is only the final problem left. With the armor gone, every hit starts landing for real, and the Frost Knight is suddenly being torn apart by a full swarm of undead and golems. Herkin decides this is the moment to spend everything and activates Black Heart, pushing his body into striker-level madness. Now moving like a dart through the chaos, Herkin keeps diving into every opening while the Frost Knight struggles to fend off the rest of the swarm. Cornered at last, the Frost Knight finally speaks in despair, cursing Herkin as the price for interfering with him. Then, with no warning at all, the Frost Knight's body explodes and releases the Frost Dragon's curse across the entire battlefield. The curse flash freezes Herkin's entire army in one sweep, and their frozen bodies immediately start cracking apart into piles of icy fragments. Herkin freezes solid for one brutal beat among the shattered remains of his army, making it look like the raid ended in the same wipe that killed everything else. But Herkin steps back out of the ice unharmed, because he switched equipment in advance and the circlet of purification blocked the final curse. Looking at the dead end of the Frost Knight's last move, Herkin smiles and says that's a wrap. Back in his cramped apartment, An Jae-hyun jolts awake from the longest sleep he has had in a year and bursts out of bed like he is fully charged. He marches to the tiny bathroom, grinning at his skinny reflection like he is suddenly the hottest man alive. His mood is simple and vicious. Now that he has real power, he is ready to crush anyone who gets in Haho Mask's way. What has him this giddy is the Frost Knight raid from 8 hours ago, because he finally won the ancient power of Frost. He had logged out and gone straight to sleep without touching his footage, his game checks, or his finances, because his head was too crowded to think straight. Now that he is rested, the first thing he savors is how ancient power can strengthen his rank A core skills instead of his newer throwaway ones. He gets especially excited imagining what Frost might do to his skeleton army, even though he has no idea yet how monstrous the boost will be. His thoughts jump from power to money, because the Frozen Kingdom episode could become a paid video hit big enough to sell over 3 million views. He remembers how Stormhunters once turned the same episode into a tightly edited movie-style event and nearly hit 4 million paid tickets. That success mattered because no one else had the right kind of monopolized main scenario content, while his own path could make the same trick feel brand new. He worries Romani Films might choke on a full-length production, but he immediately decides the cost is still worth paying. As far as he is concerned, Warlord has already done the advertising for him, and now everyone will want to see how Haho Mask opened a new era. He is even happier knowing he can stop bleeding money on constant gear upgrades, because level 200 equipment has barely entered the market yet. The only major expense he still expects is gearing the Death Knight he will summon after becoming a Lich, and even that feels manageable. That is the real thrill for him. From the Ruined Kingdom onward, he expects Haho Mask to grow even faster and leave the great guilds further behind. He starts daydreaming about finally living rich, first imagining a luxury penthouse with a Han River view. Then he talks himself out of it, deciding his awful apartment is still good enough for gaming as long as the internet is fast. He tries the same fantasy with expensive cars, only to shut that down too because he has nowhere to go, and no time to enjoy them. After rejecting the usual rich guy toys, he finally lands on something he truly wants, a level 6 V-Gear bought in one payment. Smiling to himself, he washes up, puts his glasses back on, and reaches for his tablet expecting the world to be plastered with stories about him. Instead, the screen slams him with a surprise. Stormhunters are everywhere, and his smug morning stops dead. The news rewinds to the Urgal summit, where the absurdly overpowered Blaze Slime Dragon had been one of the nastiest monsters in Warlord. Its raid looks simple on paper, with tanks holding aggro and magicians dealing damage, but in practice even top guilds had given up on it. But now that impossible boss lies dead, and the one still standing over it is Stormhunter Queen Sure. She looks horrible and barely recognizable, but surviving at all is proof that she dragged the raid across the finish line. Only Hatch is left beside her, and his voice cracks with disbelief as he realizes the two of them are the raid's only survivors. The dead players pile into voice chat from outside the game, desperate to know if the impossible raid really ended in victory. Hatch shouts that they won, and the voice channel erupts into total chaos while he basks in the madness anyway. He remembers how brutal the raid had been, especially when the Blaze Slime Dragon suddenly revealed a self-destruct phase and wiped out 11 players in one blast. With the raid collapsing, she refused to give up, seized the dragon's aggro herself, and forced Hatch to match her pace until the impossible finally broke. Looking at her now, Hatch is ready for an emotional victory embrace because Sure genuinely looks like a queen who just conquered hell. Sure ignores the moment completely and cuts straight to business, asking Hatch if he knows what the ancient power of flame reward means. Hatch blanks so badly that all he can offer is a dumb wordplay joke, and Sure answers him with a deadly glare. By the time Herkin logs into Warlord, the public story has completely flipped, and every article is now about Stormhunters, Sure's comeback, and ancient power appearing in the game. What hits him hardest is the reward itself, because Sure got flame from the Blaze Slime Dragon when his old knowledge says that should not have happened yet. He can accept that Stormhunters somehow beat the raid blind, because he knows they are strong enough to brute force miracles after enough attempts. But he cannot ignore the real problem. In the timeline he remembers, Mythos rank ancient power only appeared later after both the Frost Knight and Blaze Slime Dragon were cleared. He realizes the game's AI may have already changed the difficulty and rewards to match the player's accelerated progress, which means his old future is no longer a clean answer sheet. That kills his complacency fast, and he starts counting the facts that still matter. He is only about 43% from level 200 and can reach it in a day or two if he keeps grinding toward Turub's castle wall. He is not falling behind yet, but he is not running alone either, and that means the only answer is to go all out before the others catch him. Beyond the Turub castle wall, the Northland had turned from a niche battleground into Warlord's hottest frontier because so many historic moments happened there. Players crossed over chasing the romance of Haho Mask's territory, but the place had no town, no reset point, and no one willing to govern it. With nobody enforcing rules, the Northland became a lawless paradise where PK was the easiest way to delay rivals and rob them clean. The users who thrived there were the worst kind of professionals, killers treating player hunting like a business. Their latest trick was simple and nasty: a swordsman, a mage, and a priest all wore fake Haho masks so prey would panic before the fight even started. They laughed that just showing Haho Mask's face was enough to shake most players, and in his own domain the trick worked even better. Then a hammerhead roared nearby, and the three instantly smelled another easy victim in trouble. Grinning, they rushed in to finish off whoever was fighting the monster and grab even more watches. What they found instead was a disaster, and Servid's turn came last as he stood frozen in a muggy jungle with ice packed into his robe. The real terror was standing right in front of him, skeleton warriors breathing white cold and the true Haho Mask waiting behind them. The fake masked mage finally understood the disaster. They had tried to ambush a lone player fighting a hammerhead, and that player was the real Herkin. He dropped all pride and begged to hand over every stolen watch if Herkin would just spare him. Up close, Servid could see these were not Herkin's old summons at all but frost touched undead with cold leaking from every breath and joint. Herkin answered the plea with nothing but 2 flicks of his finger. That silent signal was enough, and the skeleton warriors rushed Servid before he could do anything but spit one last curse. A moment later Servid was dead, and Herkin only walked over once the nearby hammerhead had also been put down by his skeleton knights. Seeing 3 dead copycats wearing his symbol didn't offend Herkin at all. If anything, he found the sight satisfying. He had never wanted Haho Mask to become a symbol of justice anyway. He wanted that face to scare strong players, and copycats only helped spread the fear. After looting the stolen watches, Herkin turned to his undead and finally smiled at what the ancient power of Frost had done to them. On the trip back from the Frozen Kingdom, Herkin kept testing the ancient power of Frost, and every hunt convinced him it was stronger than he expected. With Frost active, his skeletons gained a major boost in stats and movement, and enemies near them slowly slid from chill into real frostbite. The Frost Golem impressed him too, because its mere arrival blanketed the area in cold instead of just acting like a tougher earth summon. Even his Frostbone armor had become a trap, freezing anything reckless enough to touch it in a hunt or a PK fight. What surprised him most was the Frostbone explosive, which now hit harder and locked down everything in its blast with ice. The only real drawback was brutal mana consumption, because Frost powers burned through his magic so fast he couldn't empower every summon at once. Still, the power was so good that Herkin would have been drunk on it if one ugly thought wasn't already nagging him. He couldn't stop thinking that she probably had a matching power of her own, and that meant their clash was far from over. As both of them dominated the game, news about Haho Mask and the Storm Queen spread faster than anything else in Warlord. She pushed her side openly, showing off the ancient power of flame and guild footage and stunning both fans and rivals. Herkin did the opposite and stayed silent, so rumors about his new Frost skeletons exploded from stolen clips and eyewitness footage instead. Players loved the image so much they started joking that Haho Mask had become Warlord's own Lich King, or even Rich Lich. At the same time, second advancement skills, ancient power news, and non-stop player-made content pushed Warlord into a full-blown boom. Then the next major wave hit when Haho Mask's Frozen Kingdom footage was finally released to the world. Away from the game, Romani ripped off his headset and celebrated because the brutal project was finally finished. He had barely slept through the job, but relief won out over fatigue because he knew they had pulled off something huge. It had started when Herkin sent him 20 days of Frozen Kingdom footage and asked for a 2 or 3 hour movie instead of another short edit. Romani had refused at first because he knew editing clips and making a real movie were completely different levels of work. Herkin didn't push him personally, he just offered to fund a team and asked him to at least try. Once Romani reached out, famous industry people flooded in, including veterans and even top directors who wanted to touch the project. They weren't chasing the paycheck so much as the chance to turn Warlord's best raw material into the first truly serious VR film. Now that it was done, Romani was convinced this film could become a real turning point for the VR movie industry. He even let himself imagine his name being discussed alongside legendary directors, right down to joking about attending the Oscars. That happy fantasy broke when his smartwatch vibrated with a call from one of the collaborators who had worked on the film from start to finish. Romani answered politely, but the other man immediately asked him to arrange a private meeting with Haho Mask. Romani shut it down at once, saying he would only ask by email because Haho Mask was his client, not someone he could hand over on demand. Even after ending the call, he stayed bitter because this release meant every major film company would soon come after Haho Mask next. Without warning, Haho Mask dropped the Frozen Kingdom, and players instantly treated it like a surprise event they had all been waiting for. The shock only grew when viewers saw it was a full 153-minute movie with one continuous story, not just another stitched-together raid video. Even the price felt outrageous at $9, nearly 6 times the normal paid video rate. Then the impossible number hit. The film sold 1 million copies on its first day. Audience reactions turned into open amazement, with people calling it a real movie and saying it looked better than many films in theaters. The press piled on next, praising Haho Mask for making something closer to art than a game product. Soon the hype spilled into the real world, as film festivals, distributors, and media companies all started chasing Haho Mask. For the 30 great guilds, that success was less inspiring than terrifying, because Haho Mask had just changed the standard again. Matador's Chev sat through the full movie in silence, not admiring it so much as wondering how Haho Mask had planned something this far ahead. What unsettled Chev most was that every hunt in the film clearly fed into the Frost Night climax, as if Haho Mask had known exactly how the whole quest would unfold. Until now, the guilds had treated Haho Mask as a dangerous rival in a different lane, but this movie made Chev realize he had leapt far beyond that. Chev's mind immediately jumped to the cost of catching up, from hiring film professionals to finding a way to release new content fast enough to matter. He was not alone either, because officers across the great guilds were all being forced into the same ugly calculation. Storm Hunters answered first, and Choi Sulian started moving after barely 10 minutes of the movie. She ordered her people to recruit film professionals to a company tied to Storm Hunters and start building short movies from their existing footage right away. She pushed even harder by demanding a new 30-minute movie every Friday at 9 p.m., starting the very next week. Then she gave one more order that surprised her own side: contact Haho Mask and offer to distribute his movie with full support. When a subordinate doubted Haho Mask would even answer, Choi Sulian shut the protest down with a flat order to do it anyway. She immediately followed that with a military-scale pushing game, ordering every Storm Hunters member above level 180 to cross the Uruguay range. A guild member blurted out that this meant nearly 300 people, but her answer made the power dynamic simple: object, and you're fired. The man instantly backed down, and Storm Hunters fell in line behind her aggressive plan. Sinclair reacted in the opposite direction, deciding that Haho Mask was no longer a rival he could coexist with. He sent out a direct order to hunt Haho Mask down by any method available, turning the industry's panic into open war. As that new era began, the story jumped back to Uruguay, where a black hound was already collapsing under a frost-covered skeleton knight under Hyrcan's command. This was not an ordinary summon either, but a skeleton knight loaded with top-tier gear, including the great battle hero's sword and the Blood Ogre set. With the ancient power of Frost and the Blood Ogre set stat debuff stacked on top, the fight was so one-sided it barely counted as a hunt. For Hyrcan, though, this easy kill still mattered, because black hounds had once humiliated him on the road to Ulf. He lifted his eyes to Uruguay's fog-covered summit, and quietly admitted it had taken him more than 2 weeks to get this far. Part of that delay came from forcing the Frozen Kingdom into release fast, which drove the production cost far higher than he had planned. He was also buried in item sales and expensive purchases, since the Frost Kingdom loot and his summoned spare gear had to be converted into upgrades. Outside the game, his money had grown so serious that he was suddenly spending time with lawyers, accountants, and tax experts too. Even his new 6S Model V gear slowed him down, because the default settings did not fit his abnormal playstyle and had to be rebuilt for him. At the same time, he kept grinding through his second advancement quest, dragging himself across the continent to meet NPCs and gather scattered materials. He also had to keep leveling the whole way, all while random players and even a guild kept trying to hunt him like a boss monster. By the time he reached the slope, just getting here felt like a miracle. But the long delay had one advantage: he had finished every major preparation and could finally focus completely on the game again. The movie had made him rich enough to buy most item sets in one shot, earning him a version of the Rich Lich name without the old $5 million backing. More importantly, he had completed his second advancement and become a Lich, unlocking the new necromancer skills he had been waiting for. He had also stocked up on the best consumables without blinking at the price, because this climb was no place to cut corners anymore. Most of all, Hyrcan had settled his resolve and looked past Uruguay itself toward whatever unknown content waited on the other side. He decided he would hit that new wall head on, even if it shattered him, because backing off was no longer part of the plan. At Urigal's midpoint, that determination brought him to the next gatekeeper waiting in his way, the Skull Collector. Urigal had become the Storm Hunter's trailblazing route, but just like Northland, it punished anyone who came in unprepared. The mountain's real checkpoint was a single mid-slope tunnel, where every party had to face a level 200 middle boss called Vuduk the Skull Collector. Vuduk was a snake-headed giant draped in monster skulls, summoning guardians from those trophies while hammering intruders with voodoo attacks. Players had started calling it a Haho mask-like bastard, because it fought aggressively, hit hard, and even controlled summons the same way he did. The dungeon rules made the bottleneck even worse, with only 7 people allowed in at a time and a 7-minute delay before the next group could enter. Since there was no nearby town or castle reset point, every failure meant a long, miserable trip back, so the queue filled with battered challengers and bad tempers. While one group complained that even the Mercy Guild had failed and no clear strategy existed, another kept cursing the Haho mask-like monster for wasting their time. Then someone suddenly snapped at the complainers to shut up, because the real Haho mask had just arrived at the tunnel entrance. Herkin checks his status after 2 hard weeks and hates what he sees: only 3 more levels and no new skill books. When Herkin finally looks up, he realizes the whole foggy checkpoint has been watching him with a mix of suspense, fear, and open hostility. Instead of shrinking from the attention, Herkin enjoys it and walks straight to the admission post like the crowd's nerves are proof of his rank. At the post, Herkin finds the waiting list for Vuduk's tunnel, sees names in multiple languages already crossed off, and adds his own name in Korean at the very end. The line is longer than he expected, and Herkin grimly figures he will be stuck here for about 4 more hours. He quickly understands why the line is still moving. Nobody has spread real news about the ruined hell waiting beyond the Urigal range, so eager players keep climbing anyway. As Herkin debates whether to rest or stay awake through the wait, a woman behind him suddenly asks the question everyone wants answered: is he the real Haho mask? The woman looks plain at first glance, but her pretty low-defense outfit in a brutal high-level zone tells Herkin she is much stronger than she appears. Herkin answers her with a dry joke about all the fake Haho masks, then taps his wrist instead of explaining himself. The checkpoint crowd instantly erupts into wild rumors about what that Watchman-style wrist tap means, but every version ends the same way: picking a fight with Haho mask is dangerous. Once the crowd realizes the woman belongs to the MIG Guild, the mood flips from tension to greedy excitement because even losing to Haho mask can make good money on video. Kane quickly waves off the idea of a challenge, and says she came to make a deal instead. She introduces herself as Kang from the MIG Guild and explains that her party is third in line with 1 empty slot. Then she drops the real offer: if Herkin joins their run, he can skip the long wait entirely. The crowd around them immediately regrets not speaking up first, because everyone realizes this was a perfect chance to get carried through the run. Herkin accepts fast, but only after laying down hard terms. All battle footage belongs to him, they follow his orders, and betrayal will have consequences even after Urigal. The deal is a lifesaver for MIG's team, because all 6 members are second advancement users around level 203, but their lineup is badly skewed and missing a second tanker. King smugly credits the successful deal to her face, and for once her teammates are too pleased with their jackpot to tease her. That light mood dies almost as soon as they enter Vuduk's tunnel, because Herkin keeps silent and the narrowing passage turns the run serious. At the instant's entrance, Herkin finally speaks just to make one thing clear: he alone will decide when he steps in. Beyond the tunnel, the team enters a giant pit like a coliseum and sees the Skull Collector waiting at the center. Kang switches into full tanker mode, strapping on bulky black armor and a shield as big as her own body while the priests stack buff after buff onto her. The 12th buff triggers Holy Order, doubling her buff time and boosting their strength, and Kang takes that as her signal to charge. Kang crashes into the Skull Collector with her shield and knocks him back, but he instantly rebounds and smashes down at her with brutal force. In the middle of that melee, the Skull Collector flicks out one of the skulls from his necklace and throws it toward the ground beside Kang. The skull rolls twice, the dirt around it starts writhing, and a troll-shaped familiar rises out of the ground with a skull for a head. One of the magicians blasts the new familiar with a huge fireball, but even that only blows away half its body before it starts knitting itself back together. Kang shouts for the backline to keep catching every summon, because this boss is only manageable if the tank holds him, while the familiars are erased one by one. The plan is shaky from the start, because this clear method normally wants 2 tankers, and Kang is trying to hold everything together alone. For a moment it still looks workable, with repeated bombardment finally dropping the first familiar even as a third one has already been summoned. But Herkin still does not move, just watches the fight like he is measuring everyone in silence. Then the real problem hits. Kang blocks several heavy blows, but the Skull Collector's side slash slips through her defense and sends her flying into the arena wall. The backline jolts into panic and splits duties instantly, with the magicians trying to buy time and one priest risking his life to sprint toward the fallen tanker. Watching their shaky response, Herkin takes off his gloves and coldly decides this confirms what he already thought: none of them are good enough for him to remember. Inside the Skull Collector raid, most players obsess over its special skills so hard that they miss a simpler danger: the boss fights left-handed. Kang already paid for that mistake, getting blasted away when she failed to adjust to the reverse sword angle. Watching that, Herkin finally relaxes because this party is not skilled enough to sabotage him even if they wanted to. That changes his mood completely, because a desperate team on the verge of collapse will make his own rescue look even more overwhelming on camera. Once he decides to go all in, Herkin removes his glove and starts working at his wristwatch with the care of someone cracking a safe. The watch clicks free, item slot mode shuts off, and Herkin grips the device so hard that his arm trembles. Black smoke spills from his clenched hand, stretches into a thin line, and tears open into a dark crack in space. From that rift, Herkin's new trump card finally steps out, a mounted Death Knight. The summon is absurdly imposing, with a 4-meter knight in giant bone armor and a huge bone horse breathing black smoke. After calming the restless steed, the Death Knight draws its sword, raises its shield, and lets a red cape billow free behind it. When the Death Knight points its blade at the fight, its leader skill turns the smoke pool into an instant undead army. A skeleton knight, 9 skeleton warriors, and 2 skeleton magicians pour out at once, all extra bodies that do not even count against Herkin's normal summon cap. Then Undying and Fear kick in, turning the smoke into a regeneration field while slowing enemies with dread. Herkin watches the setup click into place, then calmly puts his watch and glove back on instead of rushing. To Queen's rattled party, that slow little gesture looks less practical and more like pure confidence. Only then does the attack begin, as the Death Knight spurs its mount forward and the undead line charges behind it. As the Skull Collector's familiars move to block that rush, Herkin flicks out 8 skeleton fragments of his own. The fragments rise as 8 robe-wearing skeleton magicians, and Herkin sends them into the fight with one short command. The Skull Collector answers the Death Knight's arrival by throwing down its 4th neck-hung skull to call in more help. But the Death Knight crashes straight through a dirt-made lizard warrior, severing its arm with one clean swing. The steed instantly repositions under its rider, and the Death Knight drives a second strike deep into the crippled familiar. Everyone watching is stunned, because this summon is hitting far harder than a normal Death Knight should. The real reason is simple. Herkin poured absurd money into this summon and armed it with one of the strongest swords in the game. Since physical cuts alone are weak against undead-type enemies, Herkin follows up with the part that really hurts: magic. All 10 skeleton magicians fire together, launching a blanket of fireballs without caring who is standing in the blast zone. The explosions turn the arena into chaos, swallowing both sides in a wall of flame. When the fire clears, Herkin's skeletons stand back up in fighting shape, while the Skull Collector's familiars are left wrecked. Queen's priest can only whisper "my god," because this no longer looks like the same game he thought he knew. The 3 magicians feel even worse, because Herkin's summon-based firepower is already comparable to theirs and it is only one slice of his full strength. That humiliation is exactly the point, because Herkin wants this battle to warn every future enemy what happens if they come after him. Under the non-stop bombardment, the Skull Collector's support line collapses and the fight narrows into a straight duel with the Death Knight. This duel is different from Herkin's earlier skeleton fights, because the skeletal mount turns the Death Knight into a fast, unpredictable cavalry monster. The steed suddenly leaps over the Skull Collector, forcing the boss to twist around and exposing its defense. The Death Knight punishes that opening at once, stabbing into the Skull Collector's shoulder. A heartbeat later, the horse slams the boss into the wall and pins it there under relentless mounted pressure. Even while the Skull Collector flails back with desperate slashes, the steed keeps battering it with short, brutal headbutts. Watching the exchange, even Herkin feels a chill, because the Death Knight's combat AI is every bit as nasty as the old Rich Lich footage promised. But that power comes with a brutal cost, so Herkin bites down on a hidden magic recovery candy to keep his mana from collapsing. He knows the Death Knight and Undying Field are draining him so hard that even his frost power is off the table for now. Even so, he refuses to slow down and throws out 10 more skeleton fragments to keep the spectacle growing. The new skeleton warriors rise, and this time Queen's party does not even react with shock anymore, only a long exhausted sigh. That drained, defeated look is exactly what Herkin wants his future viewers to feel, so he eats another expensive candy and pushes on through the bitter taste. 6 players step out of Vuduk's tunnel looking far too tense for a normal clear, and everyone waiting outside instantly senses something is off. The onlookers quickly count heads and realize a 7-man party entered, yet 6 came out without visible battle damage, which only makes the scene stranger. Then the last figure appears behind them, and the whole crowd recognizes the Haho mask at once. Once they work out the timing, the mood turns from suspicion to awe because Haho mask cleared Vuduk's tunnel in only 30 minutes, half the usual time. But Jaehyun ignores the admiration and lifts his gaze straight toward Urigel's summit. That single look makes everyone jump to the same conclusion: Haho mask might be heading for the Blaze Slime Dragon next. The thought hits hard because the Blaze Slime Dragon has already earned a brutal reputation as the strongest boss monster in the game right now. If Haho mask beat that monster solo after already clearing the Frost Knight, he would stop being just a top player and start looking stronger than the great guilds themselves. And Jaehyun's real feeling is the exact opposite, because he is just relieved he does not have to fight that monster at all. Since Stormhunters already killed the Blaze Slime Dragon first, the path across Urigel is open and the best titles are already gone, so there is no reason for him to rush the same raid. He also knows the risk is still huge, because 14 strong parties have already failed against the dragon since it respawned. So Jaehyun treats Urigal like a door, not a destination, and simply starts walking past the tunnel entrance toward what lies beyond. The crowd instantly misreads his move and starts blasting out posts that Haho Mask is on his way to challenge the Blaze Slime Dragon. Beyond Urigal, the newly opened land is called the Black Continent, and ambitious players crossed into it dreaming of rare gear, new monsters, and clues to the third main scenario. Instead, those early explorers discover a nightmare where even the weakest monsters start at level 200 and survival turns into a desperate sprint. The Black Continent is even crueler because there is no restart point here, so dying throws players all the way back to the far side of Urigal. With no towns, no markets, and no safe resting place, players cannot even reliably make the consumables they need to stay alive. Stormhunters decide brute force is the only way to survive here, so Shur leads 157 guild members into the Black Continent after their second advancement. It is a costly gamble, because pulling that many skilled members out here means Stormhunters will lose major content and money back home for a while. Even so, Stormhunters keep combing the Black Continent for a permanent foothold, hoping to find a dungeon area where monsters will not keep respawning. Hatch suggests using a dungeon as a shelter, since instance dungeons can create the same kind of safe perimeter that towns and castles normally provide. A true single-use dungeon would be even better, because once cleared it would stop spawning monsters and become the perfect hidden fortress. And there is one person on the continent who understands the value of that kind of place better than anyone else. 2 days after crossing Urigal, and Jaehyun is not hunting the Blaze Slime Dragon at all. He is frantically chasing a golden goblin through the wasteland. The outside world is waiting for news of a dragon raid, but Jaehyun is obsessed with this tiny target because missing it would be a serious setback. He knows from memory that the weak little golden goblin is valuable only because it hides inside a dungeon, and in the Black Continent that dungeon should be a ruin. That ruin is the real prize, because it is the starting point of the Ruined Kingdom arc and the trailhead to the third main scenario. Catching the goblin outright is useless, so Jaehyun has to pressure it without killing it and force it to run back to its hideout. That turns into a headache fast, because his skeletons are built to kill enemies, not hurt them. Before Jaehyun can switch them to defense mode, one skeleton warrior cuts across the goblin's path and kills it in a single hit. And Jaehyun can only howl in frustration, because this is already his fourth failed attempt to use the golden goblin to find the ruins. Elsewhere at Urigal, Sinclair lifts his head toward the foggy mountain and enjoys the feeling of power now sitting in his hands. After catching Sohank and rising inside Big Smiles, Sinclair has become the guild's prized asset even after losing to Haho Mask. His influence now reaches deep into the guild's command structure, helping Brooks become guild master and Apollo a sub-guild master. The proof of that power is right behind him, where 1,000 Big Smiles users are preparing to force their way across Urigal. Sinclair does not even care that many of them may die in the crossing, because he has already climbed high enough that those losses no longer feel personal to him. And Big Smiles is not marching alone, because allied guilds now plan to flood the Black Continent together. Their real target is staggering: 10,000 users crossing over to build a kingdom on the Black Continent. Smiling to himself, Sinclair imagines Haho Mask struggling alone on the far side while a full kingdom rises without him. At last, Hirkin gets the system message he wanted. He has found a ruin, earned the title Ruin Excavator, and now has to locate the out-of-place artifact inside. But instead of cheering, he sags with a tired sigh, because the golden goblin is already dead under his skeleton warrior's watch. The summon looks so pleased with itself that Hirkin swallows his anger and bitterly admits this is his own fault for training his skeletons too well. That thought turns grim fast when Hirkin imagines how terrifying his own summons would be if he ever had to fight them as enemies. He snaps out of it and focuses on the real prize ahead, a strange half-buried structure hidden under roots and embossed bricks that still leak a faint mystical aura. He decides it is probably some kind of temple, dismisses the proud summon back into fragments, and heads straight inside. The entrance is so narrow that Hirkin has to hunch and crawl forward before the passage finally opens into a chamber of deep darkness. He clicks on his wristwatch light, pulls his glove back on, and confirms from the carved interior walls that this really is a temple. He does not expect treasure here, only clues, so he immediately shifts from excitement to a careful search. To secure the entrance, Hirkin throws down 2 skeleton fragments and summons a pair of hidden scout skeletons he has never shown in public. These secret summons are not normal warriors at all, but tiny leather-armored skeletons made from mini ogres, built for agility and armed with dagger-sized blades. With his secret guards posted, Hirkin begins searching the little ruin in earnest. Elsewhere, the storm hunters also uncover a ruin, and Hatch reminds everyone that in a game like this there has to be a solution hidden somewhere. They do not pause to celebrate their breakthrough, because the moment someone finds an entrance underground, the whole camp surges into action. Hatch immediately signals Hahoe to lead the prepared exploration team into the underground section. Hahoe gathers her 12-person team, and their brief exchange with Hatch is tense enough that the others start wondering if something unusual is going on. Then the mystery evaporates when Hatch bluntly tells her not to charge at problems just because she is annoyed, and Hahui fires back exactly like always. This time Hatch refuses to back down, because a death here would strand Hahui behind the Vuduk bottleneck for days and cripple the expedition. So he drops the banter and tells her plainly not to die, and Hahui answers with a smug look instead of words before ordering her team in. The moment Hahui's team goes below, Shur turns to Hatch and asks what he thinks about the new alliance forming around the Black Continent. Hatch answers immediately that V and V, Big Smiles, and Woolgon have almost certainly teamed up, and he suspects Sweepers and Blossoms joined them too. When Shur presses him, Hatch adds that even guilds staying quiet may still lean toward V and V if the situation turns. As for their goal, Hatch says it is obvious. They want to use superior numbers to crush everyone else on the Black Continent. He believes even the chaos at Vuduk Tunnel was staged to discourage rivals from crossing Urigal in the first place. And once enough of their people are across, he expects those allied guilds to start wiping out competitors one by one in this solo stage region. When Shur asks whether that alliance ever invited Stormhunters, Hatch answers no, which means Stormhunters are already on the enemy list. Hatch jokes that maybe they should play it safe, but the matching sneers on both their faces make it clear either of them intends to back down. Back inside the tiny temple ruin, Herkin finishes searching just a few small chambers and quickly finds the out-of-place artifact. The artifact turns out to be a plain wooden conch, and Herkin immediately raises it to his ear to activate it. A desperate voice bursts from the conch, begging for help and warning that the dragon's army is marching on Herd Fortress. He does not need to replay the broken message, because the system immediately confirms it by starting the quest remnant of the Herd Fortress. When he opens the quest window, Herkin sees a rare rank level 190 quest with simple instructions to find what remains of that fortress. The setup feels familiar enough that Herkin guesses the real reward is probably another transcendent rank ancient power, so the quest itself does not shake him. What does catch his attention is the name Herd Fortress, because the wording is new, which means the AI has altered the terminology again. Even that leaves only a faint bitter aftertaste, and Herkin ends the moment with a small, knowing smile instead of frustration. On another front, Big Smile starts forcing members across Urigal in earnest, and anyone who survives the Skull Collector bottleneck becomes a precious guild asset. Because of that, the guild locks down into extreme caution. They hunt in oversized groups, ration consumables, and practically stop exploring or leveling at all. Even under that safety-first policy, luck hands them a ruin and a clue tied to Herd Fortress, which instantly starts an argument over whether the guild should take the risk. One side insists they have to push the quest because morale is collapsing if members cannot level or make money, while the other side keeps hammering that survival still comes first. That leads to the real problem. Someone has to test the unknown danger first, and they need a commander important enough to matter but expendable enough that the guild can survive losing him. In the end, the choice lands on Apollo, who is officially named commander of the Herd Fortress exploration mission. Herkin treats the Ruined Kingdom episode like a brutal treasure hunt, because every step is about chasing clues to hidden rewards while the map itself tries to bury the player in monsters. He quickly confirms the old Ruined Kingdom rule is still active. Once you head for the objective, enemy numbers and respawns spike hard. 3 voodoo lizardmen blocking the way, each with 10 zombies under their control, tells him the monster count has jumped to exactly 1.5 times normal. Annoyed but fully focused, Herkin drops into combat like muscle memory and sends his 2 skeleton knights straight into the mob. The skeleton knights carve bodies apart, but the severed zombie flesh just sloughs and regrows, turning the front line into a nasty wall of undying meat. While the voodoo lizardmen dance and shriek behind their summons, Herkin tosses skeleton fragments straight at their feet to break the formation from the inside. One newly formed skeleton warrior, built from a fanged lizardman's bones, snaps its jaws into a voodoo lizardman and instantly yanks the zombie's attention away from the front line. The moment the zombies turn, Herkin and his skeleton knights punish them like guillotines, hacking heads off from behind. His own blade is the real shock, because Herkin is no longer using the crying sword but the far deadlier deposed prince's sword. He keeps decapitating zombies and crushing fallen heads underfoot, not to finish them for good, but to stall them long enough for his skeleton warriors to kill the real targets. 3 minutes later the voodoo lizardmen are down, and the fight pays off with Herkin finally hitting level 207. Instead of celebrating, he instantly regrets leveling before burning off more mana, because every resource on the Black Continent is too precious to waste. Even with plenty of money, he cannot freely restock consumables out here, and that scarcity leaves him feeling trapped in a stingy survival mode he hates. His anger lands on the big guilds clogging Vuduk's tunnel, because their push through the bottleneck has cut off the traders who used to bring badly needed supplies across the mountain. After the fight, he dismantles the dead voodoo lizardmen and finds a precious gem ingredient, but his mood only sours because he may have to chew luxury-grade crafting material just to recover mana. That humiliation hardens his resolve to find Herd Fortress fast, because turning it into a foothold should bring back NPC facilities and make the whole region usable. He knows the first player to open that road gets the real reward, while second place gets nothing but frustration, so the race matters as much as the quest itself. To stay ahead, Herkin lifts the wooden conch to his ear and listens for the next direction. When the conch repeats to the east, Herkin turns that way just as a monster roar rolls in from beyond sight. Elsewhere, Big Smiles is also chasing the Herd Fortress quest, and Apollo leads the expedition with safety as the top priority. To reduce risk, Apollo sends a 7-man advance party ahead with their own wooden conch to scout the direction first. The scouts head toward the sound of combat to investigate, and by terrible luck for them, the user they find is Hirkin. The second they identify him as the Haho Mask, the entire group breaks and runs. Seeing strangers flee on sight, Hirkin drops his current fight and immediately decides they are dangerous enough to kill before they can regroup against them later. He already knows the giant guilds are forcing their way into the Black Continent, and that memory of their old tyranny pushes him into a desperate, kill or be killed mindset. This is exactly the kind of escape he prepared for, so Hirkin reaches into his pouch and finally unleashes his hidden pursuit squad. 4 mini-ogre skeleton warriors burst out, tiny but lethal, dressed in expensive speed-focused pursuit gear built to run down fleeing players. The mini-ogres close the gap almost instantly, proving why no striker wants to play a chase game against them. A slow-footed priest becomes the easy sacrifice when one mini-ogre smashes his legs and sends him crashing face-first into the ground. Dazed and trying to understand where the little skeletons went, the priest only realizes the truth when a sword punches straight through his back. Hirkin trips him down again, plants a boot on his back, and starts stabbing with cold efficiency. The priest barely feels pain, but one casual stab from Hirkin's deposed prince's sword rips away so much HP that pure fear takes over. Hirkin asks which guild the priest belongs to, but the man can barely do more than babble that they ran into the Haho Mask and got caught. Done with him, Hirkin grinds the priest's face into the ground and keeps stabbing until the man dies, while a returning mini-ogre joins in and Hirkin feels the others already engaging the rest of the party. When he rolls the corpse over and spots the Big Smiles emblem on the priest's chest, Hirkin finally knows exactly who he is hunting. That confirmation matters more than loot, so Hirkin ignores the dead man's watch and turns all his attention to wiping out the rest. Back with Big Smiles, Apollo starts receiving desperate reports one after another that the Haho Mask caught the advance party and is killing them. The name alone makes Apollo snap, because once again Hirkin has appeared right in the middle of his plans. A subordinate asks if they should try to catch Hirkin, but Apollo immediately shuts that down since wanting to catch him and actually being able to are not the same thing. Unlike before, Apollo reins in his temper and decides this is too big to handle alone, so he prepares to contact higher authority instead of charging in. He first thinks of reporting to Brooks, then changes course and chooses the man with the real power and Big Smiles instead, Sinclair. When Apollo asks what to do, Sinclair already has his answer. This is the best chance they will ever get to kill Haho Mask. Sinclair knows Haho Mask has become too valuable and too dangerous to leave alone, so even a reckless hunt feels necessary now. He also knows this will not be easy, because Haho Mask is nothing like the weaker player Sinclair once faced at the Cursed Castle. Sinclair grimly counts Haho Mask's gear and realizes his item setup now looks closer to an endgame boss than a normal user. The rumors are worse when it comes to summons too, since Battletalk says Haho Mask may already be using a Death Knight on top of his heavily armed skeleton army. Even so, Sinclair decides they still have a chance on the Black Continent if luck holds, because moving large forces there is dangerous for everyone. His confidence sharpens when he remembers the nearby Clover unit, a poker team force strong enough to join Apollo and form a 40-man trap. Sinclair's last fear is the worst one. If Haho Mask links up with Storm Hunters, the whole plan could collapse. So Sinclair finally tells Apollo to kill Haho Mask and says the poker team's Clover unit will make it possible. Apollo agrees at once, and behind the call his smile spreads wide because he likes the sound of this hunt. Out on the Black Continent, Hirkin's tiny mini-ogre skeleton warriors prove brutally effective by catching fleeing users at the ankles. Once a runner gets dragged down, Hirkin steps in behind his mask, and most of them know the escape is over. Some of the doomed players still bark back and demand a fair fight, but their spirit means nothing against Hirkin's summons. The Predator act ends fast after the kills, because Hirkin immediately turns into a scavenger and starts looting every useful consumable. On the Black Continent those dropped supplies matter more than usual, so Hirkin grabs the consumables before anything else and enjoys the profit. Then he hacks the wristwatches off the corpses too, even admiring the deposed prince's sword for how cleanly it cuts. For a brief moment he is genuinely happy, standing there with a bulging pouch full of hard-won loot. That mood dies the second nearby monsters roar and charge the only living user still left in the area. Hirkin can only grin at the chaos and think grimly that this game is completely broken. Later, An Jae-hyun wakes up in his shabby room and stares at the old ceiling, already tired of living there. He puts on his cheap horn-rimmed glasses, checks his tablet, and sinks into a sour mood when even that feels sluggish. He has more money than he ever wanted, but his schedule is so packed with game time that the cash barely feels real anymore. Because he has no time to enjoy the money and hasn't splurged inside the game either, he ends up ignoring the bank balance and searching Warlord news instead. The articles all say the top guilds, including V&V and Big Smiles, are openly trying to monopolize the Black Continent. What really sours his face is the poker team, because V&V suddenly shifted its strongest force from raid records to Black Continent expansion. That easy change of direction worries him, since a guild with that much money and backing should not have been able to pivot so fast. He knows V and V will end up against him, and even the quiet storm hunters could become another problem if they move at the wrong time. So he settles on one answer. He has to turn this into a race where only first place matters, because if anyone truly catches his trail, he is finished. He gets up and goes to the worn kitchen sink, where one expensive new thing stands out in the whole room, a high-quality pod coffee machine. The machine is proof he really is making money now, and he takes a little pleasure in brewing something that finally smells good. Even with the fancy coffee, he still drops in his usual grape candies, sticking to his own weird habit. One sip later, he nods in approval and enjoys a rare, tiny moment of satisfaction. Back in game, Herkin reaches a huge ravine lined with forests, ruined pillars, and fortress remains, then stops to take in the sight. Behind him, 19 skeleton warriors and 2 skeleton knights wait in battle formation, already showing the wear from recent fights. As he catches his breath, Herkin realizes this first Black Continent base is not where he remembers it being, which means the future has shifted more than he hoped. The place still nags at him with a strange sense of déjà vu, but he cannot place it yet. Then monster roars rise behind him again, cutting short his break and forcing him back into motion. Knowing he cannot afford to come in second, Herkin heads straight into the ruins of Herd Fortress. The moment he enters, system notices confirm he is the first to discover Herd Fortress and award him 3 new titles at once. That alone makes him smile, because the biggest fear was arriving too late and losing the first place reward. After checking the title bonuses, he immediately goes back to the wooden conch because he knows the real prize is still ahead. The conch repeats its clue about finding the fortress flag, so Herkin scans the ruins like a hawk for the next marker. The surroundings trigger another flash of déjà vu, as if he has seen this exact place in Ruined Kingdom footage before. Then he spots a large stone mound with a decayed flagpole on top, and the uncertainty vanishes because this has to be the target. When the conch falls silent beside the mound, Herkin tosses it away and starts digging into the stone grave with his sword. His strength turns the excavation into brute force grave robbery, smashing boulders apart until he reaches something hidden underneath. Buried below the stones, he finally uncovers a black treasure box and instantly recognizes it as a transcendent rank reward. Inside are 3 untouched scrolls, the true first arrival reward Herkin rushed here to claim. He grabs one scroll and starts to open it, ready to release the ancient power without hesitation. But before he can finish, a new system warning cuts in and says the sleeping souls of Herd Fortress are waking up. Herkin drops the idea of an easy claim and squares up for the Guardian fight, expecting the fortress boss to come for him next. The next announcement names the monster as Anugas, a giant that devours the sleeping souls here, and starts the quest to recapture Herd Fortress. Then the ground tears open nearby and a one-eyed giant with 4 arms rises out, making Herkin curse on the spot. Staring up at the giant, Herkin finally connects the clues and realizes Herd Fortress is built over Bizzle Ravine, Anugas' original spawn point. Meanwhile, Apollo keeps getting reports on Haho Mask's pace and grows more irritated with every update, because the target is moving too fast through monster-infested land. Part of him has already started to admit chasing Haho Mask may be impossible, and that thought only makes him angrier. Then a report finally breaks through. They have found Haho Mask. The tracker says Haho Mask has abruptly changed direction and seems to be fleeing from something, even though no monsters are visible behind him. Apollo instantly orders his men to block Haho Mask at any cost, even if they have to die just to slow him down. Without waiting another second, Apollo switches channels and calls the Clover unit to move on Haho Mask's location. When the Clover unit confirms it is moving, Apollo finally smiles because he is sure this will be Haho Mask's funeral.